Minecraft is so synonymous with the entire medium of video games that even people who don't typically play games usually have at least one device with Minecraft installed on it. Its online reach is unfathomable, and there are many other games that have managed to replicate its success. With such an absurdly high player count, it only makes sense that people would diverge and create so many little sub-communities to just vanilla Minecraft. Custom map makers, modders, streamers, predators, the list goes on. I was always very partial to the creative mode of Minecraft, meaning I looked at tutorials of how to make Mega Man sprites out of colored wool and gave up out of frustration. What I really liked, however, was the creepypasta side of things. Rumors of mysterious entities and unknown players silently surveying your single-player servers, ghosts that haunt the servers, tales of players encountering something that simply shouldn't exist in the game, things that seem askew and just a bit frightening, enough to ask forums about it and either be met with unending mockery or genuine curiosity. Minecraft came out of an era where young people like me weren't tech-savvy enough to simply search online if something was real, so these digital urban legends were simply made real to us through make-believe and just not knowing any better. You could come up with anything and back it up with a reasonable level of evidence, and someone was bound to believe the rumor you made up on something spooky you saw in a cave. Minecraft was hardly the only game to have this following. Plenty of others followed suit, but those player bases eventually grew up and left those urban legends in the wind, because people became much more aware of how the technology works. So it's very easy to dig into a game's files and get objective answers. While other games' creepypasta edges began to soften out, Minecraft kept it going strong and pivoted to another genre entirely, ARGs, or alternate reality games. The premise of convincing someone to suspend their disbelief was the same, but for an entirely different purpose, to tell an engaged, more direct story. The creepypastas were usually related to forum posts or short stories, but the ARGs typically focused on having characters played by actors, using the term loosely there, and using Minecraft as a vehicle to tell their story, either something happening in-game or the game being used as a metaphor for a theme or whatever. I suppose the changes reflect the current era of new people, usually young people, getting bitten by the horror bug and wanting their favorite properties to become dramatic and dark, just like Pibby. The big difference being that some of these are still going on, I think. We're still somewhat in the ARG horror era of the internet, soon to be usurped by analog horror, unfortunately. While we still don't have a wave of poorly made VHS filters over Minecraft gameplay to sift through, allow me to show you a brief history of Minecraft's darker side, behest at its community. I want to take everyone here through a journey through what the internet can do to its favorite properties, to look at it backwards, to explore the stranger side of video games for all the world to see. If this at all sounds interesting, that will be for two reasons. Firstly, you've probably seen my last Minecraft video and are thoroughly sandstone pilled. But for newcomers, you are more than welcome to become sandstone pilled for the first time. Taking this pill means you have to subscribe to the channel and do all the plugging I need. You know, liking the video and whatnot. Perhaps even join the Patreon to get videos like these early? You can always have the other option, I guess. What does that entail? Well, I'll get you. The second reason you may like this is that one of these entries in particular is very, very unlike the others. Some would call this specific entry lost media and other descriptions of the sort, and I'm going to be laying down some clues all throughout the video. So watch the whole thing from start to end to get properly caught up on what I believe to be, with little exaggeration, the most mysterious and obscure Minecraft horror project of all time. I know that sounds cool. Better stick around to find out what it is. Especially if you're a fan of the channel's Scare Theater. Just trust me on that. But first, let me explain how I'm going to divide the video. I'll have some definitive divisions between creepypasta and ARG for the most part, and I will be bringing up specific examples for both to explain what they are, their impact, and how they reflected their player base at the time of the creation. There's some genuine sociological analysis going on when you have to ask the question, what was going through the creators' heads when they made this? You have to factor everything in the year the project was made, the author's personal taste, the technology at the time, what version of Minecraft was being used, etc. This video is focusing mostly on the fan-created horror, rather than something that's officially in the game like the Endermen or zombie pigmen. Without further ado, let's get started on a brief history of Minecraft horror. (2010). Creepypastas are a real favorite of mine. Anyone who knows my channel can tell you that. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm biased in favor of these internet stories, regardless of their tendency for spotty quality. Anyone who knows about creepypastas as internet horror stories knows they have a lot of detraction against them for good reasons. Joking about overusing the term hyper-realism and blood leaking out of Hank Hill's eyes or whatever came about because little kids genuinely thought it was scary when their favorite creators and cartoons came to life and started bleeding, and this is somewhat reflected in a lot of Minecraft stories. Many creepypastas are often kids' first attempts at writing, so it makes sense that these stories are less than respected pieces of media. But many of these stories, often written anonymously, have had gargantuan reach not just within the creepypasta community, but within both the Minecraft community as a whole, and even in the broader scopes of how people talk about video games online in general. Naturally, some of you have already guessed what story I'm talking about is already. It's Herobrine. The name will undoubtedly sound familiar to anyone who's even just heard of Minecraft because of how synonymous this character is with Minecraft as a brand. The wide-eyed default player skin who silently observes you in single-player, ominously monitoring you and building strange monuments and structures without explanation for you to find. The origins of Herobrine are muddled and have become complicated because everyone has their own opinions and legends about this figure, arguing what is canonical to the character, which depends on the individual. But I believe there is a traceable, objective history that led to this character. Before Minecraft was officially released, people were discussing an old bug Minecraft had where blocks would obtain this white outline. The bug is old enough that it was being documented when the jukebox was being added to the game, so it goes way back. On YouTube in July of 2010, someone named Kerchak uploaded the infamous 13.ogg track used in caves, with a seemingly black screenshot. Or was it truly black? These two small slits set the official Minecraft forums on fire, and people began to argue if it was an outline glitch mentioned above, or something else entirely. The imagination of these forum users went wild until a name was attached to these eyes: White Eyes. The stories evolved from different users contributing their ideas and theories as to what this could be, until it manifested into an enigmatic, cave-dwelling creature that Mojang covertly added. Many were unconvinced of this and chose not to believe, but those who did let their imagination run wild until more and more lore was added to the situation, where later descriptions of this white-eyed creature looked like the default player model with his signature eyes. Eventually, this image popped into existence, depicting the appearance of White Eyes, or as he's now known, Herobrine would look forever. The story that came attached with the image detailed a user investigating Herobrine's strange behavior and trying to figure out exactly what he was. Was he a player or a ghost? The name Herobrine, according to the story, came from a user who tried to meddle in the affairs of the author investigating the entity, while others later theorized that Herobrine was Notch, the creator of Minecraft's dead brother, which he had to publicly deny through dozens of emails over the years. Herobrine positively exploded in popularity once this image was made, with thousands of people now afraid that he was infecting their games and had become a genuine threat. Things really got crazy when an old-school streamer named Copeland streamed his journey to find Herobrine, which proved successful because he did indeed find the white-eyed creature. Herobrine quickly became a sort of mascot for video game creepypastas because of how deeply rooted he was in the early culture of Minecraft and had become so enormously popular that Mojang themselves caught wind of him and kept adding him in their patch notes for various updates. With all that being said, is Herobrine a real phenomenon? Did players actually encounter him at any point in Mine? No. Herobrine is very much a made-up story that convinced untold thousands he was a real threat because of how seriously he was taken by huge swaths of the fanbase. What is especially interesting about Herobrine is that his creator is totally anonymous. Nobody knows who modified this alpha build screenshot or who wrote the story. It was posted anonymously on 4chan's Export in 2010, so no one person can really claim credit for creating Herobrine. That honor belongs to the folks who were innocently speculating and commenting on the forums back in 2010. They didn't know it at the time, but their ideas and suggestions would face potentially the most iconic gaming creepypasta character ever. Well, behind sonic.exe, I guess. Something that immediately distinguishes Herobrine is that basically anyone can adapt him as they please and use him for whatever they want. But before that, let's explain the fundamentals. According to his canon, as in what people consider to be real information about him, Herobrine is the ghost of Notch's dead brother, his non-existent brother, mind you. People don't really know what his motives are, but he tends to leave strange structures in your maps. Small pyramids in the ocean, trees stripped of leaves, small tunnels, and other strange marks of his presence. This may not sound spooky in the current year, but let me explain how people in the early 2000s felt by using an example from the 2020s. You boot up Gary's mod. You are alone on Flatgrass or Construct. You're familiar with Valve's games, so the openness of the map combined with Half-Life 2 sound effects and textures feel a little uneasy, a little strange. Naturally, locations designed to house dozens of people suddenly being empty flicks primal switches in your brain. The animal part of you that needs to prepare to outrun predators. The part that suspects something is wrong. The same kind of feeling someone can feel while playing Minecraft alone. You're exploring the map at your leisure, the only sounds being your footsteps on the ground, when you see something in the corner of your eye. It's something. Something catches your eye. All of a sudden, when you thought you were alone, you weren't. But why? Who is this? What is this? Are you in danger? No, of course not. You're playing a video game. But for a rare moment, if even for a second, you felt like your life was in question because of a raw impulse, a split second of animalistic instinct and fear that radiated through your screen. This is the fear that people felt in the 2010s. This is what Herobrine lived and breathed throughout his existence. No matter who used him and what they chose to add to his mythos, the feeling of being stalked and observed by something with unknown motives never went away. There were always people who chose not to believe, but the power of those who believed was so palpable that Herobrine was simply inescapable from the community. The vagueness of it all, the simple factor of the unknown, was the beating heart of this creepypasta. We had to try and fathom what he was and what he wants, which makes him seem more alien in our attempts to humanize him. I remember when I was like 12 or 13, I convinced someone back in the day that Herobrine was real and he was going to kill them, which made him have a total breakdown. It's hilarious out of context, but he was a big follower of Minecraft, and its spookier side, and was so enthralled in it all that it got to him, and it makes me look like a huge dick. Things were just starting to centralize in the 2010s on the internet. People started sticking together and defining themselves somewhat through their respective communities. So Herobrine can easily be viewed as an unintentional community effort, through starting out as glitch speculation, to developing a physical design, to being given a mythology and explanation through a vague backstory. I used Gary's mod as an example of comparison because the two games share a lot of similarities in what people choose to focus on for horror interpretations. The isolation, the unknown, the quiet environments, the large open spaces of the map, but also nostalgia. Herobrine has been around for well over 10 years, and people like me look back at him fondly, and are able to recognize and understand his influence. The name is most often spoken in past tense in contexts like, oh, I remember that story, he spooked me as a kid. Currently, people don't find him scary because they view him as something stuck in the past, defined by the 2010s. There are traces of his legacy in other media, but him as an icon specifically has largely been laid to rest for some time now, existing mostly in the memories of people who are now in their early to mid-20s. People fondly remember the patch notes, the Copeland streams, which are actually mostly lost media, fun fact, and countless other inspired media pieces that featured the default skin with white eyes. I made a separate video entirely about how White Eyes is involved in the Herobrine that I'll link below. There are a lot more details to the Herobrine story, but it would be tough to find someone who doesn't concur that he defines what Minecraft creepypastas were entirely about in the 2010s, largely being short stories about being stalked in-game, or something about the game not being as you remember it. There were dozens of similar stories right after this about similar entities doing similar things, all with varying levels of quality. But that was for the 2010s. What do Minecraft creepypastas in the 2020s look like? Casey's Cave is a name you may or may not recognize. 2012, console edition of Minecraft. Like I've mentioned, creepypastas aren't what they once were. People don't write them much anymore in the current decade because they're something most people decided to leave in the 2010s. But on my journey, I decided to browse the dedicated Minecraft creepypasta page, but I struggled to find most stories regarded as classics that were written recently. But I did find something. Something was written in 2020. The story started with a disclaimer that the article was actually a translation of a Russian article, which only meant one thing: things were about to get very strange. I don't think there's a weirder, more deranged country in relation to video games than Russia. Every game Russians like are usually free or easy to emulate, can run on low-spec PCs, and are usually insanely violent and tragic. I kind of want to make a whole video on that topic. The structure of this story is interesting because it isn't formatted like a traditional narrative, but rather a documentation and exploration of a strange, lost version of Minecraft the author found. From the various screenshots provided in the story, we see that various elements of the game are different, to say the least. Several objects and elements of the UI are completely bugged out. Your player model is headless, the item stack doesn't work properly. Basically everything you should expect to function in Minecraft to function doesn't function, but never in a predictable way. It's not just that some things are warped and mechanics are different to vanilla Minecraft, it's that things change repeatedly. For instance, the stack limit randomly changes at a whim, so you never know what to expect. Through research, I was able to find what Error 422 actually was. This is no mere story, this is a large-scale modification of Minecraft itself. Error 422 is a mod created by Super Medivis? Am I saying that right? Medivis? On GameJolt. The game is often distributed through an exe file, so I must advertise some caution before downloading this game willy-nilly. Maybe just stick to gameplay videos on YouTube before you trust anyone on GameJolt to download an exe file. I've already described the running appeal of the game, but there is so much more to explore and discover. But the most pressing and important aspect of this topic is that someone made this. Think about it. Creepypastas of old would exactly describe a scenario like this. A strange version of Minecraft with disturbing bugs and unexplained glitches that make you feel unsafe. They just made it into a fully playable game. There are many more details I could talk about considering how the mod works internally in every single detail, but both the technical and the fantastical aspects of 422 could deserve entirely separate videos on their own. People understand Minecraft so much more now that what was a fantasy scenario 10 years ago has become a hard reality now. You get to interact with a real creepypasta game rather than just reading it. Beyond how impressive it is for someone to make the modification in the first place, the rapid acceleration of the creepypasta community impresses me just as much. We went from kids who are inspired by fictional events to creating them, and we have actually them show up in a game. Between one decade, people could only describe what you're seeing on screen to being able to just make it themselves. I know I'm repeating myself, I just need everyone to be aware of how impressive that is within the span of 10 years. I was talking about how creepypastas are kind of dead, and it is sort of true for the traditional written stories, but I would argue the medium has evolved to include the creation of mods, of fan games to replace the simple stories that many of us grew up with. While the written stories haven't been abandoned, the medium has expanded, and I would argue that it often goes hand in hand with ARGs, which Casey's Cave is all but lost. Nearly all content about it has been scrubbed clean off the internet with limited exceptions. It's been gone for so long that alternate reality games, often called ARGs for short, sound simple, but are anything but. The name entails a lot more player interaction than what typically happens, because this definition is stretched so thin that basically anything could be called an ARG. The concept has been around for quite a while, but didn't really blow up until the mid to late 2010s. Classic examples like the Halo 2 ARG back in the 2000s incorporated a lot of interesting early internet interactivity. Meanwhile, what people call an ARG now is just a video series with no player interaction about Godzilla or something. There aren't a huge number of hard rules for what defines an ARG and what doesn't, and it's usually just the narrative that defines if an ARG is legitimately good or not. Just like its older brother, ARGs also tend to run into a lot of tropes that kind of fall flat that people make fun of. It really depends on the creator's storytelling abilities and just what that story is, how the story is incorporated into the medium. Think about it. How does the game the story uses fit into everything? Is it used as a metaphor, or are things literally happening in-game? Naturally, Minecraft has dipped its toes into the ARGs, and unlike most, it has more than one example to explore. Many of them are quite good, but the one I wanted to talk about is simply called Don't Look at the Moon. The year is 2020. This is when iceberg charts start to become especially popular on the internet because it's an easy way to rapid shoot a lot of information quickly, and it became an overnight algorithm darling. Naturally, Minecraft got one of its own, but one particular entry was confusing everyone who saw it. Towards the end, Don't Look at the Moon stuck out like a sore thumb. People didn't know what that entailed until they dug deeper. A YouTube channel by the name of Legend Finder began uploading several Minecraft videos that all center around the same topic: the moon. Minecraft's moon, ever since it was added, has always felt strangely disconnected from the rest of the game. For a game with as many mechanics and ways to creatively enable your environment, I always felt it was a bit odd that the moon was one of the only untouchable aspects of the game. But the moon might hold some secrets after all. In this example, Legend claims that looking at the moon under a specific circumstance will make the clock item go crazy. This doesn't seem to work, but he continues investigating rumors about the strange properties of the moon and documenting his process as he does so. He continues to upload more videos about the moon, which become more and more unhinged as time goes on. The notes he writes about each rumor become less and less legible. Minecraft is abandoned at one point, and these guerrilla-styled vlogs about the creator's diminishing physical and mental health start taking over, showing just how hard the toll of obsessing over the moon is taken on him. When I explain the series like that, it might not sound compelling, but the beauty is in the details. The primary strength this series has is the acting, so to speak. Legend never really breaks character. He sounds completely serious when he does everything he does, even when he doesn't boot up Minecraft. Seeing how his mannerisms change throughout his uploads is very engaging. There's also a huge appeal in potentially finding some secret information about Minecraft that people previously weren't privy to. This is a series that is best left to the imagination, which I kind of ruined by explaining a lot of it, but go watch the original series, or at least a breakdown video, because there are a lot of details that are best to experience yourself. What does this series tell us about the sensibilities of horror creators today? I think there's something to be said about how people are in character for this series. There's a lot more than just writing a convincing narrative from a character's point of view on screen. Legend has to act and string everything together and run a channel in character, which is impressive considering how well it was all done. The internet is being used as a stage and Minecraft as the storyboard. One can easily view the game's mechanics as one giant blocky metaphor for addiction or sans being Ness or something. The nature of storytelling is something that has bended around the advent of the internet in fantastic ways that other mediums simply could not hope to achieve, or at least not in a fun, engaging way. This isn't Minecraft's first ARG, not by a long shot. Many people likely thought of Old Root when I first mentioned ARGs. But that honestly deserves its own entire video, because it's a rabbit hole that extends far beyond the scopes of this one. Since ARGs are all the rage today, I suspect that Minecraft will be the host to another, if not many more. Since the format can be played fast and loose, there aren't a lot of restricting factors to abide by, much less what people find entertaining. I just hope there isn't analog horror incorporated, because that hypothetical creator would have one hell of a time trying to explain why analog technology and Minecraft could exist in the same time frame, let alone Scare Theater is a name you should be familiar with. He's one of the largest horror creators on the platform, but little known fact about him is he had his hand in creating this series, a series based off of a creepypasta that has long been deemed lost media. But before that, why don't we take a breather?
Left and right, let's wait for
Now that I've been laying out hints, I should actually talk about this mysterious series I've been hyping up this entire video. What exactly is Casey's Cave? Is it a creepypasta? ARG? Something else? Well, I would argue it has shades of everything I've talked about so far, and there aren't many videos online talking about it because the series got taken down forever ago. But let me explain how I even discovered this. Months ago, a longtime dedicated fan of mine named DJ Deadpig contacted me shortly after I released my White Eyes video, letting me know that a series that largely exists in the minds of those who watched it back in the early 2010s. Much of what I'm going to tell you is only possible because of DJ Deadpig's findings and through our frequent communications. I'm gonna need you guys and gals to thank him for his hard work by subbing to his channel and showing him some love. The legacy of Casey's Cave is pretty complicated and has a lot of frequent jumps, so try and keep up. On June 24th, 2012, a YouTube channel named The Brothers Machado, I think that's how you say it, uploaded an original Minecraft creepypasta going by Casey's Cave. The story was about the user exploring a strange cave going by the same name and encountering a mysterious woman inside, described as looking very similar to that little ghost girl from The Ring. Desperate to escape the threat of her stalking him, he seals off the cave and hopes to never encounter it again. Seems like a simple story, but it got over 100,000 views on the channel, which is no small feat for such an early creepypasta. There were other sequels written and narrated by the same author, but we need to digest two things. Firstly, the cave itself. It isn't explained how, but random caves can spawn inside your world, and contain some kind of ghostly girl inside. Secondly, this cave has been dubbed Casey's Cave, Casey being the name given to the girl, or the creature inside. Given how many people were aware of the story, it was only fitting that someone would take it a step beyond and go where no one else has gone. Enter ECW Gaming, a now defunct YouTube channel. ECW was so inspired by Casey's Cave that he decided to create an entire series directly inspired by it. This series, counting trailers and pilot episodes, is 14 entries long. Like I've mentioned, all of it has been taken down, and there isn't any way to ever watch it again because no backups have been found. I really wasn't exaggerating when I said this series was lost media, because all we have left of this series visually is a screenshot on a thumbnail or poster. However, Deadpig, along with some friends, discovered something crucial to putting this together. While we don't have any copies of the video, we do have a pastebin document containing the original descriptions of each upload, as well as the English auto-generated subtitles. The subtitles are a little rough, but they should be enough to tell us what's going on. The first video I found is called I Found Casey's Cave, uploaded on October 22nd, 2012. The video explains how ECW created a new world for fun and found the infamous Casey's Cave, exactly how it was described in the original pasta. From what I can discern from the captions, he enters the cave carefully, taking note of how dark and gloomy it is, more so than Minecraft caves typically are. ECW is in disbelief over everything, assuming he had either put in a wacky seed or it's a friend pulling a prank on him. I think he decides not to venture down further until later, but not before he encounters some kind of monster, likely the one described in the original story. And that later is the next upload on January 20th, 2013, called Casey's Cave Entry Number 1, where he starts really documenting his progress into the cave system. ECW returns inside the cave, this time much more prepared in diamond armor and torches, determined to slay the Casey monster inside. This attempt doesn't go too well, and he immediately panics and tries to escape by mining away. He finds a chest deep inside the cave with a record labeled Mall, and he follows up on that in the second entry released on January 21st, 2013. The track is actually the C418 Mall track used in the official game. ECW enlists the help of what I believe to be his friend named Venom, but it's a little difficult to tell from the auto-generated subtitles. What happens next is kind of confusing. He said he hooked up the disc to some kind of projector tech that allows you to see a video format on the Xbox 360 version of Minecraft. I think he's stretching the game logic a bit for the series, but regardless, he explains that there are 11 more similar discs to find that might allow him to solve the mystery of the cave. The main story of the series has become apparent. They needed to explore the cave and find the discs inside to explain who the monster is and why it resides in a cave. Throughout the series that aired in 2013, we find out more and more details about Casey. She's revealed to be either another player or NPC in the world of Minecraft who was frequently bullied a lot in schools she went to by her peers and by her own father, which made her very lonely. She began to mine on her own, constructing a series of dangerous levers that opened up holes, and the group that had formed to figure this all out theorized that she may have taken her own life out of desperation. ECW starts advertising merchandise for his series, which will become very apparent very soon. The series finishes on September 21st, with the gang knowing that Casey turned into the monster and goes inside the cave to slay her, which, from everything I could tell, didn't end very successfully. The series ended abruptly because in the description, the creator had some things come up in his life that prevented him from working on it any further, revealing that everything was fake at the end. The story of the series might seem underwhelming when I don't have any footage of it, but more interesting than the series itself is the mystery surrounding its creation and who created it. Some may have tried to look up the name ECW Gaming, but found nothing. That's because his channel was renamed to Scare Theater 2, the alternate account of Scare Theater, the popular horror YouTuber. Don't believe me? Let me walk you through everything. The website I use to track the subtitle lists the channel as Scare Theater 2, which keeps up to date with its most modern uploads, including which ones are not publicly listed on the channel. Remember the merch I spoke about? There's a website called Zazzle that still has a link for a poster created by the series by ECW. Scare Theater mentions he has a second channel for gameplay videos on his main channel video about the Arizona Creepypasta, because in the channel URL for a second channel, it's still called ECW Gaming. I didn't bring this to light to try and mess with Scare Theater, because even if he made this series as a young teenager, it was way better than anything I could have made at his age, but consider how weird and interesting the creation of this series is. I should also add a disclaimer not to bother Scare Theater about this series. It was removed for a reason, and he probably doesn't want to ask about something he made 10 years ago just because it became slightly more relevant again. It's a web series based off of a creepypasta made by a popular YouTuber, which I guess you can sort of argue is an ARG video series, which has now become lost media. How many bases did we just cover in 5 seconds? To me, Casey's Cave covers everything I just mentioned as a perfect circle for how Minecraft can be adapted into various horror projects. Hell, I didn't even talk about the lost media side of Minecraft, which is just as vast as the game itself. There are entire missing versions of that game that no one has found, I'm pretty sure. But I'll leave the lost media experts to that, because that's a whole different rabbit hole to poke your head in. Many of these series are rooted in the past, but something unites them all: people's willingness to express themselves. They were able to look at such a simple game, at least at the time, and give it a unique spin and run with it. Stories, video series, entire mods just to bring their ideas to life, which have a home inside of such a creatively enabled game like Minecraft. But what of the future? I can never say that all of these topics will just disappear forever, even if they aren't nearly as popular as they used to be. Channels like mine, SourceBrew, and others are keeping creepypastas of old alive through our respective efforts and videos. We're still kind of deep into the ARG/video series of Minecraft, but what internet horror projects are relevant now, and will Minecraft follow suit and be adapted? Analog horror video series seem to be all the rage now, but I would highly recommend that Minecraft has no part in it. Analog horror as a series is so deeply rooted in the aesthetics and sensibilities of the late 70s and 80s, what with the analog media obsession in so many series based off of advertisements or television programs, that slapping a filter over Minecraft gameplay would look kind of stupid, making it hard to suspend their disbelief. Alternatively, for some reason, Friday Night Funkin' has a lot, and I mean a lot, of horror mods. And I'll just come out and say it, I think it sucks. Basically, any idea that could have any potential of being interesting or fun is rendered instantly lame and flaccid when it's adapted into a game, because there's no real chance for the story to be told that doesn't bend over backwards to explain why whatever horror creature is being featured has to pick up a microphone and sing a music track that is guaranteed to sound awful. I have a very negative view of both analog horror and Friday Night Funkin', but it isn't doom and gloom, because I have no doubt in my mind something new will arise that I will like much more. It's hard to predict what style or format decides to become popular, but if it's anything like the stuff I grew up with, then I think the people of tomorrow will enjoy whatever comes next and hold it dearly whenever they grow up and see what comes next after that. This whole retrospective doesn't cover everything, far from it. There are way too many creepypastas, ARGs, etc. to cover in a single video, so I had to leave a lot of stuff out, but I encourage you to investigate this yourself and find which examples are your favorites and tell me down below in the comments section. I'm curious to see what everyone has to offer. Minecraft is a game that will live on throughout the ages, unless Mojang decides to treat it even worse than they already do, and its wide demographic will always be projecting the newest trends onto the game. This might sound like a negative aspect, but I choose to look at it positively, at least by filtering out the garbage. Whatever horror projects come next, I look forward to covering them in the future. I really hope this topic does well, because I just spent way too much money on a Sega Dreamcast and I'm really feeling the pain. On one hand, I'm eating ramen all week. On the other, I can play Sonic Adventure without wanting to die. With that, that's all I have to say for this video. I hope you enjoyed the brief retrospective on the different aspects of horror the Minecraft community was able to cook up. If this style of video is something you enjoy, along with the coverage of strange and obscure video games, then you know what to do. Subscribe to the channel, and perhaps considering supporting me on Patreon so I can make more of these videos. To all my sandstone-pilled individuals, have a lovely rest of your day. Sonic is in a really precarious state, isn't he? I'm not just talking about how nearly all of his games have been consistent 7 out of 10s or below for years now. The Sonic community is one of the most insane and disturbing places you could possibly be in online, and that's only a slight exaggeration. It's such a well-understood sentiment and obvious joke that saying Sonic has a weird fan base is a joke in itself. You don't even have to be a part of the community to know how much weird fan art exists, how much insane fanfiction exists, the raw depravity and insanity that is a huge swath of his fans have for this one blue-eyed rat and his friends. But honestly, I'm a lot more interested in Sonic's community than his games. Sega has proven time and time again that either through Sonic Team's inability to make games or comically poor decision making, that his games are kind of mid, but their fans are clearly more capable of creating games and stories better than Sega could ever cook up. Have you ever spoken to a really enthusiastic Sonic fan? The ideas they'll tell you will sound miles better than anything Sega has officially made, even if it's sometimes mixed in with obscure fetishes, or shipping, or trying to steal your data for taking their OC's sprites. Just take a look at how fans are trying to fix Sonic 06, one of the most infamously broken and disappointing games ever made. There's a mod that just came out that tries to make Sonic Forces a good game, which might even be harder than trying to fix 06. Hell, one of my favorite Sonic things in general are the old animated Sonic shorts on Newgrounds. I found the gag of Vector breaking into Sonic's house to teach him how to plow Amy so funny that I showed my grandma, who did not find it funny. There's an unrivaled level of passion and dedication found in the Sonic community, so much so that it usually outperforms the people who make the games. There are countless examples of Sega just felting a Sonic project, but let me introduce two things: the Sega Saturn and Sonic Extreme. Remember the Saturn? Me neither. It was the console between the Genesis and the Dreamcast, most famously characterized by its lack of Sonic games. That's because Sega was busy massively wasting everyone's time trying to make the first 3D Sonic game called Sonic Extreme, that got cancelled, and eventually morphed into Sonic Adventure for their next console to be released in 1997. Wasn't long after that Sega announced they wouldn't be supporting the Dreamcast in like 2000 or 2001. Then they released Sonic Adventure 2. But given Sega's history of tumultuous game development, there are always rumors that the adventure games had a little bit more going on, or they were planned to be other games in that time period. Just how many projects had Sega cancelled or left unfinished to release something else? What are we missing? And lo and behold, these rumors might just be true. As the tale goes, in 2013, a hacker group calling themselves Arcane Kids acquired a Dreamcast development kit from eBay. After 2 years of decompiling and trying to put everything back together, they released 4 playable builds of potential Sonic games released to the public for free. This was published on the website Hedgehog Exposed, along with the download link for Windows and Mac. So let's explain in a bit more detail. People have always theorized what was locked in the Sega Vault, whether it be prototypes, unreleased games, concepts, etc. Anything that could explain the harsh development of their Sonic games on the Saturn and into the Dreamcast. Arcane Kids finds a Dreamcast dev kit, presumably sold from an ex-developer, and discovers 4 different Sonic games that were either abandoned or never meant to be more than proof of concepts. This is a Sonic fan's dream, a potential answer why the franchise was so weird in the late 90s and early 2000s. Not to mention 4 different games, albeit unfinished, is a lot of content to unpack. What exactly was Sega planning? Why did they stop working on all 4 of these games? Perhaps it was because these games simply didn't meet their standards. Whatever standards they claim to have, at least. Maybe it's a bit more sinister than that. Maybe these 4 games hide something dark, some shocking secrets that the public was never meant to see. Something that made the whole company panic and pull the plug. And considering what they were willing to release and charge a premium price for, that's scary. Things like the Sonic CD Majin screens and other Sonic mysteries and oddities throughout the years, there's always been a weird aura of intrigue around Sonic. Sometimes there are just these little things in his games that make you feel off. Those are just the things we know. What has been kept hidden from us? How deep did the Michael Jackson involvement go? The download folder for this collection of 4 games holds all the game files, obviously, but 2 README files. The first README has a transcript of the website's expose, along with some details about the proprietary Dreamcast emulator Arcane created called Snake Oil, along with a weird conversation they had with Knuckles' voice actor. The second readme says, "It says subscribe to Hey Peter! Arcane Kids went 9 years back in the past just to shout out my channel. How very kind of them. Look here, they even made some ASCII art advertising my Patreon, which you might already be on if you really wanted to see this video super early, as well as a ton of extra exclusive Patreon videos. Ever want to know why I'm banned from my local Walmart? All that and more is available on my Patreon. Huge thanks to Arcane Kids shilling me in their project. Even better than Patreon, you could always sub to the channel and like the video. Why? Because I told you to, and you don't want to see what happens when you don't do what I tell you to do. Anyways, all we have to do is launch the exe file and explore what has been dubbed Sonic Dreams Collection, with 4 unreleased Sonic prototypes to sink our teeth into. As Sonic would say, it's chili dog time! Oh man, look at that UI. It just screams late 90s. I've mentioned it in other videos, but I recently bought a Dreamcast and have been enjoying it quite a bit, at least as much as one can when trying to play Sonic Adventure 1. Please don't make fun of me for my Mad Catz controller, it's very comfortable. The ambience is all there. The menu just has that Sega sound, so many little interactable things. Even though these are slightly reconstructed prototypes, you can feel the animated love and charming unpolished flair to it. You ever notice that? How Sonic Team has never finished a game before? I feel like most Sonic games have ideas and set pieces that are way out of scope for the development team, but darn it all, they will try and make it work. Keyword being try. Anyways, let's take a look at our 4 games, conveniently labeled with the years they were developed in. From 96 to 99, 4 Sonic games have been locked away in the vault, previously undiscovered until now. And the earliest game found is Make My Sonic. I guess right after they cancelled Sonic Extreme, they started working on this. Make My Sonic is MJ Studios' first result in their collaboration from Sega. Wait, MJ Studio? We don't really know anything about this mysterious development team. Nothing comes up on a Google search, some bona fide Sonic experts I spoke to on Discord were stumped as well. It doesn't seem like they really exist, but perhaps they were a newly formed team that shortly disbanded after the 90s, so it isn't absurd to imagine that the internet never caught on to this ultra-obscure team. But more interesting than their history is their games, especially their first one. What this program is an honest-to-truth original character creator, decades before Sonic Forces would do it. The purpose of this game was to, obviously, create your own character and upload it to SegaNet, which was an online service provided by the company connected to dial-up internet for people to play multiplayer games online. With how well the Dreamcast did, which is to say not at all, the online services were very short-lived, so it makes sense why it shut down so quickly. But why was this OC creator never used? The gist of this game is that you get to greatly modify this Sonic model here by messing with the individual proportions of his head, legs, arms, as well as being able to change the color of his fur and the background to take screenshots. The names seem to be randomized, which is pretty funny, but a little disappointing because you can't name your hedgehog OC after yourself. For a fun game, go online and search up Your Name the Hedgehog and see what comes up. Here's what comes up for me. Do you like my new OC? His name is Anti-Jeff the Hedgehog. No idea who regular Jeff is, but it doesn't matter because Anti-Jeff has what it takes to be infinite. We sadly can't upload Anti-Jeff to SegaNet, but I am curious about what the adapter looks like, and if it can work with modern PCs. I thought Arcane Kids would crop out the online connectivity given it's no longer functional, but maybe Snake Oil might have some kind of online capability. Speaking of online, our next game is entirely centered around that. 97's Eggman origin has almost no surviving documentation around it, other than the fact it was some kind of MMORPG, but even arcane kids themselves have never made it past the title screen. And that's because once you enter, the game demands you connect to your network adapter, which we don't seem able to do. We're gonna have to leave this one alone for now. But what comes next? 1998 blessed us with Sonic Movie Maker, which is exactly what it sounds. Using the advanced technology of the Dreamcast, you would be able to make your own little Sonic movies featuring the Sonic cast. The internal notes document that this game was the closest to completion until it was shut down due to its, quote, darker subplots. So a nearly finished game was cancelled and hidden away just before release because Sega felt it was too dark to release. What a conspiracy. Sonic Dream Team? Like that Dream Team? There's a list of selectable areas to film your movies in. Oh, hey look, Anti-Jeff and Tails. Movie Maker works like this. You're in first person and you get to move around a lot of objects and models, kind of like Gary's mod. The objective is to film a movie with a video camera until you run out of film, then exit the stage and on to the next. The films only last 6 seconds, making them more like vines than films. Our first stage is the backyard, where Anti-Jeff is featured in this here backdrop with a big truck, playing catch with his invisible or absent father. We get to move around some floating text box to simulate dialogue while I run Jeff over with a truck and record it for the movie. Must be a Roman Polanski movie. Whenever you film a movie, you get to show it to all your friends in a theater. Sonic, Tails, Eggman, and Rouge are all excited to watch whatever epic vines you film for them. Now, the next stage is... wait, what did she say?
Marriage? This? No way! Don't hold anything back now!
Oh my goodness. Welcome to prom. Sonic prom. Is this the final scene of Sonic High School? Did anyone else see that video? It's a classic. Looks like Anti-Jeff is pretty popular in Sonic High and managed to bag Rouge the Bat. They spend the prom doing some hot, steamy, passionate love. And it's our job to record this all and put it to the big screen. Wait, how old is Anti-Jeff? I was just joking about this being a Polanski movie. I know headcanon that Rouge is a groomer. If you have a problem with this headcanon, take it up with Sega. The crowd supports Rouge grooming Anti-Jeff, and we move on to our next stage, the hotel. First thing you'll notice is the ambience. The cover of night blankets this Motel 6. The moon shines down on us, and this excellent, comforting track plays in the background. At least it should. For some reason, it didn't play when I booted up the game. This song was called Idle SegaNet in-game, but the song clearly isn't English in origin. But for a while, people couldn't tell exactly what it was. Some dedicated fans dug deeper and found the true origin. It's actually a Portuguese song called Bossa Precoça? Probably not saying that right, by Rafael Davalo Lopez. The soft strings and calming melody of this heartfelt song about lost love and living in regret is such a stark contrast to the chip tunes and boop-bop beeps of the emulated Dreamcast sound arcane kids, Sega, used for this game. And it's a brilliant look at how much effort and passion went into the creation of this game. Imagine being MJ Studio, at the behest of Sega, creating this game and choosing to use such an obscure track. Maybe that's why the game was shut down? I don't even know how they found this track. I can barely find any info in it at all when I looked for 5 minutes, the maximum amount of time I care to spend researching something. If we head around this corner of the motel, we find this little Eggy who says he loves Tails but is far too shy to make a move. Tails is his Bossa Precoça, so to speak. Fun fact, you can grab the moon right out of the sky and look inside, revealing some chaos energy and a giant peering eye. Flat Earth? Old news. The moon is an eye? That's bespoke. Enough dawdle, let's see what's happening inside this motel room. Oh my god, oh dear. Anti-Jeff, Rouge, along with Blaze and Shadow are engaging in a mass orgy on this disgusting bed, and it's our job to record it. I hope it isn't surprising why Sega decided to axe this game. Yuji Naka probably had the shock of his life when he saw this. Poor Tails is all by his lonesome, drinking his feelings away instead of participating. Sorry, Sonic, my crippling abandonment issues means I'm only into older women. He didn't take Cosmo's death lightly, I guess. We can grab Tails and bring him down to the lonely Eggy, who thanks us with a burning heart that leaves a trail of fire that doesn't despawn. Then we can bring up the heart to roast everyone on the bed and let their flesh really melt together. Beast with 2 backs? How about a beast with 4 backs and 3rd-degree burns? The theater enjoyed seeing me roast everyone alive, and we get to move on to the next stage. But not before I think to myself, what was this dev team thinking? Did they honestly want kids to see this stuff? Our next stage is... Sonic is strapped to a table. Darkness surrounds him, his only comfort being his own body heat warming the cold metal he's restrained against. Giant tube that reaches to the sky connected to a ring on a string is beside us. Pulling the string reveals various bits of food that we are forced to feed Sonic, which makes his belly inflate and inflate. We have to feed him, because it's the only way to spawn the camera needed to beat the level. His belly just inflates and gurgles and groans for more sweets and treats. Anyone in my audience have a boner right now? Feed him enough, and a giant cake with tails on top like the filthy gigolo he is will come out. You ever listen to the song She's Like Heroin by System of a Down? That's kind of how I imagine Tails' life is after Cosmo died. We punish Tails by feeding him to the hungry Sonic. We get a good view of his extended meal pregnancy belly and film our Vine, which is a smash hit in theaters. Side note, how many fetishes do you think Sonic as a franchise gave people? I think Sega, both the American and Japanese divisions, intended to mess with people by creating characters like Rouge and having lots of shots of Amy's underwear in the original Sonic adventure. Wonder if anyone ever got a low polygon woman fetish with the swimsuit ladies in Station Square. We enter a hospital for our next stage. The moans and deep breathing of Sonic fill our ears, and it gets really under my skin. I can generally keep my cool playing disturbing games, but the labored breathing really bugs me, and I'm sure others feel the same. And speaking of labor, Sonic seems to have become pregnant with his food inputs, and we have to pull strings to release cannonballs to shoot out the food, and rings, and a Chaos Emerald, and tails. How much of this stuff was stuff he ate, and how much of this stuff was things he shoved up his ass? Shadow and Amy, seemingly as a couple, are watching, either in abject disgust or curiosity, while Eggman rips a fat popper like Ted.
I'm here, Sonic. I've got a new strain called Blue God. It'll make you anxious for a week.
We have to break the window here to grab our camera, as well as get a good view of Station Square, or Westopolis, or Philadelphia, or Iraq, wherever Sonic takes place. Wait, did you see that? We get a good look at Sonic's pregnancy, and we finally get to leave. Wait, Rouge the Bat? Nightcore? Oh god, what is going on? We're in this slimy, disgusting, and vile tunnel full of food and eggs, the sounds of someone huffing softly in the distance. Using the Chaos Emerald as a light, we see, whoa, Big the Cat. He's huddled himself in this dank, dark crevice and won't budge. I chose not to investigate and went to the other tunnel where... Oh my god. Good lord. We just popped outside of Rouge. She gave live birth to us, Tails and Blaze inside the crib, and Auntie Jeff is the father. Wait, if Blaze and Tails are his children, did they travel back in time to bang their parents? Does that mean Big is refusing to leave her womb? What was Sega thinking? Who in their right mind decided that seeing Rouge give live birth, especially as an explanation for characters' parentage, was a good idea? So, when Rouge gave birth to Blaze, did Blaze travel back in time, bang her mom and dad, then travel to the future to be with Silver? She's for the streets! The streets of Crisis City! Play it again? No thank you. Thankfully, this is our last stage, and we get to see a little after party with some of the cast, and a guest book that doesn't work because SegaNet is still inactive. So now that we're done with Sonic Movie Maker, let's take a step back and talk about the nightmare we just experienced. Sega, presumably Sega of Japan, asked this team, MJ Studio, to create a small little indie game in '98 where you get to record vines with Sonic models and set pieces. And the team decided, let's include a Sonic orgy, Sonic feeding fetish, male pregnancy, and a live birth. Out of every location you could have chosen, why these? They didn't even use Neverland Ranch or other fitting locations. I'm surprised they even used characters like Rouge and Blaze, considering they weren't officially revealed in their debut games until 1998, at least. Maybe they had character design documents lying around? Since we get next to no communication from Sega to begin with, we don't know the exact reason why this game got the plug pulled on it. Well, I mean, we can kind of guess why. It was all the fetish content in the game. But to be a fly on the wall in the offices that day when they pulled the plug in this game. What the hell is this? Using characters we haven't even made yet and made Rouge give birth to this? You're working on Sonic Adventure 1, which also releases this year, and then we're killing you. Yeah, this is Japan. We can do that in the workplace. Adventure 1 must have taken priority for the new console, so if MJ Studio wasn't fired outright, then they were probably folded into that dev team to complete the game in time. Maybe they were the ones who suggested the Big the Cat sections. It's easy to joke this was some kind of gross content would be featured in weird Sonic fan art or fanfiction, but maybe we were looking in the wrong direction the entire time and should have focused on the creators. Maybe they really did plan to give a bunch of small children a bunch of disgusting fetishes and ruin their lives forever. Our last game is My Roommate Sonic, which is an early VR game that apparently explores, as the description explains, the relationship between human and hedgehog set in a modern apartment complex. Oh, so flowers in the attic but with Sonic. The reason this game was never released was because it was intended for a Sega virtual reality headset, which never saw the light of day. Ignoring the animal sex, which is an insane thing to say, what has Sega done to our children? We gotta talk about this VR situation. It might sound silly to say Sega was planning on implementing virtual reality technology back in the 90s, but the scrapped headset was a real thing planned since the Genesis. All progress on the tech and the games was scrapped because of the whole boatload of reasons, but one of those games was apparently a simulation of being roommates with Sonic. Thanks, Sega. Arcane Kids even added Oculus support, though I'm not sure if the company's rebrand to Meta means it's still compatible or not. Not like I can even test it, because I may or may not have lost my Quest 2 headset when I moved. Oops. We can still play it in flat screen though, just with a messed up aspect ratio. You and Sonic are chilling on the couch, watching some kind of actual hedgehog footage on your TV. I won't question the logistics of this world presented here because your main objective is not just to be Sonic's roommate, but his lover. You are romantically obsessed with Sonic and really want him to jump into your pants. Helping you on your love quest is Dr. Eggman, or Robotnik if he's from the 90s, who lives in the same complex as you and is guiding you through your seduction of Sonic on the phone. He tells us to give Sonic the tickles, which means, okay, he has toes? Okay. Sonic Adventure told me Sega characters don't have toes, just giant smooth pads. Maybe that's why this game was cancelled. Oh, a password. White glove. Hold that password in mind. We keep tickling Sonic's realistically detailed feet until he starts getting little anime girl blushes and leans in for a kiss. We stare deeply into his eyes. Deep. Too deep, too deep! That was my roommate Sonic, and we unlock the apartment as a bonus stage of the Movie Maker. Now that we've gone through all 4 games, we can start to paint a picture as to why these 4 projects were never officially released. Arcane Kids spent a lot of time polishing these for release on modern PCs, but every one of these are evidently not finished. Many of them rely on outdated or non-functional technology, like a cancelled VR headset or inactive online servers. The elephant, or hedgehog, in the room is of course the insanely graphic content. Why they decided to include all the freak show stuff they did in the Movie Maker was beyond me. Sega's made questionable decisions before, but I don't think they would have been okay with letting Eggman smoke a bowl. But all 4 being cancelled right after each other is a curious mystery, and there is more stuff to uncover, we just have to look carefully. If we go back into the Movie Maker and go to the prom stage, there's something pretty interesting we can grab. What is it? I actually don't know what it's called, but in order to obtain it, you have to find a very specific pineapple back here and use your scroll wheel to hit it against this barely visible eggy up here, and it spawns this horrible blue monstrosity that we now get to spawn whenever we'd like. With it, we can clip through walls and get to all sorts of funny places we shouldn't be able to, and unlock some cleverly hidden dialogue if we do. No one's as horny as me, I'll tell you that. Sometimes I come up here to think about why I'm sad almost all the time.
So you made it to my secret area. Grab a stogie.
Another secret is in the hospital scene. If you give this down as luck Eggy one of the rings that shot out of Sonic's ass... Oh, that's nice. But I know exactly what you're here for. You want to know how to get into Eggman Origin, and by extension, if we can get into SegaNet. Well, we can. And I can show you this right after this break. So sit tight and relax. And we're back. What you want to do is actually open up the files of the game, go to Extra Files and Unsafe Files. We can find some saucy info about Rouge, but a separate .exe file that actually launches a window to SegaNet. We just need a username, a password, and a protocol. The username should be obvious, it's MJ Studio. The password has already been revealed to us, it's White Glove spelled like this. The protocol is just SegaNet North America, and we can log in and actually launch SegaNet one last time, decades after Sega shut it down. Windows Defender freaks out if you launch this, and as I understand it, it does do something to your computer's network connectivity. I was too lazy to launch XAMPP to get the exact details though. Someone else can do that. With SegaNet actually launching, we can properly load Anti-Jeff to SegaNet, after a race swap. With this, Eggman Origin, the Lost Sonic MMORPG, is finally accessible. Let's see what we're missing. We can log into the last remaining server and discover our purpose. Feed the young Eggman over here worms you find in the ground in this white, featureless void. Kind of like what happens to Sammer's Kingdom in Super Paper Mario. You can meet various Eggies who don't always show up at the same time, but are all equally strange. There's a house burning down, somewhere. Unrelated but not a fun fact, I knew someone in elementary school whose house burned down, and when the school begged for donations to help the family, most kids found it funny that his name was Jack Frost and didn't give any money. Not really sure what happened to him afterwards. No one has ever run through the shuttle loop and survived. Our grandpa built the 4 pillars. Someday, I'll get up on one and scream. The objective of the game is to feed Eggman as many worms as you can, which proves kind of difficult because your environment being entirely white makes it a huge eyesore, and makes it difficult to know where you're going. Regardless of how long it takes, you need to feed Eggman 6 worms until he morphs into whatever that is. You must climb the tower and... God? I ascended to heaven.
Hello, my son. Welcome to heaven.
Boom. That's why I put him in the thumbnail, by the way. And with that, we have done nearly everything there is to do in Sonic Dream Collection. But there is one more thing to reveal, and it's the darkest, most shocking, most vile secret of all. It's fake. This game, or the 4 games inside, are not actually games made by Sega in any way. This has entirely been a fan project created by the ground up by Arcane kids. Sorry, you weren't just clickbaited, you got scammed, owned, and But what does that really mean? It means that this group of game creators, not hackers who got a real dev kit, intentionally decided to create a video game under the guise of it being a previously unknown game Sega had worked on. But obviously, this isn't running on a Dreamcast emulator, it's running on Unity. MJ Studio doesn't exist. It's a fictitious company created by Arcane poking fun at all the Michael Jackson drama with Sega. Everything was made by Arcane kids as one giant prank project, but also as a labor of appreciation, let's call it, for Sonic and his rambunctious community. I'm sure it was obvious enough for most people watching by the Movie Maker section of the video, if not right from the very start, that this was a fan creation and not something officially licensed or developed. Jokes about weird fetishes Sonic fans have been a dime a dozen for years and kind of kill the immersion. But by the point you see any of that in-game, you're hooked in too deep and simply must see the whole thing through at the end. What Arcane kids did was make a creepy fan game with an incredible premise that was the darling of YouTube Let's Players back in 2015 when it released. Classic Hey Peter, only talking about a game a decade after it came out. The jig is up, but I decided to play dumb and pretend that these 4 projects were in fact real games developed in-house at some point because I believe the strongest way to experience this game is going in completely blind. If you knew this was a game about poking fun about Sonic OCs, Sonic porn, fanfiction, a lot of the twists and charm is rendered kind of moot in my opinion. It isn't that the game isn't fun if you know beforehand, it's that you're missing the experience of discovering it's a troll if you do. What I'm saying is, you are supposed to be baited, hence why I decided to make the video like this. Don't get me wrong, there are almost definitely more Sonic Lost games that we don't know about, and they might even be weirder than Sonic Dream Collections. Maybe. What especially impressed me is just how much work went into this project. There's a very clear love that Arcane has for the franchise, even if it's kind of backhanded and inherently a parody of the franchise. But the aesthetics of the Dreamcast are alive and well in the form of fan projects. Recall the wonderful song that was featured in the hotel part. The translated lyrics tell a somber tale of lost love and longing, which, if you really want to go deep about it, could be a serenade included to illustrate how the dev team felt about Sonic's state in 2015. About how something once cherished has become wicked and far away in their hearts and minds. Or it could just be a neat song they found like including, which has no meaning whatsoever. So what became of Arcane kids now that the cat is out of the bag? They've made a couple other games, and one of its members, Ben Esposito, went on to be the project lead for a bunch of recognizable games like Edith Finch, Tattletale, and Neon White. I've not played any of those games, and I don't think I ever will because none of them look fun. If even for just a moment, Anti-Jeff became real through a mock SegaNet server, the purple grooming victim and husband to Rouge the Bat, father of Tails and Blaze. And I must thank Arcane kids for their hard work to make my OC come to life, and to spread the word of just how Looney Tunes the Sonic community can be. I've been kind of mean to them all throughout the video, but I'm cool with the Sonic community. I don't enjoy most of his games, but the few I do are pretty fun. And there aren't many other examples of such a dedicated, passionate, and abused fan base out there. And at the end of the day, I just feel bad for them, and wish Sega would treat them better. And at least they aren't brownies. With that, I must bid Sonic farewell, for now. I have a lot more Sonic content coming to my Patreon, so join today to see it all. Why don't you stick around to the channel and subscribe to see more coverage of strange, obscure, and weird video games, just like Sonic Dreams Collection. I think I'll be okay with deleting the files for this game off my PC forever because I'm afraid Anti-Jeff will escape and kill me in my sleep. And until we meet again, have a lovely rest of your day. Some time ago, I made a video about the Mario ROM hack called Coronation Day, and I started the video by kind of dunking on a lot of mainstream horror games, which made me look kind of pompous and full of myself in retrospect. What I meant to say is that a lot more of the popular horror franchises out there just don't appeal to me personally. I'm just not engaged with their core mechanics, and the spooks tend to fall a bit flat for me. It's more of a matter of preference for me rather than measuring objective quality. In most cases, at least. There are horror games I enjoy a lot. Some I might even cover on the channel at some point, but they're far and few in between. If the layers of fear and Five Nights at Freddy's of the medium don't quite grip me, then what does? For me, where most of my horror attention goes to are a quaint little genre called RPG Maker horror games. Just hearing the words RPG Maker undoubtedly paints a picture in most people's heads, but for the few who are uninitiated, RPG Maker is a long-running line of software applications that allows literally anybody to use to make their own role-playing games. However, the role-playing aspect can just as easily be ignored, and the engine used to make whatever game the creator feels like in whatever coding language applicable. These horror games have existed for a while, but really blew up around the late 2000s and early 2010s for Western audiences, but have a far more storied history in their native country of Japan. As a blanket statement, the basic objective of most of these horror games is simply to walk around, interact with the map, maybe do some puzzle solving, and make it to the end. Obviously, mileage will vary depending on the game, and not every game perfectly matches that description, but it's a fairly accurate way to describe everything quickly. That description sounds pretty weak and uninviting, but the devil's in the details, because it's misleading for two reasons. The first being that I've lost all confidence in myself to deliver a competent script and have probably made a fool out of myself for trying. And the second being that since anyone can use this program, you get to experience some of the most out there, off-the-chain, unique experiences in the history of the medium of video games. Think about it. These games often come from extremely small teams, if not one person entirely, and they're unrestrained by advertisers or any outside influences to create something wholly their own. These games are what I consider to be uncut gems, which aren't easy to sell to someone, but hold their value in raw passion. They feel much more personal and intimate to play rather than a storied franchise. That's at least how I rationalize my enjoyment of the genre emotionally. Also helps a huge batch of these games are completely free or dirt cheap. Without a doubt, the most famous example of this genre is Yume Nikki, which has been the subject of countless video essays, my own included, which you should watch. The isolation and deeply interpersonal relationship people felt playing this piece of freeware was honestly yet to be matched for me, and part of the reason it had such an effect on me because it was a passion project of a solo, anonymous developer made for his or her own purposes. After I played Yume Nikki, I planned to go on a deep dive into the game and discover if I could find something that matched, if not surpassed, how Yume Nikki made me feel. To do this, I wanted to ask my subscribers what they felt was the most influential RPG Maker horror game, so I could find a game that was made early in the genre's life and sort of branch off from there. The answers I got were interesting, to say the least. Also, thank you for all the answers. I feel really blessed that I have such a small fan base that's always suggesting new things to me. The third most common answer was Omori, which is surprising given how recently it came out by comparison. I haven't played this one yet, and I've heard it's a huge game with a lot of details to comb over, so I'll give it some time before I sink my teeth into it. I did pick up a physical copy for Switch some time ago, though. The runner-up from first place is the Corpse Party franchise, which could easily take the crown of being the exemplar RPG Maker horror series. I remember it blew up on Let's Play YouTube a decade ago. Corpse Party looks like a huge franchise with multiple different installments, remakes, ports, and whatever else, so I'm definitely going to keep my eye on the franchise for now. You can watch Thaf9's video on the series in the meantime, it's probably better than anything I could make. But the number one series people kept listing was Ao Oni, and I had definitely heard that name before. It was pretty popular 10 years ago, but I thought it was just one game. When I did some research, I fell down a deep, dark Ao rabbit hole that stretched so far beyond the scope of what I expected. There's several different versions of the same game, all with wildly different stories and locations, several sequels, fan games, a manga series, a television show, several movies, and even an MMO game developed by It is positively mental how large a reach a piece of freeware can have, even outside of Japan. Imagine a short free game you made when you were 20 years old suddenly becoming a multimedia franchise out of nowhere and you'd never have to leave your house again or ever make money. That's the dream. All of this stemmed from a piece of freeware released in the 2000s by a single developer. I think we have our answer for the most influential RPG Maker horror game. That isn't Yume Nikki, at least. My aim with this video is to cover the Ao Oni video games, or at least most of them, and conclude why I feel like Ao Oni had such a huge impact on people and the genre itself. A follow-up video will eventually come out detailing my similar thoughts on the various adaptations Ao Oni has had throughout the years, including a novel series and several films. No idea when that will come out though. Buckle in, because we're about to go on a wild ride. You know it's even wild.
Hey, Ao Oni here. Hope you guys sub to the channel. Also make sure to give Hey Peter's Patreon a visit, because he just uploaded a video where he gives director's commentary on all his videos, and has been reviewing the Sonic series in his car like the freak he is. I'm only telling you this because he's got 2 different tiers you can subscribe to, one of which gets your name at the end of his videos, but, you know, if you don't, I might have to leave a bag of dog turds on your front step. Sorry, it's just how it's gonna be, man. I can't help it, man.
Let's start with the real basics. Also, ignore whatever the Oni said before. He always tells one truth and one lie. What we call Ao Oni is a freeware horror game developed on RPG Maker 2003 or XP, it's one of those two. Much like Yume Nikki, making it something of a sister game to Kikiyama's magnum opus. Many RPG Maker creators tend to have disconnected lives out of their game development, and Ao Oni creator No Props is no different. Information about him is sparse outside of the land of the rising sun, so forgive me if I've missed anything. He has a semi-active online presence, so he isn't nearly as reclusive as Kikiyama. That's something I greatly admire about this genre, that you can create something that spans multiple games and be a colossal influence to thousands, and never show your face. According to the findings of the Ao Oni wiki, which I will be using as my primary source for most of my info, No Props was an avid developer of RPG Maker throughout the 2000s, even originally developing the first version of the game sometimes in 2004. He's released several games around the late 2000s, but his standout release of Ao Oni, literally translating to Blue Demon in 2008, would completely change his career. Despite only being officially released in Japan, it eventually became such a massive, absurdly gargantuan hit that quickly developed a dedicated fan base, which led to more versions of the game being developed, as well as more translations being added later on. The version of Ao Oni we're likely familiar with, the one you're picturing, the one PewDiePie and Markiplier played, is the 6.23 version that came out in November of 2011, because to my knowledge, it's the only version of the game with an official English translation. Each version is different in its own unique way, so I plan on playing most of them. But how do we go about that? Firstly, we need to follow the installation guide available on the wiki. Given that this game was made on fairly antiquated software, comparatively speaking, it's not going to work flawlessly on modern machines, so we need to adapt. Skip to this timestamp here if you just want to see the game. The installation guide goes as follows. Choose your preferred version from the wiki and install it. You will need the runtime package from RPG Maker XP, which can easily be freely downloaded from their official website. You might also need to change your computer's locale to Japanese. Only maybe though. Don't restart the machine unless you want to try and navigate your computer in Japanese. I'm not quite at the stage of understanding and learning Japanese to play video games, so I will not be doing this. Best case scenario, you install the runtime package and then the game simply runs. Worst case, you're scouting forums on how to run this game. The wiki should have everything you need, just go through each section when you get more roadblocks. Heading back to the chart, you may notice that the first publicly available released version of this game, released in October of 2008, is officially not available in English. That's because the impeccable work of a fan translation group called Memories of Fear. They're mostly famous for translating Corpse Party, but they're also quite into translating obscure RPG Maker games that have yet to get a full localization. They've since retired, but I owe a huge thanks to everyone who worked so hard to make these games playable in my mother tongue. Their translation did fix a few things, like slightly faster text scrolling, and attempting to fix up some of the numerously absurd bugs this release has. Keyword being attempt. I'll talk more about this later. Keep in mind this won't be a perfect play-by-play walkthrough in all the games, so I'll be omitting some locations of keys or items for brevity. There are plenty of walkthroughs out there that will document that for you. Let's boot this baby up and see what all the hype is about. Oh wow, look at that stunning, silent title screen. The game begins with some exposition about rumors of a monster existing inside an old mansion at the edge of town. You play as middle schooler Hiroshi chatting with his best friend Kazuya when they're accosted by a bully named Takuro and his posse, which includes Megumi, who will be somewhat important later in the series. Kuro harasses you and your friend into coming inside the abandoned mansion. The sound of something shattering gets Hiroshi to investigate further into the house, which finally lets you control the game. Also heads up, press Alt and Enter to fully screen older RPG Maker games. First and foremost, save right now, and save often. It is incredibly easy to die very, very quickly in 1.1 and lose a lot of progress. So anytime you gain a new item or progress further, save the game. Something you'll notice is that there is a ton of leftover RPG Maker stuff in this game that never comes up. Skills, stats that don't matter, a whole equipment section. You only ever use the item part of this game, so I'm not sure why No Props left all this in. Something you will also notice is that the whole mansion basically looks the same. All the flooring is the same, the doors are copy-pasted, which makes everything blend in together, and basically nothing stands out. It's a small mansion that takes maybe 2 to 3 minutes to explore, although once the locked doors are opened, but those locked doors get gradually opened over time. Meaning that for a huge majority of the game, you're walking around a mansion with no clue where to go, inspecting locked doors that all look exactly the same. You gradually gain keys as you progress. Some are found on tables or corpses. while others require the power of observation gifted from the Lord. Not once will there be a clue or hint or any reasonable suspicion that a table or object can be pushed aside to reveal something that is absolutely critical and compulsory to beating the game. This is all to say that without a guide, you will be spending the entire time looking around the same drab, boring house, praying you can find a door that looks exactly the same as every other door that happened to have a key you can use. With all this in mind, how does the game actually play? When you take control of Hiroshi, you'll find that the strange noise you heard was just a plate. But when we get a scene of something attacking the remaining group, I really like this section. We're getting a thermal vision view of whatever monster inside attacking a bunch of school children, and it looks really well done for RPG Maker XP. We return to the mansion to find the group has scattered, and that we mysteriously are unable to leave the mansion. We have two objectives. 1, find Kazuya, and 2, escape. We have to scour over the featureless, bland mansion until we reach a room that has one of the bullies, Takeshi, cowering in a cabinet, unable to be reasoned with. Curiously, if you try and spot him after any other story or event, he will mysteriously be gone. Head to the first floor and find the bathroom, and make the wild assumption that you can drain the bathtub, which leads you to finding the first corpse of one of the bullies, who conveniently has the library key on him. Loot his corpse and find the library. Where is the library? The only way to find out is by reading the key's description in the menu, because you can't tell what anything is by looking at it. Everything is just unlabeled sprites. Surely we could get some more unique doors, or just label some of the rooms instead of making someone waste their time checking every single door until one of them works. Inside the library is... there he is! The one, the only, true blue, Ao Oni. So, let's address the elephant in the room. Firstly, he's purple, not blue. What the hell? Secondly, it's kind of insane that after we got a nice build-up to him at the start, and now he's just casually roaming the area like it ain't no thing. Thirdly, just look at him. What can you say about the Oni that hasn't already been said already? He's yandere dev, he looks like the monster made from Lean, he looks like Playboy Cardi, etc. He looks like the opposite of scary, he looks silly, goofy even. But I think this works to the game's favor. Think about it. If he was just a generic scary monster, would the game have blown up as much as it did? Perhaps because he looks like a Wojak is partially why people began to take notice of this little freeware title. According to an interview conducted for the official Ao Oni guidebook, which is more of a series compendium, states that no props actually illustrated the Oni's head rather than manipulating a stock photo. It makes me see the Oni in a whole new light, because he looks like he's somewhere on a 6 out of a 10 scale for the Uncanny Valley, which is made more impressive that No Props was able to make such a remarkable drawing for a game full of RPG Maker assets. That's how I see it anyways. Future Peter here. When I was editing, I found a claim on Reddit, of all places, that according to No Props on a Nico Nico video, which I don't think is cited, the face is actually an edited picture of Junji Takeda, a Japanese actor who was in a lot of movies I've never seen, except for Ice Age Meltdown. I did see that one. I have like no evidence to support or back up this claim other than I saw a Reddit comment, but I thought it was interesting. Once we take this bedroom key, we enter the main gameplay of Ao Oni, avoiding the Ao Oni. Every iteration of this game has both scripted and random chase sequences, where you have to avoid the Oni at all costs or get a game over. On paper, this works fine. In practice, it's a broken, buggy, unsatisfying mess. The gist of it is that the Oni tracks your movements, and is slightly slower than you are, meaning you should be able to dodge and weave around it while it chases you throughout the entire mansion. I honestly don't know if there's supposed to be a timer or other method to make the Oni go away and stop chasing you so you can play the game, but I will tell you how to avoid the Oni 100% of the time, every time. Whenever he chases you, at any point in the game, just go to the library, get him on the left side of the wall while you're on the right, leave the room, and he despawns. It makes the various scripted encounters a lot less tense knowing that this is the easiest and most commonly available way to dispose of the Oni, while unscripted random chases where the Oni just shows up out of nowhere and blindsiding you, instantly killing you. Yes, damage numbers do sometimes show up when he gets you. He can also sometimes go through walls without warning. Did I mention 1.1 is buggy? Take note of the chase music. It's an incredibly basic loop, but it sounds tense enough to get your ass in motion and is basically the default theme for the franchise. I don't find it personally that scary, but apparently everyone else who played this game forever ago did, because it's just about in every single promotional thing Ao Oni related. Megami has locked herself inside of the bedroom and refuses to leave, so we just leave her there and continue exploring. I really hope you like clicking on everything, because you just have to click on this table here to get the second floor to get the attic key, which leads you to a room where you get another key and a flashlight. An incredibly janky item you have to manually select on highly specific spots to get other items, which begs the question why it even exists if it's just going to roadblock an item you could have just gotten like the rest. The flashlight is used in maybe 3 spots of the entire game. Flash forward to the room where the cage we need to enter. There's a really great moment of surprisingly fluid animation of the Oni grabbing onto the cell you're in and trying to get inside, but failing. It looks really smooth and well done, and I would honestly say this specific part holds up pretty well after almost 20 years. Unfortunately, the rest of the game feels nothing like this. Why does he have a detailed ass?
He loves this fat ass.
This specific moment is on nearly every thumbnail for the game back in the day, so I think it's fair to say that this is the most iconic and spooky moment the game has to offer. After many other rooms and keys, you meet up back with Takuro, who fills you in on the situation and gives you the bedroom key so he can go see Megami. The second you leave the room, and I mean the instant, Takuro dies at the hands of the Oni, who just walks away. Dude had the key for 1 second and died. At least we can loot the key back from his corpse. Megami has no new dialogue, which I feel is a huge missed opportunity. Why have this character around for the whole game if she isn't going to say anything new? We got a basement key somewhere, so we find a room with a photograph of an identified family. And a shovel, an item that works similarly to the flashlight and is used even less. We have to quickly hide inside the cabin unless we... what does the Oni even do to us? Does he eat us? Does he kill us? We find an underground tunnel that leads to a rope along the wall that should be our escape. Nobly, Hiroshi decides not to save himself right away until he finds Kazuya and Megami, which means we have to go all the way back to the bedroom, eat her, and then go back to the tunnel, all while avoiding the Oni. I find it a little bit weird the party members don't follow behind you in this game. Kind of looks like every other character just gets absorbed into Hiroshi. Suddenly, we wake up as Kazuya, who apparently just slept through everything in another bathroom. If that wasn't weird enough, he just walks out of the door scot-free. What? I thought it was like magically locked or something. Why can Kazuya just leave? No time for that, because it's back to Hiroshi. We run down the tunnel, but uh-oh. The Oni beat us and ate the rope. Now what? Switch back to Kazuya, who finds another rope at a nearby cabin and lays it down a well. Not because he heard or saw his friends, but because that's just what you need to do to beat the game. It's very abrupt, but I really like the switching characters part of the game. Really helps sell the idea of Hiroshi and Kazuya being friends and exploring different parts of the mansion together, even if it feels a bit haphazard. You, yet again, have to head down the tunnel as Hiroshi, and climb the rope to finally beat the game. If that sounded sudden, it's because it was. Ao Oni 1.1 just flatly ends right there with some text explaining that the 3 survivors got away, and that Hiroshi still has the photograph of the family with him, which implies nothing and leads to nothing. It's very dull that something that seems like foreshadowing or reveal ends up being literally nothing. Like No Props forgot to include something later on and just never did it, then accidentally released the game. All in all, 1.1 doesn't give me a hugely positive impression. If you know what you're doing, you can be done with this game in less than half an hour. Despite clocking in at such a short time, the game felt way too long, because once you get the hang of the Oni chasing mechanics, the game follows a really simple and drab system of just finding the next item and outrunning the Oni. The chases are scary for the second and third time, but it's not like Outlast where it's dramatically different locations. You just have to use the arrow keys to walk around him, which kind of ruins the scare factor. There aren't a lot of absurd lows, but not a lot of highs either. It just kind of feels like an unfinished RPG Maker game made by an amateur. Which is fine, everyone starts somewhere, and I think even the most mediocre of RPG Maker games still have their charm and worth to them, but 1.1 manages to fall a little bit short of that again because of how old it is, requiring so much setup and workaround to play something not very entertaining. I'm sorry to all the 1.1 purists out there, but this game is kind of just mediocre, and I'm not interested in playing it again. It's kind of hard to find sources on how much this particular version blew up, but I think it had the least fanfare. It still occupied similar spaces as Yume Nikki, but with receiving several updates and being released around the same time. And speaking of updates, .3.0 released on March 2009, less than a full year after its older Oni brother. I can only assume that No Props had a fresh pair of eyes after the initial release and decided to tweak the game more. Once again, only released in Japanese, which is all the case but for one. But this time, I'm playing AdPro's translations, someone who has translated just about every version of Ao Oni, whom I will be relying on for this version as well as 5.2. I'll be honest, I really dislike 3.0. Really passionately detest 3.0. It's not fun. But how can that be? You'd think No Props can only go up and improve from the last time. Well, I'll take it through you slow. We open on some familiar exposition about a mansion near the woods. This old guy is inside the infamous mansion and is unable to get out, and the Oni gets him. Who this is never explained. This time around, our cast has changed. Hiroshi, Takeshi, Takuro, and Megumi, now renamed Mika, are seemingly friends now. Also, Kazuya has been seemingly erased from existence. Rest in peace, sweet prince. They talk about the rumors of the monster living inside, which Hiroshi, now sporting a substantial glow-up, saying is total nonsense and investigates the sound of glass breaking. What I want to highlight are the insanely mismatched character portraits everyone has. This was not done stylistically, I think, but because No Props just found random pictures on the internet and plugged them into the game. This is why Hiroshi looks like Uryu from Bleach's dad, and why Takeshi looks like a WikiHow character. I'm kind of undecided if I find the portraits unbelievingly charming or lazy. I think all the best games are regarded as both simultaneously, though. The basic setup is the same. Find your friends, then find a way out. You'll notice when you start playing that the mansion layout is quite different from last time around. There's a couple all-new rooms for you to enjoy, and other rooms have been cycled around the house to spice things up. Don't get up from your seats now, because it still runs into the exact same problem of everything in the house looking exactly the same, which I think I enjoyed even less than 1.1. 3.0 has a problem. A big, pulsating, purple problem, and it's the incredible bulk over here. Remember how the Oni was remarkably stupid in 1.1 and would get stuck on everything and almost never catch you? To compensate for this, 3.0's Oni is much smarter, able to cut you off and weave around objects with ease. However, I felt that this was greatly overcorrected, because instead of being too easy, it's often far too challenging and tedious to simply escape the Oni. The library technique doesn't work anymore because the room has changed so much just to avoid it. So how do you escape the Oni? The intended method is to outpace him and keep going in and out of rooms until he stops chasing you, which feels kind of nebulous in which he vanishes. Or you could hide in these cabinets scattered around the mansion. The cabinets, however, are a double-edged sword. On one hand, the lack of graphics while inside and hiding, only being able to use your ears to tell if the Oni is there, is brilliant, but is incredibly finicky. The Oni cannot be in the room when you try and hide. I really like this game over. It gives you no time to breathe and is honestly a very effective scare. This is where the positives I have with the game end. Sometimes, when the Oni is supposed to exit the room, he just doesn't, and gets to kill you instantly if you try and hide again. If you like the cabinets, you have to run across the entire map just to find one of them, which means dodging the much harder to grapple with Oni, who will instantly kill you if you come even a hair too close. 1.1 had a lot of emphasis on keys and trying to find them, while 3.0 dramatically increases the Oni chase sequences, which ends up being this game's downfall. Exploration wasn't super riveting to begin with, but being frustrated with an irritating and drawn-out chase sequence legitimately every 5 minutes or less grinds the pacing to a squealing halt. 3.0 only lasts around 35 minutes, and I can vividly recall that half of that time was just sharking around the map because the Oni was after me. There are way too many chase sequences, and you have to go through all of that just to be led to an empty room you have to spend several minutes in to see if it has a key or not.
Hey man, it's not my fault you can't dodge me. Sounds like you should just save skill every 5 seconds, just hope for the best.
Shut up, that's not fun. However, there's more to discuss. There's actually 2 whole puzzles in the game. Neither of them are very fun. The first involves you inputting a code into a safe by finding 2 sets of numbers, while the other at the very end is just one of those puzzles you can brute force by making all the spots the right color to open the door. They're basic, but the first puzzle at least encourages exploration and looking for secrets, while the other serves little purpose other than just waste your time. Despite having more friends, legend friends that is, he doesn't react much to seeing them killed one by one, or even have much dialogue with them. The script was far more riveting in 1.1, because I at least was a little bit invested in Hiroshi and Kazuya's friendship. These clowns in 3.0 feel like total fodder. I will say I laughed hard at Takeshi saying Mika will die first because she's weak, then the Oni casually decapitates Takuro. Also, I refuse to believe they are middle schoolers. No child looks like this. Okay, that was a bit harsh to say there's nothing going on in the game character-wise. Hiroshi gets 1 or 2 moments of character development. When you find the rope in the underground tunnel, like in the previous version, you're actually given the choice to either go back and find Takeshi and Mika, or escape yourself. Here's what happens if you choose to be selfish. Did you catch it? When we retrieve the other 2, the Oni eats the rope like last time, and Takeshi bites the dust, while Mika runs somewhere else in panic. Exhausted from everything, Hiroshi decides to take a nap. Why he had so much confidence to sleep in a random bed while actively being pursued by Yandere Dev is beyond me. He is shortly confronted by the Oni, who can apparently speak, but is just Naoki in disguise. Who is Naoki?
Who is this guy?
Also, apparently it's his birthday, and everyone comes back to life just for him. Just kidding, he was dreaming the whole time. I guess Hiroshi wasn't as stone cold as I thought he was, and indeed felt sad that his friends died. Probably because he's 11. Oh, I didn't show how Mika died yet, did I? She gets stomped by this lovely fella, our second Oni. His name is Squanto, and he's hilarious. He's so much bigger than the original Oni, which makes the chase he gives kind of intimidating by comparison, because he takes up so much space that you can barely tell if he's going to catch you or not. Once we solve the final puzzle, the upper floors of the mansion become strange and wavy, and we find the best room in the entire franchise, the Oni room. A whole caged-off section of freakish purple creatures of all sorts of shapes and sizes just sitting there, floating, making vague eye contact with you. Who locked them in here? What's actually going on inside this house? We have to let this sludgy eyeball Oni slowly slither towards us so we can grab the key to the front door, and finally escape the mansion through the front door, with all of our friends dead. Before we make it, the original Oni, who hasn't been locked up, has some words for us. What is he saying? Once we unlock the front door and run inside, the game is finished. I've already described most of the problems I have with this version, but there's a pervading curiosity, is that Ao Oni actually raises some potentially interesting ideas and then just does nothing with them. Not in the sense that it's left ambiguous per se, it's that just the beginning stages of an idea are there with no leads and nothing is done with it, making me question why it's even here. Who was the old man at the start? What's the deal with the Onis? Why are most of them locked up in a room? What was in the photograph in 1.1? Given how short the game is, you certainly don't need to explain everything. You can get away with not giving the Oni extensive lore, but it feels weird that it's like the beginning stages of an idea that was instantly dropped once included. Overall, 3.0 has some marginal improvements over 1.1, but its flaws made me unable to enjoy it as much as 1.1. The first edition was just a bit dull with having to explore every inch of the house, while 3.0 felt frustrating to play because you still had a little bit of blind luck in guessing where objects are, but also be harassed by the Oni every couple seconds. We're only halfway through the available releases, so don't go anywhere. Things go up from here. You'll notice that I skipped versions of 4.2. That's because 4.2 and 6.03 for that matter are actually demo versions meant to tease the upcoming games, just so you can get earlier access to running around the slightly redone mansion for the 5th or 6th time. 5.2 has been provided by the efforts of AdPro once again in English, so let's hop into it. 5.2 was released in October of 2009, making it the second version to be released within a year of 1.1 coming out. I can only imagine No Props opening up RPG Maker again, and modifying the original project once more. It's a bit strange he keeps making little changes to the same project, because he's made other games that aren't Ao Oni that I should probably play at some point. 5.2 is kind of strange to talk about because I feel like it's what 3.0 should have been. On the surface, it looks about the same, but with the opening cutscene of the old man being removed and the same 4 characters entering the mansion. Something you'll notice is that the mansion's design has been drastically scaled back. All the hallways are drastically shorter, along with room locations once again being switched around. This addresses a huge complaint I've had with the past 2 versions of the mansion being unremarkable and not very fun to navigate. You only have to remember the rooms because the hallways are so short, which makes searching for items a lot more tolerable. The mansion itself got quite the facelift too. Some sections of the house actually have different colored floorboards. And there's new assets. Oh god, I'm happy. I can tell rooms apart now. There's a part where the entire house loses power and you have to switch a breaker, which makes navigating the mansion feel even creepier and challenges your perception of it. An excellent move. Hell, even the items are a lot more cleverly designed. You can interact with the plate at the very beginning to pick up a shard that's used several times throughout the game. Items are found in much more reasonable places like cabinets. You can even get some light crafting mechanics by pressing everything in the item menu together. No Props even got rid of all the unused menu options in the last 2 games. It also has 3 endings, where you're offered a chance to escape. Hiroshi can actually ditch all his friends and escape alone, or you can travel throughout the entire mansion to put them into your party and evade the Oni to get the best ending that has actual character development. This all sounds tremendous, but like with every other version of Ao Oni, it's not without new flaws. The shortened mansion is fine to traverse, except when you're being chased by the Oni, because you basically have no room to try and avoid him. The only method I found that properly works is always running the library again, because it's the only room big enough to not instantly die in. So just weave around the shelves for like 20 seconds and then leave. Then you'll be good. I don't think the Oni is nearly as painful to work around as 3.0, but the random encounters can definitely suck ass.
I appreciate that, man. I've been working on growing as a person. An Oni, I guess.
The biggest, most glaring problem with the game is its puzzles. They're more in-depth, more complicated, and take some brain power to figure out. The issue arises when all of them either make no sense or rely on literal random number generation to work. The most infamous example is the piano puzzle that gives you numbers you need to enter into a door in the attic, but those aren't in the proper order. I don't even fully understand what's going on, so I'll just let the wiki explain for me. Just look at this. Just reading all this makes my head spin. You have a possible combination of 10 numbers to put into the code, but you only get around 2 chances to put it in, because the Oni immediately spawns behind you and will kill you if you don't get it right. And when you do, you still have to evade the Oni right away. I will be totally truthful, I stopped playing at this segment. The process to get the potential numbers completely crushed my desire to continue with 5.2. These numbers were consistent in 3.0. Why did No Props decide to make them random? It's such a painful adjustment for no reason. This is why I credited Red Pikmin, because at this point I just watched him play the game after I stopped here. There's something I need to get my chest off about this game. No, this series. Every time there's an improvement in a different version, something else goes wrong and is much worse than last time. And as of 2009, there wasn't really a definitive version of Ao Oni. Not one version has the charm of 1.1, the map of 5.2, and the nothing of 3.0. The Oni room isn't even in 5.2, it got removed. What gives? That was like the only good thing in the last game. I also find it weird that No Props sticks to exact same elements, like Takeshi hiding in the closet in every single game. It's not really a complaint, mind you, it's more of just an observation. He's really into the idea of a plate breaking being the reason why the group splits up. It's hard to tell how large Ao Oni had become in 2009, but I can confidently say it picked up a fairly sizable audience for a game of its type, because fan games were beginning to prop up around this time. There's a particularly interesting fan game series called Kagame Oni, which acts as fan sequels to 5.2, following the same characters. You might have heard the name from the infamous Worst Chase Music Ever video. Kagame Oni is kind of a rabbit hole that could be its own video entirely, so I'll leave it alone for now. Go check out Strihiryu on YouTube if you want to know more about this game, as well as a ton of other Ao Oni and RPG Maker game content. This is it, what you've all been waiting for. Version 6.23 is far and above the most famous and influential Ao Oni game, as well as being the final version. It came out in 2011, 2 years after 5.2, and sports about triple the file size of its older sister game. The game was actually fully released and translated in English as well as Italian, hosted by No Props himself, while the English translation work was done by someone named JMU. I'll cut to the chase and say it. Version 6.23 is not only the best way to play Ao Oni, but a genuinely fun and pulse-pounding game in its own right. Just about every criticism I had with the previous versions have been addressed, and the game has flourished into something wonderful. Right as you start, you get to name Hiroshi, which has a lot of implications that don't come up until later, literally at the end of the game. All of the characters are acting as suspected, but take a look at the new portraits. They're all drawn in the same art style for once. Still don't look even remotely like middle schoolers. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of these portraits. They stand out a whole lot less than whatever was going on with previous versions, and they just kind of look bland rather than charmingly mishmashed. Also, whoa, that translation is pretty, interesting. It's entirely serviceable, and at no point can you not tell what's going on, but I don't know if it's just me, but the punctuation seems to have taken a big hit. Everyone speaks so awkwardly to each other, but I find it kind of charming, and I think a lot of other people do. I think part of the appeal of this franchise in the West is funny, spooky Japanese game, so the weird formatting of the text is hardly an issue. Not like the dialogue is critical to the story or gameplay anyways. Somehow, the mansion has been even more condensed, and another layout change happened. This carries all the positives that 5.2 had, but with one key difference. The Oni is actually fair this time around. No Props must have altered the AI again or made his area of effect for getting a game over way less strict, because he is much less horrible to work with. Gone are the days of running to the library or hiding in closets, because the mansion is laid out in such a way that a quickly running through doors in separate buildings works much better with getting the Oni off your trail. Yes, I said separate buildings. Building off of what 5.2 did, 6.23 has several different varied locations that all look different from one another, that have their own separate puzzles and aesthetics, for the most part. This does wonders, not just for evading the Oni, but for helping you feel like you're progressing more than just entering the basement to climb out of the same tunnel again and again. The puzzles of 5.2 were some of the most frustrating, tedious, and nonsensical things I'd ever seen, but 6.23 does away with most of them. Literally, most of the annoying puzzles are flat out removed in place of much better puzzles. Look at the piano puzzle. They cut down the amount of answers in half, making brute forcing it so much easier. A prime example for a puzzle is this room right here. You're given a disc that has a bunch of colors, and this room has several buttons of the same colors. You aren't told, but when you see the segmentation on each colored part, the gears in your head are starting to turn. Press each button by color coordination, and then you get in. This is a pretty easy puzzle, so I don't mean to go all Bioshock Infinite on you and claim this game's puzzles are for 400 IQ gamers. But I feel I should at least showcase the huge leap forward No Props has made with his puzzle design. Something that has also been a huge glow up is the Oni himself. He doesn't just pop out of doors now, he bursts through the floors and out of much more unexpected locations, which makes the scares a lot more effective and unpredictable, combined with a much better balance of exploration, puzzle solving, and Oni chases, which makes for a very satisfying package. Curiously, you aren't given the option to save all of your friends or escape selfishly, which I feel is hugely disappointing, but this isn't without an upside. When Mika dies first, you can see her do something incredible. Her limp body transforms into another Oni and is added as a second chaser you need to avoid. From that point on, the original Bald Oni or the Mika Oni can chase you, and this is a marvelous change. The added difficulty is well balanced and feels earned, makes you feel even more desperate to escape, knowing that if you die, you become an Oni somehow. Takeshi is even driven to Crooked Man himself because of the stress of being inside the mansion. He's like 11 or 12 years old, which just makes the whole scenario super dark. And he becomes an Oni as soon as you leave the room and chases you. The most wild scenario is Takuro's, because you find him in a closet in the lower levels, hiding because he's hurt his ankle. You collect him to escape together, but the Oni ate the rope, and Takuro tripped and fell like Takeshi did in 3.0 because of his bum ankle, but we don't see what happens. Takuro shows up later on and forcefully joins your party, and near the very end of the game, during the last puzzle I think, which sucks, I hate the blue pieces puzzle, he literally turns into an Oni inside your character menu when you go to retrieve your item and begins to chase you. The last 5 minutes of the game proves No Props is holding nothing back from scaring you, and I love it. Ao Oni takes advantage of the fact it's a video game to deliver a lot of unique scares that other mediums simply cannot do. Every so often we get a really out there jump scare that a lot of games just don't do. I think Ao Oni is impressive for having very effective jump scares, something that is so often lambasted for being cheap and lazy. The Onis, all of them, can appear through any door, or Lord knows where else, which makes you feel tense the entire time you play the game, not knowing when any of them can come out and start chasing you. 6.23 can easily last over an hour, making it feel so much more satisfying to beat all of the puzzles, outrun all of the Onis, and escape with your life. They even added back the Oni room, which is actually very creepy, because some of the Onis break out of the cage, and when you leave and come back, all of them are completely gone in seconds, and you have to get back in the cage to retrieve a required item. Dead people turning into Onis is pretty interesting, and sets up some implications that will not be used, which stinks because this little man here should be included in more things. This is Blockman, and he's the hardest Oni creature in the franchise because he bum rushes you so fast. Once you beat the game, we're given... Wait, is that a password? Do you remember that you can name Hiroshi? Well, that's actually a password screen, where you can enter a variety of passwords given upon completing the game that changes various events or adds new features. This is an amazing system. It rewards you for completing the game by changing something ever so slightly to encourage replaying it. The more you play, the game becomes quicker because you will memorize the layout even further, memorize the puzzles even more, and amass a notepad document full of secret codes. The one I got first was Blockman, which changes the regular Oni's encounters to be Blockman encounters, which acts as a difficulty adjustment. There are a couple different codes, like God Mode, that makes you immune to game overs, with the exception of 1 or 2 scripted scenarios. My favorites are the JMU code, which add the English translator as an NPC to the game. I think you can even turn him into an Oni. And this specific code is absurd. Type South Park and there's an entirely different game hidden inside where everyone is depicted as South Park characters, even the Oni. It's more of an in-depth joke and is like maybe 10 minutes long. But how could you not love this? Imagine thinking, what does my horror game not have? Oh yeah, a South Park version. I think more games should have South Park versions. Imagine Euphoria having a South Park mode. Actually, don't imagine that. With all this being said and done, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that the 2010s experienced an explosion of popularity for Ao Oni, far beyond what anyone, even no props, could have anticipated. It positively blew up in Japan, becoming a gaming phenomenon that people would force their friends to play on websites like Nico Nico. Its background music quickly got spread everywhere, and the iconic visage of the Oni himself became a mainstream representative of RPG Maker horror games, like a pseudo-mascot. There are so many Ao Oni fan games floating around that it simply isn't feasible to try and list a few without neglecting others. There are entire wikis entirely dedicated to categorizing Ao Oni fan games. I used to watch so many fan game playthroughs by somewhat ordinary gamers back in the day that it isn't even funny. People from around the world, but especially Koreans for some reason, showed their love for the game by making their own, either by creating a fan sequel or a whole new scenario and location with an original Oni design once they bought RPG Maker XP. In the West, it similarly blew up primarily because it was during the age where YouTube and other hosting sites began to experience their heyday, and people who were getting their foot in the door became colossal internet personalities. Like PewDiePie, Markiplier, Corey Kenshin helped spread the game even further. It's a bit difficult for me to give you a 100% definitive answer for the rise of the series because all the details are either over a decade old or aren't properly documented in English. But I can safely say, if something is popular in America and Japan at the same time, chances are it's going to become a worldwide thing, and Ao Oni had a lot going for it. It was completely free, could run on just about any computer, and was simply a fun horror game that didn't require an iron stomach or 400 IQ to play. I really think this is the reason why Ao Oni blew up. It's just a simple horror game that's fun to play or watch someone else play. It caught on with young people because of the influences and being free, especially in the West when RPG Maker games weren't super commonplace. It had weird monster designs, it was kind of scary, all the things were there for this to blow up.
Yeah, that's right, white boy. Don't you ever insult me in my games ever again, punk.
Okay, let's not make strange gaming racially charged, please. Maybe I alone feel this way, but it sits in a very different place compared to the other RPG Maker games, even ones that came out around the same time as 6.23. Something like Mad Father or Ebe has a totally different following. I would argue Ao Oni is closer to games like Slender than other RPG Maker games. It was something that could easily be shared around and earned a lot of bombastic reactions, which were all the rage in early 2010s internet. I've seen a lot of comments about people wishing for the good old days back, and I expect to get more of those comments echoing the same sentiment on that video. Ao Oni was simply just a fixture of early YouTube horror. By the way, if you're looking for more of those vibes for games like these, my channel is basically all about that, so stick around. I think it's incredibly interesting that all of its previous versions are so heavily documented and distributed. You don't see that a lot with other games of similar builds. Something like Yume Nikki has previous versions with new stuff added in each one, but the minor differences and details of each version of Ao Oni is unique, let you chart out no props history as a game developer. Having played all the versions of the first game, I don't know if I'd recommend all of them. I already skipped over the demo versions, which are by definition unfinished, but I wouldn't recommend playing 3.0 or 5.2 because they just don't measure up to 1.1 and 6.23 in both small and large ways. 5.2 is just an inferior version of 6.23, and 3.0 sucks in general. At least with 1.1, you get the unmatched charm of seeing something made and released in 2000s compared to a couple years later in 2011. People began to take notice of how much the internet spread around Ao Oni, and within a few years, we were getting adaptations. A light novel series was penned as early as 2013. 2014 is when we started to get films, and past that is when games began to be developed and released for Ao Oni, all of which weren't developed by no props, but rather officially licensed, meaning other people had to pay him to use Ao Oni as a brand. Right now, there is currently a running MMO based off of Ao Oni that has crossovers with The Ring and various other anime. I'm not joking, look this up. The most recent game to my knowledge is Ao Oni X that came out in 2020. This all seems amazing that such a small free game with basically no story could reach such a point, where companies are begging you to license it, getting movies made about it, having this funny little California grapefruit become a popular character recognized by people around the world. But what if I told you this is where a problem began to prop up? But before that, let's decompress a bit. We've been here for a while, and you're going to want to take a breather, so sit back and relax, and we'll be alright. We'll be right back. There's one massive, damning catch to this franchise past this point. The vast majority of it is only in Japanese. Now, this doesn't seem like much of a problem. The game has always been in Japanese, so how is that an issue? Obviously, it's immensely popular in Japan, but if you only focus on that one country, you neglect a huge swath of the fan base that exists not only in America, but the greater world. It is inarguable that America was at least partly responsible for the huge boom of the series, but a huge majority of the content available for the franchise simply isn't translated, leaving English speakers largely in the dust. But what are we missing out? A prime example, and perhaps the only really applicable example, is Ao Oni 2, which came out in 2016. A lot of people might not have even known that there is literally a game just called Ao Oni 2. There's hardly any coverage of it on English YouTube, so I'll introduce everyone to this one slowly. Take my hand and I'll guide you through it. This is an officially developed sequel made by a company called Litmus that I've never heard of before. Not entirely sure if No Props was co-developing, or if he just advertised it, or if he was involved at all past his name, because all of those details are exclusively in Japanese. Here's the catch. This game wasn't made in RPG Maker, and it's only on mobile devices. I hope some people at home are starting to understand why I felt comparing to Ao Oni to Slender was more just than RPG Maker. Because 6.23, to my knowledge, is the last time Ao Oni was ever made with RPG Maker. Don't interpret that as me saying Ao Oni sold out or anything like that, but I do feel that a piece of itself was a little fragmented with the change. What is it made on now? Who cares? Something you'll notice right away is that you are flooded, absolutely swamped with the most aggressive and in-your-face ads I've ever seen. Gameplay can be outright interrupted by invasive ads for some Indian scam mobile game. There's always ads at the bottom of the screen. There's ads in the menu while you're trying to solve puzzles. I would hope being interrupted by advertisements would insist upon itself, but I will still explain why I think this sucks. I'm very much out of the loop with mobile games, but as far as I understand, this is par for the course. I don't care, this is obnoxious and it breaks the pacing of a horror game completely in two. I don't care if other games do it, being free to play really isn't all that great in the scheme of not being able to play the game for 2 minutes straight without being reminded of Uber Eats and BLM.
Come on, man, that's not how Mafia works. Don't you want to play that fake Pokemon Amori game?
I really wish that game was real. When did we get so comfortable with letting ads take over games like this? Is it because the game is free? Does it just happen so often that people wave their hands because it's a free mobile game, exempting any possibility of a mobile game being considered a real video game? That's not the end of my issues with Ao Oni 2. Secondly, being a mobile game, it relies solely on touchscreen controls, which works fine for interacting with menus, but trying to control Hiroshi is horrible because your fingers are going to slide all over the screen, which makes precise inputs something critical to playing the game, and especially running and hiding from the Oni, which is made about as much fun as an at-home vasectomy. The cursor can outright cover the gameplay, which can really screw you over during a tense moment, but if you turn the cursor off, have fun trying to make Hiroshi move in a predictable direction, much less avoid instant death. So the movement of the game is doomed by default, and you're constantly pestered with awful advertisements. Is there any positives this game has? Well, for starters, we're in a new location. Hiroshi and the gang go inside of an abandoned school to investigate rumors of a blue monster inside, which offers us a new location. If you're wondering why Hiroshi's friends are suddenly alive, I can't tell you that. I don't think Ao Oni 2 is officially a narrative sequel, but I can't really tell you if it's a reimagining or anything of the sort. The school does look pretty good and stands out from the mansion we're used to, which I had gotten fairly tired of after binging the series so much. Gives me real, no, I can't say Corpse Party vibe, that's way too basic of a reference. Gives me the Coma vibes for how popular the series is. There isn't a consistent story like any of the games. It always picks up with a group of middle schoolers investigating an abandoned building, and then nothing happens with any of the epilogues. You know what the craziest thing about this game is? It has gacha mechanics. I know how that sounds, but it's honestly not that bad. You can find collections of coin items throughout the story that you can only obtain after being forced to watch an ad, mind you, that let you roll for masks, which act as cosmetics for the Oni. They don't seem to change gameplay in any way, and I don't think there's an option to use real currency, so I'm honestly okay with it being in the game. I think the only thing you can pay for are the 3x and 5x speed modes, which act as turbo modes for the game. Why would you want that on mobile controls? Every time you beat the game or die, you get an option to share your score, because the game acts kind of like an arcade, where you compare final scores with other players to see who was able to beat the game fastest and with the fewest saves. I think Ao Oni 2 clocks in at around an hour, maybe an hour and a half if you take your time. I say I think because, honestly, I didn't get very far in the game. I kind of glossed over it, but the two biggest problems I had with this game, the movement and the advertisements, completely destroyed any interest I had in solving the puzzles, which is a huge shame because there's a fair few things I like about this release. I love how the menus imitate how the original menus look despite not being made in RPG Maker. I love the sound design. The classic Oni chase theme has been given excellent recomposition and sounds perfectly dramatic and fresh while keeping true to its simple roots. You can outright ask for hints at any point in the game for exploration and puzzles, which I didn't think was entirely warranted, but if you want to stomach more ads, you can get your tips in if you can't figure out how the puzzles worked. It even links a walkthrough site, which I think is pretty funny. Did I even mention the multiple playable characters? I think by completing the game a couple times, you get to unlock multiple characters. They have shorter routes, but I think that's a really great idea that allows the characters to be fleshed out more, something that Cast has desperately needed ever since the game came out. That's all fine and good, but when the game requires you to give yourself carpal tunnel to play, I don't really know if I want to play the game 6 times to see everything. And for another reason I'll elaborate on later, whatever the story leads to doesn't really matter for an English-speaking audience. I know I can always get a proper game controller and one of those ugly clip-on devices to play without wanting to die, but do I really need to get so many peripherals just to play this game competently? Is it really worth looking like a tool to do so? You know what the Ao Oni mobile games remind me of? The original HD ports for Final Fantasy V and VI. For years, those were the most supported versions of 5 and 6, so people just had to tolerate that they looked ugly because it was all we had besides the Game Boy Advance versions or the Super Nintendo originals. Unlike 5 and 6, there was no pixel remaster, because Ao Oni 2 is stuck on mobile devices. And you know what the craziest thing is? This isn't the only game like that. Currently, there is Ao Oni 3, Ao Oni X, a full remake of the original Ao Oni, and an MMO game, all locked to mobile devices. And to twist the knife further, every one of those are in Japanese, untranslated. Do you know why people who are big into horror game scene, the 2000s and 2010s, always refer to Ao Oni in the past tense? Because they probably have no idea that it's a whole franchise that is still being updated to this day, but simply not translated for them, or playable in a comfortable fashion. That begs the question, why? Why did they stop at Ao Oni 2? Perhaps they felt that Western fans didn't contribute enough to the series at that point? I can understand that because, as it stands, Japan and perhaps Korea are probably like 80% of its current fan base who pays, but it all seems kind of inconsistent. The latest translated thing for Ao Oni has been the light novels, which completed sometime around 2019. So it's not like the brand as a whole has been abandoned for the West, but perhaps delayed or just not as big as a priority. This is only half of my case as to why Ao Oni simply isn't as popular as it could have been in the West. The second reason being it simply isn't keeping up with the times. The first game is unique in that it still has a bit of decent staying power in the minds of people around today as an old school RPG Maker horror game that influenced so many after it. But think about all the other games that came out around its time. Most of those got ported to Steam in the early 2010s, if not fully remade at some point and sold on modern consoles. Ao Oni as a franchise has never touched Steam, which is a bigger problem than you'd think. Outside of a very specific user base of Japanese phone users, which is pretty substantial mind you, there's more barriers for people to play and share the game. Ao Oni first blew up because it was freely available on No Prop's website and was in English. Now, if you want to play the series past the second game, You either have to know Japanese or rig together some kind of overlay or just take someone's word for what happens later on. It's for this reason that I didn't really want to play Ao Oni 3, X, or the remake, which is a crying shame. Because I would have loved to see the original game getting a huge facelift, even in the compromised, ad-bloated depiction that is a mobile-only remake. I hate to harp on how much I dislike a lot of the features of mobile games, but I'm sure someone out there likes them, despite the fact that this may be the first time people are even finding out they exist. I just can't help but feel a lot of the soul of the series is gone. What was once charming has become kind of sterile and not engaging. I'm still down to play the latter games, but until they come out in English, I'll just stay put. Maybe I'll make learning Japanese like a Patreon goal, like if I hit $1,000 a month, I'll teach myself Japanese or something. Even now, 20 years later, we have another RPG Maker series that is matching Ao Oni's popularity, if not surpassing it. Fear and Hunger, while it plays basically nothing like Ao Oni, is the latest RPG Maker horror darling that has been taking the internet by storm the last 2-3 years. And while I don't personally enjoy the game all that much, it's something I respect tremendously for being a huge piece in a genre I've come to cherish so intently. It might seem a little too big picture to say something like, without Ao Oni, Fear and Hunger simply wouldn't exist, but I really don't think it's far off from the truth. Ao Oni set a standard at the time, and it was undeniably a trailblazer. People wanted to make games that looked like Ao Oni, that had simple controls of characters walking around a mansion and avoiding monsters. However, that trail is becoming thinner and harder to navigate because it's largely fallen out of favor, because it's becoming harder and harder to be a fan of the series. I wouldn't be able to predict a huge resurgence if all the games were magically translated and put onto Steam, that there would be a huge revitalization of the series right away, but regardless of what happened next, Ao Oni deserves its flowers. Its purple-colored, big, bulky flowers. Pat yourself on the back, no props. You should be proud of your work and enjoy whatever comes next for you.
Damn right I deserve my flowers. And you know what? I actually agree with everything you just said. Go off, King. My games may be simple, they may even be outdated by today's standards, but I set today's standards. I'm living proof you don't need to be the best in your field, but just being the best version of yourself can achieve just as much, if not more. Don't be afraid to make your own silly little RPG Maker projects. You never know what might happen next.
I appreciate that, Oni. Very well said. Today will not be the last day we meet, because at some point in the future, I plan to cover the various depictions and adaptations of Ao Oni has had throughout the years, mainly the light novels and films. But that is for another time. But what time is that? Well, you'll have to subscribe and stay tuned to find out. And until then, have a lovely rest of your day. Hylics is weird. Its creator, Mason Linderoth, describes them as recreational programs with light JRPG mechanics. What that actually means is that the Hylics franchise is far and away one of the most abstract, perplexing, and avant-garde series of games ever created. A quick glance at its visuals or at its writing will tell you this without refutation. It started as an RPG Maker game, a humble beginning that has led to countless classic games, but it expanded to become something more, and continued to stand alone as an absurd blend of genre mixing and a non-figurative narrative that spans untold thousands of years, dotted with rich detail and world building that makes you feel more immersed than most games on the market, indie or mainstream. It also helps that the series has some of the most unique and jaw-dropping tracks ever recorded for a game. The series shifts genres to become an RPG, a platformer, and dungeon crawler when needed, so you never know what to expect at any moment. This all sounds laudable and interesting, but it certainly isn't without its flaws and jank. As lovable and charming as it is, it's still jank. These games still very much exist on the edge of being niche because the first game was released less than a month from Undertale, so the franchise was largely pushed to obscurity, with recognition only coming years later in the form of memes and tucked-away forum discussions. It's a crying shame because I believe that this series is so much more interesting and entertaining than Undertale, but has less than a fraction of its popularity. RPG Maker games is a crowded market with a lot of competition, but Hylics is one of the best choices you can make in that genre. Its art style and twisting of conventional tropes in game design make it hard to recommend to everyone, but a snapping slam dunk to explain via an extremely detailed video. I'm going to dissect Hylics and its sequel Hylics 2, as well as the expansion Absent Moon. Everything from the shockingly deep story to its incredible soundtrack to its distinctive battle system to the unparalleled blend of art styles featured. I'm going to explain why the Hylics franchise is the most abstract game series ever molded, and I can prove it. Massive thank you to my Patreon supporters. More on how you can support me in videos like these later on, but you could always start with sticking around the channel, of course. What exactly is Hylics, or a Hylic? Well, it's a noun that comes from many divisions of Gnosticism, which is, to grossly oversimplify, a loosely defined school of thought based on Jewish and Christian writings that usually has something to do with some kind of secret knowledge left out of actual scripture. Hylic is a word found in some of these texts, like the non-canonical Gospel of Philip, that describes one of the three classifications of people. The first and most enlightened of these people are called pneumatics, those who embrace the spiritual nature of reality, which kind of depends on which Gnostic text you're reading. So it could either be from capital G God, or some kind of fanfic being. The lower tier is psychic, those who embrace the intellectual side of humanity through debates and philosophy, but lack the spiritual awakening. Finally, there are the Hylic people, who are defined by materialism and raw instinct, blind to human intelligence or spirituality. There's a lot more details to go into, but just keep this definition in mind. Hylics is a group of people ignorant to the spiritual, intellectual nature of reality. We're greeted with this wonderfully droll soundtrack on a scrolling, opaque background while a horned yellow man cringes while he looks directly at us. I know what you're thinking. Not a lot of thoughts going on there, eh? But seriously, what kind of impression does the menu give? The pseudo-psychedelic color palette and wavy font is all charmingly disoriented. It makes it stand out and looks like no other menu in a game I've seen. The track you hear is simply called Piano, and I was shocked because it sounds kind of like a BitCrunch Genesis track, not something you would typically hear at the very beginning of a game. Remember to press F1 to launch the game in full screen mode for RPG Maker. Mason Lenderoth is foremost an artist, something that is immediately apparent when starting a new save file. We get to roam around this tiny island as an unknown character, while the extremely jarring water soundlessly thrashes with the stylistic smoothness of a beginner learning keyframes. The text we're seeing makes no sense whatsoever, and you can only ascertain two things. Someone named Gibby, the King of the Moon, is up to something, and our story starts here. Yes, that's why I put Gibby for my Carly in the thumbnail, by the way. With a screen fade, we enter our protagonist's home, and already I'm confused. Why do we look like this? What's going on with the walls in the background? Why is there a crystal floating in the corner of our living room? Never mind that, because we need to get our bearings straight. This crescent-headed guy in a jumpsuit is named Wayne, and he's minding his own business inside of his non-Euclidean abode. Since we're an RPG Maker, let's check out how the RPG Maker system works. Instruments are our weapons, and the other slots are either armor or an item slot that give added effects. Flesh is our health, will is our MP, and mightiness is our physical attack stat. These three stats are the only ones that can be modified whatsoever. The rest are either fixed, like agility, which is our speed stat, or texture, our defense. The other stats cannot be used in battle, effectively making them completely worthless stats that should be ignored altogether. More of this info is implicitly understood by anyone who is at least remotely familiar with RPGs as a genre within an hour of gameplay. So I applaud Hylics for not having an extremely boring tutorial right at the front, because Mason understood his target audience enough not to bother with the basics. This means I'm not going to bore you with a basic RPG Maker game mechanic explanation. However, the mentality of let the player find out for themselves is not always used as effectively, and could lead to some great confusion. See half our stats existing for an unknown and esoteric reason. But you will very, very quickly find out they're useless within like 10 minutes of gameplay, and there's never a chance to allocate or waste any number on these stats, so it's largely forgivable. For instance, you just have to explore your home on your own to find out what to do. Touching this crystal here is compulsory, but we don't know why. We have a TV of seemingly no importance, but if we interact with it, we get some interesting visuals and learn a new special attack. TVs are the only way to teach your characters new moves, which range from more powerful attacks to defensive spells. They're found all over the world inside buildings and in the wilderness, so all you can really do is explore the world to find more. And we started with our house. Upstairs, we find our bath, which restores all of our flesh and will for free, as well as a warm burrito, a health-restoring item in your toilet. Ugh. He's got roaches crawling around in his crib. Ugh. Looks like Wayne lives in Wes Anderson's Arizona, and if you talk to his neighbor, he points out a nearby city you can travel to, the Hylics city of Rilgebor. Now here is when a lot of what this game is settles into players. I'm sure you have a lot of questions already, and I'll answer them right away. Firstly, why does the game look like, well, this? That's because everything you see, from the character sprites, to the world map, to the environments, and even the attack animations, are done entirely in claymation. I'm not exaggerating. Wayne's walk cycle, really more of a gallop cycle, had to be animated frame by Mason crafting Wayne entirely out of clay and posing him behind a green screen and translating all the photographs into 2D sprites into RPG Maker. The world map had to be handcrafted and then photographed from above, all of the animations taking absurdly long to perfect and translate into the game. Words cannot describe how unique this is compared to literally any other video game. Claymation is already uncommon enough in the world of film because of how time-consuming it is, but it's nearly non-existent in video games. Most people think of Clay Fighters and The Neverhood when it comes to claymation, but those had moderately sized budgets and teams of people. Mason is one man in his home crafting everything by himself, taking the photos, then hopping back on his PC to put them in the game. To prove how monumental this is, I have attempted to craft my own Little Wayne model out of Play-Doh. Say hi, Wayne.
I'm in the ocean getting shark pussy.
Now, imagine posing this guy frame by frame, painstakingly moving his body, implying that you already know what you're doing with claymation, to create believable animation. Literally every character in the game. Imagine having to model and pose every single location, every building. This was Lindroth's reality for over 2 years as he made the game, and it's a screaming testimony for his creative vision and dedication as an independent game developer. I think the exact thing he did was model the clay over old action figures to make posing them a lot easier, hence why so many characters have big heads and kind of segmented body that look like suits of armor. But clay for clay's sake is not only the impressive thing. Linderoth also employed dithering, which could be done in a variety of ways, but I was able to do an okay job at replicating it by creating solid color layers and adding grain and sketch textures to them. Now, imagine doing this for every single sprite sheet and location. Whenever I see something on screen, I'm always reminded of how long it took to simply put there. Heavens forbid if it didn't turn out good, so we'd have to change it or scrap it altogether. Each interior and landscape still feels comfortable to navigate, despite being composed of unfocused, multicolored lines seemingly made sporadically. No NPC looks the same, at least from the neck up. Locations look so radically different that despite not always having their names appear when you enter them, you can always distinguish them because they look so different, which perfectly blends into the head-first, ask-question-laters exploration the series relies on, but also jives well with the basic structure of a classic Super Nintendo RPG. If you've played the older Final Fantasy games or Chrono Trigger, you won't struggle here at all. The art direction didn't take away from or confuse the game design, it enhanced it, which is a feature that very few games can replicate. Think of it like Paper Mario. The 2D aesthetic plays into the core gameplay so well, the visuals of the game are as iconic and evocative as the characters and music. We exit our hometown to find the world map, and we're hit with an oddly somber theme for the map, where there should be a feeling of adventure and boldness is replaced with loneliness and emptiness. There are no warm and fuzzy green grass fields to ease us in, just windswept rocks undulating on solid blue water. It looks barren, deserted, post-apocalyptic. There aren't even any enemy encounters. It's just Wayne alone on this rock. It's isolating, almost unbearably so. What happened to the world? We have some freedom to travel wherever we can on this island section, but which one of these is the Hylics city? To find some answers, I head into the southern structure past this oblong tower, where I enter an angular, maze-like location. We're warned that something called ambulant skulls, these red skeletal blobs, are instant death upon contact, so we must avoid them. No enemies here will pass the dotted line, so our objective is to avoid the skulls and find some nifty items and activate the central node to teleport somewhere. Well, these enemies don't seem too tough. Why don't I try grinding to get some EXP and... Oh. Let this be a lesson. If you come here alone, you will die. Without question. You have no money to buy any better weapons or armor, no good special attacks, and enemies will always appear in 2s and 3s, which will instantly result in your death. And no matter how hard you try, you die. However, death is not a reason to reload to save, but a reason to keep going. Because when you die, you spawn in the afterlife, a hub world where you can activate these crystals around various points in the world map to instantly travel back there. Death, considered the ultimate roadblock for progression in video games, is less than an inconvenience in Hilux. It's a crucial part of the experience. So, this is the afterlife. Feel free to crash on the couch. Recall the crystal in your house. You can instantly teleport back to it free of charge to get around. This machine here grinds up meat, which is an item gained by winning battles that raises your flesh by 2 points. But this can also be found on the overworld, so exploration leads to gradually getting stronger, which leads you to take more hits and start to survive solo battles, which leads you to get more money and meat to become stronger, and the core gameplay loop of Hilux reveals itself. If you're really struggling, dying 3 times allows you to obtain an extremely powerful axe weapon for Wayne, which speeds up the gameplay loop if so needed. There's also what looks like a water cooler here, called a machine from the old times, whatever that means. This isn't a game that punishes dying at all, but rather incorporates it into its wonderful, strange sense of progression and player freedom to exploration. I spent a while exploring the afterlife while this gentle, Ween-esque guitar strummed in the background. There's a TV hidden behind a wall that you can find via dynamite, but I haven't found any yet. You can spend time at the beach and build sandcastles with the spacebar. Within the span of less than 10 minutes, I was in awe of the claymation, to feeling lonely on the world map, to feeling jovial and at ease on the beach making sandcastles after I got my face melted. I really love the afterlife. It's just so comfortable, sleeping on the couch to restore flesh and will, and sitting by the beach and getting to build sandcastles and return to the world of the living whenever you please. Why the afterlife is something you can freely go back and forth from is left without explanation, as you can imagine, for now. You would think having tonal whiplash strong enough to break your neck would be a bad thing, but Hilux never tells you outright how to feel, because everything is incredibly understated, if stated at all. You get the backing track to go off of, and that's about it. What's the lore of this place? I don't know. The game's commitment to the player deciding what to do for themselves and letting them theorize on their own is so strong that it's prioritized over characterization and storytelling, which isn't a perfect solution because a lot of people don't like that, which I understand completely, but for a game that so heavily relies on its weird visuals and abstractness, it does so much more good than harm. You just have to decide for yourself how you want to feel.
Peter, what are you doing? Crack? What the fuck? Hey, at least I'm not drinking, Brian. Yeah, this isn't exactly a good substitute. Where'd you get crack?
I used the crystal to teleport back to Wayne's house and head to the north to correctly find the city. I finally got to talk to some NPCs, and their dialogue is just as unhinged and nonsensical as the intro cutscene. But notice how they never repeat themselves. This is because nearly all of the dialogue in the game, and I do mean like 90% of it, is completely randomly generated. How it works is that each NPC calls a specific event called speech, which is tied to 29 separate sub-events. and in these events have dozens of variables, i.e. nouns and adjectives, to be randomly selected and jumbled into a sentence, which ensures the dialogue is never the same twice. Hell, talking to the NPC outside your house actually generates a new name for the city, so the name and descriptive adjective is different every single time. With well over thousands of combinations, no playthrough of Hylics is the same twice. So technically every copy of Hylics is personalized, but why? Why go through all the effort to make character dialogue completely incomprehensible? Well,
it's funny.
No other game has done this, that I know of, at least on this scale. It really hammers home the surrealism of the entire game without trying really hard to make every character unique and quirky and risk them coming off as kind of cringeworthy. Mind you, there still is traditionally written dialogue from player characters and NPCs who tell you exactly where to go, so you're never outright lost, and the random text doesn't entirely obscure the experience. It's a gentle balance of pure insanity and still saying sane. Also, everyone makes those funny little gibberish noises. I want to talk about the shops here, okay? You get your traditional weapons and armor, as well as the items like juice boxes that restore will. These are the only shops in the game, and you will be frequently returning here and restocking as much as you want. The theme here is also perplexing. It's called Draw a Dog, and I honest to God thought it was a Brown Note song intended me to soil myself, because it somehow got under my skin. It made me really not want to be in any of these shops. It's the kind of theme you would sync to clips of people acting strange for a meme, like that one Oblivion theme or map music from Postal 2. Here, just take a look.
Hey guys, I'm in New York City just hanging out.
We don't exactly have money to buy anything, so we activate the crystal and return here from the afterlife and find a stick of dynamite in a chest and head back to the computer maze. We can find a TV that lets us learn Mystic Meat, a spell that cures all status ailments and blocks them for another 3 remaining turns on all allies. Not that this will help you too much right now, because you still don't actually want to engage anyone in battles just yet. Heading towards the leftmost side of the map, we can meet someone named the Sage of Computers, who hands you a token and tells you to seek out his brothers, the Sages of Death and the Sages of Brains. Keep them in mind for later. Don't forget to go back to the afterlife and give that guy a dynamite stick, which accesses a TV that teaches you calibration, a spell that spends a turn to increase your attack power. The middle of the maze lets us travel to a new map entirely, where we can find a paper cup, which you should keenly remember. This new map is even more barren than the regular world map, but I noticed something almost immediately. We're in a kind of dark world like Link to the Past. Of course, we have this excellent gravelly track to jam to. Hylics isn't exactly non-traditional. It includes many classic tropes of older RPGs, but we just get hit with them super fast. The enemies here spawn sometimes in pairs of 2 instead of just groups of 3 and 4, which means I can actually start to introduce the combat. So, it looks like Earthbound, but how does it play? Firstly, your basic attack is an animation of someone snapping their fingers, which is incredibly strange. Your special attacks are all cast by the same hands performing strange glyphs to summon the animated dithered clay beings. This effect was achieved by Lindroth wearing big gloves and posing in front of a green screen. He just applied the effect in-game as sprites, which move shockingly smoothly inside of RPG Maker. These animations are really something. They're so different compared to regular casting animations in other RPGs. It really puts me in the shoes of the characters as I see their hands writhe and shift to activate these esoteric attacks. Okay, we gotta talk about the dynamite animation here. It's dithered, deep-fried nuclear blast explosion footage, which is outrageously hyperbolic for a bundle of TNT. But it is absolutely gut-busting every single time, and it deals massive damage to every foe on screen. If this looks familiar at all, it's because you have likely seen this as a GIF with the caption "Die," which became popular on X and Discord within the last couple years. It may or may not have contributed to the marketing of Hylics as a franchise in the 2020s, which is hilarious to consider, that someone only played these games because of a funny meme on Discord. Anyways, here is where your special attacks come into play. What you generally want to know is this: Treat every encounter as a smaller, separate boss fight. This means do not hesitate to go all in and completely crush every enemy you get into a fight with by using your most powerful attacks, because restoring will is incredibly easy to do, and each character has a lot of will to throw around. Enemies are capable of doing a lot of damage and inflicting classic RPG status ailments like sleep and poison. At the moment, Wayne can only inflict sleep, but since he's by far the fastest character in the game, you shouldn't hesitate to take advantage of that and crush your enemies. But if you feel like a battle is going poorly and don't fancy going to the afterlife, you can always run away without fail. Here's an example. First, use Mystic Meat to block all status effects. Do you like that battle animation? Then go to town and snap on every single enemy one at a time, occasionally taking breaks to heal yourself, or you can use the rest of your will on a more powerful attack if you found the right TV. Winning battles gets you meat to increase your flesh and money to buy better equipment. But beyond the basic mechanics of how to fight, just look at them! The enemy designs are so weird. The wavy floating backgrounds, one of which is literally a dithered photo of a parking lot. The combat music changes depending on location, which helps keep what little fights you will have feel super fresh and never stale, at least stylistically. This is how the standard foes work. At least there's a lot more details later on about additional party members and bosses. You can grind so much that you get an absurd amount of health and money at the start, but it's still RPG grinding, so do it at your own discretion. In a castle over here, there's a major fight against a guard and some kind of gate thing that unlocks the harbor blocking this ship in the hub world. While it's technically possible to solo it as Wayne, I don't really feel like doing that. And besides, we get to meet someone really special. Run over to the left and find this strange house to meet Wayne's dear and only friend, Somsnosa. She sat at her couch, a rain cloud pouring over her head, the only visible emotion yet seen in this entire game. This poor girl looks distraught. What's up with her?
Oh, hey Wayne. I left my magic gauntlets in the basement, and now it is infested with ambulant skulls. Maybe you could help me retrieve them. I mean the gauntlets. We should avoid the skulls. Nice.
With that, Somsnosa joins our party, but only if we go into the basement and retrieve her magic gauntlets, which are the only weapons she can equip. But fear not, for dodging all the ambulance skulls, or just going around the back to the exit to find the gloves immediately, because she is an incredibly powerful character to have at her side. She can only equip that one weapon, but she does 65 damage per hit, which is enough to two-shot or even one-shot regular foes. What she has in physical strength, she lacks in speed and defense, so combat with these two usually has Wayne set up buffs or status afflictions while Somsnosa rips and tears, which includes the bosses. Just take a listen to this farty trumpet boss song. The horrid operation controlling the harbor gate is no match for Wayne playing support and Somsnosa attacking, so he quickly vanishes. Notice her gestures, or rather lack of gestures. Bubble is something obtained in her house's TV, which acts as a poison spell, and Mini Leech is her exclusive spell that works kind of like Leech Seed in Pokemon, but she's missing all of Wayne's other spells. That's because you can only gain them by having that character in the party while watching a TV, so when you find a new character, you need to go all the way back to the same TV you found with Wayne just to teach them a spell. If you've already found everything in that area before finding the other party member, this is absolutely nothing enjoyable about the backtracking, and it's a serious sore spot that messes with the game's otherwise really careful handling of player choice of where to go and being to coast pretty well. It sticks out like a sore thumb and is teeth grinding to warp via Afterlife just to watch a TV you've already seen to teach a character a specific move that works best for them. But Somsnosa is still the least painful example of this, because there's a character at the end who really needs our help with spells, and you typically only obtain him just before the game ends, and you have to traverse the entire map if you want to teach everyone everything. It's like a less time-consuming, but still not time-efficient way of teaching everyone magic in Final Fantasy VI. It just takes forever to cover all your bases. After we beat this horrid projection, we enter Act 2, and the weird guy is back. The narration is mostly auto-generated, but we can still make some things out. Wayne and Somsnosa have linked up, and that Gibby is really unhappy about that. I wandered all over the map, took Somsnosa back to my crib, and noticed that for each new party member, Wayne gets a new cat, which is very cute. I finally had money to buy some better equipment and items for my characters. Somsnosa also has this really weird power to convert these bugs into mightiness simply by touching them, which is a weird but fun side activity. We get to explore the world more by obtaining the boat, which led me to another island where I found a mysterious chamber that requires a combination to open, but I couldn't figure it out. I'm sure it won't be important. Also, check out this island to the west. This guy here is called Chairman, and he appears all over Linderoth's Tumblr posts for the game, perhaps acting as a sort of self-insert. Remember this location for the very end of the game, because you'll never guess what happens. You're not going to guess, I promise. The island southwest is where you'll be inserting all 3 Sage tokens in order to obtain a new special attack. Let's only return when we have all 3. Where you actually want to go is the long winding island here, which takes you to a graveyard. You have to push around tombstones to reveal hidden passageways to activate a series of statues to open up the large door in the center of the map. There's technically a map to where each statue is, but it's so worthless it might as well not exist at all. The enemies here are incredibly easy to run into because the area is so claustrophobic, and there's no such thing as invincibility frames in this game, so you can run from an enemy and get caught again and fight them at max health while you're damaged and missing will from fighting them. Take your time and explore while avoiding every foe here, because a TV can teach you Health Chant, a move that restores half of all allies' health, so it's like an MP version of what the hot dog item does. The fights here are tough and definitely wore down my health, but a good 20 minutes in proper character setup is enough to get you through no problem. It's a reasonable level of challenge, which is something that cannot be said for when you open up the doors and enter the tomb. This is quite the uncomfortable place, because you see weirdly saturated character sprites floating around in a black background, and you walk on more mutilated sprites to traverse, some of which look like your party members. Something I really admire about this game is the lack of presentation. You have to pick these things up for yourself and let your mind run wild, which is an excellent design decision because it smoothly complements how every other aspect of the game isn't explained to you, but is simple enough to understand at first glance, which really lets you feel like you're going on a most unusual adventure. It's superbly immersive. For having such a great looking area, it's actually having to travel through it is really bad. It's miserable, and is by far the worst segment of the entire game. All of these enemies here are much more powerful than the ones in the tomb, presenting an absurd, breakneck difficulty spike. These Naruto running guys are the only enemies in the game who you cannot escape from, which is an extremely rude awakening when you try and run and then get bum rushed and most likely die instantly. You don't have to fight most of them, but the area is so narrow that you end up spending a lot of time just waiting for them to run elsewhere so you can loot some chests, which have some excellent defensive items here. Even worse is this awful, skin-peeling section here. There are 2 enemies. The Screen Gumby looking guy and a pack of regular enemies, one of the fast boys, so you can't run. Gumby doesn't deal a tremendous amount of damage on his own or have an absurd amount of health, but every single turn, he summons another version of himself to fight you. So if you don't KO him in like 2 turns, you're getting hit multiple times with 50 damage, which will very quickly kill you. I tried over and over again, but I just wasn't dealing enough damage fast enough to make a dent in him. You can technically skip this creature, but you'll run right into the other guy, who is just as annoying to fight, if not more, because they're so fast and inflict status ailments that prevent you from dealing damage or just kill you. So you are absolutely stuck between a rock and a hard place. I threw myself at this section for damn near 20 minutes before silently being sent to the afterlife and trying to figure out what my next plan of attack was. Instead of mindless grinding, I decided to explore the city more until I found the north has access to an entirely new ruins area I missed. The tremendous music here really softened the fury of what I was feeling at that moment. It sounded so empty and forgotten, just like the ruins of a world long forgotten, whatever world existed before Hilux. these ruins, you can find an absurd amount of incredibly important items, such as a huge stack of money laying on the ground, a TV that teaches you the move Space Shurikens, which deals double damage and always goes first, like a priority move in Pokemon.
This would have been tremendously useful to find earlier.
You can also find the Sage of Brains here, the second of the 3 sages. And we could find a tent here with another character, Dedusmalin, an archaeologist of the ancient world.
I'm named Dedusmalin. I've spent my life searching for the paper cup. I finally tracked it to these ruins. It is buried somewhere amidst the fallen monuments. Ah, you are a fellow artifact seeker, perhaps? If you can bring me the paper cup, I will be so unimaginably stoked. The cup? You found it? Oh, I am an expert in the usage of the paper cup. Please, allow me to accompany you. One day, we may come across another artifact from the old times, which will require the paper cup. Magnificent! I will guide you when the time comes.
We have to have a paper cup on us to recruit him, which we can find all over the world, or by accessing a debug location right in his tent that may or may not have been forgotten to be patched out for the final release. Oops. With that, we gain another party member. Dedusmalin is a very much a mage archetype with a fat amount of will, meaning that he should be focusing on healing more than attacking. He comes with a weapon and armor set already, but his exclusive skill sucks ass, so don't even use it. The paper cups could be used with the water tanks to gain an additional 25 will points, kind of like the meat machine in the afterlife, but you lose the cup afterwards, and the machine is emptied and can't be used again. This has all the same issues with the TVs, so if you get the other characters later on, you have to do a lot of backtracking to find the water coolers in areas you've already solved. The backtracking is a really tough sell for a lot of people, because it's not nearly as engaging to visit an area for the second time when your brain is very much in checkbox mode of just looking for a specific item rather than just looking around and exploring and really breathing the atmosphere. But you know what could have totally saved all this? Why can't we use the crystals to instantly teleport back to the afterlife so we can save having to use the map? It would very easily eliminate all the backtracking in one fell swoop to just travel by crystal. However, if you're anything like me and you've been thoroughly drinking this game's atmosphere and locales, there was a silver lining to all this. The ruins are especially interesting. We get small glimpses of modern technology throughout the game, all referred to as artifacts of the past, which Dedusmalin is greatly interested in, highly implying that our world, or at least a world greatly resembling our own, is what the place used to look like before something happened. Think of it from a perspective similar to Adventure Time, where the world has a kind of dramatic shift that permanently changed its surface and the life on it, with the modern age being considered as prehistoric as cavemen are in our own time. Kind of implied that humans at least existed implicitly at one point, but are largely extinct now, or mutated, with characters like Somsnosa being the most recognizable to a regular person, and Dedusmalin's tentacle head being the far gone side. As happy as I am to have him on the team, what bugged me is that I missed him so early on. He is actually the easiest party member we can obtain, and the first, even before Somsnosa, but damn, there's like one NPC telling you about this mountain, and the city's layout is a bit confusing. You don't technically need him, or any party member for that matter, but to make this game playable and fun, you should really get him. This is just a bad example of how freeform the game is, where there is an objective right choice to make with a huge benefit, and a wrong choice existing in not obtaining him or even knowing at all. Let me explain the graph. Point A is Wayne at his house at the start of the game, and point B is getting to the first boss. There are several different branching ways to get there. The fastest results in you just barely winning with only Wayne in the party, while the other two theoretical routes involve picking up the available party members. You can win through all of these branches, but some are obviously much easier, but you aren't always going to know that offhand. The entire game works like this, with every major roadblock having several different branching patterns to follow, some more reasonable than others. With this, we can take down Gumby no problem, and get to the second part of the tomb, where we can finally find an afterlife crystal. You know how I just went through that whole ordeal of leaving the dungeon and finding a whole new party member? Turns out I didn't really have to do that, because the next segment is much worse and we can't do anything about it. The layout of the tomb has become much more maze-like and narrow, and you are consistently chased by these statues that cause instant death when touching them. These are different from the ambulant skulls because those things are slow, while these statues will actively pursue you at fast speed all around the dungeon. You basically have to treat it like an Ao Oni encounter, and try and make the statues go down a different path and lose your trail so you can do a fancy technique around them. Where's the exit? Have fun trying to figure that out. I don't even want to talk about how many time I spent in here trying to loot everything I needed from here and then dying and losing all that. Genuinely just a miserable, terrible area. I hated it. Easily the worst part of the game. If you manage to get on the right side without rage quitting, you meet the Sage of Death, who awards you the final Sage token, and the ability to raid his fridge guilt-free. What's up with these sages? What are they doing here, and how come they can speak coherently? Wait, why can't our party members speak coherently? I just noticed that. Navigate to the leftmost side, and Act 3 has begun. All we learn is that Gibby most likely resides in something called the Lunar Fortress, which makes sense, given he's the king of the moon. We get access to the airship from here, and now we have a total unrestrained freedom to explore the world map as we please. We go to this round island in the north out of raw curiosity and find a guy selling the two most mismatched, unconnected items I could possibly imagine. Hot dogs and spaceship keys. The keys are needed to gain access to this spaceship, obviously, but since they cost $99,000, we are nowhere within the range or ballpark to obtain one. This led me to fly around more until I rediscovered that locked chamber I forgot about. And how did I figure out that code? I didn't. Honestly, I just looked it up. Sue me, I'm not engaging this Lieutenant Surge nonsense. Inside, we meet someone.
I am called Pangorma, greatest of the Dread Knights of Yathorn. Through long ages I have waited in this vault. Fight me!
We have to win this fight, which isn't too hard, because by this point, we have enough items and will and flesh to take hits, but also dish them out. Wayne on support, Somsnosa on attacking, and Dedusmalin somewhere in the middle. He goes down in no time.
Defeated? Very well. I will follow you and aid you in your violent endeavors. By the way, I have dominion over the ambulant skulls. You needn't fear their deadly touch any longer.
We've obtained our fourth and final party member, and his name is Pangorma. Some kind of knight with a giant head. Why he's locked himself inside of a vault, who knows? But he's quite useful because he's an absurd powerhouse. His mightiness stat is massive, and his exclusive skills, Partial Destruct and Ancient Odor, which does damage that is equal to 25% of your health, meaning the higher your health is, the more damage you do, and Ancient Odor just poisons all enemies. With this, you can steamroll just about everything in your way with ease, despite how slow he is and how small his will pool is. Also, his dominion over the ambulant skulls means you can instantly explode them on contact. His vault also has a TV that teaches Dark Flame, an attack that hits all enemies, which is perfect for everyone in a pinch because how inexpensive it is. Is there an opposite to a silver lining? Because that's what I'm feeling right now. The airship really helps, but I still had to find all the water coolers around to give everyone more will, and teaching everyone every skill in the game. Finally, I don't have to do that ever again. Doesn't take super long, but it feels like a preventable 15 minutes of uninteresting playtime. So we only have a couple of places we've yet to visit. So I flew up to the north and found that apparently our main cast has formed a band. Wayne on the guitar, Somsnosa on vocals, Pangorma on the piano, and Dedusmalin on percussion. Despite the group forming maybe an hour and a half ago, they're tight-knit enough to form a band. That is awesome, and not surprising at all, given how big of a focus music is in this series. I wonder what song they're playing. Finally, in the heart of the map, we can land here and scale this tower and intrude on some kind of science experiment to turn people, or whatever living beings are called in Hylics, into money. Why? I don't know. But we need to go deal with it because the guy overseeing the process, Clawman, is pretty useful. He deals a lot of damage, but he's so easy, he's not even worth talking about. He does drop $9,999 when dead though, and his employees don't even care if you killed him right then and there. To all my blue-collar and audience members, would you care if 4 random people came into your workplace and killed your boss? Leave your thoughts down below. But don't leave this building yet, because you can actually interact with a human-to-money machine and casually collect nearly $1 million with no strings attached. Right here is when the game decides, you're almost done. Who cares about balance? Because it's here where you can learn all of the spells, buy whatever highest level equipment and weapons you can, and stock up on basic infinite healing items. Difficulty was always kind of a fluctuating spectrum in Hylics, but I personally really adored this. Money becomes kind of irrelevant in most older RPGs anyways, so might as well make a joke out of it and just give the player as much as they want. With this, we can buy the spaceship key. Hell, I bought 12 of them. But before that, I stocked up on the best items I could, including 99 hot dogs and 99 sticks of dynamite, and went to the westmost island to place the sage tokens and learn the ultimate attack, Legend of Melting. For 200 will, it deals a random amount of extremely powerful hits. Kind of pedestrian, but still fun. With that, I head into the spaceship and ignite the ship all the way to the moon so we can confront Gibby. Exploring the moon doesn't prove fruitful past just rushing to the end, but the wicked guitar shredding does encourage me to take my time. Gibby's fortress is absolutely swamped with enemies, but we don't even have to fight them. They explode on contact, which means there's no grinding involved to reach the final boss. Oh, hey there. Remember the narrator guy from the act intermissions? Guess he's here. Did Gibby just become meta and just own him through reality? What's this guy's deal anyway? I'm looking this guy up. Dracula? What do you mean this guy's name is Dracula? This character is a total mystery, and I have no idea why he's here. But oh well, he's probably dead anyways. Let's just activate the final crystal. The King of the Moon has the very moon as his head, with a green mohawk. His ghoulishness is flanked by 2 statues that continually heal him. His theme is a brutal, primal shredding of a guitar, like it's trying to break free from its repetitive chords and flourish into new tones, but Gibby's oppressiveness prevents it from doing so. It's such a harsh, dissonant, uncomfortable sound, but I love it so dearly. But the song transitions, it becomes more complex, but it isn't aggressive, it's light and somber. It's actually quite bittersweet on the ears, not befitting of a final boss at all. But why is it playing? Should we be feeling sad about Wayne and co trying to take down the Tyrant of the Moon? What's really going on between these two? How do you take Gibby down? Whatever strategy you're thinking of, ditch it. Don't even bother taking down his healing towers, and here's why. Since you have infinite money, just buy infinite hot dogs, which heal the entire party for most of their health, and dynamite, which deals a lot of damage to all foes. So just keep applying Mystic Meat and debuffs with the Dusmalin and Wayne, while Pongorma can sometimes use Partial Destruct and Stompsnosa to just attack. I actually forgot to use Legend of Melting here, but you really don't need it. Gibby will completely crumble in record time due to how many times you just nuke him with the dynamite. And without too much of a struggle, we win. Oh, turns out there was EXP in this game. So I am defeated. Wayne, I'm sorry about everything. He's sorry? Why is Gibby apologizing to Wayne specifically? Did the two know each other in the past? There's something clearly going on between the two, but no time for that because the entire moon is set to self-destruct. Remember Chair Guy? Yeah, the spaceship just crashed into him and killed him. And we flick this switch, and the game is just over. Dracula over here even says there's nothing left to do. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Hylics 1. Should you go play this game? Yes. This game is $3, and it took me around 3 hours to play casually. It was so thoroughly entertaining, both as a wonderfully strange art piece, but also as an RPG. The entire game feels like speedrunning a dementia patient's memories of a Super Nintendo JRPG, which is an incredibly specific but incredibly fitting description that captures its pacing and appeal, but also its flaws. There's something I have to get off my chest. Something about this game made me feel kind of weird. Does anyone else get that too? Despite the wacky visuals, funny auto-generated dialogue, something about this entire game is soul-crushingly lonely. Think about it. We embarked on a classic quest to stop a tyrant from doing... Honestly, did we ever really find out what Gibby was doing? I guess he ruled the entire world, but since you couldn't read any of the dialogue without being confused, you never felt super encouraged to save these people. Even when Gibby dies and the Earth's moon is destroyed, no one seems to care or even notice. I've accomplished literally everything there is to do in this world. What is there really left to do? Nothing. The world is just a clay fabrication of what the world should be, and something about the game feels, despite how charming it all is, so lifeless and unloved. Like it's populated by the action figures Lindroth used to sculpt the characters. One must question how the party members feel, how Somsnosa feels about taking this journey with her old friend and meeting new ones, the Deucemelin getting to travel and discover all sorts of artifacts, Pongorma leaving his vault and perhaps finding a new purpose in life, and Wayne. I don't even know what he feels. His descriptions in the menu are random and change whenever you equip new items. And perhaps we never might know, because while talk is cheap, the world of Hylics still can't afford it. I really wish this game would get a physical release, likely on the Switch, but I really don't think that's likely, and it's a crying shame. I would love to have this game proudly on my shelf as an indie RPG Maker game next to my copy of Eve on the Switch. My closing statement about the game is that despite the flaws in design, some in the world map, and maybe even the total lack of a consistent storyline that makes sense, everything just felt right. The game is totally carried by its abstract visuals and short runtime, so these flaws don't feel nearly as poignant. Besides, the game is $3, not exactly a demanding price. You may have noticed the lack of concrete answers for a lot of the reasons why the world of Hylics is the way that it is. It's obviously intentionally abstract, but there are still a lot of burning questions I have about the series that haven't been answered. What's up with Wayne and Gibby? Clearly the two have a connection that really isn't spoken of in-game. They know each other somehow, but the relationship isn't exactly clear. Just look at their designs and their names. Wayne is named after a waning moon, and his head is a crescent. Gibby is named after a gibbous moon, and his head is the moon itself, with the small shadow on his side representing Wayne coming to take his spot. What's up with the moon in general? It's tremendously important, but we don't really understand why. Why are most, if not all, the characters speaking gibberish? What happened to the entire planet? There was some kind of massive event, and there are relics and ruins of a past age that resemble our own. Perhaps some details with the sages as well. These were all questions that Hylics' fanbase asked since the game came out, and went unanswered for 5 long years. But what if I told you that most, if not all of these questions were answered with the game's sequel in 2020, Hylics 2? The 5-year lead up to this game was tumultuous and uncertain. The development cycle was incredibly chaotic, to say the least. The various trailers, which became high-viewed pieces on YouTube, always showed different characters and locations, but the game did eventually come out in summer of 2020. Now, let's see what that's all about. Oh, hey, Wayne. Notice how different everything looks from Hylics 1? That's because instead of RPG Maker, Hylics 2 uses Unity. This is kind of a double-edged sword, because on one hand, I love seeing indie games get upgraded because the developers gain more knowledge of the medium and technology. But on the other hand, I miss the simple charm of RPG Maker. There's something that feels inherently strange shifting from a market with games like Yume Nikki and Off and becoming its own thing. But that's just the nature of Hylics. The series never behaves how you expect it to. But on the third hand, I grew from the radioactive, psychedelic waste ever present in the world of Hylics. The engine change marks a complete and total shift past the point of no return in just about every considerable aspect for this franchise. Number one being that the game is entirely now in 3D. The same clay landscapes are present, but entirely rendered in 3D rather than RPG Maker's 2D. More on that later. I hesitate to call some of these aspects direct upgrades because there are some steps taken forward and some taken back. When we walk around our house, we find that Wayne is not alone in his house, but with dozens of other Waynes? Perfectly identical copies of Wayne are casually watching TV, sleeping, training outside for something. Not everyone is made equally, however. There are these disgusting little slug creatures called Wayne larvae. You can even pet them. What the hell is going on? Somewhere within the process of the 5-year development, Linderoth decided, yeah, just have infinite clones of Wayne. This seriously calls into question who exactly you play as. Who is this Wayne? Is this not the Wayne who fought Gibby in the last game? We run to the top of the house and see the largest Wayne. This is Old Wayne. The stars forecast a flourishing of prescribed gestures. Gibby's agents work to reconstitute their master. Proceed west and seek our ally, Blerol, so that he may be forewarned. Alas, the others haven't completed their training, so you will go alone. I don't even know what to think anymore. I've been playing this game for 5 minutes, and I'm totally lost. Wayne is not just a person, or a life form, whatever you want to call him. He's a part of an entire identical species where everyone is basically the same person, and they all live inside this house, the Wayne house. We don't know how the species reproduces, if at all, but Wayne is not a single man. This has fundamentally rocked my perspective of Wayne from Hylics 1. Which Wayne was that? Do his friends know which version of him is him? Does it even matter? How? So, it can be assumed that the life cycle of a Wayne is the larvae, a regular Wayne, and eventually there is an old Wayne. Some of the larvae can be corrupted even by something called pool wine and become hostile, which is disturbing to say the least. But who is Old Wayne, really? In The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess, early on we meet a character called the hero Shade, a character who was once a hero of his own story, who is lingering around to teach the current hero of the game the skills he needs to fight, and not to make the same mistakes he did in his own life. He was the hero of time in Ocarina of Time, someone who has his own accomplishments, but passes on his life lessons to the next hero down the timeline. If we apply this to Old Wayne, everything starts to make sense. Old Wayne is Wayne from Hylics. Everything we experienced and did in that game is stored in his head as knowledge being passed down to a new, younger Wayne. And the Wayne we are is called Wayne Prime, which I will just shorten down to Wayne. This is all presented without any hesitation or fanfare, like an everyday aspect of life in the strange, cruel world of Hylics. And I love it. I can't even begin to explain how unique this is. Just casually dropping the fact that Wayne is a species rather than a single man, or in an even earlier version of the game, a woman. If you interact with this mirror, you can turn into a female version of Wayne with a different outfit named Decrease, short for a decrescent moon. She was all over early progress reports of the game. and was even the game's main protagonist for a while, but Linderoth decided to change the protagonist role back to Wayne Prime, that is. The exact machinations of the Wayne species are not explained until much later, so stay tuned for that. We get an actual goal. Head west to a specific location and find a specific character because Gibby's followers are trying to bring him back. The basement here has an afterlife pool, which is a new feature for Hylics 2 that revamps the way crystals worked. The pools work similarly in that you must find one in each respective area, but you speak to a ferryman and ask where to go instead of having to remember crystal colors, which is a welcome change. The music in the afterlife isn't as good as the first game though. The bathtub works like the couch in Hylics 1, but also applies a status called Clean, which shields your party from some status effects for a few turns, which is useful to have right at the start of any fight. The tone of the game is still fun, however. We need to go on a new journey, this time to stop Gibby from coming back. It sounds like a fun adventure with the new young Wayne. Don't forget to watch the TV at your house to learn the first gesture. The world map music is haunting, to say the least. Hylics 1 map music was quiet and kind of melancholic, but this sounds so much more hopeless, so much bleaker. I honestly thought there was Morse code hidden when I first heard it. The windswept rocks are now in 3D. There are still no enemies on screen. You're just walking alone while this theme just moans and groans. The world has lost its tyrant and the moon, and it sounds like there's no life left on Earth. Like whatever little meaning in Hylics 1 has been eroded, and we're left with nothing. The map feels a little bit harder to navigate because it's completely different from Hylics 1. But if you head down west, you'll find this sandcastle-like structure, and we'll enter an officially named town, New Muldal. We get to run around and talk to NPCs, actually speaking with them. They don't speak randomly generated gibberish. These are actual characters with properly written dialogue, and the location names aren't randomized, which means there's no random sentence generation anywhere to be found. This is a reasonable departure because there's a much bigger narrative focus than Hylics 2, so it wouldn't work nearly as well to have some random sentences act as integral dialogue meant to communicate something very specific, but it's still a little bit sad that one of the most unique aspects of the first game has been abandoned entirely. This isn't without its silver lining, however. NPC dialogue is very fun and has the same kind of nonsensical charm the series is famous for, but you're regularly given tips and tricks on gameplay mechanics, so there's a real benefit to speaking to these clay abominations past just seeing this guy talk about sunbathing by saying, "Heat me, oh sun." You'll find out that a lot of this world's inhabitants actually seem to quite enjoy Gibby's rule over the planet, and detest the so-called wretched anarchists, meaning us, or the Wayne before us, but they don't know that we are, in fact, them. I guess that makes sense. We didn't really tell anyone we killed the God King of the Moon however long ago. Presumably a very, very long time ago, considering that Wayne is quite old now. Wait, how old would that make the other party members? Are they even alive? New Muldal is host to all sorts of shops where you obtain your healing items, referred to as such in the menu. Garbs is your armor and weapons, which have been greatly simplified into just one armor slot and different glove weapons, which you will see later, and gestures is what the special attacks are called. The bucks are now called bones, and we can collect them in battle or grab the floating coin variants scattered around the map. We can actually buy stuff at the beginning this time because money is a lot more plentiful and useful, so armor and healing items should be available right away. We learn about a vague event by talking to people called the Accretion, described as a long ago age of prosperity and wisdom inhabited by various sages like the ones found in Hylics 1, but that age quickly came to a sharp and sudden demise through unknown means. Remember all the ancient relics of the old world? These are likely all the objects that remain from the illustrious age before the Accretion. Exploring New Muldal feels fun, but I will admit I got lost several times all throughout playing this game because there isn't a lot of emphasis on the exact areas you must visit. So you'll be spending a lot of time just sauntering around looking to find the places you need, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It always seems to get worse and more frustrating in dungeons. You may have noticed that the music might be looping a bit awkwardly, and that's because there's another part I haven't been showing you. So far, the theme has been happy-go-lucky and fun, something not out of place for the first town you encounter in a traditional RPG, but the second half sounds nothing like that. It sounds like encroaching danger, a threat, no, a warning, that Gibby's presence is never truly gone, and that his return is imminent. Hylics 2 never wants you to be fully comfortable, not even for a moment. The small but disquieting feeling of dread is proving to be valid because the guy you have to go talk to is missing, which is kind of a problem. Oh, hey, Pangorma's here! And he looks nothing like how he used to! He's rocking this new helmet and a blue set of fur. Either new armor, or he's just a cookie monster underneath his old set. I believe it's a furry suit he's wearing because he harnesses static electricity to throw as a weapon, hinted at in his theme, literally called Bolt Thrower. His new helmet is cool, not really feeling the rest of his new design though. Kind of a downgrade, honestly. Sir Pangorma, what brings you to New Moldal?
The Troy-cushioned chair lies vacant. Lord Blairol has been abducted, taken north of Hilix's edifice.
Old Wayne sensed prescribed gestures and sent me here to warn Blairol. He must be recovered.
Just so. And I've sourced fresh new metaphors to facilitate our journey. I trust you need no instruction in their usage.
I think they went over this at the Wayne house. Give me that. We obtained that thing, and Pangorma joins our party. Party members are actually compulsory for Hylics 2, rather than optional, but still highly recommended choice. But we get the secret character first, which is a curious choice. For some reason, there's no key item section, which just really clutters the item menu. The item he gave us allows us to air dash, and now I should mention the platforming. As you've probably seen throughout the video, Wayne is able to jump in the air, which is used for some extremely unstable and janky platforming, which is a huge departure from the 2D environments of old, but a welcome one, for the most part. Moving around in the overworld is a lot more complicated now, because alongside jumping, Wayne can do a roll move, which acts as an evasion tactic to avoid enemies on the field, which is a wonderful addition. You can also take off your glove and slap enemies first, which gives you a minor advantage in battle by getting a small will bonus. You can also slap these little white bugs to regain health and will in dungeons, but you don't need Somsnosa for that, which is curious. The air dash sends you propelling headfirst into whatever direction you are facing at the time of a jump, and you had better get used to doing this right away, because you cannot progress unless you master this game's finicky, picky controls. I can't even explain how many times my jump got eaten by a ledge or a cliff and I sunk into the out-of-bounds water, which sends you right back to the start of any given area. This can even happen on the world map, which is really damn annoying when some of the jumps at the very beginning of the game feel super demanding and don't have a lot of room for error, but there's no fluctuating difficulty in the platforming depending on where you are. From the beginning of the game to the very end, it's all the same kind of obstacles with the same solution. Just jump and avoid stuff, but doing so is made challenging by its awkward controls. I hate being harsh on indie games like this, but the jumping really doesn't feel complete and could have used more time baking, or at least adjusted so I don't have to be nearly pixel perfect on some occasions right at the start. Once you get this first little obstacle course down in town, you've reached the apex of the difficulty. Now you must rely on the unsteady hand of fate to ensure you don't slip off a cliff like you stepped on a banana peel. If you get really good at it, you can do some pretty crazy speedrunning strats to outright skip huge chunks of the game. Entire dungeons can be outright skipped just by messing around, which I honestly see as a bonus and not a flaw. Who cares if you want to break the game? It's your toy, do what you want with it. Regardless, now armed with the ability to air dash, Pangorma told us that Blairol, the guy we need to go talk to, has been kidnapped, and is being kept somewhere called Hilix's edifice. When Pangorma says the north, he means north of the world map, so we can take some time to explore. Ignore the location here on the left, we can't really access much of it until later on. You have to air dash to this small island from the ledge here, then the sledge to the right and find the next sandcastle. Right upon entering, we find an old friend. Dedusmalin, how's it going?
Wayne, I'm infiltrating the fortress. My research suggests that an intact cabinet lies within its walls.
Our task has likewise brought us into this place. We'll combine forces.
Excellent. A canal leads under the fortress walls. Take this paddle and use the canoe.
He's just chilling, doing his archaeology thing on his own, and just so happened to find 2 of the 3 remaining people who killed Gibby. What a coinky-dink. Also take notice that he's literally roasting and eating one of the enemies, which will bridge wonderfully into me talking about the combat of Hylics 2. The fundamentals of Hylics 1's combat, basic and special attacks, items, and balancing health and MP are all here, but the flow of combat is entirely different. Each character has a distinct role in battle determined by their stats, like a more consistent RPG. Flesh and will are unchanged, but the only stats we keep track of are power and speed, which do exactly as you would expect, while defense is just rolled into flesh as one stat. You always fight at least 3 enemies at a time, so never relax and always treat each encounter as if it's your last, because it often can be because of Hylics 2's enhanced difficulty. Snapping is your default attack, wonderfully animated with a far smoother glove motion from Linderoth's own hand, and gestures work exactly as they did in Hylics 1, but every gesture is different with no carryover from the first game. You have your basic healing gesture that is obtained from the first TV, other gestures found elsewhere from different TVs, and character-exclusive skills. Something you must understand is this combat lives and dies by status afflictions. Each character can inflict their own status affliction, most of which just result in taking gradual damage over your turns and perhaps a debuff effect or 2. But all of these effects stack, meaning that you have the same enemy burned, poisoned, and debuffed while you start wailing on them with attacks. Keep in mind that this also applies to you, so taking enemies out as fast as possible while keeping your characters healthy is crucial. You don't have to be Socrates to figure this out, but the battle mechanics are plagued with a lot of issues that were either not present in Hylics 1 or made much worse. As long as you take advantage of each character's defined role, i.e. Wayne's speed letting him heal or debuff first, Dedusmalin being a pure mage, and Pongorm on the offensive, battles can be won easily, but not fast. The average battle with random mobs can take almost 10 goddamn minutes at a time, which might not sound like a lot, but when you're trying to explore the area and find where to go, it isn't so much of a pace breaker to be stuck in a battle you can escape from that long, but a pace mutilator. Winning obviously has the benefits of obtaining bones, these items called antennas, I'll explain in a bit, and the occasional cheap defense item, as well as meat to increase flesh, but only by 1 point instead of 2, so a lot less useful than Hylics 1. Did you notice I said you can't escape from battles? In an appalling, shocking, and baffling move that defies all logic, Hylics 2 removed the feature to run from battles. I tried looking for this everywhere. You just can't run. If you are within a pixel of being touched by a monster in a dungeon, you have to fight up to 5 to 6 enemies at a time. And if you aren't treating every single encounter like a boss fight and using all their will points to crush everything absolutely, you will likely just lose the fight and die. Meaning sometimes you'll just die anyways because you get screwed over by the AI, like a Megaten moment. The chance of wasting your time and dying anyways and getting no reward at all isn't 0. It's more like a 40% chance the entire game. Now there is a gesture you can use to escape called Perish, but I say escape in the loosest of terms because what it does for you is just force an instant loss and send you back to the afterlife, which means you have to find the respawn area again, select the place you want to go, and get sent back to the very start of a dungeon. Also, this was only added in a patch a month after the game came out, so for the first month at launch, you just had to endure it raw. I can't even begin to fathom why this decision was made, especially since you could just run from anyone in Hylics 1 and not have to lose several minutes of progress for literally nothing. I can't think of a single reason why this is the case. I lost an incalculable amount of time due to this ridiculous stipulation, and it taught me something very, very important. Combat with basic enemies can and often should be avoided. because the greatest reward to be reaped is money, which can still very easily be found elsewhere, and the minor health upgrades just aren't that spectacular, and as long as you just upgrade your gear, you are totally fine with the boss fights. Most of the best skills in the game are given to you right at the start, and are exclusive to a specific character anyways. Wayne has that debuffing gesture, Dedusmelin has foam armor which heals one party member and protects all of them from status effects for 3 turns, and Pangorma has lightning, a move that inflicts absurd damage but stuns him for the next turn. So if you use foam armor on him before he uses lightning, you can cheese so many encounters later on by negating the stun he would give himself. It's a crying shame that typical combat is not something you should be encouraged to do, because visually, it is an absolute spectacle. The enemies are perfectly animated. They're a screaming reminder of how much time and effort Linderoth put into animating his clay sculptures, now free of their action figure molds. The gestures now look far stranger and have a lot smoother animation, which is no small feat, undoubtedly helped by the engine swap allowing for more creativity and less restrictions. There is a weird difference in the RPG mechanics in the sequel. I'm going to assume that a lot of the pre-baked mechanics were a lot easier to implement in the first game, but either Linderoth wasn't sure to include them in the much more freeform platform of Unity, or simply chose not to. This game excels in a lot of exploration, but some of the gameplay mechanics were left to the wayside, which would spell doom for nearly every other game series. But Hylics is not one to follow tradition, which is usually the series' main draw. But in this case, I honestly think this choice caused more harm than good. It's not easy to sell someone on a sequel that the combat just isn't as good as the first game, and I'm not alone in thinking that. It's not that it's a bad system, I enjoy it quite a bit, but I liked the first games more. Thanks to every other good thing about Hylics, the slack present here isn't too damning. You want an example of a total left turn that worked out for the series? The new music. Notice how much this game's OST sounds like Radiohead's Amnesiac or 70s prog rock? That's because Linderoth, around halfway into the development cycle of this game, brought on a relatively unknown musician at the time, Chuck Salamone, to compose the vast majority of the game's soundtrack. While I miss the listless, numbing guitar strings of the first game from Linderoth himself, the second game's frenetic energy feels completely invigorating and fills me with the drive to keep going on, and I felt it particularly strongly after I cleared out the island of enemies, stacked up some bands, and used this canoe to progress. The music is without question one of the biggest factors for this series' popularity. Many of the tracks for the second game have hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube, which is no small feat for such a niche game. There's a track here for everybody, and I cherish this OST so much. Perhaps this is an issue with me, but I found navigating the environments kind of troublesome because of how assets tend to blend in together. You can spend a lot of time trying to find which cave entrance is where you actually need to go, because there will usually be 3 or 4 of them in a dungeon, but only one that's important, or even worse, you need to enter them sequentially for a puzzle. That is to say, I spent a lot of time in Vuix's edifice trying to figure out where to go, avoiding the enemies as much as I could, which is harder than it sounds because Wayne's BlazBlue dodge roll is kind of dinky and doesn't work that well, so I just force lost myself and start again, which is about as much fun as kicking a wall with a toothpick in my toenails. I enter this little cave and find this arcade, which allows me to activate this kind of side-scrolling platforming minigame, which is important for a couple reasons. Firstly, listen to this song. This is Xeno Arcadia, and without question, the most iconic song from this franchise. It's kind of like the Moonsetter of Hylics, if you know what I mean. People who have no idea what the series is will hear this and learn what the soundtrack generally sounds like, and perhaps play the game because a big YouTuber used it as background noise. It is an excellent track, perfectly blending in the funk and tranquility Chuck was going for, but it's kind of awkward that one of the best tracks in the franchise is played during the worst part of this entire game. I won't beat around the bush. These platforming segments are repugnant. They're trying to be a very simple Mega Man style game, but they fail in every considerable level. Jumping feels profoundly muddy, with ledges often eating your momentum outright. Your projectile is pathetically weak and dissipates way too quickly. Enemies take forever to kill and never move in predictable patterns, and the level design is laid out like a maze that doesn't feel satisfying to unravel. The best thing about these segments is that you don't have to do them. They're totally optional, but I still highly recommend you do them. But the reason why will not be revealed until the very end of the game. It's like keeping your first pixie in Nocturne. Just trust me and wait. I make it all the way up to the mountain and find Vuix, and now I can finally explain how boss battles work. Let's jam to the music first. You know how enemy encounters are much tougher and require you to get lucky or use the absolute best stats you can think of? Boss battles don't work like this at all. Bosses are just larger enemies with a couple special attacks and a larger health pool. They're usually flanked by a crowd of the weakest enemies in the game who act as support by administering small attacks. But they're so weak that taking them out in 2 and sometimes 1 hit is very common, which leaves you to focus entirely on the boss, which becomes a pedestrian task when you start stacking status effects and willing on him while surviving his attacks. All you need to do for Vuix is have Wayne administer his debuffs and juice boxes to restore will for everyone else. The Deucemelin should apply foam armor on everyone and then become a heal bot. Then Pongorma should wipe out the small fry, then everyone can pretty safely concentrate on Vuix and wipe the floor with him just by using the items obtained through casual play. It's interesting that the boss fights feel totally different to the general encounters. I was just joking with the Atlas comparisons, but this is how they all played. Most of the bosses are pretty easy and the regular encounters are a pain in the ass in the older games. As I beat Vuix and descended to the jail cell's secret area, I wondered to myself why the encounters were so poorly balanced. If you were really struggling with the boss, you could just clip through the wall anyways. But since you earn so much money from the few mandatory encounters in the game, you can upgrade your items from that. Find the consumable items dotted around the map and progress pretty casually. But I don't think it's a good thing that regular encounters are best avoided. Why even include them if they aren't super useful? We make it back to New Moldol, try and fail to enter the treasure room in the castle, and talk to Blerol, who reveals that in the Forgotten Age where Gibby was defeated, there was a single, indestructible piece left over called the Gibbylet. He doesn't say what part of his body it was, so it could be his heart, his brain, or his tunnel snake. It was stored in a vault, but another of Gibby's followers, Audazir, knows the location and is already opening it. We get a key to obtain the airship, and we have to sail to the North Island of Foglast. As excited as I was to get the airship, do not forget to explore New Moldol again, because I just found out I missed a ton of stuff. Torpedo to the right here to find the glove shop, which is obnoxiously obscured from the rest of the shops, and go underground here and give this guy a juice box, who gives you a key to give you access to a TV that teaches Soul Crisper, a gesture that does enhanced damage and burns enemies for gradual damage. Good luck finding this on your own though. A major issue I have with this game is that I treated it like Hylics 1, where you can progress relatively well either rushing through it or missing a bunch of stuff, or playing slowly and exploring. If you don't explore and get everything possible, you are pretty boned if you don't skip a lot of fights because of exploits. That becomes an issue when locations are given absurd layouts that are difficult to remember, and when they're crawling with enemies that take up a huge chunk of your time to fight, it doesn't always encourage me to scrounge around freely when I'm trying to avoid encounters or work with a janky platforming section, which will really bite you in the ass later on. And this happened to me because I missed all this stuff the first time around and got walled really hard by the next boss fight, causing me to backtrack and go grab all the stuff and have a really easy time with the boss after, which is like an hour and a half I'll never have again. The Steam page says you can enjoy Hylics 2 if you're unfamiliar with the first game, but I think a more accurate description would be something like Hylics' commitment to always being unexpected caused it to make a left turn on itself, which proves to be this game's biggest flaw. Not that it isn't a small-scale RPG like Hylics 1, is that it sometimes defies and outright contradicts how you would play the first game in every way except narratively. It's called Hylics 2. It should ideally feel like a sequel, an evolution to the mechanics of Hylics 1, instead of just whatever the hell happened. Think about it like this. The kind of nondescript exploration for the first game really isn't in the second game. There are very defined areas to visit first, with the optional areas being a lot more difficult to tough out with just inadequate gear. I miss being able to coast, which sounds kind of silly, but it's an adjustment that took me a while with the sequel. I'm sure some may prefer to for that kind of gameplay style, but it just didn't hit the same as 1. Once I got everything needed, I got to the airship and just listen. All of my frustrations melted away right here. I was in awe of the gorgeous, the tear-rending cream orange sunset, the brilliant blue water, the smoothness of controlling the airship in 3D, the arc trails, and the music. The music! I felt light. I felt floaty. I felt like months worth of stress and irritation just melted off me like a second skin freshly shed. I never expected the airship navigation to be so gentle, to be so tranquil and beautiful. This track, which I believe to be Chuck's master stroke, is why I decided to make this entire video. The good, the bad, and the abstract. Hylics is a series that will never leave my mind, like a tattoo in my brain matter. I felt thankful to be alive, to feel like I was going on a journey, if only to feel this, at peace. You can exit the airship and speak to your party members, which is an incredibly small feature, but makes these people feel like your friends rather than stragglers found on the side of the road. But we're missing someone. I miss Samsnosa. Where is she? The area we need to go to is blocked off, so we have free reign with the airship to explore and land in these little spots. So I head to this island to the north with more object head characters and a 14-year-old's X page. It's here where we learn a new gesture, Charge Up, and congratulations, you kind of broke the game right here. Let me explain. You remember the antennas you collect from the rando foes? You give them to the guys here to increase your potency of Charge Up, which is a move that greatly enhances your next attack for either double damage or added effects. This doesn't sound all that impressive, but each gesture interacts with Charge Up differently. The Deucemelin with Charge Up turns foam armor into an all-party move, so everyone gets immunity from status effects. Charge Up with Pongorma turns the lightning into an absurdly devastating, spammable move, with the only drawback being the will cost. As long as your characters can survive the first round, your victory is all but confirmed if you just stock up on juice, at least until halfway point in the game. And speaking of juice, we can head to the juice farm, where we find out juice isn't really juice so much as some kind of disgusting, ambiguous substance coming from these pink creatures' undulating sphincters. Ugh. Make sure to grab all the juice boxes and think about those sphincters while you suckle them, and grab all the nice items along the way, and make sure to pick up an old friend.
Wayne, help me out here.
We have to help her in a fight, and lo and behold, she has all the gestures accumulated so far. No longer do we have to backtrack and watch TVs. Since we get all the characters early on and Wayne's moves copy over, that backtracking has been completely eliminated, which is a wonderful breath of fresh air. Samsnosa's unique gesture is a damaging move that affects all foes, which is absurdly powerful with Charge Up, and she can either be your strongest or second strongest character depending on your setup. There's an item called Muscle Applique that I didn't mention in the first game because it was pretty worthless, but here you'll find a bunch of them, and hold on to them until the very last second of the game. Trust me. You want her and Pongorma to always have the highest damaging gloves, the Deucemelin should get items that increases will and speed, and Wayne gets ice soup. Notice the water cooler in here? Instead of finding them all around, there's only one inside your ship, and you find the paper cups and bring them here. But there's only 3 to find in the entire game, most of which are really out of the way. It's a lot more convenient, But I do kind of miss finding one of these out in the wild in Hylics 1. It made the ruins of the world feel a lot more like ruins because you were interacting with ancient tech no one really understood, rather than just having it act as a checkpoint. With the full party assembled, we can watch some TV and head out. But let's catch up with our lady friend, shall we? So, how have you been?
You know, my old island was overrun by ambulance skulls once again. So I set up the juice ranch here. That's going okay.
I heard that juice ranching's hard. Sorry about your island.
It's fine. I'm kinda glad to be back on the warpath.
Wait, so Pongorma can instantly kill the ambulance skulls by touching them, but he just never found out they overran Somsnos' house? What an asshole!
I'm homeless.
I am called Pongorma, greatest of the Dread Knights of Yathorn. Fight me!
We could even find out what happened to the bug-absorbing thing.
Power from bugs? I'm taking a break from that. Maybe I took it a little too far last time.
We got a key to enter something called the Worm Fortress, but instead you should head over to that dig site on the first island. And apart from the general grinding, you can grab a gesture that inflicts another status effects and learn some minor lore about the sages, and that there's some kind of sage location or temple that can't be accessed at the moment, but can in the future. Finally, we can head over to the Worm Shield Generator Island, where we must venture to this strange little area where the path is only illuminated where you immediately walk. It's a giant maze with seemingly no end, so have fun spending 25 minutes figuring out which identical door is the right one. You'll know you're at the end when you find the afterlife pool. But for some reason, respawning here doesn't work correctly, and when you spawn elsewhere, deeper in the level, even if you hard save here. So heed this advice, don't die in the boss. Blow the bugle to summon this worm with the impossible to pronounce name and use the charge up foam armor strategy as soon as possible. Because if you don't, the boss will use a move that puts your entire party to sleep while he wails on you freely. You wake up right after being hit from sleep, but it isn't uncommon to be put to sleep, get hit several times, then put right back to sleep. This isn't a super hard fight, just inflict burning and leaking and debuff him while you're foamed. But if you don't do that one thing, the entire fight is completely thrown out the window, and I didn't figure this out until after I spent an hour stuck on it and backtracked for all the things I'd missed. I took a quick detour to this little parkour island not long after, which leads us to... oh god, not another one of these. Grind your teeth and struggle to play another 2D platforming segment to earn something called the Deep Key, which can be used towards the end of the game. I know I keep saying that, and I'm sorry, but I promise the payoff for most of the stuff is huge. You really want to accumulate these things. It can be kind of annoying to get a lot of stuff and learn about a lot of locations that are practically worthless until the last stretch of the game, but this is pretty common for RPGs, so it just depends on your tolerance for the genre.
Pussy.
Once the shield is down, there's no time to rest, because Foglast is now open, and we get to experience the longest dungeon in the entire series right here. I'm certain it's longer than the final one or the optional secret one, which is both baffling and unfortunate, because I really hated this area. It's so damn open-ended, and there is a lot of important stuff here, and it's miserable to dredge through it all because the constant threat of really irritating enemies is always around, including those stupid bulldogs! Really cool and interesting idea to have them attack you each time you attack them. That's super enjoyable, especially if you didn't get Soul Crisper, so you were extra boned! You're supposed to follow these pink wires to get around, but dog, everything in here is pink. There's a guy on the right side of the map who will buy all of your old items, which is an excellent way of getting rid of your old gloves. And there's supposed to be an item called the Curse Gloves around here, which inflicts the holder with burning and vulnerable, a status that makes you take more damage from attacks. But combined with the gesture Link Mollusk, which can be found on the far left side of the map after you pay this guy several hundred bones, it's a deadly combination. Link Mollusk removes whatever effects you have on and transfer them to your foe for 60 will, which is a huge cost, but an easy way to bog bosses down. But Anja, I couldn't find those damn gloves. No matter how hard I looked, those gloves evaded me. If you choose this strategy, then make Somsnosa your heavy hitter, but I made Pogorama mine. If you could find those damn gloves, that is. You're going to find a couple keys as you explore and get access to Audazir's lair, which has all sorts of little glove goodies to find. But when you get to the room with the cone cultists, fall down the hole on the right. Ignore the wire for now and fall down the secret area past the item tomb and do your best to follow the vegetable path without falling off. And meet the Sage of Accretions, who gives you his token along with an item called the Bottomless Juice, which is an infinite juice box. And yes, it is as overpowered as you think it is. But I think it's fair because it was a huge pain in the ass to find this sage to begin with, and I did it with a guide. Good luck doing it without one. I didn't mention it until now, but there are another 3 set of sages, but they are really well hidden. There isn't much lore to learn from them themselves, but we get to gather 3 tokens just like before. I couldn't find the first sage token until way later, but it's in Vuix's edifice up here. Just find this hole with these specific veggies to meet the Sage of Monitors. The sages are really damn hard to find, like too hard to find, but at least you can raid their fridges and get some really good items out of it. There's a lot more added lore about the sages in this title, so I wish there was more info to obtain from them when you actually meet them. I wish you can ask things like, why are you hiding? Can you explain your title? Hylics's quirky dialogue is memorable, but there are several missed opportunities to exploring some character depth. I know that isn't the series' style, but they've already been flirting with some more traditional narrative devices and characterization since the sequel, so I wish we had some small dialogue branches a la Bethesda game, even if it's minor. Even if the main characters aren't safe from being kind of vague and hard to understand sometimes past basic assumptions for motivations. Like, why do your party members tag along again? Is it just a chance to hang out with the new Wayne? It's probably that. I'd risk my life and fight the King of the Moon to smoke a dart with Wayne at the very end of the tormenting, arduous fortress of Foglast. The Cone cultists are surrounding the mostly dead Gibby coffin, and Audazir is on track to his revival, so we must fight him. This guy on the right has a property for whenever he is wrapped, he tanks a hit without taking damage and only deals basic attacks. So if you just set up and ignore him outright and focus entirely on Audazir, then take the other guy out, it's an extremely easy fight. Like a joke easy. But it's all for naught, because Gibby's coffin rumbles. Gibby is revived with a new skeletal form, and he throws dynamite, a classic reminder of Hylics 1 to one-shot us in an unwinnable fight.
I'm just a with a rocket launcher.
His evil fortress, Hylam Xylem, has been reconstructed, and Gibby's presence has turned the once cognizant and unique people of the planet into writhing white abominations unable to speak proper sentences, just like everyone in Hylics 1. Even the Wayne house isn't safe from this. Old Wayne and the rest of the brood are completely transformed into these monsters. The world already felt so lonely, but without anyone else to talk to, it certainly doesn't help. But you know what's a real opportunity this game didn't take? The afterlife is a place you can freely visit and return from, but we never get to see characters we kill get sent back. Imagine seeing that claw guy from the first game just farting around the afterlife. There isn't really a reason why people just can't come back and say nuh-uh to death like Seymour from Final Fantasy X. I think it's a profoundly missed opportunity not to do something like this to show how pointless death is in this world, how meaningless the cycle of life is under the constant war. We finally got one of our answers though. Gibby is the one somehow cursing the inhabitants of the world to spout nothing but babble, though some seem immune from this, mainly being your party members. Why Gibby is able to do this and why he does it is unknown, but we're finally learning something about the cosmology of Hylics's world. The waning crescent moon. Wane is a species with murky origins, seemingly bred or asexually reproduced to fight the gibbous moon entity, Gibby, the king of the moon and tyrant of the earth. The moon got destroyed in the first game, and likely contributed to Gibby making everyone stupid. Why does Gibby do this? Honestly, I don't even think he knows why, or why Wayne exists to fight Gibby. Some of those people who retained their wits are the shopkeeps in New Moldal, who can still be used to buy items from here. So here's a reminder to stock up on your items and perhaps find the guy who can upgrade your items into multi-items, which affect the whole party, who should be unlocked by now. Even Blarol isn't immune from this. Since no one's guarding the vault, we can raid it and obtain all sorts of goodies, like a mountain of bones, an organ fort, the very best defensive item in the game, and this giant skull bomb that we can use in the drill site. Once you throw it down, we can enter an optional first-person dungeon that I highly recommend you explore. You also have to use the deep key for this. You can technically go and fight Gibby as soon as he's awakened, but you would be missing out on a lot of funny little optional stuff if you do that right away. This dungeon is called the Sage Labyrinth, and it lives up to its name by being extremely confusing to navigate. It works like a classic dungeon crawler where each directional button moves your character around while you run into enemies head-on. I'll be dead honest with you, just look up a guide for this part. I really don't have a joke to include about that. Trying to find out where to go on your own is not worth your time. So just find a guide on YouTube and call it a day. I wouldn't say as far as to say this game needed some kind of map hub because there's small enough areas to navigate, but this dungeon is the exception. Go ahead and tell me which wall you can interact with to move it out of the way and which switch flicks correctly. When you follow a guide, you will eventually find the cool and comfortable Sage of Satellites, who hands you the final token along with the single glove, an incredibly powerful item that halves the cost of will on all gestures. So I slap that right on Pangorma. We descend lower into the labyrinth and... Wait, cool, slow down! Someone revved up the Bugatti, and it's our job to deal with it. Thankfully, this hidden boss fight is actually really easy because of how much gear your characters have accumulated. You know the song and dance, just wreck this guy's whip and activate the switch on the wall. This is the airship of the Sages called Dislarn Moon, and it is now becoming a roaming presence in the air. We have to crash our ship directly into it in order to board it. Let's ask how our party members feel though. New haircut?
No. It's a seasonally occurring lamellar structure.
That big airship is a remnant of the Sages' empire. I was denied their gesture in the past, but perhaps now?
Okay, besides Dedusmalin's bug mullet, I guess Pangorma is really old if he kind of knew the Sages in the past. The music here is really sublime. It really sells the feeling like you're exploring a lost, forgotten piece of history that's only recently been resurfaced. We can find some old acolytes selling some extremely powerful gear, including single gloves and organ forts, which you can stockpile depending on how many bones you have. But the real focus is the final, secret gesture of the Sages, a gesture that will finally put the nail in Gibby's coffin, Bombogenesis. The requirements are steep. You have to be in charge to use it, but let's wait until we get to Gibby. We aren't required to get this gesture, but you're going to want to see this in action. Once we finally have our upgraded gloves and gear and gestures, all that's left to do is hand in the last of our antennas to the TV island. You honestly don't have to buy any regular items from here, because all the stuff you've picked up casually will be just enough. Now, let's hop on board and ascend to Hylics Xylem. The music is rocking, going full prog, and we have to make a mad dash through Gibby's fortress with all of our friends. The items we're finding are incredibly powerful. The fortress's statues presenting a psychedelic Mesopotamia, and our ziggurats are blocked off by locked doors. The journey to find the keys we need are flanked by exciting platforming challenges that require us to make careful use of our air dashing and precision in order to not be sucked up by this goop that will send us back to the very top. There will often be areas you can't access until you go to a lower floor and drain the fluids. So the goop from that platforming challenge leaves a bunch of items and a hole to fall through to progress. The entire fortress loops around itself and doesn't overstay its welcome. I wasn't the biggest fan of the dungeons in this game, but Linderoth really knocked it out of the park with Hylics Xylem. The aesthetic, the music, the puzzles, everything here feels great and substantial, a proper build up to the final boss. This is all assuming you're avoiding all the overworld fights, which can be a pain to do because they've gotten pretty damn fast and can catch up to your ground running speed pretty quickly. You have to dodge roll and fly out of the way and make sure you don't plummet off the edge, which will send you back to the very entrance. But your progress on the puzzles won't be reset, thankfully. If you do choose to fight these enemies, you can pull some crazy loot, but all you need to win this fight was given to you before you even stepped into Hylics Xylem. And I'm not talking about the items. I'm talking about your friends.
Behold, the heart of the renewed Hylics Xylem, fueled by the terrestrial juices. We will forge an improved zone.
Gibby, emerge from that vessel. The Hylics Xylem was a failure. Only now does the accretion's long dark age begin to subside.
You were not even a larva when the prior Xylem was formed. Had you witnessed it, you would not malign it so. I forgive you for destroying my satellite. From this world's matter I'll produce a better one, and perhaps allow you a space there.
You'd mulch this entire zone? I just got the new ranch set up.
So many artifacts remain hidden from us. You'd rob us the joy of uncovering them.
Spare me your trivialities, Pongorma. You witnessed the empire of the sages. Only through my work here can such grandeur again be realized.
Alas, I've become habituated to this shabby planet.
Very well. There is no need for verbal debate. I've bathed in the terrestrial juices. Witness my omnipotence!
Gibby's constant, slow, and deliberate walking animation is a genuine threat. The first-person battle perspective painting the image that Gibby is stomping towards us, walking on a brain pattern as our party backs away in fear. His skeletal hands writhe and flex as he attacks us with moves like Teardown, which deals massive damage to a single target, or Killer Trees, which can deal huge damage to everyone, or instantly cripple you and leave you with 1 health. Every time you hit Gibby, he summons a minion who will deal basic damage, and he can summon nearly a dozen of them at a time and keep stacking said damage, so you should work on eliminating them. But if you don't focus on Gibby, he's going to just keep wailing on you until your party is wiped, which would spell bad news for the world because we finally figured out Gibby's motivation. He wants to bring back the world from pre-accretion state, which is something only he, the sages, and apparently Pongorma remember. The entire fate of the world rests on these 4 warriors' shoulders, a classic tale of the warriors of light fighting against a dark king in the most unconventional of settings. How can we possibly win? Consider if you're using Bombogenesis. If you are, then have your character with the highest will count, usually Deducemalin or Wayne, charge up. Then start setting up everyone else. Then just click attack with whoever charged up. Bombogenesis deals a specific amount of damage based on your entire party's will count, and will deplete it all upon use, so use a multi-juice box afterwards. But if you don't have this gesture, don't worry. This is what you have to do. Do the usual strategy of Deducible charging up, then foam armor, apply all the debuffs you want, but have a character use the item Multi-Stem Cell. It's an item that works like leftovers from Pokemon, but for the entire party. These have been around since the beginning of the game, but only now have we started getting the multi-variants. Once that's set up, Pangorma should be using constant lightning. Somsnosa can switch up between charged up Wave Artifice and Soul Crisper, Deducible using his will count to heal anyone if needed, and Wayne on attacking or support or administering the bottomless juice for everyone else. Even with this strategy, you're going to have at least one person melt because this fight isn't a walk in the park, despite Gibby seemingly on his way to the park. He has 999 flesh, and without Bombogenesis, which can realistically only be used like twice the entire fight, your strongest hits will do around 70 damage, and he can do a lot more than you, not even accounting for his minions dogpiling you. But when Gibby uses his advanced form of the Killer Trees attack, all of the minions evaporate. The key to this battle isn't sprinting and dealing as much damage as possible as quickly as possible, it's a Pyrrhic battle of attrition that can only be made slightly easier with the Sage's special items and gestures, using their knowledge of the old world to put down this tyrant. Once the king is dead, we play some sick tunes. And the ending? Well, I'll let it speak for itself. So, let's try and explain what's going on here. Wayne gets lifted into the sky by someone? Is this God returning to Earth and taking Wayne away like Elijah? It might explain why he becomes toothpaste. Deducemolin's head splits open and his worms wriggle out, so I guess he's gonna be bald again next game. Somsnosa goes back to her juice ranch and golfs with Lil Wayne, and hits the golf ball so hard it nearly hits a Wayne plane.
Pussy.
And Pangorma's just kicking it back and going nuts on DDR. And that's the ending. So why does it end like this? To answer that, let's take a step back and try and understand what's actually going on with Hylics. Remember the questions we raised about Hylics 1? Some of them have been answered, or some new light has been shed, but we still don't have a lot of info on some crucial topics, especially the main characters, who have become dramatically more important with the details revealed in Hylics 2. So what do I think about the sequel? To summarize, it took a lot of steps forward, but also a few steps back. As a narrative continuation, it was excellent and everything I wanted and more, but there were some hiccups with the gameplay. The battle mechanics were fun and not too hard to understand, but there felt like less room to experiment with, and general grinding was made incredibly tedious when it wasn't nearly that bad in Hylics 1. I liked platforming around the map, but there was a simplistic beauty in the RPG Maker vibes in Hylics 1 and music and locations that just didn't translate over to me in the sequel. It's still well worth your money and time, but in a lot of ways, I prefer Hylics 1. But I have to acknowledge that part of my love for 1 is because of the steps 2 took. It explains so much of 1's story in retrospect. So really, these two are a non-negotiable package deal. The music of this franchise is so important to the entire experience. If it weren't as delightfully strange and up to interpretation, I just don't think the series would be as accomplished and beloved as it currently is. The song titles are just as abstract as the environments they play in. It lays the groundwork in such a fitting way that without these exact tracks, something would be sorely amiss, like a half missing its other half. The game was released in the summer of 2020, so due to an
unspecified social contagion event,
everyone was inside their house, and because of Hylics' unique style and low price, a lot of people gravitated towards the second game, which naturally lent itself well to people buying the first game and becoming fans of the franchise. Just by the spike in Steam reviews, you know people really ran with this series and made it their own, producing a lot of excellent fan animations and artwork. Thousands of people know about this game's art style, quirky writing, battle system, etc., but what really gnawed on people was the ongoing story. There were a lot of dramatic revelations, or at least the hint of a revelation scattered throughout the series, but a full picture is yet to be sculpted, and it wasn't until May of 2023 when Absent Moon, a musical expansion of the franchise, suddenly dropped. You didn't mishear me. Hylics has a musical expansion rather than a game expansion. This album covers events directly after the events of Hylics 2, so we might finally understand what's going on with the story, and maybe why Wayne is a tube of toothpaste now. Absent Moon refers to the fact that the moon has been gone since Hylics 1, but perhaps something involving good old Wayne. So here's how the album works. There are 14 tracks, but half of those are instrumental versions of the 7 vocal tracks, each sung by a character in-universe. So let's start with track 1, The Champion of Inui / Into the Pastel Sky, sung by... Huh? What do you mean Vinny Vinesauce is singing this? And it's about Wayne? Like, what? So, Vinny Vinesauce is the canon voice of Wayne. This changes everything. That is really unexpected. Wow. Only Hylics would get Vinny Vinesauce to be the voice of its main character.
No. This is not a corruption. How could it be?
The lyrics go something like this. What have I become? I've lost myself to the endless cycle. After this, the moon will never rise again. Felt the snap of death and been reborn in every direction. This isn't living, this is dying for the same beginning. This is set from Wayne's perspective. He's talking about the cyclical nature of his species, about how he is born and reborn over and over without any ceasing. I'm trapped within this phase. I simply wish to close my eyes. Will your hands pull me away into the pastel sky? Recall the hands from the ending of Hylics 2. Perhaps these weren't literal hands, but metaphorical. a metaphor for Wayne feeling dejected and lost in his life and simply leaving it all behind. He's grown sick of his many lives fighting Gibby and desires for his own life outside of his destiny, even doubting his own autonomy as an individual, crying out to someone or a metaphorical god to take him out the planet. The only thing that keeps him sane after all these infinite years are his friends. But even that is not enough to keep him around anymore. He keeps asking himself if he will continue, and he says, nah, and now he's just gone. He's left. And now what? What do his friends think? What's gonna happen to the cycle of the world? Never mind that, because the Promethean's Lament is up next, and it takes place from Audazir's perspective. Remember Gibby's resurrection guy? He's quite important, actually. He's even on the album cover. The song is about the failed resurrection of Gibby in Hylics 2 and how that failure has inspired Audazir to create something entirely new that reflects Gibby, but also stands on its own. The song even sounds like a tuned-down, more chilled-out version of Fancy Meat Computer, reflecting how this creation will be similar, but still different from Gibby. The next song is called The Way Back Home, and it's about Samsnosa, but narrated and sung by Dracula in Universe, which is an incredibly interesting choice. Why Dracula is so interested in her is beyond me, especially when Samsnosa is supposed to be the vocalist of the band with the other party members. The lyrics are so lonely, narrating Samsnosa feeling alone in her entire life, how she kept ignoring something dubbed the calling, how the ambulant skulls have followed her entire life, even resulting in the implied death of her previous family. But now that she's all alone and her remaining friendships have decayed, she leaves it all behind to find her true calling, finding other people like her, as in her own species, which are confirmed to exist, but in a land far, far away. Species is something I neglected to talk about because it isn't spoken of much, but Deducemelin has a defined species because there's another character in that species you can meet with the same head as him. This song is beautiful. The guitar weeps strongly as Dracula, described as a Homer-like omniscient narrator by Linderoth himself, tells Samsnosa's life story, but the devil is in the details, implying that once Wayne suddenly left, everyone just kind of split up, like a friend group after high school. Everyone is on their own path, including Deducemelin in his own song, Seasons. He still has his passion for archaeology and learning, but he has a different way of coping with Wayne leaving. He's throwing himself into his work, but he feels that a lot of things are off. The entire gang never felt the same after Hylics Xylem. He feels disconnected from everyone, but the world itself is also changing. The nights seem to have become longer, the environments are different. He uses Wayne as a reference point, trying to find clues to his whereabouts, and never settling for just letting him go. His thirst for knowledge and thirst for Wayne's companionship are comorbid, perhaps linked entirely psychologically. The whole song is nicely wrapped in a nice metaphor for the seasons, how people will change and come and go with the coming and going of seasons, and the waxing waning of the moon. Hylics, at its fundamental core, is about the non-stop, perpetual, continuous motion of time and reality, and how some things will change and falter with it, and how some things will always simply be, no matter what. Spell of Absurd World Begins to Wane is super interesting, because the perspective isn't immediately obvious. An unknown narrator recites events over a strong beat, talking about how much he admires Wayne, about how the group he was previously in became broken and scattered, about how much it darkened his mental state. The world seems darker, warped, and the only thing he can do is what he's done his whole life, fight back. But fighting largely lost its meaning. He finds no glory in combat, because it's solely become about survival, which has become overridden in his mind. The old man stayed, an aged knight set in his ways. This song is about Pongorma, and it carries a deadly meaning for his character. He's been around the longest in the cast, and all he's done with his long life is fight for lord and land. But he learned how to fight for his friends at the end of his life, and for himself. Samsnosa is depressed and drifting. Deducemelin looks for angers and tries to hold on to his memories, but Pongorma is angry. He feels a little bitter and upset about it, and he repeats to himself, "When will the cycle end?" 4 times, each time getting fainter as he dies. Pangorma dies, believing his life to be ultimately wasted on war and bloodshed outside of a few short years spent alongside his friends, which was such a short arc in his entire life. Yeah, Pangorma bites the dust off screen. I think it's a great way to bookend this character, someone who spent his entire life fighting, dying in a battle as an old man who refused to adapt. But I really have to question why this character moment was chosen during the musical expansion. Was it a decision only made during this album? If he had died in Hylics 2, it would have made his death a lot more impactful instead of only a small portion of the fan base who have listened to the new album even knowing about it. It just feels weird. I feel very mixed on the story the song provides, because there are some implications thrown around by Chuck and Mason that Pangorma might not even be in the afterlife somehow, which is not the first time the afterlife being weirder than usual, has been mentioned. Perhaps the cycle of Wayne and Gibby is what's keeping the afterlife open as a revolving door. But our final song is upon us. Awakening, which actually doesn't have lyrics, is about Audazir's new creation, his child born of gestures, and the future protagonist of Hylics 3. Linderoth has been a little more open about his development of the third title, doing all sorts of live streams and updating his Twitter and Tumblr accounts. But before we talk about Hylics 3, we have most of the pieces ready for a total understanding of what Hylics story is, its cosmology and the symbolism. And the state of our party members has changed so much that who knows what will become of them, or even what will become of Wayne Prime, because from all the teasers provided, the other Waynes have changed and become these much more monstrous and aggressive creatures. Absent Moon describes the events around 10 to 15 years after Hylics 2 as build-up for the third game. We only really understood Hylics in 2023, nearly a decade after Hylics 1 came out in RPG Maker in 2015, and our patience has been rewarded. And allow me to explain the true story of Hylics. Since time sculpted, the world simply was. There may or may not have been higher beings involved with this creation, but what we do know is that the world seemed prosperous with knowledge, largely due to a class of entities called the Sages, perhaps the pneumatics of this world. However, something called the accretion stopped this phase of learning, and the Sages went to hiding. What does accretion actually mean? It means something like to expand or to accumulate more, which means for something to just expand or grow. The event is described as a worldwide occurrence, so it could be a literal accretion, like the world suddenly gained and expanded its mass, and consider that the very art style may play into this. The world really might be made of clay, and the accretion could describe when the world wasn't, but then was turned into clay or consumed by it. What exactly caused this or why it happened is still unknown, but I theorize that it may have been introduced by the moon, or at least the cycle associated with it. Here we must introduce the ethereal, ever-present cycle of the moon. This is Gibby, the singular entity who has crowned himself king of the moon and tyrant of the earth. Through his influence, the entire world is infected with a kind of nonsense virus that makes people speak nothing but gibberish and mutates their physical forms. But there is one species able to stop him. The Wayne species. The Wayne species is a kind of hive mind, where they all share the same personality and thoughts, but still have some kind of individualism. The strongest Wayne at any given time is called Wayne Prime, the Wayne destined to beat Gibby and remove the curse, because the waning crescent moon always comes for the gibbous moon. But the gibbous moon always comes back, which starts the cycle anew. Gibby can never truly be defeated, and Waynes can seemingly repopulate asexually, which means throughout his entire lifespan of the planet, these two are always destined to overtake one another, with the entire planet and even the moon itself as collateral to their fights. No one else really matters. Not even dying matters, because you can freely return from death. So Wayne and Gibby have been alive for an incalculable amount of time. The other characters' ages are also called into question, but I don't even know if age matters for most characters, because along with their lives, they're just arbitrary. So you know what I did to really understand the story? I played through these games a second time. I went start to finish again, and my entire perspective changed. What was once abstract and unknowable became eerie and desperate, became haunting, because I knew I was playing in a world long gone, a post-apocalyptic, nearly deserted world inhabited by Hylics, whom I remind you are godless beings unaware of the mental and spiritual aspects of reality. The psychic nature of living beings is a fleeting presence because Gibby is directly suppressing it, perhaps trying to act as a god king in a world without higher power. And that's what Hylics stands for. Everyone left alive. Hylics 1 starts with the Wayne Prime at the time living alone with a cat while the world is already under the rule of Gibby at the time. He listens to his primal instincts and finds an old friend, Samsnosa, who was likely met by another Wayne Prime however long ago. Samsnosa's family has been dead for some time and she's sunk into a depression, unable to retrieve her magic gauntlets. With Wayne's help, they obtain them and then meet the archaeologist Dedusmalin, who joins them to discover more pre-accretion artifacts. They meet Pongorma instead of a vault he sealed himself in for some time now, who joins them after they best him in a fight. The four gradually obtain more gestures and money, take down Clawman for his cash, which forces Clawman to say a hasty goodbye to his child, and then they buy keys for a rocket ship and head to the moon, where they kill Gibby, but not before Gibby feels a twinge of guilt for his actions against Wayne and the world, but feels resigned to his fate, detonating the moon and freeing the world. An unknown amount of time passes between Hylics 1 and 2, but it's enough time for that Wayne Prime becomes Old Wayne and passes his knowledge down to a huge amount of other Waynes, with the newest only recently being declared Prime and sent on a mission to prevent Gibby from being resurrected. He reunites with his friends, but Gibby is resurrected anyways, reconstructing his fortress, Hylam Xylem, and the Curse of Nonsense is enacted again, making most living inhabitants on the planet speak gibberish. The crew has a traumatic and painful journey, but manages to defeat Gibby again. But they're all tired. Wayne leaves the world altogether because he can't handle his pointless destiny and seeks something else. Samsnosa goes on a spiritual quest to find her people. Dedusmalin throws himself into his work out of grief and the desire to know why, and Pongorma keeps on fighting, which results in his death. Hylics' story is about the redundancy and arbitrary nature of life on a planet long abandoned by a god. Life and death have no seeming meaning, and the only lives that have meaning are forced to fight each other in a battle that will still end up pointless because they aren't in full control of their own destiny. Every advancement made in Hylics 2's gameplay only served to continue a horrible cycle of violence and suffering on Earth. Wayne isn't part of the Kali Yuga, he's a manifestation of it. There is no escape in death, it's only another step in a meaningless tragic cycle that hurts everyone and destroys everything with no escape. But it might be over. The new protagonist hinted at Hylics 3, the eventual sequel, is made by Audazir and might contain some parts of Gibby. Wayne has left the world and his species is becoming astray, changing. The afterlife is becoming more difficult to freely enter and leave. The recurring cyclical elements are beginning to change and alter. Other characters not connected are being introduced. Older ones have left, and the future, for the first time in this world's history, is unpredictable. The previews of the Wayne species look monstrous and warped, taking on a new grim and horror theme, but even as the world is cast in shadows because of the infinite cycles yet turn again, there is hope at the end of the tunnel for this all to end, even if it means to die a permanent unending death, to cease consciousness just to make it all go away. I can't say for certain what Hylics 3 has in store for us. We just have to wait for its release, but it's a release I want nothing more than to share with all of you. This game is so abstract and rich for interpretation that everything I said could be proven totally wrong with Hylics 3, but we just don't know that. Many other people could have a completely different interpretation, and that's the beauty of it. Anyone can make a 2-hour analysis video on this game series. And I hope that hopelessness of Hylics inspires you to take a chance on something abstract, to see meaning and love in a world where there is so little of it to be found. And that's what Hylics is, at least to me. Play these games and wait for part 3. I know I will.
What can I even say, Wayne? You were there when everyone else was gone. Thank you, Wayne. I just wish I could be there for you, too.
We've uncovered so many things together. But I would do it all again if it meant meeting you for the first time once more.
My time with you was short, but I take refuge in hoping we will meet again, no matter what form you take.
Thanks for watching, and until then, have a lovely rest of your day. The Postal franchise is both infamous and beloved for its outrageous, shocking, over-the-top violence, lowbrow toilet humor, and its willingness to make fun of itself and the player.
Didn't you just save? My grandmother could beat the game if she saved as much as you do.
Postal 2 caused the series to become legendary entries for PC gaming, and its developers, running with scissors, to define the entire franchise with the same loving touches of Postal 2. The game is so widespread and iconic that it really needs no introduction, but notice how Postal 2 is what everyone talks about. What happened to Postal 1? This peculiar franchise is only spoken of in hushed tones and frightened whispers by even its strongest defenders, because the content within is so radically unhinged and apologetically disturbing that it not only ended up doing things that Silent Hill and Half-Life 2 would later take from, it was partly responsible for expediting discussions in the American Congress for video games affecting the youth, as well as the federal government being quite upset with the creators for reasons you'll understand later. I'm not making that part up either. This is to say, Postal 1 is so grisly, so shocking and uncompromising, it left a permanent scar on the entire gaming industry that it still hasn't entirely healed from. While not disfiguring, it's still noticeable enough to have altered the perception of the medium in both major and subtle ways. This game predicted the future in a pitch-black way that no one was prepared for. My aim with this video is to showcase and explain how the visuals, subject matter, and gameplay made Postal so grotesque and monstrous to behold during its release, as well as how it stands today in regards to its legacy and impact. This is a game that has affected me so greatly creatively and artistically, and there's absolutely nothing quite like it. No other bottle to hold this kind of vicious, downright sickening lightning running with scissors was able to capture with this release, and how nearly every other attempt, including the official remake done 20 years later, failed in most aspects to embody the delusional, paranoia, and unrelenting hopelessness Postal exudes with its entire being. I'll pay some lip service to Postal 2 and the rest of the series, but this video is primarily based on the original PC release of Postal. I highly don't recommend spending God knows how much on the original big box PC release, unless you're me, but the developers were kind enough to make the original freeware on nearly every relevant digital platform with all expansions. Steam is the most convenient, so that's my choice. These kind of games have all sorts of issues on YouTube, so if you can do me an excellent favor, please just sub to the channel and like the video, and if not for me, do it for the dude.
Kickin' ass.
Brothers and sisters, let me introduce Postal. Huge thank you to my Patreon supporters. More on how you can support me later on. First impressions are imperative to any form of media, most especially video games. If people are going to spend hours of their precious time consuming something, the very first things they see and hear and sense has to hook them in to deem it worthy. This is something you, perhaps unintentionally, considered when deciding to watch this video past the very first minute, as well as every other video online. Ideally, the title screen of a video game should be indicative of the entire experience.
you should be feeling the exact things the developers and publishers want you to right at the start to hook you in. Many of the most famous games of all time have incredibly evocative title screens that stand the test of time and excellently represent the feelings closely associated with the title. How does Postal open? The title of the game is haphazardly taped onto what looks like a blood-stained leather background. Someone completely unidentifiable staring off into space, knee-deep in mountains of human skulls. A crude, vivisected image of someone cropped screaming onto the left to communicate an abstract but agonizing cry of pain. The entire thing is out of focus, like our minds simply cannot comprehend the primordial terror the scene is trying to predict. A true version of Hell on Earth. And the music. The music! Screams in pitch-black ambience and the shrill squeaking of machinery are erratically bolted together to create this satanic symphony straight out of a night terror. Everything about the screen is horrific and blood-curdling. It feels like a deliberate tribute to paranoia and spite, like an active advertisement that this title screen detests you completely and wants you to fall deeper into delusional paranoia and misery. Even the UI is unrelenting. The music stops entirely, and each menu looks like sodden, blood-soaked paper the post office would use to wrap packages in. Every sound effect is a heartbeat, blood splattering, or a bullet dropping to the ground. You know what the most demented part of this whole screen is? It isn't the visuals, or even the music. It's the title, Postal. Why is it named after the federal mail system? That's because it's a play on words of the American phrase, going postal, which was created to explain a morbid phenomenon of workplace violence and shootings by post office workers all around America from the late 70s up into the late 90s. These were very real events that left dozens of people dead. Highlighted and made noteworthy, many of these horrible events were perpetrated by seemingly ordinary people who worked there, and one day they just snapped, and they went on a huge spree of violence. Why these events happened obviously depends on each incident, but a popular reason is that many of the postal workers were often former soldiers, and given that Vietnam was finished right around the time it started, you can probably put two and two together. Postal came out in 1997, when going postal was very much in the sensitive cultural expanse at the time for Americans, making running with scissors really live up to their name by using a topical and highly controversial subject, some may argue carelessly. But let the title color your predictions for what this game is about. Many major retailers were definitely not happy and outright refused to stock the game in any capacity, the game even being outright banned in many countries. It resulted in the original big box release being very hard to obtain now, but I found one, and the descriptions it provides inside reveal as little as possible, just enough to cock the mag in our proverbial gun. Welcome to Paradise, Arizona, where our unnamed protagonist, simply dubbed the Postal Dude, has, expectantly, gone postal. Everyone in town is after you, or are they? The line between genuine danger and paranoid delusion is intentionally muddled and made confusing to comprehend, no doubt based on people questioning the motive for the violence that would occur in real life, with the E3 marketing of '97 even having Billboard questioning what went wrong. Yeah, the game was at E3, it's kind of funny to think about. It was also held in Atlanta, which is perhaps the scariest part. The last thing I want to mention here is the photo of our protagonist. A long-haired man huddled in the corner, gun cradled tightly in his arms, his eyes full of wild fear and anxiety. His combat boots and trench coat cross the line in the sand past the stylish action hero of the 90s and into a much bleaker, darker aesthetic, a prelude of what's to come. Without further delay, let's go postal. October 7th, 1997. The Earth is hungry. Its heart throbs and demands cleansing. The Earth is also thirsty. The cropped screaming mouth is back again. Bullets and assorted viscera decorates the scratchy, nondescript background. A low, haunting, guttural moan drones on as the completely unhinged narration from our protagonist splatters onto screen. and we quickly transition into the first level, and I don't really think I need to explain how this whole thing works, do I? Your objective is to eliminate the hostile enemies on each level, which each have their own unique map. The hostiles, usually police and Latino dudes and wife beaters throwing grenades, have to be gunned down to a certain percentage, so you don't have to clear the entire map, just a percentage depending on your selected difficulty. You'll notice that there are just as many completely innocent bystanders with no idea what's going on as the hostiles who will get directly in the way of your rampage, which cheekily leads you to killing them in cold blood. Killing innocent people is something that was incredibly proprietary for the time in games, and it still kind of is. Think about how many games out today allow you to do that. Basically all of them have consequences in the form of a police system or a karma system to tell you, this is wrong, you shouldn't be doing this. But in Postal, there is no downside for letting them die, let alone gunning them down yourself. They scream for their lives and beg for mercy, only to find nothing at the end of the tunnel. It's tacitly encouraged on the box. Men and women alike gunned down coldly. There are very few games that outright reward you for killing the innocents, but Postal is one of them. There's even an achievement added in the later Steam release explicitly for killing the innocents. This was nigh unheard of in 1997. This game came out before the very first GTA, before you could randomly kill people in Jak 2 or any other open world game with a morality system. It was completely ahead of the curve in so many ways, artistically, musically, and tonally, like a deadly premonition of things to come. It feels like something you would find in the bowels of Game Jolt from the disturbed mind of a single creator rather than a commercially distributed video game with a marketing budget. The controls work as such. Your mouse is your cursor, which can either be in the more rudimentary classic mode found in the original disc, or the newer modern controls which allow free aiming. WASD to move, right-clicking allows you to duck and dodge some, and I mean some, bullets, and pressing X allows you to kill a wounded enemy, which you should never do under any circumstances, because enemies die on their own within seconds, and outside of the cool, or horror factor depending on the player, could leave you wide open to attacks trying to do so. Each number on your keyboard activates a different weapon. Our primary weapon bound to 1 is an infinite ammo machine gun that loses accuracy the further your cursor is from the character. This means the game is more about knowing the map inside and out, knowing where to go to avoid enemies and lead them into advantageous positions. 2 and 3 are shotguns with varying firing speeds, 4 and 6 are grenades and Molotov cocktails, 5 is a rocket launcher, 7 is a grenade napalm launcher, and 8 is a flamethrower. I hope you've played enough games to know how to use each. They work exactly how you'd expect them to. Just be careful with the flamethrower, because fire can hurt you and prevent you from tacking momentarily, just as it does your enemies. It plays like a very simple, if dated, twin-stick shooter, but level 1, Home, still gives a variety of enemies that set up player expectations quite well. Your standard comps of machine guns and shotguns, and these jerks with rocket launchers who can very easily chain you if you get blasted against a wall, Sonic 06 style, and it's immensely frustrating to die from that. There's something especially palpably eerie about executing all these people, having no reason why they're after us, who started the conflict, nothing. But what I do know is that it's set to no music whatsoever. Have a listen. The tracks listed for each level only play on the loading screens. Every level, outside of a specific ambient sound, is silent. It's just you, your guns, and people begging for their lives in the desolate, snowy neighborhood. It's deafening. Imagine being in this situation, where your neighbors are being gunned down, but having to quickly figure out that the entire town, including you, is reduced to a percentage, like the postal dude works for an insurance company. To break up the silence and begs for mercy, some NPCs will cry out something that is very deliberately funny, which can just as easily be their final words as their pleads for life.
Has anyone seen my ear?
I'm having a very bad day.
The most common quips actually come from the Postal dude himself.
Smells like chicken. Proudly made in the USA, baby. Listen, can you hear the property values going up? Gotta love welfare reform. You should remain still when injured. Here, let me help you.
This is an incredibly iconic voice done by Rick Hunter, who stuck around with the franchise since its inception, and he gives a delightfully chilling performance that perfectly captures the malice and cruelty the dude displays, but in a casual, nonchalant way. A true auditory sociopath experience. He has quite a bit of lines here, so go give him a listen on your own. You've definitely heard his voice before through a clip of the second game. It's a delicate balance to include jokes and puns in such a grim situation, but with the entire game's framework being constructed around the dude being insane, i.e. an unreliable narrator in some sense, I don't think it's immersion breaking or distracting at all. It's more on the level of a game like Harvester, which I made a full video on some time ago, go check it out, where there's some tact and balance between the violence and the humor, versus an unhealthy heaping of bathos that would wreck the tone. Though the title screen doesn't do a great job being funny, so it is kind of a shock to hear Rick Hunter say butt sauce. I do kind of wish they had some kind of tongue-in-cheek message when you started the game to introduce the humor a little bit better at the very start. Once you eliminate all the hostiles, I also include the innocents because I'm hardcore, the level doesn't actually end. You just roam around this now empty map, looking at all the corpses strewn about in the wake of your destruction. It's profoundly isolating. You've just slaughtered your entire neighborhood, and what do you have to say for yourself?
I regret nothing.
If the guilt is too much for you, simply press the Q button to killbind. I highly recommend you change it to K, because you can easily fat finger the Q key from W at any point in gameplay and lose your entire progress on a level, which is so goddamn annoying. If this reminds you of Hotline Miami at all, great. I wouldn't be surprised if that slow walking back to the door was directly inspired. You've made your bloody bed, now bloody lie in it. Press F1 to enter the next level, by the way. October 17th, 1997. Blessed for the meek, for they make easy targets. We're given an angular, uncomfortable view of an alleyway, bodies strewn around recklessly while the dude misremembers a Bible quote, which I will talk about later when I discuss the dude's character more in depth. The image spins and shifts like we're viewing this from a distorted perspective of our killer. Howls echo throughout, but follow me on this one. Look at the top here. Does this not look like someone or something peering over us? The splash screens are all highly up to interpretation, so maybe we should get comfortable with the idea that someone is watching us. I mean the Postal dude, as he callously commits his rampage. There's a screenshot of a beta version of the game. This image was used for the later level, the construction site, but uses the picture for the truck stop. There's quite a bit of talk about demons and fate, so maybe this theory holds some water. When you enter the level, I hate to report that virtually nothing has changed from the previous one. There are these exploding tanks that take way too long to shoot to become useful, but that's really the extent of the meaningful expansion on the gameplay. The running and gunning is exactly the same, with the same enemies and weaponry, which leads to this game's biggest and most damning flaw: repetition. Nearly every level plays exactly the same, with very little variety or change in strategy. Sometimes you gain a new weapon, but those tend to be situational. You should really be using your infinite ammo gun for like 85% of the encounters in this entire game, and using the rocket launcher or throwables for some more threatening enemies, like those missile launchers. The new foes or firearms do little to distract from the entire fact for the entire game's length, the core formula is taking down spongy enemies is rarely deviated on or meaningfully altered or questioned. If level 1 did not provide you any fun, then I wouldn't recommend playing the game past this point. I have a lot of patience for the jank this game has, and the smiting art is more of a draw than actually playing this game, which is an overwhelmingly consistent talking point among its own fanbase. While the amateurish flair does wonders for the audio-visual sensations, it doesn't do the gameplay any favors, if not acting as an outright deterrent. It might depend on your tolerance, but I was okay with this flaw because Postal 1 is not a long game by any stretch. The entire game front to back can easily be completed in 2 hours, which I think is hardly overstaying its welcome. At least, it does still feel like a journey. The splash screens help establish the tone of each location, and we can chart out the dude's movements with each level. It doesn't just feel like you're being picked up and plopped in random locales. There's a motive for why the dude goes around Paradise's various locations, which is a small touch for immersion, but greatly appreciated. What kept me going wasn't just shooting people and hearing the funny voice lines. Well, okay, that's a lie. Yes, it was. It was the chance to look at the maps themselves. Every map in this game is hand-drawn, and has a kind of Newgrounds animation look with washed-out colors and liberal use of airbrushing, which I think melds perfectly with the wanton violence of the game. All the artists did an excellent job at designing locations and UI that feels gritty and unhinged and completely distinct. The rudimentary 3D models of the characters are super charming and scream 90s. I think it holds up a lot better than other games because it's such a charming time capsule for this era of PC gaming. Another neighborhood's worth of people slaughtered, and on to the next level. October 17th, 1997. The air ripens with the odors of the dead and the dying. It smells like victory. The smell of human decay and death has become intoxicating for the dude, who has begun to enjoy the slaughter more than he already has. It's taken drug-like effects in his mind, with distorted whispering chanting in his ears as he's killed someone new. The woods around him contorting and twisting like a Gaussian blur with a Breaking Bad Mexico filter over it. Remember when I just complained about the repetition? Pretend I did that again. There's virtually nothing to say about this level that I haven't already said about the game before. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, this level's boring ah hell. Something worth noting is that this weapon switching is incredibly fast. You can switch from your shotgun to a rocket launcher with so little time in between that it almost feels instant. Heavier weapons like the rocket launcher have some wind-up before firing, but your standard shotties and spray gun are basically instant, so that the pace of combat is never broken, however repetitive it might feel. You never feel like a second is wasted. You're always having your fingers on the trigger, which is a very underappreciated aspect of the game that doesn't get enough praise. So many other games always have weapon switching cooldown timers and animations, which usually work in its own respective flow in combat, but Postal is fast-paced, for the 90s standard. Actually, I found something else I don't like about the game. Want to tell me how much ammo I have? You can't? Yeah, no surprise, you can barely see the UI at the bottom. Well, kind of stylish, but only kinda. It doesn't really serve its purpose well when your ammo count is 3 pixels tall, which means if you start spraying people down wantonly with one weapon, you can only really find you're out of ammo when you can't shoot anymore, which can leave you in all sorts of sticky situations. It doesn't help that everyone you have to shoot takes as many goddamn bullets. Like, how many direct shotgun blasts to the face can the average cop actually take? Can someone please test this in real life and send me the results? October 18th, 1997. A glorious symphony of slaughter. 76 tromboners led the death parade. There's something about the harsh noise and low quality image that just screams analog horror to me, and not in a particularly bad way. I'm known as someone who detests that genre, but there's a real fear to this image, the splayed bodies and sound of the marching band blaring in your ears, putting you entirely in the combat boots of the dude. It feels like you're being overwhelmed by your actions, like the trumpets of the angels have descended upon you, here to throw you into the lake of fire. It reminds me of the Ancient of Days from SMT4. I'll go ahead and spoil it. This is the last time any of the splash screens are recognizable. Everything from beyond here is so interpretive and mystifying that requires a lot more legwork to explain. This marching band is passing by, and unlike every other level in the game, people aren't immediately hostile to you. You don't technically have to shoot the marching band, but who are you kidding? This level is actually quite a bit harder than any other, and it's harder than most after it as well. Postal's idea of increased difficulty is just packing a level full of enemies and thinning out health and ammo pickups, which doesn't sound unreasonable, but trying to do with 3 to 4 people who are occupying the exact same spot while your cursor targets one at a time is a tough ask. The previous levels had around 25 hostiles, this one has 40, which is much more than even the next couple of levels after it, which is very baffling design to place on an especially challenging level between much easier ones, rather than having a gradual ramping pace. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game and got filtered, who knows. This also takes place in a city, and the isometric map view does wonders to hide your enemies, which makes it quite hard to run and hide when you can't tell where the bullets are coming from. There is a system in place to show you where you are when obscured by the environment, but it only illuminates the player, so you'll have to wait for the enemy to come out of this awkward angle, or just shoot wildly and hope you can find them. It's not like it's impossible to circumvent, but what happened here? Just don't make buildings that tall if it obstructs the view. I know these guys were pretty new to making games at the time, but come on now. Even when you're at the end, this specific map is on the larger side, so if you're aiming to kill everyone, as you should be, you should spend a couple minutes looking for some guy stuck inside of a fence, because that'll happen pretty often. Oh, yeah, if you stand by this phone here at the gas station, there's a raunchy Easter egg. October 18th, 1997. Life is cheap. Death is free. Act now. Supplies are limited. Offer void in Arizona. Quite the gnarly grimace of gums. It almost looked like a horse or alligator's mouth rather than a person's. But whatever mouth it is definitely matches the echoed sound playing. Remember when I said the level after the parade was easy? I lied. The bridge is also quite challenging, but in a really engaging way. The only way to get the hostiles is, of course, to make sacrifices to queer gods. Okay, no, you just need to cross this bridge, but it's full of hostiles, obviously. You need to change the way you play. Instead of relying on mobility and sneaking around the map, you really have to dig deep in your pockets and use every bit of your inventory to clear out the bridge. It's a great flipping of the script that adds a meaningful dimension to the typically monotonous combat. I'd say throw grenades, but there's one problem. Grenades suck. They feel like they have no impact, and unless the guy you want to kill is standing perfectly still, he's going to get out of the way and dodge this little dinky fart of an explosion. Overall, a challenging but fair level. October 18th, 1997. Furious fireflies materialize against the cavern wall and sunder the earth into dust. Come, little insects, and see the web we've woven. The mine is an especially eerie opening, the narrow view of a man slowly bleeding out in an ancient mine shaft, with the sound of the droning and the tommyknockers his only comfort as the dude watches him die. But the text is a little curious. The talk of insects is clearly a way to talk about snuffing out human lives, right? But who exactly is we in this context? Perhaps I'm looking too deeply into the ramblings of a madman, or the text thrown in by an unsure development team. But is it an interpretation that the dude somehow isn't acting alone? Maybe that shadow in the truck stop and this shadow here aren't the dude, but perhaps the other person or thing mentioned. I thought about this as I played, snaking through the claustrophobic tunnels and shooting grenade-throwing miners. This level is super easy because enemies are far apart and few in between, which means there's no reason not to hang back and just pepper them with your infinite ammo primary and wait for them to drop. I'm real thankful they decided to give you an infinite ammo option, otherwise you might run into the scenario of having no ammo and forcing a kill bind. I'm of the opinion that the weapons are mostly balanced. Even if the 2-shotgun feels somewhat redundant, there's something for every situation, which is a great sign when your primary weapon has infinite ammo. It just does the least damage, so there are real advantages to change your arsenal, even if the largest one is to save you time rather than personal preference. So the monotony of the game is accounted for, but it's still there. October 19th, 1997. Don the eviscerated organs of my enemies as party hats, wear their shredded entrails as neckties, and oh, how I shall dance. What is this image supposed to be? There are so many overlays and filters caked on, it's impossible to tell, but I could make out what looked like a mutilated doll. At least I hope it's a doll. In the corner here. From this point on, I won't be mentioning each level aside from its splash screen unless I have something specific to say about it, because otherwise the video would get too bloated with me repeating myself. First you shoot this guy, then shoot him again, shoot this guy, ammo and health again. If you think that would be boring to recite, imagine how boring it is to play it. It's a shame because I do like the look of all these levels. It just doesn't translate brilliantly to a YouTube narration format. I don't think there's any other game where the loading screens are more thrilling and interesting to pick apart than actually playing the game, which is kind of ridiculous, but also fascinating structure. The screens are your reward by finishing each level the way a cinematic cutscene is in modern games. October 19th, 1997. Human trash spills from its containers as death rains down upon them, sweeping the streets in a cleansing cloudburst of blood. So, let's address the elephant in the room that you're all thinking, "Oh no! I haven't liked the video yet!" Go ahead and do that right now if you haven't. I am watching you, by the way. But seriously, what is this? This misty, out of focus ghoul gaping at us. The sound of static coming from a television makes for a spooky visual, but perhaps we can theorize who it represents. It could be the dude himself, who in his insanity can't grasp his own form. Or it could be the sinister other that has been hinted at throughout the game. It calls into question whose perspective the text comes from. If it isn't from the deluded mind of the dude, then perhaps this other character. Things are heating up. I especially love the ambience of this level. The crickets chirping and wolves howling really make you feel alone. It reminds me of my summer vacation spent at trailer parks in the countryside, except there weren't any armed madmen there. I don't live in America after all. The Postal dude wouldn't have gotten far in a Canadian trailer park, I'll tell you right now.
It's a little different than most transmissions. First stop drive doesn't work, but third does. Neutral is park, reverse is second. If you want to use reverse, put it in drive. You got it?
If you say so.
Intelligent people that live here.
Oops, botched that one.
October 19th, 1997. Next stop? Armageddon, the River Styx, Hades, and all points in between. All aboard. The mangled visage of a person's face drenched in red swirls and twists, the red either being pools of blood or the upcoming pit stop to hell. The suffering and damnation of being sent to hell has become a recurring element, which adds a layer of context to the not-so-virtuous mission. The dude is intentionally trying to send people to hell and really getting a saucy kick out of it. So Christianity is at least somewhat baked into the game, at least the scary parts of it. The dude may view himself as an arbiter of the devil, an agent of chaos, and if I'm allowed to wax poetry a bit, the man of lawlessness, the one who reveals himself at the end of the world before the savior comes. We don't know much about the town of Paradise, but the name of the town itself could be a reference to the earthly paradise of Eden, or John Milton's Paradise Lost, as a reference to the book, which references Eden, you know what I mean. Or it could just be an ironic name with no connection whatsoever. Also, apparently Paradise, Arizona is a real place. And it's a ghost town, so abandoned. I wonder why. Oh, die lit. October 20th, 1997. Feathers will fly, but big birds won't. They will, however, be going south this winter. Far south. So this level takes place at a farm, and you get to kill a bunch of ostriches, which is awesome because I love abusing and killing animals, but they also become a recurring NPC roaming around in future levels, which makes the mindless slaughter a little more funny, which is something it desperately needed. Postal has a surprising amount of animal abuse throughout the series, which is not something you see very often. I honestly think that killing animals is a lot edgier than killing people. And I don't mean like feral monsters clearly trying to kill you, I mean regular animals. Also, this map has 11 hostiles. 11. Notice that the hostile count is kind of all over the place. It's not like these are 11 super advanced, difficult enemies that take a lot of time to deal with. They're just the regular ones from level 1. It's not much different from the first one. Like they just swapped some levels around in development or something. Had there been more of an effort to ramp up hostiles progressively, which is already kind of the case with the missile launcher ones at the very end, this would be a more forgivable move to introduce players, which, funnily enough, Hatred of All Games did better. But I think we'll talk more about that game later on. It's just kind of baffling how some levels feel like you can blink and miss them, and others can take half an hour if you're bad and keep dying. The narrative through line is there, but there's enough of a disconnect on the gameplay that it's more than just noticeable, it's distracting. Think about how I can speak about some levels long enough for the entire audio track to loop, and others are so brief you might not even hear the whole thing until I struggle to find a reason to say something about them or include a joke. Is this an intentionally synchronized bit of videography and editing showcasing my dedication and talent as a creator, or my unwillingness to remove things from my scripts? I leave that in the hands of interpretation, just like the Postal dude. Oh god, not this one. October 20th, 1997. Blood splinters everywhere, like a river flowing around me, pulling me in its wake. Paradise. Prepare for deconstruction. Okay, no word of a lie, this level was really boring and the text is whatever. But you know what really locked me in? It's the splash art. And look at this skull here. It looks pedestrian, and it is. It's just a skull. But something about this specific skull tickles something curious in my brain, and I don't think I can explain it properly without giving you the full context. Okay, so I was about 17 or 18 at the time, and I was working out with my dad in the house. We had a TV in the room so we can watch movies or a show while we were lifting weights. And he put on American Psycho, which is a really funny movie to be watching while working out, especially watching with your dad, even more so while watching it working out with your dad. I've seen the movie, great film. But do you guys remember the scene where he chases the chick out of the apartment? She's running down the stairs, and I think he holds a weapon. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. There was like a 1% opacity skull overlaid Christian Bale's face when he leaned over the ledge, and I've never been able to prove it to anyone ever. All the compressed re-uploads of the scene don't have it, and the only time I've ever seen anything or anyone ever mentioned again was a thread on X talking about it. I don't know if I had like a 5-second moment of my own going Postal moment, or if the lack of oxygen from exerting myself working out tricked my brain, but every time I see this skull, I think about that scene in American Psycho. And it makes me sound crazy. I can't even find the X post or thread. Maybe I am going Postal. Okay, I want you to comment Christian Bale's skull in the comment section if you've made it this far, or just want to talk about it. I want the entire comment section to be about this anecdote, so it looks like pure insanity from an outsider's perspective who hasn't watched or finished the video. Imagine commenting before you finish a video. Couldn't be me.
Smoke coils up in my nostrils, tingling with death's surprise. Human remnants cling to my clothing like bloody briars as I continue to wade, hip deep in bone, flesh, and viscera.
Bad neighborhood coming up. The art is especially dramatic. This wispy, thin shape enclosing the specter inside like a prison. The gentle ambience and wind makes my head gently sway as I gaze upon the art, like the sound is somehow altering it. An excellent use of sound here. It's like someone's being crushed in this narrow stretch, reduced from a human form into whatever that is. It reminds me and a lot of other people about that one manga about an earthquake opening up holes in a mountain that people put themselves through and come out disfigured. The Ghetto also has a fictional version of the Running with Scissors studio, along with protesters who didn't want the game to release this fictional version. This would become a recurring element in the franchise. I've always seen it as a funny little fourth wall break, but it only got crazier in Postal 2.
I am the Celestial Gardener, policing the planet of the stuck weeds and poisons which leak out even through the cracks of the cold asphalt sidewalks of the city of sin.
A very similar depiction of a man from the Ghetto level is in front and center, but dead in the middle of what looks like a bloody blast. like a bomb stripping him of all his flesh, a gnarly detail that could easily just as be one of our victims, with the gut-wrenching noise being the death screams of whoever unfortunate enough was to be caught in the blast. I feel like I'm looking at an artist's depiction of a war crime, and I basically am. The soundtrack, if you even want to call it that, is a repeated loop of someone screaming bloody murder, likely the guy in the picture. It's a horrifying sound that stuck with me ever since I first heard it. Speaking of stripping the flesh off of people's bones, I kind of wish the hostiles could get more mutilated in-game. As much as I love seeing them beg for their lives and getting shot, I do kind of wish they had various states of dismemberment you could inflict. Perhaps making the execute button more useful by having it be the reward for putting yourself at risk. I'm just saying, the flamethrower to make people look like that one Half-Life 2 texture would be dope and immersive as a gameplay experience. Please let me mutilate people running with scissors. No day in the park. Too much of the blood on me is mine. But the day is not done, and I have miles to go to make them sleep. Peanuts? Anyone? You may not be sure where, but you've heard this song before, haven't you? It sounds familiar. It should sound that way, because it's in Half-Life 2. Take a listen. But it's also in 3 different Silent Hill games. It's in Max Payne, it's in Devil May Cry. This infamous track was sampled everywhere in the early 2000s. Because its unconventional sound fits so well with so many games being very edgy and seeking to horrify you in that time period. But where does it come from? There's an aura of mystery to this track, mostly driven from Half-Life 2, its most famous example. But what is it, really? This track is called Is That the Door by a British music company called Zero G that creates sound libraries for anyone available to use. You can buy it for like $20 and sample it however you please, which led to a lot of game developers to use it in their own games. So many gaming juggernauts used this, but only years after a little obscure game named Postal did it. Postal was the very first video game to use this sample, and do I think it inspired the other games? No, not really. But it's more of an observation of how ahead of the curve this game was to a lot of what can be commonly seen as horror tropes. So many moments and sound cues and visuals have become exponentially more common, but not because Postal was this massive cultural icon. I'm sure people started using many of these things naturally, but Postal did it years before it was mainstream or popular, and it deserves its flowers for that. Zero G has been sampled in everything from films to games to other songs, and it's a rabbit hole that extends far past the relevancy of this video. Multiple tracks in this game use different samples from this album, and I implore you to explore to see if you can spot them when they come up. Christian Salyer and the others involved with the sound design did an unbelievably tremendous job. I use this soundtrack all the time in my videos, and it's easily one of my favorite video game OSTs ever, ranked up there with some of the greats. October 21st, 1997. Feast upon the frozen images of molten massacre as the machinery of death grind relentlessly, mindlessly on. October 22nd, 1997. From the halls of the Vatican to the runways of truth, we are there, at the place called Climax, and the time is now. When it's done, let the gods sort it out. During the massacre of the army bases dotted around the state, we get the best look at the actual Postal dude. who looks nothing like he did in the box art. He's wearing sunglasses, his hair is much wavier, and he's got this awkward, gawking expression as we view the POV of someone who was just shot by him, their last moments before death being of his unfeeling visage. This is the last thing hundreds of people saw before their lives were snatched from them. This compromised, devilish form. I have to wonder if this is the last sound they will ever hear. The wind chopping through them. The dude's appearance in this game is a hotly contested subject because running with scissors doesn't seem to be able to make up their mind. They stray pretty hard from his box art appearance. He looks like this in-game, he looks different in Postal 2 onward, and his design was changed to resemble his 2 appearance in the Redux version. But sometimes he is drawn with longer hair. I like to think the longer his hair gets, the more unhinged he becomes. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter how he looks. Not that he's mentally capable of taking care of himself anyways. What's more important is the text. "We" is used again, but only one person is shown. This is the second to last level, and we're still totally in the dark here. Mentioning the Vatican is another nod to Christianity, but saying gods, as in multiple beings rather than capital G, God the Father, is curious. It's not unreasonable to assume that dude is mixing metaphors and pulling away out any culture's embodiment of death and destruction, amalgamating them, seeing his rampage as a sacrifice in their ambiguous name. This level is really goddamn annoying because there's a blaring siren that plays the entire time, which at no point is it pleasant to hear, which sucks because you gotta kill at least 50 people in order to progress. This level is just claustrophobic enough to cram a lot of enemies into one place without it being overwhelming, which allows for some strategies I never used anywhere else in the game. I always had an issue with fire because it was way too easy to get lit on fire yourself while trying to use the napalm launcher and flamethrower, but these weapons actually came in clutch this time around. Basically the only way to use the flamethrower is to set everyone on fire, then switch to another weapon to take them out for easy kills. If you're playing the vanilla Postal release, this is the end of the game, but now that all the DLC is included in the Steam release, you can play the extra 6 DLC levels, but I'll save those for later. I'm struggling to think of other places you could shoot up after an Air Force base. Perhaps a church, given the religious mentions, or maybe a... Oh, the hive has been cleansed, the source of the corruption has been corked, laid in a body bag and dragged to the outskirts of existence. Before this point, there was always a little bit of humor, a funny quip or line or moment that took your mind off the events happening, to make them seem a little silly, but all of that has been stripped away. There is absolutely nothing funny in this presentation. It's as pitch black and downright evil as it gets. And hardly any game has dared touch this topic before or after, but Postal held nothing back here. A pulsing red eye observes a shadow as it stands just beyond the door of the school, and we can hear the sound of chanting, but it isn't in English, it's in Latin. It's a Gregorian chant that goes as follows. In the midst of life we are in death, of whom we may seek and succor, but O thee, O Lord, who for our sins art justifiably displeased. Holy God, holy mighty, holy and merciful Savior, deliver us not until bitter death. Interesting to note that the last verse about no deliverance unto bitter death is actually omitted from this chant, and instead it loops without it, implying that the dude seeks to fulfill the final step in going postal, his death. He wants to go out in the worst way possible, committing the worst act possible. I don't think many people would contest to say this singular moment is as dark as it gets. One of the most devastating, shocking moments in the history of this medium. Just the raw surprise of seeing this loading screen. But trust me when I say, things only get more depraved when you start the level. This sequence is actually scripted, meaning you have no control over the dude. Try as he might, he simply cannot harm the children, who don't even know he's there. Like they aren't even real. I'll let the ending speak for itself.
Population pressure and the stress of modern life may cause an increase in violent tendencies. The urban environment is the incubator for all sorts of undesirable behaviors. However much his atrocities disgust us, he may actually consider himself a hero. This is common among those who, in the popular slang, go postal. In his tortured mind, he may feel that he's battling against impossible odds. It is not unusual for such individuals to believe that the entire fate of the world rests with them. In the end, our subject displayed all the classic symptoms of paranoid delusion. We may never know exactly what set him off, but rest assured we will have plenty of time to study him.
So, that was the ending. Without question, one of the most bleak, primordially downcast and sorrowful endings to a piece of fiction I've seen in quite some time. When people think about Postal, this is what comes up first. Not the humor, not the gameplay. This utterly satanic and heartbreaking ending is what's brought up. The Postal dude tries and fails to commit an act of terror so wretched and unforgivable that even he, the taker of lives and arbiter of destruction, could not cope with. He was arrested and condemned to a rusted, bloody asylum where he is continuously tormented, either in the sense he's literally being tortured, or his mental state is so fragmented, so incomprehensibly shattered, that everything and everyone is out to get him. The walls shift into screaming faces and chains that bind him solely to torture him, forever stuck in a hell of his own creation. I should remind you this game came out in 1997, years before a certain event that would propel this kind of tragedy into the international spotlight and become a stain on American culture. It's not like there wasn't attacks like this in America or around the world beforehand or even currently, but they were yet to become a pervasive, persistent, active fear in the hearts and minds of millions until 1999's Columbine, which happened 2 years after Postal came out. Running with Scissors went on record saying that the ending was supposed to illustrate something so horrible it couldn't be performed, which was proven wrong not by the fictional insane shooter, but by the real insane shooters. Understandably, it still left a sour taste in people's mouths. If the narration sounded familiar in the hospital, that's because it was narrated by Rick Hunter, aka the Postal Dude, which is kind of weird, because if Hunter voices the dude, then who's speaking? I kind of doubt this guy is coherent enough to give an explanation that modern life leads people to going insane, like it's falling down. The message at the end is ultimately what seals the dude's fate. The stresses of modern life in America was simply too much for him, and he went postal, which he might have viewed as a virtuous mission. Running with Scissors puts it all on the table here, that this is why some people were going postal, and this is what it looks like, and this could happen to anyone. That we referred to throughout the dude's mission accounts for himself and us, the player, the one pulling the strings, the one controlling him, the one firing the bullets, the puppet master. We made him go postal. And if that wasn't morbid enough, just take a look at the credit screen. Bodies dropped at the bottom of this dank, dark pit, the victims of the dude piled up like garbage. No one was safe from his rampage. Men, women, animals, even a newborn baby is taken out. Which is a little confusing, because he couldn't bring himself to harm a child at the school, but a newborn? Toss that little baby in a pile like he's a half-eaten chicken wing, baby! I assume there was some miscommunication between the artist of this photo and the ones programming the game, rather than any sort of deeper lore happening. When I finished the game and let the credits scroll to the end, I'm brought back to the title screen. My feelings of horror had subsided, and I didn't exactly feel satisfied, because even past the amazing ending, the actual level didn't have a great sense of finality to it. I understand the shock wouldn't have landed the same had it not been structured like that, but it's kind of like, oh, now it's over. When I tried to exit the game and get rid of these sick images, the developers pulled one last trick and played the credits again when you quit with a new theme, something that made me feel empty. I felt exhausted having finished this game. I was so immersed at this point that for even a few moments, regardless of how silly or unreasonable it felt, I felt like I was the one committing these acts myself, like my hands were on the gun and I went postal. But that's exactly what Running with Scissors wanted, because in their own words, this is the game every gamer wanted. Purchasing and playing this game, in the eyes of the media, was your own way of going postal. It was planned all along. And speaking of media, how did they react to it? Understandably, a lot of people rejected the game outright, calling it all sorts of unkind things, and it was even banned in a lot of countries for the graphic violence. However, being banned for violence isn't exactly an exclusive trait. Countries that hate fun like Germany ban just about everything, so being banned there isn't really a shocking revelation and more like a badge of honor. The US Postal Service was furious that this game was taking their good name and using it for such senseless violence, as they understood it, and they straight up just sued Running with Scissors in court. It lasted a long ass time too. It lasted until 2003. 2 months before Postal 2 came out. The post office did all sorts of waffling, like trying to claim they were gonna make video games too, and that Running with Scissors using the name Postal hurt their business, and all sorts of stuff that would make you roll your eyes if you heard it. It got dismissed, and Vince gave them an ice-cold quote to go with it. We're pleased with the ruling, although everyone involved knows we should never have had to fight this frivolous lawsuit in the first place. Our game is funny, theirs is not.
Ooh, that's cold, Desi! That's cold!
That still wasn't the end of the insanity lashed out against this game by powerful people. Every Postal fan knows about Joe Lieberman, the American senator who presented Postal 2 to the Senate, dubbing it as one of the worst things in America. But you know who was the most receptive to Postal? It was the little guy. While there were definitely players who did not like Postal because of its gameplay loop or subject matter, there were a lot of people who were actually pretty receptive to it. So it quickly gained a cult following. A lot of the people liked the tongue-in-cheek tone a lot of the game had when gunning people down, because they knew Running with Scissors wasn't always being 100% serious. Even if the tone could come off as a little inconsistent when you're supposed to find it funny, then the very serious and gritty ending happens and you're supposed to not find it funny at all. It got mixed to positive critical reception, which is surprising. Not that it stopped game journalists from blatantly lying. There was an underground movement of people who really grew to appreciate Postal not just as a game, but as a genuine piece of art that tackled deeply troubling subjects without too much blatant mockery, but still keeping a sense of humor, which is really funny to think about because the whole game is about killing people and finding it funny. But what do I think of it? Well, the actual game is kind of a tough pill to swallow. It's not that it's bad, not at all. Playing the game is decent fun. The shooting mechanics are functional and feel at least a little satisfying. But this wears off very quickly, perhaps quicker than the already short length of this game to some, meaning it becomes exponentially more tedious and monotonous. The formula is almost always the same, with very little maps forcing you to reconsider your plan of attack or work around something. It's something that reeks of first-time developers, which obviously makes sense considering it was Running with Scissors as a studio's first game, and something that could be greatly expanded upon with the sequel. It's got that kind of Drakengard appeal where playing the game is something, but nearly every other aspect is so enrapturing that it keeps you coming back for more. I feel like maybe there could have been some kind of light puzzle aspects or something, nothing more complicated than colored keys or skulls or something, or you could enter a building to flick a switch, just something to tease your brain, if only for a moment to break up the repetition. I also want to bring some of like the map criticism. I feel like there could have been a lot more different, there could have been more variety. Like have some sections be really thin and narrow and you have to like shoot down a sniper. Just more variety with the maps, forcing your brain to think. Just making it work a little bit more instead of just, okay, WASD all around, just never take your finger off the click button. I don't know how much I could recommend this for a replay value, because it's just the same maps and enemy formulations every time. And I don't think the shooting is attractive enough to make me want to lab it and get good like it's Devil May Cry. I will say it's fun enough to mess around with some cheats after you complete a run, that is. It got quite a bit of later content, including Special Delivery, an expansion pack that added 4 new levels, which definitely lean hard more into the funny side of Postal and much less the dark side.
What? You don't sell Postal?
The splash screens are just outright funny. You remember when I talked about the other countries banning this game? You know what country didn't? Japan. In fact, they really liked Postal, which is absolutely insane. I know you may be thinking, oh, but it's Japan. They all have sorts of disturbing games there. What topics are disturbing can sometimes shift depending on the culture. Japan has a reputation for having weird games because they're a lot more comfortable with sexual content than us over here in the West, but they censor the hell out of violence whenever they get the chance to, which makes it all the more intriguing that not only was Postal brought over to the land of the rising sun, it got a Japanese dub, and it got 2 whole new levels in the form of Osaka and Tokyo. Yeah, really like this game. Can we add some levels where the Postal dude kills a bunch of people in our country too? That'd be awesome, thanks. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, and the Japanese version of Postal, dubbed Super Postal, apparently did alright over there. Mind you, all of the blood was removed from the game as well as the final level, so the game kinda just doesn't have a real ending. I guess the Japanese audience needed this game so badly that they had to simply bring it overseas, albeit a censored version. Postal Dude's Japanese voice actor is also quite a riot. These 2 levels were actually lost for some time until Running with Scissors brought them over for the Steam port and included them in the Redux version, which is a really awesome touch. The splash screen text is composed of haikus, it's great. It's funny that the audio visual is really appealing, but the actual game is alright. Something that put me in a bit of a pickle was the story. It was naturally quite ambiguous to play into the theme of anyone going postal, but there seems to be a deeper narrative at play. If it feels like something was missing, it's because it was. I omitted something very important. In the manual for this game on some later editions, there's an entire new set of text for each levels called diaries and war journals. They offer completely different explanations for events, instead of making the Postal Dude come off as a much more rational, sympathetic character rather than a raging lunatic. This Postal Dude is deathly afraid of some kind of unspecified hate virus that he believes to be spreading from the Air Force Base, which causes the people of Paradise to go postal and attack him, a complete reversal of the script. He views each level as a horrifying but necessary act, like killing them gives them some of their dignity back after their infection. As compelling of a narrative as it is, it doesn't really explain why the dude likes to make funny quips as he guns people down if he truly feels pitied for them. So the war journal might not be the most accurate depictions. Perhaps something thrown in the manual as some food for thought, or even to deliberately confuse people. No, the answer lies not there, but deeply nested within the game files themselves, and Running with Scissors done a pretty good job of not talking about it nearly ever, and I'll explain why. The Steam release of Postal 1 isn't perfect, because it forgoes the multiplayer mode and the map editor, which does exactly what you think it does. You can create custom maps to mess around with assets. Why these were left out of the Steam release, I'm not sure, but WRS did everyone a solid and just made the game open source and released all of the assets completely for free. If you take away anything from this video, it's that Running with Scissors loves its fans and they want you to know it. He can't shoot the kids in the level editors. Believe me, I tried. I was experimenting with this level editor. By that, I mean I was looking up guides on how to use it properly because it's very complicated. And one of its stranger traits is that the dude has a pretty weird property where he won't say anything at all. That's because the audio files for him are kind of weird. You need to sort it out properly. And there's a folder where all of the dude's dialogue comes from. That folder is named Demon. So all of Rick Hunter's spoken words are labeled as Demon, including the monologue at the end. So the dude doesn't speak unless a voice line from Demon is present. All of the puzzle pieces have just been put into place. Everything from his mouth is the words of a nameless, formless demon, the one really in control. The one puppeting this man, whose inner thoughts might be the writings in the diary in the war journal, whose awareness of the situation is questionable at best. This demon is one of the darkest depictions of something truly evil and sadistic I have ever seen in a piece of fiction. A truly godless being hell-bound on spreading as much death and destruction as physically capable, and using the body of an innocent man to do so. But it only gets bleaker when you realize the demon has my name, or your name, not because his name is mundane, it's because we are the demon. We are the one pressing the keys, aiming the mouse, firing the bullets. We are the demon, and we made him go postal. That's how I choose to interpret it, at least. Running with Scissors makes it very clear that they don't necessarily confirm which version of the story is the right one, but they don't deconfirm anything either. You can believe the demon possession theory, or the virus story, or even that the dude is just straight up crazy. All of these are worthwhile avenues of narrative to explore. Future games, even up to the most recent release, Postal 4, still reference and play around with these. This soundtrack album cover even has a monster whispering to a guy's ear, so, I have my own theories. The dude typically has a cross on his jacket, not to imply that he is in any way a good Christian, but he does make a lot of references to religion, with misquoting Bible verses and all that spiritual talk. There's even more of that in Postal 2. He gives off a lot of ex-Catholic vibes. I can't think of many other games that choose to operate like this, where the basic premise leads to several different ways to interpret the story that all have the same amount of time and weight, like, who's Lila? Postal feels like a genuinely cursed piece of media, something ripped straight from a creepypasta, an art piece reserved for the underground, something exchanged between gloved hands in an alleyway, a playable Live League experience. In many ways, it feels antiquated and sluggish, even bordering on painful since it came out, but visually, audio-wise, it's monumentally head and shoulders above nearly every other game in the market. It's also popular in Russia, because of course it is. Russians love extremely violent and disturbing PC games, it's like their ecosystem. There is no competition for Postal because it did things that were simply not replicated at the time. Trying to compare it to other games does it a disservice. The proper angle that should be taken is seeing how other games took from Postal, even if unknowingly. This is not the first horror video game, and not the last. This is not the worst game of its genre, nor the best. This is the very middle point, where certain aspects are so jaw-dropping, but others are incredibly mediocre, that it achieves a monumental balancing act between a compulsory experience or one to avoid entirely. What you choose to rank it as is entirely up to you, but this game's strong points have made such an impact on me that I deem it one of my favorite games ever made. Regardless if its aspects aren't very good, I have to rank this game 5 stars. I don't know if I would go as far as to say this is a thinking man's game or anything pretentious like that, but it's something that should be discussed, and it manages to raise topics that no one else was doing in the medium. Not really in a psychoanalyzing way or even an explanation, but rather as a dangling keys way, like a way to force people to think about what they'd rather not, choosing to discomfort everyone who boots it up. It's an amazing game that puts you in a dark place, but I wish it played better. It's not really one of those the gameplay is bad on purpose to illustrate something in the story or the theme kind of situations. It's more that they really did try to make an enjoyable game, which I think it is, but it's just that its ideas and art and sound outpaces the ability of the programmers to make a very engaging game. I know that sounds like harsh, but it's kind of the truth. It's an alright shooter. There's definitely better. You can definitely do worse though. Running with Scissors made a decent chunk of change off this game and have been around making games ever since. Postal 2 and the likes are a story for another day. Postal is a very 90s game, as I've mentioned before, but I think this is also a detriment, past just the general outdated gameplay aspects. Would a game like this be released now? Well, look at the video's progress bar. We're far from done here. Running with Scissors asked themselves the same question, because in 2016, 19 years after Postal came out, they released Postal Redux, a complete remake. Let's go Postal again. What exactly does Redux even mean? It's not remake or remaster. Redux means to bring something back, but I would like to think in this case it means reductive. Okay, what, too far of a stretch? Why do I say that? Well, in many important aspects, Redux fails to live up to the original game, and that's evident from the title screen. The game has an entirely new aesthetic. The splash screens were all redrawn, sporting a new soft, melded look, where the ground splits up to reveal a screaming head rather than a sloppy photograph. Buildings and people blend in with each other, certain graphics touched up and cleaned, and I think it looks far worse. I know it might sound silly to compare this spooky skull to this spooky skull, but there's an entirely different appeal with these two. Maybe it's just hindsight view, but I prefer the messier, uglier graphics of the original, adding more to the interpretation rather than the same images drawn in a different art style. The dead bodies look far less true to life and more stylized, which is not inherently a bad thing, but I do think it was a misread on what people wanted out of this remake. A lot of locations are fleshy, like a Lovecraftian Saya no Utu aesthetic, rather than starting off as a warped-looking photograph that descends into madness. I think Andrew Fake and his team did a great job, but it just wasn't a perfect fit. The body pit at the credits even removed the baby, but I understand why they did it, since the company has gone on record saying they are not okay with killing kids in games. Even if that statement seems kind of like, alright, okay. Pictures often move and have this writhing effect, which I am not a fan of whatsoever. I think it's supposed to look creepy and unnerving, but it all kind of looks like those FPS boosted GIFs of like Studio Ghibli food. Even the UI kind of feels like, okay. It's not all bad, however. The visuals during active gameplay look awesome. The environments have all been cleaned up and don't lose much of the tone and atmosphere the original had. Even if the Newgrounds kind of charm is gone, replaced with higher quality textures, I don't mind it. Same with the new 3D models. I prefer the super blocky look of the dude in his first outing, but he looks pretty snazzy here too. The foes are much easier to distinguish and look a lot cleaner, which is a helpful change. The UI facelift is a godsend. I can actually see how much ammo I have for my guns, like it all got put in big picture mode. Let's talk about the music, shall we? This is easily the most divisive aspect for me, because there's two discs to this OST, one of recomposed versions of the original OST, and another is entirely new tunes. The recomposed tracks, man, I really just don't like them. I think Takumi Sloan, Kurt Wallaby, and The Gimp did a good job, but it feels like the wrong instruments were emphasized. It takes a lot more of a noticeable rhythmic drum and bass sound, which should be a good thing, I love the genre, but compared how the intro themes start, how the first game is gut-wrenching and horrifying, while Redux sounds like something The Weeknd would rap over. Compare the terrors of the screams in the city versus how they sound in Redux. Even the ending isn't safe.
Himself a hero. This is common among those who, in popular slang, go postal.
No matter how many times I hear it, the new soundtrack just doesn't fit. It sounds wonky and ill-equipped to match the scenes. However, there still is that other disc. Rather than remixing old tracks, these are entirely new. Instead of being slow and dramatic and eerie, they intend to pump your blood. And brothers and sisters, they do more than just that. They make me fly into a rage. A good kind of rage. The kind of rage that makes you wanna go postal. This disc is excellent. It's something entirely new that really lets the talents of the team shine. But how come there's a change in style? It's still a drastic change to go from dark ambience to intense kill the innocents action, and that can be explained quite easily if I explain the gameplay differences between the two versions. Fundamentally, the games play the same. but there are loads of small details that make Redux the definitive way to play the game. Firstly, there's a health meter of each enemy to show how much health they have, indicated by color. Explosive containers take much less time to detonate, therefore becoming useful to use. The two shotguns have separate ammo types, which makes using the auto shotgun a worthwhile expenditure rather than a last-minute snap decision. Playing this game also made me realize I never talked about the landmine weapons. Don't worry, they suck. They even added a whole new weapon in the form of a revolver, which gives us a new long-range option with some serious firepower. Think of it like the Half-Life 2 revolver, where it just destroys whatever you put in front of it. But at the cost of being kind of sluggish and situational because of scarce ammo. They even added a whole new level into the game, the Carnival. Most things from the first game are here, just more polished. There's even unique executions for each weapon, which is an awesome addition that makes it feel rewarding to press that button and see what animation is played next. There's a bunch of extra visual flares you can add to the game. Half of them are comedically hideous for the sake of a gag. The other half aren't too bad, like that other game. Wonder what that could mean. However, there were some changes I don't like. I feel like there's a more noticeable delay in swapping weapons. Not in the sense that the game lags or isn't working properly, this is a feature. I felt like the pacing of combat was more or less unchanged from the same as the first game, so having a more pronounced delay in weapon swapping is distracting and feels like it chips away from the quick action that was established just fine. It's not game-breaking or even a monumental problem that ruins the experience, but it's pronounced enough to make me a little irked at the differences, but not enough to register a formal complaint. Instead of hitting F1, you simply run to the edge of the map, which does wonders for continuity between levels, which have been slightly altered to have some specific elements bleed over. But regardless of where you are on the map, you still have to walk over to this specific spot, and the dude doesn't exactly have a pep in his step. It's not quite like Hotline Miami, where that takes like 5 seconds max. Here, maps are larger, so it's intensely awkward 30 seconds while it blinks in your direction. I wouldn't say it somehow messes up the feeling of lying in your own bed of death and destruction after each level, but I don't think it helps it either. And yes, I know how petty of a complaint that is. You don't get long videos like this if you don't bring up little details like that. The special delivery and super postal levels are here, which is awesome, but how come there's no level select? You have to play the campaign on the regular assortment of levels, all the DLC levels on their own, or both together. The only way to pick levels is to have save points set up a specific one, but you can't just choose one at the menu? Why? Postal 1 had that. It's not a huge deal, it just seems like a weird feature to forego when the original eventually got it. I couldn't get anyone to play multiplayer with me because all my friends play live service slot, but it looks pretty cool. There's a whole new mode called Rampage, which takes familiar maps and adds a whole lot more weapons and ammo and twice the amount of enemies. Your aim is to shoot as many people as fast as you can while keeping track of your kill streak and switching weapons often to maximize points. The less time to do so, the better. Now this was the replay value we needed. This was such an easy inclusion, but it's so fun. I finally feel a reason to master the combat in order to score better times, all while those sick new tunes roar in the background. Redux has an entirely different attitude to the original, instead of choosing to excite and enthrall with its visuals and audio instead of disturb, and nowhere is that clearer than the main campaign. The standard mode plays out basically the same, except the new carnival level between the city and Central Park. If you play on hard mode, the diary and war journals replace the standard text, which is a neat touch. However, things really change at the end, because instead of the elementary school, the last level is dubbed The End. There's no school in sight, but rather a church. We have to march forwards until we see a grave being lowered into the ground, a funeral with only one attendee, the priest. It's a lonely sight that causes the dude to have a total breakdown, and when the coffin is lowered, the only hostile is eliminated. So that hostile is either the person in the coffin or the dude himself. We get the same asylum ending beats as the original, but instead the dialogue is delivered by Corey Cruz, the voice of the dude in Postal 3, Brain Damaged, and an optional voice in 4, meaning that this could just be the regular doctor speaking instead of the demon. Or it's a funny reference to Postal 3. There are some theories about the Postal dude in Paradise Lost or Postal 4, but I'll save those when the time comes to talk about the rest of the franchise. Now, I understand what most people are thinking. Running with Scissors pussied out! They removed the original ending because they were afraid of offending people. When the game came out in 2016, the idea of attacks on schools was hardly unthinkable, it was almost a little anticipated, so the shock value wasn't really there. But the actual reason is depressing, but also follows my reasoning. According to an interview with a lead developer of Running with Scissors, John Merchant, the ending was changed because it just wasn't shocking anymore, which is a heartbreaking reality. The hypothetical of such a depraved game becoming not only a reality, but a semi-common occurrence. I know a lot of people really disliked the new ending, and I understand where they're coming from. I understand why it was changed, even if I think the game loses a lot of its impact without it, but this funeral scene is just too ambiguous for my taste to act as a decent alternative. However, if you play the game on hard mode, there's some additional figures here, a man and a woman, perhaps husband and wife, but who's being buried? The trail goes pretty cold here, but many theorize that the man standing here is the postal dude himself, the woman being his wife, and the coffin lowering his child. The evidence is scant, but I wasn't really able to find clues hinting at it, so it's approaching headcanon territory. It's not that this ending is flaccid, it fits well within the ambiguous nature of the rest of the game, but as a comparison, it doesn't really deliver in the ways it needs to, and this is a sentiment that applies for the entire game. I've also heard the theory that the postal dude here is postal dude from the second game, with the woman being the wife in the second game, and that this is some kind of like death hallucination thing, because some people think that the postal dude from the first one is postal dude in the second game's father. It's also a theory. I personally view Redux as a companion piece to Postal 1, rather than a full-on replacement. I would much rather grind out level scores and replay Redux for its highly improved gameplay, but as an experience, as a piece of art and entertainment, Postal 1 is still superior. There's a different attitude with Redux, an understanding that you were probably a fan of the first, or at least were interested in it, and Redux should provide a comparable experience, ideally, when I wasn't entirely feeling it. I'm glad if people tell me they prefer Redux or got into the series by Redux. I'm happy for you, but I just don't feel the same. I'm glad Running with Scissors is always relevant, regardless. I don't know what I would want out of a remake of Postal. The lower sound and visual quality is just irreparably tied to its appeal, and making it all HD, either replicating its assets 1-to-1 or just wonky 4K upscaling, would be uncanny. And not in the good way that strengthens the game. At least you can burn the bodies in Redux. It's just so corrupted and red, and pulsating is the only word to describe how this game makes sense to me. I tried to organize a list of games that look similar, that have this kind of visually disgusting art style where everything looks kind of warped and wrong. Silent Hill 4, Sayano Uta, Space Funeral, etc. It's such a hard aesthetic to explain and even harder to pull off, but it's so damn intriguing. Please leave some suggestions for games or films, whatever shares this look. It's so hard to find. Everywhere I read is that Postal Redux didn't perform well initially, with a PlayStation 4 version being cancelled on release. This might have been because they brought Postal 1 on Steam completely for free, and people didn't see a reason to buy the remake. Things turned around in the 2020s because the Switch and PC version sold well enough to get physical prints, which is really awesome. And since those console ports, Running with Scissors has moved on from Postal 1, but we the fans haven't. But you know what a true Postal fan would know? That Sal's been here the whole time. You thought he was out, but no, he's just been here the whole time, quietly. And he wants you to know that if you want more videos to come out sooner, then consider becoming one of my lovely patrons. Not only does it equip you with the knowledge that you are personally funding videos like these to come out quicker and higher quality, you will get access to an ever-growing back catalog of exclusive videos released nowhere else, as well as private insights into what projects I'm working on next, if you want to hear my first impressions on a game I've played or a movie I've just watched, or if you just want to help me out. The Jawcoin tier gets their names featured in the video. Do consider supporting me, you won't regret it. What's next in store? I've spoken about the media outcry, but what do people think of this game now, 27 years later? Well, it's hardly mainstream, but it become quite respected as entertainment and as art. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, and a group of Polish developers called Destructive Creations were so inspired by Postal that they made a game so similar it caused an identical outcry.
My name is not important.
Hatred is in a weird spot because it isn't nearly as well regarded as Postal. but it's stunning how it ran to the same level of controversy as Postal. Twitch banned adult-only games specifically because of Hatred, even though the adult rating it received was already questionable. Hatred wasn't quite as edgy as Postal in some ways, because there was no elementary school ending and no attempts at commentary or being thought-provoking, but you specifically had to kill innocent people. It was woven into the gameplay mechanic to recover health, which is actually pretty clever for a spin on Postal. A lot of people missed it, but Hatred was mostly satire too. It's just Eastern European, so it has a very morbid sense of humor. Unless you were Ulster Eastern European and find this stuff funny. The main character, the antagonist, or Not Important as he's been so lovingly dubbed by this small but passionate fanbase, was even inspired by the box art of the original Postal dude. Running with Scissors liked this venture so much that they put Not Important into Redux via a cheat code. Destructive Creations even sent over his voice lines.
Human scum.
I have a whole separate video just on Hatred you should check out for more details. Regardless of your feelings on Hatred, it's undeniable proof that Postal had a profound effect on people. Enough for people to want similar experiences, and to try and create them themselves. Anywhere you look where Postal as a franchise is being discussed, people beg and clamor for a game similar to the first to be made, but Running with Scissors chose to make Postal 2, which is, putting it kindly, definitely not Postal 1. The reason why Postal 2 leans so hard into the comedic and social commentary isn't sinister or even conspiratorial. Running with Scissors simply decided to take another direction with the series. They wanted to move on and work on something different, which I can't fault them for. It's not like they tried to bury Postal 1, they deliberately made it as easy as possible to access. I absolutely love Postal 2, but they took a very hard left turn from the original. But that doesn't mean it's bad at all. Postal 2 is amazing, just in an entirely different way from the original. It's like Paranoid Android to Kid A. Two legends can coexist, but both are legends for different reasons. That primordial atmospheric terror of Postal 1 was a moment in history. Hatred was able to capture its brutality and edge factor. Postal Redux captured the run and gun gameplay. But nothing has ever come that has made me feel the exact same way Postal did, and I'm not sure if anything ever really could. The closest thing that feels like Postal to me are the dozens of fan-made tracks people have made. It's really illuminating as to how people were so inspired by this game. Thankfully, we don't have to choose between the antiquated original or the arguably inferior remake, because this is a rare instance of having our cake and eating it too. Don't like the remake? No problem. The original has been updated to work on modern hardware, added widescreen support, and the source code is completely free. And if it feels too outdated, the remake is incredibly cheap. Running with Scissors have done the best possible outcome here and allow you to choose whatever version you like, which has always kept this game alive and well, which is really inspiring and deserves so much appreciation. This game isn't viewed from a, remember that weird edgy 90s game back in the day? It's, remember that weird edgy 90s game that's still around? Running with Scissors has demonstrated the ability to create pulse-pounding, intensely horrifying experiences in the medium, but they choose to move on and follow a different path, and I respect them for that. Go show them some love and play Postal 4, or Brain Damage, or watch their podcast. As for the legacy of Postal, I think that lies in our hands, the fans. We might just need to make our own experiences. I know if I ever make a game, that's probably going to be partly inspired by Postal, among other things. It would probably be an RPG Maker game though. Fans are so dedicated they even made a working Dreamcast port, licensed by Running with Scissors themselves. That's all I have for today. Until I see you when I see you, brothers and sisters, have a lovely rest of your day. Drawn to Life is the closest you will ever get to re-experiencing your childhood by playing a video game. There's an unrivaled sense of childlike wonder and artistic freedom that can only come from doodling something on a blank page as a youngster without caring for composition or coloring in the lines, unmatched by any other games out there. What looks like a simple Nintendo DS platformer series made for kids with a focus on using the stylus to draw your own in-game avatar hides a shockingly intricate and fleshed out story that remains in the hearts and minds of those children who grew up with those games and became adults, and I'm one of them. I replayed Drawn to Life over and over until my original cartridge broke. That's how profound of an effect it had on me. I was totally enraptured by these characters and being able to physically interact with the world. Just looking at the covers of these games is bound to have at least one person born in the 2000s onward to go, oh, I remember playing that game. These were some of the hottest titles on that system, which is no small feat for how wildly successful the DS was as a console. The marketing kept it real quiet, but while you were having fun drawing, the story was weaving a tragic, heartbreaking tale about religion, the concept of free will, dealing with the death of your family in childhood, betrayal, extinction of an entire race, and an endgame plot twist so mind-bending that Chrono Cross would blush. Depending on who you ask, because it's still a matter of debate among the fanbase, you play as the villain. This is not an RPG series, but it shares a lot of similarities. Big cast of memorable characters, prioritizing story, excellent music. Despite the E for Everyone ESRB rating, this series manages to form one of the biggest tragic narratives in all of gaming, while still keeping it kid-friendly, which is a very impressive feat. It's so all-encompassing that the tragedy even defines the story of the development studio, Fifth Cell, explaining their rise to fame and subsequent crash into obscurity, remembered only by the small but diligent fan community that refuses to let anyone forget how this game affected them, despite all these years later without so much as a peep from the franchise. But there may still be hope yet. This video will cover the core Drawn to Life franchise, mainly the original DS games, the spin-off, and the latest entry in the series. I want people who grew up with this series like I did to understand why I and so many others speak so highly of it, and to cover the unfortunate and sad downward trajectory it had, because all good things must come to an end. Kids don't grow up with the DS anymore, and I want to create a time capsule of sorts to try and explain how good we had it growing up in the 2000s. The series might not look like the typical crop of games I usually review, but rest assured, ye of little faith, it almost certainly is a strange series. But it's a slow burn experience, so I ask for your patience to watch the entire thing to understand where I'm coming from. I'm going to be doing some real, deep psychoanalyzing and explanations for these 15-year-old children's games, because no other channel on YouTube is willing to give strange, obscure, and underrated games like this the good old college try like they deserve. And for that, drop a like for Drawn to Life, sub to the channel to keep yourself updated on new uploads, and check out the Patreon for exclusive content, viewing videos early, and knowing you're personally helping me work harder and faster on consistent quality videos. Also follow me on X. Without further ado, brothers and sisters, let me introduce Drawn to Life and Fifth Cell. Huge thank you to the JawCoin Patreon tier members. More on how you can support me later on. It's difficult to explain the impact the Nintendo DS had on people if you didn't grow up with the console. Early Zoomers can still recount the marvel of using this clamshell device to stay up into the early hours of the morning playing the peak of the Pokemon franchise, or using the Wi-Fi connection to play minigames in the much debated superior port of Mario 64. The DS is currently the second best video game console of all time, so just about everyone interested in video games at the time had one, or at the very least knew about it when it was out. It was more than just a gaming console. It was so incredibly creatively enabled with the separate screens, microphone, and most importantly, the touchscreen. All of the new peripherals and lower specs of this handheld device meant that its developers had to be creative when designing games for it. And perhaps no one knew this better than Jeremiah Slazka. I'm sorry about the pronunciation, it's a Polish name, please bear with me. Slazka's story in the video game industry is not superbly well documented like Hideo Kojima and Lord British, but it's a story that deserves to be told and remembered. Much of Slazka's past eludes even the most diligent of Internet Archive historians, but we do know that he at least got his start in the industry in the early 2000s. He co-founded a studio called Epix Interactive alongside Joseph Tringali in the windy city of Chicago. Together, along with their small team, they were going to release a super ambitious MMORPG for the upcoming Xbox, scheduled to release sometime in 2002. Slazka was very inspired by the Final Fantasy series during this process, even allegedly working on Final Fantasy Chronicles in the past, a compilation of the fourth Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger for PlayStation 1. But this claim is a little hard to verify, because I couldn't find any info talking about it other than this archived IGN article. Slazka's vibrant love of RPGs was on full display, because this game, titled Fate, featured a lot of world building about an industrial revolution, racial tension between humans, and all sorts of fantasy creatures from the early stages of development. So much rich detail and lore, when they only had just started development was already penned. It seemed, well, epics, especially for a 2002 release. He and his team cited Phantasy Star Online, Diablo, and EverQuest as inspirations, and eventually competition. Highly ambitious, but did it pay off? Slazka and his team were working diligently until they weren't, because the project was completely cancelled within a year of development, which caused the company to go under. Oops. What is the end, if only a new beginning? And in 2003, Slazka, Tringali, and a few others founded Fifth Cell Media in Washington, and went on to make a variety of mobile games, with Slazka as the CEO and creative director, and Tringali as the COO. I'd rather drive off a cliff than talk about mobile games, so the most I'll say is that they were an independent studio that were contacted to make whatever, until they got really buddy-buddy with THQ, which should set off alarm bells for anyone who knows what happened to 2HQ later on, but for now, it was doing pretty good. According to Slazka, he and his team weren't exactly thrilled to be working on licensed mobile games, but they did value the experience it gave them. When I say mobile games, I'm not talking about no Jetpack Joyride here. This was mid-2000s mobile games, so you're playing these on a flip phone, had to buy them via magazine, or if you were lucky, you had an N-Gage. Their ventures were so successful that in 2006, Fifth Cell made the surprise announcement that they were done with mobile games for the most part and wanted to move on to creating larger, more creative games for the 2-year-old Nintendo DS console. And THQ would publish this venture. They were playing with the big boys now, no more mobile game toys. Normally, a mobile-only developer moving to console games with crazy ambition is kind of a spell for disaster. But we know from Slazka's previous endeavors that creating detailed worlds and stories are something he prioritized greatly. But the hardware of the DS came with a bit of challenge to it. You have to shift your expectations for such a small device to make sure things run well. Consider the huge market of very young kids and casual players that the DS was especially catered for. But Fifth Cell's years as a mobile developer gave them the skill set to scale things back when needed while still making an engaging experience. The team wanted to provide creative, innovative, and unique AAA experiences that brought their ideas to life. Something that would give them a unique, distinguished identity. And even more ambitious, Slazka took on the role not only as director, he was the concept creator, the art director, and more. In true Savant fashion, he put in 110% to draw his vision to life. In 2007, they unveiled and released their first real game. Their first true step into the games industry forged by their own ideas and minds, drawn to life. The title and box all point to the same thing. This is a game where you use your DS stylus to draw on the bottom touchscreen of the console to interact with the game, which doesn't really show up well on an emulator. I was able to make things work well enough on Melon DS by swapping the top and bottom screen, as well as using my cursor as a makeshift stylus, but this was clearly designed for the original hardware. But good luck capturing native DS footage, so Melon DS is what we're gonna have to deal with. From the title screen, the gimmick of the game is front and center, with the screen being a canvas we can alter or draw whatever we want on. So naturally, I decided to be a mature adult with my drawing abilities. The game opens with a brief but grand appendix of information explaining that the Creator formed the world, the forest, the trees, and eventually life in the form of something called reposes, meaning fox in Portuguese. By drawing them in the Book of Life, we're given an opportunity to draw said world, trees, and reposes by our own hand, and the only depiction of the Creator is a hand holding the DS stylus. Even the target audience can put together that we are in fact the Creator, acting as God to these creatures. And the book we read from is called the Book of Life. So within 1 minute of expository gameplay, we learn that we are God, the Abrahamic God, which is a lot to take in at once, especially if you took some creative liberties in drawing the reposes in your own image. The Book of Life explains that something called the darkness has come in that God, we have abandoned the reposes, with the event being dubbed the Fall. It should be quite obvious to most Western adults, but this series is heavily inspired by Christian theology. if paraphrasing the fall of the angels from heaven and having you assume the role of God wasn't enough of a hinter. The entire video will have a lot of biblical examples and stories, so know what you're getting into. Everyone has stopped worshipping you and has left the village, but there is still someone who believes. A young raposa named Mary. I actually don't know. Mary begs God to come back because nearly everyone has fled the village since it fell into darkness. You're actually able to tell her you won't come back and be firm in abandoning your subjects, which causes an instant game over and sends you back to the title screen. I love when games do that. You speak to her clearly, not unlike God speaking to Moses through the burning bush, telling her to gather as many people as she can, which proves to go pretty poorly because the only remaining people are her best friend Joey and her father, the mayor, who don't believe her claims of the creator returning. Ever resolute, or perhaps just terrified because Mary looks positively gobsmacked, she and Joey enter a location called the Creation Hall to enact the plan to save everyone and bring them back together by breathing life into this derelict wooden mannequin. The tone of this scene, and essentially for the entire game, is very light. The town is cast in darkness, surrounded by snow and without a sun or sky, but portrayed in a very friendly, children's fantasy way, and less of a cosmic horror way. Dramatic events happen and the characters take things seriously, but things never get too grim or downcast, because the E for everyone rating would explain why a species abandoned by God isn't depicted as the horrifying nail in the coffin event it would be for us humans if that would happen, because we would probably riot and kill each other. But I don't think this is a bad thing. If anything, it's more impressive that such a heavy-handed topic is treated well and fits within the beginnings of an established narrative. It's filled with a lot of symbolism and biblical anecdotes. Mary, aside from her name being a very obvious reference to a lot of biblical figures, is a very biblical figure in her own right, the one who refuses to give up hope in God and still remains faithful. All at once she is Moses communicating with the Creator, and Job as she pleads her feelings at being abandoned. The splitting of the village is not unlike the tribes of Israel being scattered. And finally, the wooden mannequin acts as our golem, an artificial being created with the breath of God described most often in the Talmud. That's its own loaded topic, but Drawn to Life takes some liberties with these concepts. Mainly being that instead of a complicated magical ritual involving a studious rabbi printing out names on paper to slip it into, we instead must draw a new body for this golem, with the creator even saying, "I will fill this mannequin with my presence." I hope you understand why Japan subtitled this game with God's Marionette when it was localized. Thus, we spoke, and now we are properly introduced to the drawing mechanics. Every instance of something needing to be drawn has a base representing how large it could possibly be. We have our color palette, 3 different sizes of brushes, a paint bucket tool to fill all, eraser tool, a lock tool to draw straight lines, a single-use undo tool that only goes back 1 step, and a clear button to start over from scratch. If that sounds very basic, it is, and we are promptly introduced with the biggest problem with Drawn to Life. The drawing to life. This is an extremely basic, some would say primitive system, like Mario Paint primitive. There are different color palettes to choose from, but they all need to be unlocked through in-game progression. It's hard to communicate because I'm using an emulator, but the bottom screen of the DS is like 3 inches tall and wide. So using your DS stylus, or creator forbid your fingertips for drawing because everyone lost a stylist, can be kind of a demanding task for something that requires a lot of precision. You can zoom in to count individual pixels if you so please, but having to draw an avatar from scratch is still a demanding task that mystified the target audience. Because let's face it, most kids playing this game were not the Warrior Cats Invader Zim artsy girls who can draw pixel art shockingly well despite no formal art lessons. They were kids like me who had a tough time with stick figures. But therein lies the beauty of this system. You aren't being judged for your artistic abilities, or inability. The game fundamentally does not care what you are drawing or how capable you are of drawing it. There's no point system ranking anything or any judgment or criticism. You're just told to draw something and what purpose it serves. The rest is left up to you, to your infant creativity and wisdom, which I think is a much better approach for children and to increase your artistic ability. You don't have to be guided, you can put anything. Many of these drawings you'll be seeing again and again. and you are always free to redraw whatever you'd like in the Hall of Creation. It makes me want to try again and work a little bit harder, when I can easily picture a child's blossoming art career starting like that. The screen is too small and the system is maybe a little too open-ended and doesn't really encourage putting a lot of effort past whatever self-scrutiny you might have, however. Because just as many people are their own harshest critics, many are fine coasting doing the bare minimum. I know the point isn't to make nice drawings, just drawings in general, but maybe not having giant unshaded solid color blocks representing everything would be nice. I think the game should have come with some tutorials or tips or tricks on color theory, pixel shading, stuff like that. I don't think I'm asking too much for a kid's game, just some text before and after examples of how much better something can look with some pointers. I don't think it discourages kids from drawing whatever they want, especially if the tutorials are optional and not forced on you. The DS just isn't the most ideal system for something like this. At least if you had the original DS. Nowadays, the DSi XL and even the 3DS XL gives you much more room to experiment and draw without hitting the edges of the screen as much. I have a lot more to say about the system, but just understand what I think about the basics for now. The developers threw us a bone here and gave us a couple templates for the hero in various styles. You can make your hero look like Buddy on the box art, or as horrible as humanly possible. You're free to modify the templates how you please, so I scrubbed away some sort of knight here and made him my own, naming him Elohim, a word that means a lot of things, but in this context it means gods, because the hero is an avatar on Earth of the creator, thus his name points to the man in charge. The mannequin is brought to life before Joey and Mary's eyes, and we rush on to find the scattered Reposes. But our path is blocked by a darkness-cloaked Reposa named Wilfrey, who taunts us that the Book of Life is destroyed and its pages are scattered around the world, claiming to be a creature of bedtime stories and pure evil. And I believe him! I mean, look at this guy. Has there ever been a character in fiction that cloaks itself in darkness that hasn't been completely evil? He blocks the only real way out of town in impassable darkness. All seems lost, but there is hope. The village has something called a snow gate, which acts as a kind of wormhole to a different part of the world, and is literally just a giant door in the ground that leads to somewhere. Without dwelling on how stargates and wormholes fit into the Bible, we're thrown into our first platforming level, the real meat and potatoes of the game. I always liked how they went with a snow world instead of a generic Super Mario or Kirby Grasslands. It's a small way to mix things up a bit. The scrolling backgrounds are a really nice touch. The evidently hand-drawn art style and washed-out colors really make the entire stage look like something that could be drawn in the Book of Life yourself. The tone is dire, but the music is jolly and feel-good, a warm beginning to such a cold opening. The controls are easy to understand. A to jump over obstacles and enemies' heads, and X does this weird shove move that doesn't actually damage enemies, but pushes them away, like the TF2 shortstop alt-fire shove. Pressing the jump button and down activates an extremely delayed ground pound, more useful for busting open crates and coins than attacking. Sliding down ledges is somehow your most powerful attack and usually one hit kills everything, so do it as much as you can. Even from the first level, I noticed something. There's something deeply wrong with our character's hitbox, in that it is insanely large and results in you taking a lot of extra damage you otherwise wouldn't in any other game. Remember the template we had to follow for character creation? I think the hitboxes, as well as the general logic and registration for every drawable item in the game, follows this guide. So things tend to feel a bit wonky. I didn't fill up the entire space, but I think it's still registered to take up the entire frame regardless. So the negative unused space is still registered as you, resulting in you still taking damage. This is a lot more serious of an issue than it seems, because the character creation is so freeform, but the in-game logic might not know how to account for a child making an extremely small or warped character that takes damage from his phantom limbs. I didn't really understand what was going on until a couple of levels in, so imagine how confused a child might feel while playing casually, let alone in a boss fight. It's not like jumping on these guys' heads doesn't work. It's that you take a lot of unnecessary damage. There's something to be said about the screen crunch too. You don't have a lot of screen real estate to see what's in front or behind you, which meant I ran into a lot of enemies head first throughout the entire game because the camera's so far zoomed in. Just zooming out and allowing us to see more of the level would completely solve this problem, but I kinda just bumped into everything like an idiot. Besides that, we find a few dotted line empty spaces throughout the map, which lets us know that a canvas is nearby for us to draw various objects to progress. They follow the same logic as the character creation, but with a noticeable lack of templates or examples. It's not like it's hard to draw a cloud to platform on, but it's not a very gentle transition from gameplay to drawing. Whenever I saw a canvas, I kind of sighed to myself because I knew I had to stop everything and draw a platform to move on 3 to 4 times a stage, and there's almost 20 levels, so you can only run and gun so far in any level before you have to stop everything and do something slow-paced that just doesn't flow properly. Think of it like you're playing Mega Man and had to stop 3 times a stage to do a slide puzzle. It's kind of just unintuitive. And if you just draw something as quickly as possible and don't fill out all the space, you run into the problem of messing up your platforming. Like, I drew something lame for these vines later on, and you just slide right off. Look at that. This isn't a hard game, not at all. This is not intentional challenge, it's just very frustratingly janky. I don't know how I would remedy the constant interruptions of the drawing segments though. Would it work better if you front-loaded it at the start of each level? Maybe drawing all those things in the start would rip off the band-aid, so to speak. Maybe it's just me, but like just trying to play the game, it's like, do you see a canvas? Like, oh, okay, gotta stop and draw this thing. And then doing it 3-4 times, it makes the levels feel so goddamn long. There's more to say, but for now we find the mayor, trapped inside of a shadowy cage by Wilfrey. He returns to his daughter, but we have to go back inside for our first real level to rescue more villagers. But not before we obtain a snow-shooting gun weapon. It works by using the D-pad to aim it and pressing B to fire. But wow, is this thing ever slow. It takes a lifetime and a half to hit anything with this. So outside of maybe 1 or 2 situations where you have a lot of distance between you and your target, I actually don't recommend using this weapon, just stick to jumping. What the tutorial level didn't prepare us for with the real levels is that this game is actually a collectathon. You have to find 4 page scraps for each page in the scattered book of life, as well as 3 caged reposes to the rescue. There's also this black gunk we can erase with the touchpad that spawns these shadow enemies. Most of them aren't too hard to deal with, except these bats. Oh my god, these bats! It's hard to hit them with snowballs because they fly sporadically around the projectiles and fly too high to be comfortably stopped. So you better pray you can hit them just in time without getting hit and thrown back via knockback like it's Castlevania. So in order to progress, we have to collect these 4 pages and 3 reposes, and they aren't laid out in a straight line. Each level is a miniature maze of sorts with branching paths to break up the linearity. If you get too far without collecting what you need, you get blocked, so you can't get to the very end without realizing you missed everything. It's a good system. It incentivizes you to explore the level to find what you need. But there's one small, teeny tiny, itty bitty problem. There's no map. This might not sound like a super damning complaint, but believe me, it really does act as a huge monkey wrench and pain in my ass. It's not like the levels are super complicated or require a lot of brain power to complete. They aren't. It's just irritating to having to search for some of these items hidden in nooks and crannies you've passed over 8 times to find something. Okay, think about it in Metroid terms. Imagine having no map to find everything. So play Metroid 1. You want to play Metroid 1? No you don't, because that game sucks. I'm obviously exaggerating, this isn't a Metroidvania. But every so often, a level just has some dastardly paths that manage to stay hidden from plain sight. And somehow World 1 was the shining worst example of this. Because each subsequent world I found was much easier and a lot more fun to navigate. This one just sucks. It's not difficult, not at all. Just not very time efficient. I feel like I'm wasting so much time. Just having a little box map in the start menu would do wonders. Or maybe I just really hate mazes, I don't know. Feels like I'm back in the O&A turkey maze. Once we collect everything we need, we exit through the door at the end and return to interact with the characters we've just rescued. We found Isaac and his family, and he runs the only shop in town. That's where you can buy the extra pallets, you can get some stamps for the characters, music tracks, and extra moves. All of which are secrets that can be found in each level. I'll be honest, I didn't really find much use in these, but it's something to spend your coins on at least. The mayor explains to us Wilfrey's origin, and how things became so dark. Literally, Wilfrey was once a Raposa, but no ordinary Raposa. He was described as the center of attention at all times, ambitious and prideful. He believed that he could draw creations better than the creator, and sought to prove it by stealing the Book of Life. His creations came out black and malformed, ugly and warped. The mayor was able to take back the book, but not before Wilfrey tore out countless pages and fled. In the center of town, the eternal flame, the monument dedicated to the creator, went dim, and the Hall of Creation closed, signifying us, the creator, abandoning the reposes, which led to all of our creations slowly vanishing, like the sun, the sky, and the stars. The mayor blames himself for the mishap, and can't help but watch as people are scattered from the village, trying to relocate to new homes. The symbolism is laid on quite heavy, and just about anyone can point out how Wilfrey is an allusion to Lucifer, often described as the most beautiful and beloved angel in heaven, whose pride led him to start a war on God, which failed, and he was cast out of his home. The event in-game is called the Fall, and there aren't any angelic figures, rather reposes are the stand-in for humans, are kind of being mixed together. So the Fall was the reposes taking the creator's gifts for granted and trying to play God themselves, which led to their fall. Wilfrey loses his original form and takes on a darker one, like how Lucifer is typically attributed to have changed into Satan after the fall, the adversary, the opponent to all of the reposes. The Eternal Flame Monument is named that specifically because it's already a biblical item, though some might know it as an altar or sanctuary lamp. It represents God's eternal presence, so the flame being snuffed out is quite indicative. We, the creator, are very much an Old Testament God, minus all the smiting and plagues, that is. The reposes are very much the faithful Hebrews who are learning to rekindle their faith after the creator sent his avatar to gather them for their own safety. The village used to be full of green grass, now blanketed by harsh winters. The eternal flame has lost all of its color, but now we can draw it back to life and regenerate it. Every time you rescue new reposes, you tap the flame, and get to clear out some of the darkness from town. It's super satisfying to see the more of the hub world open up more and more, the houses of the reposes re-emerging from the dark, seeing the town grow with more and more people. You can visibly see the environment change with each level. It's wonderful. This also opens up the well that you can throw coins into and potentially get a reward out of it, which I ended up doing a lot to gain a whole bunch of extra lives. But you know what happened if you dump 10,000 coins into the well all at once? It's my Patreon! 15 years before it was created! Well, it would be rude not to talk about it now. My Patreon has all sorts of awesome stuff on there, including exclusive, high-quality videos that aren't allowed on YouTube, my thoughts on whatever film or game I've just consumed, insights into future videos with frequent updates, or if you just want to support my effort in reviewing games no one else will, then toss me some change, or get your name featured in my uploads with the Jawcoin tier. You certainly don't have to, but if you do, it means more videos can come out faster, and higher quality. Plus, I love grifting. It's something to consider at least. From here on out, you just complete levels as they become unlocked, find more people, and draw more things to improve the village. Level 2 has you retrieve the page for the sun, so the people can finally be warm again. Joey likes to ask you how your adventures go after each level, and he really wants to go with us as a sidekick, but we don't even grace him with a response. What an asshole! So this entire time, I've just been calling the Reposa village the Village, because it doesn't seem to have an official name. But now we're given the opportunity to name it. So, naturally, I named it Crunkland, because Crunk ain't dead. Yeah! We enter level 3, and I've noticed that basically everything we have an opportunity to draw in the game are just varying platforms. Aside from your character and your weapon, most of your actual drawing is just being given a box and being told to draw platforms. Some of these rotate or spin or have different physics, but ultimately, they're all just platforms. I don't think it was a bad idea to have you draw out very simple concepts considering the target audience, but I'm not sure if every kid would really care to draw 2 separate clouds depending on if they're moving or not. Out of 100 or so potential drawings featured, nearly half of them being various platforms is kind of underwhelming. Drawing is the way you interact with the world in the game. It's the point of the game, it's in the title. So all you really do is just jump on the drawings. There's not a lot of differing gameplay mechanics. There's like animals you can draw, but it's just stuff you jump on. It's like in Mario Maker if you were only allowed to draw platforms and not anything else. It's kind of missing the oomph, right? Regardless, this level brings us the page for a crop called the banya, an essential crop for everyday life in Crunkland. The Reposes rely on the banya for everyday life. It is to the Irish what the potato is, or the taro to the Hawaiians. Slaska claims it works kind of like corn. All sorts of tasty treats are baked with this crop, but I wish there was some kind of discussion amongst the villagers to have some equivalent to eating unleavened bread on Passover. I feel like the Reposes must suffer more, because I am a jealous creator. Oh, also, Joey is down bad for Mary. Like, tremendously down bad. A lot of people misremember these two as siblings, but no, they're not. No, they're not. The Reposes are perhaps the cutest and most charming representation of ancient Hebrews I've ever seen. Most of them have quite a bit of different things to say when you talk to them. You get to talk to Reposes of all various walks of life, from the young, the adult, to the elderly, who are all thankful for their humble wealth and firm health in the Creator. But things aren't tense with the Creator's living avatar around the village. They engage in a lot of playful banter with you. They even have a snowball fight. The village feels like a real location, and these creatures have accepted you as one of their own, not as an entirely venerated figure, because worship is safe for the Creator. This village feels like a place I'm always welcome in a way. It's a location I like to return to. It makes me feel at ease and comfortable, ranking highly among my assorted list of comfy video game areas. People here have distinct jobs and roles. It feels very uniform. Everyone has something to do. It reminds me a little of the village I grew up in my teenage years. We gradually obtain the sun, the sky, and the rain, allowing the snow to be washed away and for the green grass to grow once again. The village resembling how it used to be in the flashbacks. Mary and her father discuss their lineage of mayors leading the town for 7 generations, and the current mayor decides to teach her the ways of leadership. Each mayors record the history of the village in a book inside the Creation Hall just before they pass on. Oh, this guy is so dead, isn't he? Mary, understandably, is very nervous and tries to vent to Joey, who has no idea what she's talking about and would rather try and convince us to take him on the next adventure. So Wilfrey rudely interrupts and says, "What if dragon?" A dragon, more of a worm really, is heading straight for the village, so we have to go stop it. It's our first boss, and it's nothing too crazy. Just dodge his bites and assault him with snowballs and ground pound him a few times. Nothing complicated. We rescued this interesting little girl, someone with darkness covering half her head. She seems to be completely mute as well, so she's placed under Joey's care to teach the young simp some responsibility. Their relationship is a little static due to this little girl being unable to speak, but it's still quite charming. The two are never far apart. They're more like a boy and his dog than anything else, this small feral child. For some reason, we know her name is Heather, but we aren't entirely sure why. There shouldn't be any lasting consequences with this character, I hope. Overall, the first world did a good job at teaching us the basic mechanics, but I can't say I was exactly swooning to return to it ever again. It was a very mediocre platforming experience that somehow felt like it lasted entirely too long, but too brief to really get the hang of it. But when we explore the restored eastern wing of the village, the forest gate is available, which dramatically spices things up. Your snowball launcher, that pitiful wasted piece of junk, is replaced with an acorn launcher, which works similarly, but the acorns bounce on the ground, kind of like the bouncer in Ratchet & Clank. It proves a far more useful tool than I can actually recommend using. Only took us a quarter of the game to get a real weapon worth your time. Beyond that, we're given a pair of wings that allow us to double jump and slow our descent, giving us so much more control. The level design has become so much more vertical to compensate, which makes finding the missing reposes and templates a lot more interesting. It's such an interesting theme too. It's a forest tall enough to stretch into space, so you get all these awesome purple space backgrounds, but mixed with lush greens and earthy browns. World 2 is a marked, distinguished improvement over World 1 in nearly every way. I was actually having fun exploring the world and finding stuff. These levels just feel better paced, there's more going on, and I actually wanted to boot up the emulator to play again. Oh, we have our own disappearing floating blocks. Oh. They aren't too bad, actually. They're very forgiving. The only thing that stayed the same is the drawings, just coloring a lot of platforms. We bring back the moon and the stars in the night sky, which activates a day-night cycle that continues for the entire game. The music is subdued and the village is quiet at night, lively in the day. It's a small detail, but does wonders for immersion. I do kind of wish some of the dialogue was more tailored for day or night though, like the younger reposes go to bed, the older ones are a bit slower, people are sleeping, some night crew going on. Joey runs into the forest like a moron to try and find an exotic flower to try and give to Mary. But a guy we rescued earlier named Zasha likes to steal a lot, and he swipes it right under his nose like a total cockblock. The conclusion to this is crazy. And the explanation to get there might be crazier. Okay, so you rescue this Elvis-looking Raposa, and everyone decides to have a festival, which involves rapping about gleefully killing people, of course. And the mayor wants Mary to give a speech to tell people about her mayor training, to get them hyped. She tries to dip at the event, and she's kind of nervous about it, so we need to get her. And by us, I mean we get third-wheeled by Joey's plan B to woo Mary by giving her a book on whales, which goes exactly how you think it would. But then Zasha just shows up, returns the flower to Joey, and dips. He was watching this the entire time and would not let Joey fumble this situation disastrously. He's like, no. You gotta take this, bro. I can't watch any longer. Mary likes the flower enough to gain the confidence to try and do said speech. And I do mean try, because she messes it up so badly. Like a, "Hello, college professor, I am humbly writing you to ask for an extension for this assignment I forgot existed" kind of screw up. A lot of the villagers get kind of antsy with each other because they're not really sure what's going on between the mayor and Mary, and we see several examples of Mary trying and failing to solve the solution, while the mayor can do it basically without trying. You heard it here, folks. Women can't be leaders, according to Drawn to Life. Oh, hey, Wilfrey's here. He's got another boss fight for us. Deadwood is a massive tree that you have to scale and shoot these teeny tiny acorns at while avoiding infinite spawning shadow enemies. Doesn't sound like much of a problem, right? It's honestly really annoying to precisely hit the corns while weaving between these fucking bats. What is it with bat enemies being the worst in every game they're featured in? I still have nightmares about those fucking bats from Crash 1. Creator forbid you actually shoot them all, because there's a second phase. You enter inside Deadwood, and you have to shoot this spindly, shadowy gecko that flings itself across the walls and floors with reckless abandon, often just ramming right into you. The hero doesn't exactly turn swiftly, so avoiding the lizard with split-second decisions is not an entirely feasible task. Remember, 4 hits and you're dead. But this Raposa in like an Organization 13 hoodie can sometimes, and I do mean sometimes, throw hearts to restore your health. But what if you run out of acorns? It's not like jumping on this lizard is a valid option, it doesn't work. You have to keep tapping this slowly regenerating pile of acorns that gives you 5 of them per pickup. And you better hope you wisely aim using your 30 starting corns, or you'll get trapped in this awful cycle of avoiding the lizard, collecting ammo, missing like all your shots, and avoiding the shadow tenders on the wall, getting health, running away, getting the acorns, trying to get the health, trying to avoid the shadows. Every video with this boss fight is people talking in the comment section about how hard it was. And granted, literally everyone is viewing this game in retrospect, and this game is a lot harder when you're 8 years old, but no one will blame you for save-stating this. This sucks, I hated this. Once we eventually win that, we bring back Samuel to the village, who actually isn't a bad guy, he's just a weird loner. Okay, in my script, I wrote, here's a weird loner, like Onision. What? Onision is not, it's like the worst fucking example I've ever heard. Why did I write that? So I don't even want to change it. More of the village is opened, revealing a beach-like region coastline with sand, a ship port, and the gate to the next world. With a new world comes change, and while we lose our nifty wings, we get these horrible, awful, terrible flippers in exchange that really make me not want to play this game anymore. Beforehand, we weren't able to touch water in any other world than here, and the water physics are really something terrible to behold. It feels like you're wading through syrup. You turn so slowly that the Canadian hospitals would tell you to speed it up. Darting forward is fairly speedy, but trying to avoid crashing into something, which is easy to do because the screen cutoff in this game is crazy, is a different story. Our new weapon is a homing starfish launcher, which I feel a little mixed on. It works just fine shooting straight ahead, and the homing does indeed work, it's just imprecise and clunky, a recurring trend that follows the entire game, really. Trying to hit a faster enemy like these fish is a pipe dream, let alone dodge them. We at least get this seaweed to hide behind, but I feel like the water physics shouldn't be that hard to program. New Super Mario Bros. Came out a year beforehand on the same platform. I get that 5th Cell wanted each world to feel unique, which they did succeed on. The way you traverse is entirely different each time, but there's noticeable gaps in quality with your kit and the level design between each one, at least in my opinion. It's not nearly as fun to slowly wade through water or flip through very simple water draining trident switches to find the stuff you need versus just having wings to explore. I will say that World 3 is by far the easiest level. Given how slow water makes everything, it's very easy to just find little nooks and crannies that were more of a pain in the ass in World 1. Things are laid out very simple here. Something cool is that there's an underwater ruins motif throughout, showing the Baki enemies as statues and whatnot. It makes me think about how empty the world is outside of Crunkland. Even the later city levels are rather devoid of life. Not every Raposa we free was originally from our village, but this is a very empty world. Either because Wilfree's been doing a lot of killings, or the global population is like Ice Age level. There's like 20,000 Raposas on Earth in total. And one of them is Crazy Barks, who speaks nothing but gibberish. Heather likes him though, so he's chill. We also have to meet some sketchy pirates who have to be negotiated with. In exchange for giving up a ship we have, they don't loot the village and kidnap all our women. Joey seems pretty chill with them, as an intent on actually joining them and thirst for adventure, at least for a time. He's always wanted to go on some kind of journey, but it's just never been in the cards for him so far. He's a very childish character. But perhaps when everything blows over, maybe some sea shanties are in store for him. That or dying of dysentery and scurvy. These pirates try and leave with the ship, but a giant anglerfish surrounds us, our third boss fight. So far, the boss fights have been either okay, kind of mediocre, I can deal with them. But this one? Oh, you are not ready for the insanity and pain you are about to face. So the entire fight is underwater. We've established that trying to change directions is really stiff and slow. What if the boss was not only incredibly fast, takes up most of your screen? His primary attack is just bum rushing you from one of 3 directions, forewarned with a stream of bubbles. Not that you have time to move out of the way, mind you. He also spits out several of those fish enemies, which aren't that hard to take care of, but that means you will very easily run out of your limited starfish ammo, leaving you with 0 means of attack besides hoping a drop of additional 5 fish comes from that Raposa in the cage. But it's random, he doesn't always drop the stars, and 5 stars is nothing! The easiest attack he has to avoid is this one, where he just floats towards you and chomps. The only real strategy here is to get close enough and just mash the gun as much as your hands can handle, and use the iframes to just keep mashing and drain his health. When he swims down the middle, just hope you can catch him quick enough and bleed half his health right then and there. If you don't, well, you either get stuck in the cycle of just waiting for additional health and ammo to be drip-fed in you like Deadwood, or you just die. You just die immediately. It was genuinely miserable. I felt like I was throwing peanuts at this guy. This is easily the worst part of the entire game. No questions asked, and something I dread thinking about reviewing the footage in Premiere. It took me 30 goddamn minutes with this boss. I hated it. I can't imagine how a child would feel fighting this. Oh my god. I'm like, how did kids accept that? This sucks. This might be one of the worst fights I've ever had to deal with. And it feels frustrating because it's so simple. If you could just move out of the way, this would not be a hard fight. If the starfish gun would just work, it wouldn't be hard. Why did you make it like this? All this trouble to rescue a vampire Raposa who drinks tomato juice. You're welcome, buddy. After that slog is finished, we get to clear out most of the clouds of darkness for good, and we find 2 doors this time around. One that leads to Rappo City, the final world, and a mysterious uncolored one that leads to an unknown location. With these seeds we've gathered a couple levels ago, we can properly enter the fourth world and what are we doing? So for this world we ditch weapons and just become massive? It's like having a mega mushroom on at all times. It's ridiculous. It also means that instead of getting a firearm, we get this kick attack that hits everything in front of it without fail. So no more being tormented by bats, just bulldoze everything in your path. This is really easy, and it's honestly very fun to just stomp on these things without even trying. We also find a human here, not a Raposa, a human. His name is Mike. He doesn't even really do anything. He just shows up confused and not really sure how he got there. And everyone is really uncomfortable around him. I think he's got amnesia? He's not really sure what's going on. I'm sure this guy will have no major importance and relevancy way later on, so don't worry about it. We built a hidden beach away from the public one, where Mary, her father, Joey, and us know about. Village of 50 Raposas and a human, and yet there's private property. We live in a society. Mary has had it trying to deal with any responsibility whatsoever and rejects her role as a mayor and storms off. The mayor wants to deal with the family situation, but his responsibility to fully restore the Book of Life comes first, and he asks us to find the final 2 pages, one for a legendary sword and the page for the secret door in the true north of the village. Once we forge the sword from that level, we head to the final page when... We weren't there. The mayor died. Wilfrey has stolen the Book of Life, and the village has lost its leader. I think we all kind of knew the mayor's time was borrowed, and Wilfrey was likely the one to cash that check. I wasn't expecting the reverse flash execution though. This is an excellent moment because it happens while we're away. We have to wait and anticipate everyone's reactions after the level we play. It colors the entire segment in a downcast and dire aura that motivates you to burn through it as fast as you can. Instead of being giant, the gameplay's changed again. We're now lugging around a giant sword behind us. Like all the weapons, it's kind of clunky and isn't super responsive, but I have to admit, a golem of God dragging a sword as big as his entire body, looking to slay the fallen Raposa, pretty goddamn brutal. Imagine being one of those malformed shadow creatures, seeing this nearly silent golem dragging a hunk of metal behind him, ready to cleave you in two. It makes me wish we got to use this weapon a lot more than just 2 or 3 levels. It's easily my favorite. When we gather the final page, we have to console with the villagers, especially Mary about the death of her father, the leader of the village. People were more at odds than ever, but his death made them realize that they need to stick together and to trust Mary. Even if she hasn't shown much leadership potential, they want to nourish her and make sure she grows into that position. It takes a village to raise a child, after all. Our creations start rapidly vanishing as Wilfrey tears out the pages from the book once more, stealing our resolve to enter the final door and deal with him for the final time. The last level is full of old callbacks from previous levels mixed together to make a short but satisfying build-up. There are no more pages to find or Raposas to rescue. It's just you versus him. He sicks a giant scorpion at us. We can't jump on it lest we be skewered. We have to carefully time sword swings to block him and avoid his poisonous black breath. That creates cloud platforms to hop on and strike Wilfrey. Do this several times and the scorpion vanishes. But Wilfrey's not happy. He darts around the arena throwing tridents and falling stars from the sky. Our creations, perverted to be used against us. He's invincible during his attacks. But when he moves to the other side of the screen, there's your chance to tag him. This fight is pulse pounding and keeps you on your toes, but entirely fair. There's occasional health drops when you need them, and your sword requires no ammo. The biggest problems of the previous boss fights of being restricted by ammo and inconsistent health drops are gone. This is a very solid final encounter that feels properly epic. It's tough, but fair. Wilfrey's finally perished. Creation as we know it is saved, and the Book of Life is returned to its new owner, Mary. The pages are restored and all is well. All that's left to do is sign our name in the book until Mary is ready for hers. We catch up with the characters for the final time. Crazy Barks is somehow able to teach Heather how to talk? We learn that Zasha has a child to support through his theft. Even Mike gets a moment with the doctor we rescued in the second to last level. Is this ending sappy? Absolutely. But satisfying? Even more so. I really got to know these characters by this point, and even if most of them didn't get a full character arc, they didn't really need to. The mayor, while his life was cut short, was ultimately able to pass on his duties to his daughter, who is beginning her arc as the new mayor. But there's one more Raposa needs to start his arc. Joey leaves on the pirate ship, prepared to chase his heart and live out his dreams of adventure. Mary is distraught, but she feels like she can handle the responsibility alone, or at least deal with it enough to let Joey live his life without shackling him down. We get this wonderful vocal song playing as a recap of our adventure plays. Also, notice those weird heart monitor sounds? Probably nothing. Well, he couldn't leave her side for too long. The two crazy Raposas embrace one last time, for now, as the ghost of the mayor and us watch on and leave, knowing Crunkland is in good hands. The relationship between the two is something that's consistently shown all throughout. Mary has to shoulder a lot of responsibility, but Joey's eager for adventure, to a reckless fault. He cares about other Raposas, especially Mary, but isn't able to properly explain his feelings. He wants to feel important, and Mary wants to be a leader, but neither of them really obtain that until the very end of the game. This song playing called Mary plus Joey explains their relationship, where Joey's kind of a +1, not as important as Mary, which leads to Mary feeling isolated and struggling to connect with someone who cares about her. Their relationship is only expanded and gets way crazier in next chapter. What can I say about Drawn to Life that hasn't been said by someone reminiscing on it already? While it isn't an amazing platformer, or even a particularly great one, it's entirely serviceable. The titular drawing mechanic does feel a little underwhelming when the bulk of it involves stopping in place and drawing platforms. In a 2007 interview, THQ's product development manager Scott Rogers said that the player is creating the game's content, which I think is kind of an overstatement. The game's already drawn. It's not WarioWare DIY. You just draw interactive objects that complement the game world that's already there. But drawing your own avatar works pretty well, and served as a fun showcase of the DS's technology, even if by today's standard, it's outdated. I chose to create Elohim, but aside from just using the templates, no two people are gonna have this exact same hero. It's an excellent creative application and the best example of the drawing system. You could even send each other's heroes to each other via the DS's Wi-Fi system. The game is really a time capsule. You just had to be there when it launched on the DS. I suppose one could say it's a bit outdated, but I wouldn't say that. There really isn't a game series in the same niche as Drawn to Life, so this is a certified old school and vintage title. The music absolutely has standout tracks. Most of it falls quite neatly into the serviceable territory. The snow world sounds like a snow world, the beach world sounds like a beach world. Nothing here is too unexpected, which isn't a bad thing. David J. Franco, the game's composer, has spent a lot of time with Fifth Cell, as you'll see later on, and his growing skill is going to be documented alongside other instrumental members. There was a lot of story and world building here, far beyond the typical Call of Duty for children's game, and that's no surprise when you know who made the game, someone inspired by story-heavy PlayStation games. This isn't a one-and-done game. I spent a surprising amount of time on this title. A casual playthrough can easily last 10 hours, which might not sound like a lot, but for a kid's DS game, that's quite lengthy. I spent a lot of time critiquing and analyzing the game, but I've been shuffling around an obvious elephant in the room. This is a game made for kids. All the stuff I personally had gripes with, would a child even notice or care? It's not like all kids are stupid, even if growing up with an iPhone basically guarantees that. They just wouldn't have formed standards to care. I had only played so many 2D platformers before Drawn to Life, so my bar for what I considered great wasn't the same as it was now. and other people are bound to have different standards as well. That's the fun part of life. I'm sure most kids playing this don't care about if the platforms are kind of janky or if a boss sucks. Kids only get so many games to play with, so they really have to make them last. That's how I remembered playing on my first game consoles, the Nintendo 64, the PS2, etc. Remember how I said I grew up with these games? Well, I grew up with the spin-off and next chapter. I actually never played this original entry until I needed footage, so that's why I didn't sound super nostalgic over it. But it allowed me to view the game without that shackle, and subsequently view the entire sequels in a similar light without being too biased. I needn't remind you that 5th Cell was almost entirely a mobile game developer until this game. So to have a mostly successful landing with their first real title is a great accomplishment and the start of something truly great. I know I talked a lot of game about this series' story and payoffs, but in order to do that you have to complete Game 1, because that's what the sequel's about. So I highly recommend you don't tab out of this while you're playing in the background. I know you're watching it in the background, don't lie. I want to show you a secret this game has to offer. First, accumulate 10,000 coins. I really hope you've been saving them throughout your playthrough, because coin farming is not something you want to spend your time on. And dump them into the fountain. With this, we get access to the Developer's Grotto, a hidden area where we get to talk to little chibi forms of the game devs. This is incredibly charming, and I think it does a really great job of communicating how much fun they've had making this game more than anything I've even said so far. Jeremiah himself even peddles a fake rumor on how to revive the mayor like he's General Leo or Eris. It's great. So, how well did Drawn to Life perform? 5th Cell had quite a bit going for them. A bright, innovative team and an eager publisher, and some cushy marketing for a first project. But I don't think anyone was expecting this game to sell around 1 million copies in 1 year. Drawn to Life was a breakout success for a new development team. While reviews settled it consistently as a 7 out of 10, its target audience, children who owned a Nintendo DS, so basically everyone who didn't treat it like an annual Pokemon machine, it reached a huge casual audience that otherwise might not have been interested in playing an adventure game like this. 5th Cell was immensely pleased with the immense amount of money it brought, as was their publisher, THQ, but more than that, they likely felt their pipe dream of a AAA game creation was successful, and that their efforts had not only been fruitful, but profitable. A talented and small team were able to sit among global franchises like Pokemon in sales. The iron was hot, and 5th Cell wasted no time getting right back into the grind. But instead, they chose to branch off and explore a different avenue. Drawn to Life was very creative and focused on a wider audience. And the team decided to create something radically different, a real-time strategy tower defense game called Lock's Quest. Despite the radical genre shift, Lock's Quest kept many of the telltale 5th Cell calling cards. A detailed story, charming pixel art, etc. I personally haven't played Lock's Quest, but it's remembered with just as much fondness as Drawn to Life, even if it didn't nearly sell as well. There's a remake for it on Steam, but I'll speak about that way later on. While 5th Cell was busy with the development of Lock's Quest, THQ came to the conclusion that the Drawn to Life franchise was simply too profitable to shelve for a year. And since they had the publishing rights, they can do whatever they wanted with the brand. THQ asked themselves a brave question. What if SpongeBob?
I'm SpongeBob!
SpongeBob has a long storied history in video games that's still going strong to this day. So naturally, a super profitable brand like SpongeBob, which THQ had the publishing rights to, and the new up-and-coming franchise. But who would develop the game? 5th Cell was busy with Lock's Quest, so THQ had to outsource. Naturally, they linked up with Ultron. What, you don't know Ultron? Ugh, the Japanese masterminds behind Enchanted the video game on Nintendo DS, and the Jonas Brothers, also on Nintendo DS. So Ultron is a development studio that's really hard to find detailed info on, but they're mostly famous for doing licensed slop on GBA and DS. THQ chose them because they had done some kind of porting job for them in the past. Even Slaska doesn't actually know why Ultron was chosen in later interviews, but let's see what they got. So, this game I actually grew up with. I spent more time than I care to admit playing a SpongeBob crossover game, which is a really weird thing to say, let alone justify in your head. The game begins with perhaps the crustiest photos I've ever seen in the game, explaining how an artist dropped his pencils into the ocean. SpongeBob and Patrick show up in their funniest looking and sounding forms I think I've ever seen. Patrick accidentally draws Doodlebob from that one episode, and Doodlebob spares no time expanding his empire via slavery, imprisonment, and creating an army from scratch with the pencil he's taken. SpongeBob and Patrick get the idea to use the second pencil to draw a hero ready to defeat Doodlebob, which is where our player-drawn character is introduced. The guides here are ripped straight from the show and look really nice, so instead of drawing someone, I just went with Bubble Buddy. Come on, it's Bubble Buddy. Will you say no to this guy? He's gonna show up to your house if you say that. I remember I would always choose the Karen skin and then redraw it for my original Do Not Steal SpongeBob OC back in the day. The very short intro over, we jump straight into the gameplay, and dare I say it, it's actually more polished than the original Drawn to Life. So jumping and attacking feels much more responsive. You get a dedicated karate chop attack that works. Okay, it actually works. Your default moveset works for once. And your jump feels much lighter and smoother to control. There's more enemy variety, a lot of objects featured in later levels are brought earlier on, so the drawing is mostly front-loaded at the start of the game. Trying to explain, let alone demonstrate controls is difficult without having experienced it yourself, but the SpongeBob game feels so much smoother to control and play. The camera is just close enough without too much screen crunch. It feels more satisfying to jump on enemies. Things just feel more polished. Fifth Cell's engine was handed over to Ultron for development, and whatever tweaks they made to it certainly did wonders in smoothing out the issues and hiccups. The level design is radically different. There are still collectathon aspects, but with you needing to rescue 3 citizens per level, but you only need to find 1 throughout the level to unlock the key needed to complete it. And there's always 1 cage just sitting out in the open, so exploration is entirely optional. I get some people might be disappointed because of that, but it does mean there's basically no possibility of getting lost in a level or backtracking due to how simple it is. It's less of a downgrade and more of a side grade. The game's priorities are different. It's a much more condensed platforming experience. At the start of each level, you get to choose between SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward as a recurring ally. SpongeBob acts as a temporary projectile shield, while Patrick and Squidward both stun enemies, with Patrick loosely following the line you draw versus Squidward's AoE effect. Our hub world, as you might expect, is Bikini Bottom, and while it's basic, it's never not charming. We can explore the town, talk to NPCs, go to the Krusty Krab to buy upgrades and extra drawing stuff like palettes. You even have a custom home you can draw with furniture at your leisure. Actually, let's talk more about the drawing system. I don't know how to explain it, but drawing in this game feels smoother. There are some features missing from the first game, but the act of using your stylus, or mouse, feels less encumbering, more responsive. There's even some really clever expansion of the mechanic. I've already mentioned drawing your house, but there are doodled enemies that once you knock out, you get to draw them as friendly versions of themselves. It's great. There's just more things to draw past platforms. Even the bosses feel more epic and substantial. This is a very condensed adventure, however. It might shock you, I know, but SpongeBob as a brand isn't known for large-scale stories with character development. So you're solely playing this title for platforming fun, which is not a bad thing. You can easily breeze this game in about 2 afternoons, but the simpler nature of the game and the lack of long cutscenes and drama means I could just play it as a kid over and over and over again every so often. And that's what I did for years when my DS was in my permanent travel kit when going to my grandparents. It's really hard to find things to say about the game because, what do you want me to say? It's a kid's platforming game with a drawing mechanic. There's really not story to discuss here. It's entertaining to play, which is all you could ever ask for a SpongeBob game. I kind of want to check out Ultron's other titles if this one is like surprisingly competent. Maybe Phineas and Ferb on DS is the sleeper hit everyone forgot about. More interesting than SpongeBob's foray into Drawn to Life was what with Fifth Cell did afterwards. THQ was pretty comfortable shopping out the IP to other developers. Fifth Cell wanted to make another entry in the franchise, however. The hero had left the village, but we all knew there was work to be done. But Fifth Cell wasn't the same small studio as they were before when they made Drawn to Life. Through multiple successful games, they began to expand and hire new people. The development pipeline became more and more comfortable with experience. Fifth Cell made a bold decision. They would actually develop 2 games at the same time. Normally, this would spell disaster for any team, to be split and having the same director working on 2 projects at the same time. But Fifth Cell had a knack to exceed expectations. Both games were planned for the Nintendo DS, and besides the Drawn to Life sequel, the other game, which I will leave mysterious for now, Slazka and co. pulled themselves by their bootstraps and went to work. Game development is already a challenging and hectic enough job as is. I couldn't imagine being in Slazka's position directing 2 games to come out in the same year. The team wanted to outdo themselves artistically, and they certainly put themselves in the hot seat for it. The team was stretched a bit thin and didn't have nearly as much room to breathe as before. But would this strategy prove fruitful? But despite being basically half dead at this point, THQ was still publishing Drawn to Life. But their next DS game was going to be published by Warner Bros. Yeah, what a great rock and hard place publisher hell to be in. Finally, in October 2009, Drawn to Life, the next chapter, launched for DS and Wii. Yeah, there was actually 2 different versions of this game being worked on, with the Wii version being developed by Planet Moon Studios, who made all sorts of great stuff. Wonder how this game plays. Okay, so you know how the whole point of this game was to use your finger or like the touch screen, the stylus to draw stuff. You know, you have human precision. So what if we exchange that for a Wii remote that has no precision? Like this is me trying to draw stuff. So like a little smiley face. Like literally 1 minute into the game. Okay, cursor gone. Let's get the eraser tool. You want to erase by waving your hand. How the entire point of this game was to use your fingers and, motion control drawing. Seems like a great idea, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. This is an awful idea. I hate everything about this. This entire game uses motion control, so it's kind of a waste of your time. Really great idea to make this game. Where'd you get it? From the Good Idea Museum? Great idea to use the goddamn Wiimote. I'm having so much fun. I spent $20 on this just for this segment. It's not even canon anyways, who cares, whatever. Let's get to the real game, shall we? Trust me when I say, you aren't ready. This sound takes me all the way back. The opening is dark, eerie, it feels like a surreal nightmare. Dark clouds shroud us, and an unknown voice begs the creator for help and guidance. We get a questionnaire asking us about that day, about what this person saw and why they left. We don't know who's talking or why, but we're instructed to draw a monster. It's all very slow, quiet, and a total change of pace than how the first game opened. A premonition of things to come. We get a fully animated intro for the first time. It's very compressed because it had to fit into the DS, but it's a testament of how much more experienced and affluent Fifth Cell became after they had developed 2 games prior. Through this cinematic, we find out that Heather's speech lessons with Crazy Bark have progressed to the point she's treated as an equal and not just like a feral child, but she still has her insatiable curiosity, which leads her to activate a magical scepter she finds on the beach. Uh-oh. Predictably, Heather goes missing. Mary, now fully settled into her role as mayor after the short time period between this game and the first, really struggles to deal with finding her, but also helping the mounting problems of the people in Crunkland. She and Joey decide to summon the hero once more, which leads us to the new avatar creation system. The mannequin loses all its color and cannot be activated, which is followed by the village rapidly losing all of its color. There's only one Raposa could be behind this. Wilfrey is back and badder than ever, reveling in his evil acts, but he also talks about doing this while the world still exists, claiming to be the world's savior, and that his mission is of utmost importance. Is this generic villain talk, or perhaps something more? We don't know what Wilfrey means, but the creator does, because he speaks directly to him. The creator, God, says Wilfrey will not have him, whoever that is, and that he will fight back and win. Wilfrey seems to know exactly what the creator is talking about, saying that the creator only cares for him and not the Raposa or Wilfrey himself, which inspires Wilfrey to fly into a rage and use his new scepter to suck the villagers into various portals, sending them creator knows where. Everyone we spent all that time to rescue is thrown out like trash, with Wilfrey taking direct control over Heather, but not before she drops a pendant for Joey to pick up. The only survivors of this attack are Mary, Joey, Isaac the shopkeeper, a single Raposa child, the pirate, Crazy Barks, Mike, and the caribou. The flame has been snuffed out and has lost its color. Everything around them is fading, becoming uninhabitable, forcing them to leave. All seems lost when they're stranded on the docks without any way to escape, but Mary places her faith with the creator and prays with the Book of Life for a way out, and the creator listens. A giant whale housing an entire separate town on its back rolls up, allowing the survivors to ride it safely, but also having it act as their new town. They have to leave their homes behind and completely put their trust in the creator. This is an incredible opening. We're presented with so many mysteries within the first 15 minutes that it's staggering, but not impossible to keep up with. The entire opening segment isn't really explained. Wilfrey's plan has a lot of factors we don't really understand. There's holes that are going to be filled in later. The village, something we spent the entire last game building up and restoring to its former glory, has lost all of its color in the blink of an eye, with most of its population scattered by the devil. With no home left to return to, the remaining few prayed for safety and were rewarded with a new home adrift at sea, a symbolic fleeing of the tribe of Israel. It's an opening of literal biblical proportions, and while its length might be a bit tedious to its target audience of young kids, it's something that I've grown to appreciate all the more at my current age. The new town has everything the remaining few need: a town hall, homes, even a creation hall. Mary and Joey are overwhelmed, and they use the Book of Life to bring the hero back, but in a new body. The new character creation screen is an exceptional, objective improvement over the first game. Not only is everything from the first game brought back, it's given a new fresh coat of paint. The touchscreen feels so much smoother to interact with. Straight lines have never been easier to draw. You can draw with a pencil or a brush tool for the first time. There's a much wider array of colors on each palette. There's an entire section where you can add and remove individual limbs. Each body proportion can be altered in size. These are no simple changes. These features are excellent strides in making your custom avatar feel totally unique. It's such an important facelift. Everything here feels balanced and tested and quality. This and the opening are such powerful standout moments, amplified by Fifth Cell's new abilities after working on 2 previous games. A true reflection of everything they've learned from the first installment, and then some. The avatars did kind of look all the same in the first game because you have a far more rigid base to work off of, but that's all unlocked here. You don't even have to give your characters 2 legs or arms, you can mismatch as you please. It's so much more creatively enabled by simple virtue of more options. The character bases return, along with some new ones, but I want to create my avatar the same way I would when I was 9 years old. I either lost or sold my original DS copy years ago, but the memories, however vague, are still somewhere inside me. Meet Samael, a name meaning poison of God. He isn't a figure present in the Bible, most angels, at least named ones, aren't, but he's featured in some extra canonical works like the Book of Enoch, which is something that really deserves its own video whenever I talk about El Shaddai. Samael in popular culture is treated as either a fallen angel or an angel willing to do God's dirty work, so to speak, often characterized as Death himself. I chose this name because the situation requires someone who's not afraid to get his hands dirty. Right after we are created, or resummoned or whatever, we get thrown into the tutorial level to retrieve Heather's pendant, which was dropped on the ground. Right off the bat, everything feels so much smoother. I feel far more agile, but also precise. The controls feel more responsive, sharper. I felt like hitting enemies and narrowly avoiding being hit is something I have total control of, rather than just being along for the ride like the first installment. The issue of the platforming and hit detection being janky feels like it's completely gone. Not once did I feel like I was unfairly hit by something, or missed a jump that wasn't my fault. I'm not sure exactly what they changed, or really how to show the differences side by side without you knowing how both games perform. It just feels different. There isn't a noticeable change in how fast you run, but so much time you spent waiting in syrup water or tight jumps is eliminated. Water physics are totally functional and feel just fine. Attacking always hits its mark and never feels like you have to fight with the buttons, it's just better. I will say that jumping feels quite a lot heavier, not to the point of it being a flaw, but I did have to adapt to the new physics just a little bit. Even the ground pound works better. We have a dedicated attacking button that doesn't suck. Everything is such a vast improvement. I don't have to dread platforming anymore. Levels have a sort of dynamic camera that scales back when needed, so screen crunch as an issue has been eliminated entirely. I actually like moving around in this game. You know how each world in the first game had a unique way of movement and unique weapon? That's all been entirely reworked. There are 3 permanent weapons you can cycle through in a dedicated menu by holding the L button. The sword works similarly to the sword in the first game, but on crack. I mean, look at this thing. You can upgrade the slash 3 times in rapid succession, which can very easily be spammed and have you running through levels like a poor man's Zero. Through the blaster, which fires straight shots that can be upgraded to shoot out faster, or the yo-yo, which allows you to hit in front of you diagonally or by pressing the D-pad while attacking 360 degrees. Each weapon can be bought and upgraded in Isaac's shop, and fully upgrading each weapon will cost you enough coins to ensure you play the entire game to do so. Each weapon starting out is dirt cheap, but their highest peak of upgrade is expensive. While a lot less unique than the first game, it functions a lot more and allows you to choose a preferred playstyle. Very rarely are there instances where one weapon is objectively better than the other. That only happens sometimes. I use the sword for my playthrough, but the blaster is my go-to for a lot of boss fights. The yo-yo, well, I left that thing behind. The 360 degree move is nice, but it isn't powerful enough to keep up with the spamming sword slash. Each weapon still feels useful, and having the freedom to choose whatever one you want first and cycling through them adds a lot more replay value. I do admire their ambition in the first installment and feel like the change makes it a lot more generic, but I'd rather have something that, while is not nearly as inspired, functions consistently. If I ever have to use that snowball launching gun ever again, man! Once we retrieve the pendant, we all gather in the map room to figure out how exactly we're going to save the village. Suddenly, the pendant fires a beam from it that circles a specific point on the world map, giving us a location to go to. But not until the next morning. Mary lacks some of the confidence to be an effective leader, while Joey remains faithful and optimistic. Their secret beach is gone, but the view they get out here isn't much different. Joey was very much a supporting character in the first game, someone who had to be kind of babysat and looked after. But he's matured and is someone who Mary places far more trust and confidence in, reflected in the theme that plays during the scene. It's called Joey and Mary. The usage of and denotes them as equals, but it's also flipped. It went from Mary plus Joey to Joey and Mary, putting Joey in front, perhaps a premonition of things to come. Whoa, buddy! Once we awake, we enter the town of Watersong, which has gone under a similar fate as Crunkland. We find a jar of what looks like pure color, which allows us to color in buildings to restore them to their proper glory. Every time you beat a level, you gain a certain amount of color, which allows you to restore more of the land, with each chunk costing a specific amount of it. It's really satisfying to color in the buildings and gradually explore more and more of each location. I'll spoil it right now and say there are multiple different hubs you visit throughout, but they're all structured the same way. They all have a sort of storybook layout, with each location sort of popping out of book pages. No matter what screen you're on, the very southern point always has a dock back to your turtle village, so returning back for something is no sweat. It's very unique and makes the adventure feel like a true fable. There are around 7 to 8 levels per area, but you're given a lot of freedom to explore whatever ones you want first. There will be an introduction level, but you can hop around those and choose between 2 to 3 each hub, each granting a different amount of color droplets. Stages have been developed with this in mind, so difficulty isn't always ramping up linearly, but instead each level has a gimmick or two. Think of it like Mega Man, where some levels are harder than others, but the freedom to choose which ones you want to play first still works because it's all around the same difficulty. It doesn't spike that much between them. It's just certain elements you might find harder or more enthralling than others. The lack of a map is not an issue for this game at all because it's far more linear, with branching paths being far briefer and only providing extra coins, color droplets, and these giant coins for a bonus. Watersong is a fun first hub. It's modeled after Venice, I believe, and takes a lot of inspiration from the high society crowds of France and Italy. The people there are haughty and a little pompous, but mean well. Aside from their color problem, their Maya Rosa has been short of words as of recent, which could really mean anything. So we have to beat enough levels to earn enough color droplets to restore the gondola ride. When you get into the thick and thin of the levels themselves, you'll notice that one of my biggest complaints, the repetitive nature of the drawing mechanic, has been addressed. The amount of drawable objects has been scaled back significantly, with each level having a maximum of 2. And to boot, most of these objects actually have individual guides you can follow if you so choose. So players who struggle with drawing or simply don't want to draw can just have a button to press to move on, even if that means flying in the face of the biggest gameplay draw in exchange for just keeping the momentum going. And the things required to draw aren't just various platforms. We have rings that fire us in certain directions. You can draw environmental objects like birds, even new forms for the hero, but I'll save that for later. My personal favorite examples are these. These are the alter segments, action drawing, where you enter to draw lines to get across wide gaps in a level, but you only have a certain amount of lines to draw, and some of them have properties that make them fall upon contact or they're bouncy. These act as a puzzle segment. You have to be creative to get across some of these. This is an awesome use of the DS's touchscreen while keeping the drawing mechanics alive, but not running into the repetitive issue of the first game. It feels satisfying to get the solution right, especially without using all of the available resources. It makes you feel clever. Some of these segments get pretty tricky later on too. There are definitely ways to cheese these segments, but doing that is entirely dependent on you. Depending how smart you are, these segments can be over in 5 seconds or 15 minutes. Since you don't have to draw nearly as many objects as the first game, I can see how some people would see that as a downgrade or disappointment of sorts, like a step back for the creative aspect. But the pace platforming experience 5th Cell made is not just competent, but very enjoyable and fun. They did their homework for this and made some really engaging levels, especially towards the end. There are actual unique enemies for each location. No longer do you have to fight just Baki and the shadow creatures. Each place has unique enemies you have to deal with in a specific way. Take these statues for example. You can't harm them at all, instead you have to dodge them and let them run into a wall or fall off a cliff. It's simple stuff, but it keeps level progression fresh and never stale. Once we collect enough of the paint drops to enter the second part of town, we have to break up a scuffle between this kid, Miles, and this creepy Raposa named Salem. The two have some legendary beef. But honestly, I support Salem. This kid. I mean, look at his whole Phantom of the Opera getup. How much more cartoonishly evil can you get? Miles is less grateful to be saved than he is panicked to find something called the Conch, and rushes off. He runs into...
Oh no!
Okay. So, this guy's name is Sock. And if you know, you know. But for now, this guy just kind of shows up and tags along for the adventure. He's like a Joey for Joey. Joey's comic relief who's there for moral support. No one questions him, and he kind of just tags along with us. But he's chill. We have to split the group up. While we beat more levels, I presume Joey and Sock are smoking a bowl or something. Mary meets the mayor of the town, Rose, but she doesn't seem to be able to respond to Mary. That's because she's become mute after she foolishly accepted a wager from Salem. You see, Rose is both the mayor and a superb opera singer with an unmatched voice, and when Salem challenges her, her pride is wounded and she accepts the wager. As you might expect, she lost, and the price of said wager is her voice, because they both bet on something called a promise conch, which sanctifies their bet by being unbreakable unless they retrieve that conch. Miles, that kid from before, is her troubled son, who has worked himself day and night to try and find the conch to restore his mother's voice. Salem is a Mephistopheles-like figure, preying on people's pride by constructing dastardly wages and offers that ends up hurting people in the end. Without Rose's ability to lead, the village has fallen into disrepair and has lost a lot of its color. Until we came along. Rose has largely given up and become resigned, but Mary urges her to continue fighting, because Mary knows the stress of being a mayor from the lessons her father gave her. This was already a theme established in the first game, but I want to spotlight it here. Leadership is a critically important theme that is consistently presented throughout the series. Winding back to the first game, our examples are the mayor and Mary. The mayor is the rock of his community, rarely ever faltering, compared to Mary, who is filled with self-doubt and doesn't always make the best decisions, frequently becoming overwhelmed. The largest difference between the two is that Mayor is faithful to the creator and draws strength from his faith for the villagers, versus Mary, who often storms off and remains alone when pressed and calls for the creator for the confidence to perform. It's not that Mary is wrong for doing this, but rather she unintentionally puts her own feelings above the needs and wants of the people she has to manage, which proves to be her most crucial flaw. The mayor is able to push past his own wants for his people, which is the lesson he imparts to his daughter before he passes. Think about it like this. You don't pray to God for success, you pray to God for wisdom and faith to earn success. Knowing this, Mary is able to push aside these feelings for now and act as she needs to. She becomes more stoic, determined, and only shows her vulnerabilities to Joey, her closest advisor. She's using her skills to help a fellow mayor, but without her voice, we really don't know much about Rose's leadership style, aside from her pride being her main flaw. I'll circle back to this once we collect the conch. Finding said conch might seem impossible, but the devil always reveals himself when you call his name. Salem turns up again to taunt us, but he inadvertently leaves behind a vital clue. Stuck to his foot is a piece of seaweed only found in the darkest abyss of town, so we head off to find the conch at last. Once we pull it up, the creator undoes the promise, and Rose is able to speak again. While she's thankful for all of her hard work, she's filled with regret and shame for her failure as a leader, and as penance, she is planning to abdicate her role as mayor and pass it on to her son. This might not sound serious, we've seen this before, but for Watersong, the mayors have a unique voice that, if passed on at all, means their death. Rose is planning on dying and forcing responsibility on her son.
Which is an insane plan.
Rose can't deal with the shame she feels, so she wants to run away from it by essentially taking her own life. Mary is horrified to hear this, but nothing she can say can convince Rose. Later that night, Rose invites Miles into the garden to pass on her voice and anoint him as the mayor. And we get to hear that song she sings, called Light of My Life.
Draw the
Damn. For this moment, David J. Franco went all out. He got the singer Haley Chipman for the vocals, and even for compressed Nintendo DS sounds, it sounded excellent. It's such a bittersweet, dour song about passing on your legacy to your spouse. Even if it's at the end of your life, you can die happy holding on to the memories of your descendant, knowing that the world is in their good hands. It's a moment that's bound to reignite the painful memories of anyone who's ever lost a family member, resurfacing all those feelings. It certainly did for Mary, because I know I keep repeating the fact she's insecure, but this moment sends her absolutely over the edge. It reminds her of her dead father, and it inadvertently preys on how she feels about her village, wiped out under her leadership. This song is tragic and beautiful and heartbreaking all at the same time, which is an insane accomplishment for a children's game. I don't have any children, but I have no shame when I say this scene made me nervous for when I do. Death is something I still can't really wrap my head around. What is it like to be dead? Is it just sleeping forever? Will I end up a proud parent when my time to be with God comes? It's a question that will keep me up at night and colors how I view every single day of my life in a way. How am I going to die? Will I be fortunate enough to have a large living family? There are so few other moments in any game I've ever played, or book I've ever read, or movie I've ever seen that I've ever experienced something that's made me question my own existence like this. And I doubt I'm alone. I know that at least some of you who've played this as kids probably have lumps in your throat and tears in your eyes. It's okay. I'm here. This is my favorite moment in the franchise. Straight up, no questions asked. Exceptional. Exemplary. Perfect. When Rose finishes her song, nothing happens. She doesn't know why, but the creator does. The creator, God, intervenes and tells her, no, you will not die here today. Plain as can be, no questions asked, no interpretation. Rose's actions were denied by the creator because the best thing she can do is to not take the easy way out and give up on her life, but live with the consequences and strive to redeem herself by becoming a stronger, more capable person and leader in spite of her flaws. When you try and chart out a course for your own life, the creator's plans take center stage, and his plans for Rose and Miles is to have her stay around and continue to lead. It's interesting that the creator chose to intervene right here, because there are a lot of dire moments where he also could have done so, but the Reposes don't fully understand the creator's plan, just as people don't entirely know God's plan. But what little we do know is that he wants the best possible outcome for us, always. Rose's leadership is marked by pride and shame, which hold her back from being an ideal leader. But once those are corrected, she is capable and caring and collected, traits she will pass down to Miles when her time comes, whenever it may be. This won't be a scene I just remember every so often throughout my life. I think it's going to evolve with me as I age. Will I think about this somewhere in the future, in the deep recesses of my mind, when my time to leave comes? Sorry for getting too real there, folks. Let's move on. Let's put a meme.
What? Gen Z's trying to what? Cancel.
Wilfrey.
Gen Z's trying to cancel.
Wilfrey.
Honey, that's cute.
Salem is not too pleased to see Rosa, alive or not, and enacts his plan. Did I forget to mention? I cheated. To no one's surprise, Salem was Wilfrey all along. He leaves to go do something dastardly and leaves his subordinate, Bockybeard, to invade as a plan B for our first boss battle. He's a giant ghost version of the Baki enemies, and he's really easy, as expected for the first boss. He's not really the tension finisher singing scene was. He's mostly just there to have a boss fight at the end. All is well and Watersong is saved. Rosa, Miles, and the rest are eternally thankful for our help. But we must continue on in order to find a solution to save our own village. Or just find it in general. It's kind of understated, but everyone is sorta lost at sea and just blindly following Heather's pendant. So even if they were to collect enough paint drops to restore every island, they still have to find their village, as well as find the other villagers. Oh yeah, the other villagers. Each time we enter a new town, we get a small scene of some of the reposes being sent there. There are a couple levels where we can rescue them, but honestly, it's not very rewarding. As far as I know, finding people just has them stand in one spot and dispense some repetitive dialogue. How the game factors these characters being optional is that they just don't show up for story scenes at all, at least to my knowledge. I really hope you like Isaac the Pirate Guy and Crazy Barks, because that's your main villager cast. Oh yeah, Sock's coming with us too. This is an area where you can definitely tell development was rushed. Most villagers weren't fleshed out characters, but still had a unique role. Here they feel even more tertiary, less like real people, reposes, and just background fixtures. The sense of community and belonging from the first game is gone, which I suppose makes sense in universe, but it's still disappointing to me. We've seen this song and dance before with Mary and Joey, but this time, Joey has a plan. He's done being a passive observer to Mary's suffering. With the promise conch in hand, he promises to protect and serve Mary for as long as he's alive. He throws the conch into the ocean, because he never intends to break the promise he made. It's such a powerful declaration of devotion and love, and it floors Mary into silence. Joey stood on business here, and he really meant that. What a king. The next day, Mary mysteriously goes missing. No one really knows where she is, which is concerning because they're surrounded by the ocean, so the only reason she isn't on the ship, or Turtle, is because she's... No, that's ridiculous. Joey isn't humoring that, instead assuming Wilfrey came along in the middle of the night and sucked her up in a portal. For now, he assumes command of the villagers, and we head off to the next location the pendant shows us, Lava Stream. This is a huge vibe shift for the game. Mary was groomed to be mayor her entire life, but now that she's gone, Joey, who has only ever supported her, has to shoulder all of that responsibility himself. Sock becomes his main hype man, confiding with him personally. Joey blames himself for potentially driving her away, but Sock reveals a scant bit of his backstory, about how he was once in Joey's position, traveling the world in search for someone he loved, so he can empathize with Joey's pain. From then on, the two become an inseparable team. We arrive at Lava Stream, a volcanic mining town where men and women alike are worked to the bone by a delusional tyrant king named Miney. Despite most of the town losing its color, Miney doesn't care because he commands an army of robots that follow his every word. He doesn't send the robots, who have no free will and who don't get tired, to mine the Banya crystal he needs for his economy, but rather the people who built the robots get sent into the infinite slave labor. Lava Stream is a complete contrast to Watersong. Watersong was very high society and relaxed, while Lava Stream is very working class and busy, with everyone having very common names and dressed in hard hats and whatnot. If you choose to complete all the levels in Watersong, you will have a ton of extra color droplets to color in a lot of white spaces almost right away. You still need to complete several levels to progress and get more color, but you are rewarded for beating each level by being able to fast track everything. Is there a reward for coloring in all the white spaces? Actually, I don't know. I remember coloring everything in all 4 hubs and not getting anything, so it's up to you really. The levels here are more of what you would expect, but we find something new halfway. We obtain a new form called the blob form, which allows you to access tight spaces you wouldn't otherwise fit in. It's just the morph ball from Metroid. But unlike just crouching down, you have access to your forms in a menu by holding the R button and waiting for it to activate, so it doesn't feel nearly as snappy and quick as the morph ball. It's kinda sluggish. And all of that just to move slowly and squeeze through a crevice to activate a switch or something. Since you obtain this form so early, most of the levels in this hub have several moments where you have to select the form, then slowly inch your way across. It's just boring and doesn't activate my almonds. It does get far more interesting later on, but for now, it's just making every level really slow. The multiple forms is a great way to encourage people's creativity in drawing, though. You can decide not only how you look as a default, but for 2 other forms you can swap between on the fly. Even if the blob segments aren't super engaging to me, I still liked the process of designing it. There are far more creative ways to draw in next chapter with gameplay applications that aren't limited to interactable objects that basically all platforming games have. Oh, hi Mary. She's just wandering around and she sees us, but runs away. Like she's avoiding us. We know that Wilfrey can transform into other people, so perhaps this is a trick. We don't find her in the caves, but we do find this guy, Mo, who worked on all the robots. He explains that the king, his brother, started listening to the bad advice of a Raposa named Salem, and declared himself king, exiled most of his family, and turned his village into a communist slave state to dig up resources and use the robots meant for labor as his police force. Miney has gone completely power mad and won't listen to reason, with his own brother losing faith in him. We create a plan to collectively turn off all the robots at once by crafting a key and placing it into the master control panel. That doesn't go so well because Miney finds out pretty much instantly, and we get locked in a tower. Joey evades the robots and considers trying to break us out, but realizes we can probably just do it ourselves. Which is very true. We burst out of the tower and use the key we forged to shut off all the robots, and Miney isn't too happy, but he runs into Salem, who basically just calls him stupid and reveals that there was a secret project that even the king didn't use, a giant robot hidden within the production factory. Miney falls to his knees, realizing the error of his ways now that no one is on his side. Naturally, we have to deal with that giant robot, which makes up our second boss fight. So Beard took about 2 minutes. This giant robot here took about 10 to 15. Let me explain. The robot has 3 phases, and by that I mean you have to deplete his health bar 3 times to win the fight. The first phase has him smashing the platforms you're standing on. Oh, and you have to hit his hands. His other attack is hiding in the background and releasing a punch that rockets him to the foreground so hard it cracks your screen. You have to make sure you don't get hit in either of these attacks, otherwise the robot becomes invincible and you have to wait for the next opening. Once that health bar is gone, he sucks you into his body and you have to complete a short platforming segment and then destroy a core. You get spat out and onto the next phase, which plays exactly the same as the last one, which means this boss really just has 2 whole attacks that you need to work around for 3 health bars. I don't know if the AI just freaked out and didn't show me, but why wouldn't they give this guy an extra harder attack after each phase? It's so repetitive and loses its luster right away. Even the dreariest of Mario games have some bosses with some kind of rage attack or something to spice up the encounter just before you win. It's a really baffling choice and seriously cripples what could have been a much more interesting fight, turning it into a checklist of waiting to be sucked inside the robot to actually win the fight. These cores, I think they're supposed to be eyes, are a lot more interesting. There's missiles being fired at you constantly, and the eye shoots its own projectiles, so you need to always be dodging and then find your opening to hit them. The gun is without question the only weapon you should be using. It allows you to fire from a safe distance while just jumping out of the way out of the projectiles. It's much simpler. I will note that this fight is incredibly generous, that if you die at any point in later phases, you respawn on the same phase with full health. Oh, did I mention there's no lives in this game? Those got completely removed. There's no game overs either. After the last phase, we rupture the heart and win the fight. Miney apologizes to his slave subjects and blames himself for listening to the outrageous advice of Wilfrey. And his civvies kind of just say, don't worry about it, bro. And just as quickly as we entered Lava Stream, we left. And I have some thoughts about it. Lava Stream only took me an hour to fully 100%. To enter, complete the story, to color in 100% of the town. 1 hour. It's a lot shorter than Water Song, and it seriously lacks the emotional punches it had. Especially considering how good the end of the first location was. I don't know why they didn't punch as hard here. I know they're capable of it, it just doesn't have a lot of story stuff to do here. Miney's story is about a mayor who becomes overwhelmed about a resource crisis and becomes a tyrant king, abusing his powers to ensure his nation's economy, but sacrificing the people and their happiness in the process. He's meant to show that despite being his nation's leader, having unlimited power to command people is a privilege that must be wielded with honor and carefully thought. It just lacks any powerful moments that Rose and Miles had. It feels very bog standard. Not a lot happens. We see Mary once and she vanishes into thin air. Salem's interactions with Miney just don't have that evil, personal sting like they did beforehand. The only interesting character moments in this whole chapter come before and after Lava Stream Village. Speaking of Mary, she suddenly comes back. She's looking for something really, really intently when Joey stumbles across her journey. Understandably, he's confused with her, but she just asks to see the Book of Life that Joey kept on him since she left. She wrestles it from his hands and starts tearing out all the pages, trying to destroy the book. She warns Joey to go home, to give up on trying to save their village and everyone else, which does little to dismay a panicked and distraught Joey. Mike, as he tends to do, awkwardly inserts himself into a situation, which makes Mary fly into a rage. She really hates Mike for some reason. We try and confront her about what's going on, but she flies through one of Wilfrey's portals and leaves us once again. This is devastating. The Book of Life, the thing we worked so hard to protect in the first game, that the mayor and Mary guarded with their lives, is torn up by Mary herself. The townspeople have an incredibly bad reaction to this. They're upset with Joey for failing to guard the book and for trying to defend Mary's honor, but they're fed up with Mary, immediately condemning her as a traitor, even condemning her to death. Joey's losing his mind trying to justify why Mary would suddenly turn her back on everyone. But Mike, of all people, tells everyone to have hope, because while dozens of its pages are torn, the book itself is still in their possession. A lot of people might suggest that Wilfrey might be keeping her hostage and he's simply disguising himself as Mary, but Wilfrey simply can't help himself. He always reveals himself, even if unintentionally. Would he really be able to mimic the way Mary speaks to Joey? This is such a stressful sequence, but we're forced to just watch, because the hero is largely a passive observer to it all. We're about halfway through the game, and we've just continued to lose things. We lost the village, most of the people in it, now Mary, and now the Book of Life. But we've made new friends. Watersong and Lava Stream have been saved by us, and we've gained Sock as a trusted new companion. And why exactly does Mary hate Mike so much? Is she a racist? We return to the gloomy opening sequence. The same voice as before pleads for the creator to save him and have him return, which I'm going to assume can only really mean Joey in this context. The voice keeps being fed questions about what happened that day, a day we still know nothing about or who it's about. Joey is a strong candidate for being that person in question, but the narrator and the specifics about that date are unknown. On the hidden beach, Heather is staring into the darkness. Joey goes to meet her, but she turns to stone before his very eyes, because it's all a dream. Through this, Joey's become a card-carrying member of Tony Soprano's Traumatic Symbolic Dream Club. This kid has had it rough, man. No parents, the love of his life potentially betraying him, and the Raposa who was basically his disabled sister being kidnapped, your entire village no longer trusting you. That's brutal. He's gonna be stuck in a Mexican shack like the Ralph retort soon. But Joey doesn't give up. He knows the odds have been stacked even further against him, but he doesn't let it stop him. He refuses to give up and let Wilfrey win, at least not without a fight. This inspires the people to continue on, to not lose hope and faith as they reach the third hub, the democracy of the Republic of the People of the United Space Fortress, or the Galactic Jungle. As the name might suggest, the Galactic Jungle is a mix of primitive and advanced. The first screen is a rainforest encased in classic sci-fi bubbles, and the second screen stretches all the way up to space, filled with asteroids, stars, metal ridges to walk on. The weird name it has is because this place is not ruled by one all-powerful leader making all the decisions, but rather a council of wise Raposas who decided to make all the laws. And if you don't obey them, their elite task force will instantly arrest you and take you... I don't know, we never see any of these people ever again. I don't know. They kill you? It's basically what every first world country has, and even has lockdown laws. Aside from the colorlessness, the biggest issue with the area is that no one has actually ever seen the council, only being represented by this sniveling Raposa named Click, who is obsessed with paperwork and bureaucracy, not exactly a subtle jab. All of the levels here have a really nice sci-fi aesthetic, these big metal pipes, trees encased in bubbles, the vacuum of space, tight metal corridors. It's a nice change of pace. This level is also host to your second form, the Spider. This one can obviously crawl on walls and other surfaces, but also has a web shooting function that can disable enemies and turn them into crawlable surfaces. This is all used to great effect when the level requires you to move vertically without any platforms, and how do you choose to get up there is up to you. Will you take the long route and safely crawl up, or spray the duck shooting at you to cut time and make platforms? I'm a huge fan of this. It really spices up the gameplay and allows you to be creative with how you choose to progress. It's a lot more fun than the blob form, at least. But now that we have all of our extra forms, the level design incorporates them all at the same time. So rather than just running about and slaughtering Baki, there's a healthy balance of precision platforming. At this point in the game, the action drawing segments have become far more complicated. Gone are the days of simple black lines covering wide gaps. You have to work around floating and falling platforms as well as bouncing ones. Some rooms must be completed with 2 different drawing segments, one where you draw what you need to activate a switch and the other just to reach the door needed to move on. I remember a few of these being tricky as a kid. Not so much anymore, obviously. We also get to design a spaceship for some arcadey shooting segments. We spend a lot of time on the ground level trying to make the necessary parts to make the elevator work and go meet the council. But as democracy tends to demonstrate, there's always a holdup. We're ever so close to meeting the council, but the other elevator we need needs to be powered by 3 separate generators, which are at the end of 3 different levels. If Click doesn't figure this shit out, I am going to whoop his ass. You would have to complete the levels anyways, but I like that the foot-dragging, patronizing nature of democracy is here with no punches pulled. I'm just saying a bribery-based, completely corrupt society is a lot more fun than everyone actually having equal opportunities and rights and having to wait in line. Come on, I'm Canadian, I have to deal with that stuff already. Once you power all 3 generators, Click apparently got banished from the galactic jungle for entering the council room without permission. Where did he get banished to? The vacuum of space? There's technically nothing preventing us from just walking through the front doors of the council building. Except for this random boss fight that comes straight out of nowhere. These ships are called King and Queen. Who are they? What are they? I don't know, but I guess we have to deal with them? It's the easiest, most brainless shmup encounter you will ever have in your entire life, and I still don't really know why it just shows up like that. No council summoning, Sock and Joey just see this thing in the distance and figure, alright, shoot it down. After that very tepid boss encounter, we get into the building and run into the police force. But it turns out the actual number of officers has been drastically inflated by holograms, with only 1 out of 10 officers being real. The council's propaganda and intimidation tactics extend so far that no one knows their task force is almost entirely fabricated. Once we get inside, we find out there's actually no council at all. The image of the Raposas sitting in the chairs is misleading, because they're actually dummies. The council is completely fake, hidden behind the command of a suspended head inside of a giant emerald tube. But even that is proven to be another farce, because the man behind the curtain, the one truly pulling the strings, is Click himself. So the scoop here is that the previous mayor died, but left no heir, so Click panicked and set up this insane system to keep everyone in line, and things just really got out of hand. Naturally, he listened to Wilfrey's advice and built a space station and set up not only a fake government, but a Wizard of Oz-style last line of defense just in case that fake government got found out. So Click picked a whole bouquet of oopsie daisies. But we have to help him get out of this situation before the natives he's subjugated don't tear him apart like a rack of ribs. Both King Miney and Click went a step up from mayor and became something worse. Miney is a tyrant king, and Click setting up a totalitarian state ruled by fear and a literal puppet government. Miney at least had family in Lava Stream who somewhat liked him, but Click is just some guy who took over and has been imprisoning and ruling over the population with fear. And let's not forget about the structure of the galactic jungle. The people at the bottom levels are stereotypical natives with grass skirts and face paint. They speak in simple sentences, while Click and presumably everyone else at the top level is educated and closer to the Raposa we're familiar with. Even when he's exposed, the people willingly elect Click as mayor. Why would you trust him? What? This guy's gonna kill you! Kill him! Eat his bones! So, the types of leadership criticized here so far have all had one thing in common. They all listened or were influenced by Wilfrey, or Salem, Wilfrey in disguise. Wilfrey exploited Rosa's pride, Miney's anxiety over resource management, and Click's desire to provide a stable life for a town in ruin, turning them into different, flawed examples of leadership. Some of the puzzle pieces are adding up here. If Mary has truly changed sides and is allied with Wilfrey, what did he exploit with her? He doesn't seem to force compliance, he only coerces based on Raposa's inner desires. So what did Mary see in him to flip sides? When we all get back to the Turtle Village, we all realize that we've been going in circles. We're helping other villages, but we're nowhere close to finding Mary or Heather or any of our friends. This would be a great time to have any of the optional villagers you've been able to save show up, but there is no moment like that. It's treated like you haven't found anyone at all. It's a shame. I wish there was some kind of optional scene showing the extras, but we just don't get that. To make things worse, Heather's pendant, which was responsible for charting these places out on the map, has stopped working. It's not that Joey was able to control it so much as the pendant was just doing that on its own. So it going dim is a huge concern and very demoralizing. Joey gives the pendant to Sock to try and figure it out. Things somehow get even worse when the pirate guy realizes that they've reached uncharted territories, meaning that turning back and simply relocating might be the safe option to save themselves. Mike trusts Joey's judgment, but the others are completely fed up and accuse Joey of being compromised by Wilfrey. Bitter arguments take center stage, which cloaks Sock's escape. Joey eventually notices his absence and tries to find him. Sock throws the pendant off the turtle and into the sea.
Stop calling me Sock!
There was no Sock all along. The entire time we've met him, Sock was Wilfrey in disguise. Every moment we shared, however funny, however private, intimate, it was all fake. Wilfrey invented someone from scratch. His backstory was fake. His devotion and friendship to Joey and us were fake. They were a tool Wilfrey used to both spy on us and simply because he felt like breaking our hearts again. Think about it. Whenever Wilfrey, disguised as Salem or not, has been on screen, has Sock ever been there? We never questioned it, because it was just Sock. The comic relief. How could he? This is such a heartbreaking, earth-shattering, powerful moment. Someone we met and grew to cherish and trust has been revealed as not only a liar, but the enemy we've been working against the whole time, simply posing as a friend out of sheer cruelty and malice. Wilfrey might seriously be one of the most evil villains I've ever seen. All he does is lead people astray in the most personal, damning ways possible, a kind of manipulation that fills you with self-loathing and contempt because you fell for it. Everyone just gives up. Without much of a book of life, no pendant, they're lost adrift at sea. They just simply can't beat Wilfrey. They've been outwit and overpowered, and it's time to return to the remains of their home. We just lost. Wilfrey is an excellent representation of the devil, using his cunning to trick people into doing his bidding before he even lifts a finger. But the thing is with the devil is that he will always appear if you call his name, and he always leaves clues behind. Joey has another traumatizing dream. He dreams about Mary and Heather, about how he's failed to protect them. But the creator speaks to Joey. You are almost out of time. Someone on the turtle knows where to go, but we must find him first. Scarby's Ark is our only hint at who it is. Someone cut this kid a break. Joey's like 16, he can't even sleep without horrifically depressing nightmares about God and his failures to save the people he most cares about. Being informed on what to do via dreams might seem silly, but dreams are just one of the ways the creator interacts with people. The Book of Daniel has a lot of references to dreams and their interpretations, and luckily for the Raposas, This dream happens to be quite literal. Joey goes around asking if the words Scarbizark have any relevance, but he notices Wilfrey's hat was left behind. Crazy Barks is using it as a sail, but the hat is blowing opposite of the wind. And that's when Joey figures out that Scarbizark is just Crazy Barks backwards. Wilfrey's hat points towards his castle, because his evil nature defies all of the creator's creations, including the very wind. With that in mind, the ship is turned around, and we head to the final hub. Crazy Barks, knowing all of this, is left very ambiguous, but he's always been a very useful character. He taught Heather how to speak, and now he has become a destiny sail, in his own words. He speaks gibberish and the other Reposes don't really understand him, but his actions speak louder than words. Tension is still high. The pirate guy goes around pinching people because he's so paranoid that Wilfrey could be anyone. The sense of community and trust is completely gone here, and your party members don't really like each other that much. Joey is desperate. Mike has no clue what's going on, and the pirate guy, I just remembered his name is Pirate Beard, I think, suspects everyone, and Isaac the shopkeep is done with everyone's BS. Crazy Barks is chill though. We arrive at Wilfrey's wasteland. It's almost entirely whited out, and what little that can be seen is assets from other worlds crudely stitched together. Water Song, Lava Stream, and Galactic Jungle are sewn together haphazardly, with their respective NPCs quietly looking upon you, with no dialogue. We barely have time to talk until Mary shows up. The real Mary. Joey and the crew are so broken that they refuse to believe it's her until Wilfrey shows up and backs up her claims. There's no more doubt. Mary betrayed us for Wilfrey. She doesn't gloat about it. She doesn't even look too happy. She looks quite dour, actually. She speaks about how she has a higher purpose as a mayor, and that her decision to side with Wilfrey is the right thing to do. And from that, the bond between her and Joey is completely severed. Joey no longer trusts or even likes Mary. He's done with her and the village, and can only trust us and the creator. The more color we restore, the more upset Mary and Wilfrey become. I'm confused why the promise conch didn't go off at the beginning, because it's here when Joey and Mary's relationship is altered forever. We never get to see them become friends to lovers. Those two are done. Mary still refuses to speak about the higher purpose she was allegedly called for that led her to Wilfrey, the devil, the one who killed her father. Whatever it was, it must have been so important that she was willing to overlook that, which drives Joey up the wall. He's enraged and heartbroken and crushed that Mary would turn her back on her people and abandon them for a purpose she won't even explain. And he's right. Mary left like a thief in the night, leaving Joey to shoulder the entire community by himself. She actively ruined them and destroyed everything she could by tearing apart the Book of Life, by warping her position as a leader to lead them astray. Literally doing the devil's bidding. Mary decides it's time to show Joey why she's done all these things, but he won't listen. He doesn't even care anymore. He and Mary are done. The dialogue here is simple but so effective. Mary tries her best to be calm and rational, and Joey's full of pain and rage and has tossed aside so many memories that they were present for in the first game. Everyone who played this series wanted to see the two get together and be happy, but their lives are going in such different trajectories that that's no longer possible. Wilfrey has to outright kidnap him to show why Mary made these decisions. But even after everyone retreats after Joey's taken, there's one more person who's still with us. The mayor. Not his ghost, just the mayor. He died in the first game, so how has he returned so casually? He says that his daughter has lost her way, and we must harness the power of all 3 previous villages in order to save everyone, which finally allows us to play Wilfrey's Wasteland. How this hub works is that there are 2 levels dedicated to each previous village, but they're much more challenging with new threats and level designs. Some of these new levels are actually quite tough. Each level has a new theme or design going on, like the Water Song stages taking place during night, or Lava Stream being flooded and having rushing lava chasing you. Elements from other stages bleed into each other, making it all feel a little corrupted. The music choices here are all out of sync, like the main hub for Lava Stream playing right here might sound innocuous, but it really ties together how Wilfrey's Wasteland feels like a bunch of jumbled locations and places stitched together. After all, evil cannot create, only corrupt. After each set of levels, we retrieve an orb and an altar in order to harness their power. I remember as a boy, I used my action replay device on my DS so often with this game that whenever I tried to wipe my save file, I would get stuck on this part and the game simply wouldn't progress. I had corrupted the very code itself. I must have been ass at the game if I felt like cheating on it, but I remember beating it, so what the hell was I doing? After all 6 of these levels, we can finally restore power to Wilfrey's castle. Joey returns to us with Wilfrey and Mary behind him. We don't know what he saw or what they said to him, but it completely changed his outlook on the entire situation. He understands why Mary did what she did, even if he doesn't agree with it. The others return, and Mike is confused, as he tends to be, but Joey is especially focused on Mike, saying how involved he is with everything. Mike has amnesia, and I don't remember if it's even mentioned in this game. Him being the only human in a Raposa world is a little suspicious, so perhaps we finally get the reveal of Mike's backstory. Which is never something I thought I would say. Mike has always been a background character, but he might actually become super important. Both Mary and Joey, who know the truth about why they're fighting, are really focused on him. Joey understands why Mary aligned herself with Wilfrey, but still chooses to defy him and trust the creator. Whatever mysterious events Wilfrey, Mary, and Joey know about is daunting enough to flip allegiances. Mary sided with Wilfrey for the good of the village, but Joey pleads with her that what's coming up is far bigger than their village, or even them, and the entire world. Mary switched sides because she needed to do all of this to try and save her village. She tore the Book of Life to prevent Joey from trying to save her, and she worked with Wilfrey because it was the only way to find out the truth about the world, and to ensure her people's survival. We get a flashback summarizing just as much with her father, that mayors must make difficult decisions. Mary finally rejoins our side, rejecting Wilfrey at the end. How can all of you blindly follow your leaders so easily? So that's what this is about. Wilfrey wanted to take Mary from us because he resents us having faith in her, and wants to pervert and subvert the concepts of faith and trust and love, because he's the devil. He resents God and wants to lead people astray and destroy our faith, just as the people's faith in Mary was questioned. But he didn't win that fight. We have Mary back on our side. Curiously, her and Joey's reconciliation is done largely off-screen, but things still aren't easy between the two. She's distraught and not really capable of leadership at the moment, and Joey is tired. He's fought until the very end, stayed faithful, and was able to rescue her. But for now, the hero has to be the one to save the day. Mary's decision is presented as tragic. She laments her choices, but feels like she absolutely had to do it in order to save her people and village. Her and Wilfrey plotted to stop us at every turn, but she really did believe that it was the best course of action. But Wilfrey's the devil. This guy killed your dad. Why would you start trusting him? Wilfrey seems to be telling the truth about whatever's going on in the world outside of his control that's threatening everyone, but was sucking all the color out of the world really the best solution? Did he have Riz? That's all I'm saying, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe the seduction happened a little bit differently. Like, what exactly could he have possibly said to her that would have convinced her to say, yeah, Joey, the whole village? I think it does kind of make her a bit stupid. The entire twist really is a house of cards depending on what exactly the twist is at the end, but there's no time for that, because we have to raid Wilfrey's castle before it's too late. Each level featured has a new gimmick that you have to wrap your head around. The first level is linear, but rather you have to find the locked exit by going through a specific sequence of doors to unlock it. It works like those older Mario levels where you have to take specific paths in order to end the infinite scroll. I hate those levels, and I hate this level too. The second level is the penultimate test of your abilities. Nearly everything you've already faced beforehand is cranked up to 11 and mixed together. The switch puzzles have become far more complicated, requiring a lot more forethought and planning. This entire hub world has such an excellent sense of finality to it. Characters are all converging. Our journey has just come to an end, and it all rests on whatever plan Wilfrey has in store. Well, Wilfrey is sick of seeing this all unfold, and just tells us the naked truth, that if we defeat him and restore the color, the entire world will end. He doesn't accompany this with a smirk or some kind of cruel remark. He's dead serious. Joey confirms that Wilfrey, for once, was telling the truth the entire time. Ever since the very beginning of the game, Wilfrey has warned us about what will happen if his will is not iron. And what will happen is the entire destruction of the world and everyone in it. But it will not be done by Wilfrey's hand, but by another. This is quite the bombshell, as you'd imagine. This completely recontextualizes the entire game. This was Wilfrey's plan. Something about him sapping the color from the world was actually keeping it alive, for the most part. Because if he's gone, then everyone dies. Your entire journey is flipped on its head. Wilfrey is the world's savior. But there is a deeper truth that he, Mary, and Joey know that we don't. That maybe letting the world end and killing everyone could be a good thing. But how? How could demolishing our entire party, every member of each town, us, how is that a good thing? We trusted the creator this entire time, and this is our reward? Death? How can Wilfrey be the hero? He's the literal devil! There's just one last thing we haven't heard yet. There's one last secret to be revealed. But to reveal it is to enact our plan of taking down Wilfrey. Understandably, everyone is horrified at the implication of being erased from reality. But as things seem to get worse and worse, their faith is renewed. They came here through faith in the creator, and they can't turn back now. Everyone just has to wait and see, while the hero storms the castle for the final battle. Wilfrey's castle has become a twisted, broken church, a mockery of everything the creator stands for. There are ruined statues of the box art version of the Avatar, the Messiah of the Raposas, a venerated figure that's the only one capable of winning. But when you confront a gloating Wilfrey, he's too powerful. We lose this fight because it's scripted, and Wilfrey's true colors are revealed. He has nothing but bottomless contempt for leaders who are willing to exploit others for fame and resources and wealth, and just as much hatred for those foolish enough to fall for it. He says, "Your reign of tyranny ends here." He's critiquing how Raposa leaders have failed, but it all goes back to the creator. Rosa, Miney, Click, and even Mary all fell to his temptation and were led astray from the creator. And those who cannot be manipulated, like Mary's father, are directly killed by him. What motivates Wilfrey is hatred of the creator and his faithful, and from that, hatred of what he views as poor leadership, and hatred of those who follow it. Everything he has done and will do is out of spite from God. He seeks to pervert and irradiate the very concept of faith in oneself and in each other and in leaders of their nations. He sees God's rule over the universe as tyrannical, and seeks to subjugate it through means of violence and abduction of children. It's actually crazy how close Wilfrey is to being just an accurate depiction of Satan, minus all the human sacrificing, I guess. Even this beam of many colors here is blasphemous. Rainbows represent God's creative beauty in the natural world, and Wilfrey uses it as a harmful tool to kill and maim. With the hero seemingly defeated, all the Raposas can do is pray. The remaining party prays, the people of Watersong pray, the workers of Lava Stream pray, even the tribesmen of Galactic Jungle pray in complete fear of the creator. Let there be color. Spelled in the American way. We have been resurrected, and Wilfrey creates something of his own. One last spiteful act to put us down for good. He sits on a throne above the clouds, raining lightning down on us. The most blasphemous act of all. A throne above the clouds, the not-so-subtle jab at heavenly authority. He brumrushes us, turns his clouds into a twister to shred us, and laughs at us haughtily as we try to win. The music takes on the sharp trumpets and stings of an orchestra, a fitting motif for the final battle being held in a church against such a biblical foe. However, this fight suffers from a particularly deadly sin. It's too easy. Wilfrey in the first game had multiple phases with different strategies that required a lot of timing. Here, if you can dodge him and just keep hitting him casually, you win. No second phase, no super difficult attacks, nothing. Perhaps this was a corrective measure from the first game, because I heard many kids felt Wilfrey was too tough in the original, but they perhaps worked too hard to make him easier, because not only did I beat him first try, I barely broke a sweat. The final boss being such a pushover is seriously disappointing, but at least it means I can kill him faster. Wilfrey is dead. Finally dead. He flickered through all his forms, Sock, Salem, even his original Raposa form. But at the end, he released Heather, now cured from her darkness half. Heather and Joey are finally reunited. But the reunion is bittersweet, because defeating Wilfrey and restoring the color only means one thing: the end. We all make it to our original village. Everyone knows what needs to be done. There are no dramatic final words, no comforting moments, just a cold, blank acceptance of what needs to be done. Everyone, men, women, children, have accepted their fate and await the Creator, our final decision, to wipe them all out. We must touch the pillar where the flame once stood. We must interact with the game to wipe it out. Everyone stares blankly at you, and the game won't progress until you press the button. I can't even begin to fathom how much time I spent on this screen as a boy. Even at around 9 years old when I played it, I understood what needed to be done. By this age, I was able to stomach it, but the last 2 hours of this game, unbelievably sorrowful and downcast. A game intended for children is telling its child player base to kill the hero they made to save the day, to kill the character they spent all this time caring for, and by their own hand. I would call it sick if it weren't so beautiful. How many kids sobbed at this part? How many children claim to be traumatized because of this event? Children don't usually understand the concept of death, let alone the idea of reality itself being erased. If adults can't even grasp the concept of what nothing looks like, how can you ask a child to? There's only one thing we can do. Just before it all happens, Mike finally asks Mary what exactly Wilfrey showed her that make her switch sides. Her answer? Mike. We're back to the opening, but we have Mike with us. We get the same dialogue questions we were asked at the very beginning, but it was revealed that Heather was the one answering the questions. Creator. God, just bring back my little brother to me.
Create a place through shapes and shades, build a blinding stage where beauty is made, but when your colors fade, everything will change.
We see a family, a mother, father, daughter, and the youngest, the son. They're leaving a fairground after a storm arrives. During the chaos of the storm, the family gets into a car crash, resulting in the death of the parents. The children survived, but the daughter was injured in the crash, with half her face bandaged. The boy fell into a coma for an unknown period of time. While the police were questioning the girl, the brother wakes up at last, and the game ends with a shot of Mary and Joey, revealed to be dolls. It might not have hit you just yet, but this ending has completely changed how we interpret the entire game. Nothing is the same after this. Let me explain. Everything that happened in this series was imaginary, taking place inside the comatose mind of this boy. This isn't an uncommon theory people have for a lot of surreal media. It's dubbed the coma theory, and it was huge back in the day of creepypastas. It existed as a weird explanation of how the show's events. Like, if you watched Pokemon and subscribed to the coma theory, Ash's encounter with the sparrows put him into a coma, and the entire series afterwards takes place in his head, which would explain why he remains 10 throughout the whole show. A lot of people really hate these theories because it tries to apply a morbid topic and logic to a children's property. And they're right, most of them are stupid, but Drawn to Life sticks to landing in ways that basically no other series has. Firstly, look at the art style change. Drawn to Life has a very cute chibi style with bright colors and simple character designs. In the real world, everyone is very detailed and properly proportioned. Fifth Cell hired David Hellman to draw the ending because they wanted someone with a radically different art style who had no prior connections to the project to illustrate how much of a twist ending this was. And it worked perfectly. If the name David Hellman sounds familiar, it's because he was the artist for Braid. If you remember that game, looking at his other works, you can definitely tell it's him. The song playing here, man, it's called Real Life. Another excellent vocal track. The song is bound to wake some deeply repressed memories of people who have played these games many years ago, and to be honest, it did to me. I've played this game many times before, but something about seeing Mary and Joey as dolls just made me feel empty. The ending is horrifically bittersweet and painful. The Raposas all died, which awoke this kid, but his family is dead and his sister is potentially disfigured. This kid just catch a break already? God damn! I think it really has to be one of the most depressing endings to a game I've ever played. There aren't many other games that make me seriously sad when I replay them, but this one just gets me. It gets under my skin. The entire thing wasn't real. That's why the Raposas needed to die, to be erased. They needed to wake up Mike and save him from dying in the hospital. Wilfrey was trying to kill Mike the entire time by sucking out the color from the land, killing his mind and rendering him brain dead in the real world. There's only one save file. In order to reset the game, you have to talk to a sleeping Mike to erase everything, to put him back in the coma, just so you can play again. The only way to really illustrate how excellent this ending is, and how it explains everything, is to go back and re-examine everything. I'm going to be doing some real deep psychoanalyzing on my part, so maybe take some stuff with a grain of salt. We're going deeper than anyone has before. You are watching by this point, right? You didn't fall asleep? Let's start off with real life here. We have this family. 2 unnamed parents, a teenage girl and a young boy. This boy is Mike. Yes, this Mike. We know this because Wilfrey, Mary, and Joey all confirm as such. It's all but spelled out for us, which would make the Mike in his work a literal self-insert interacting with the characters created in his comatose mind. Mike's status as a human makes sense because he's self-inserting himself in a fantasy world. But who is his sister? Well, it's Heather. We take on the role of Heather answering questions by the police officer a few times throughout the game. Notice how in the real world, Heather's face is partially bandaged, obscuring it, and the drawn-to-life Heather has the half of her face covered in darkness. Mike has some kind of coma awareness, and his fractured mind saw what happened to his sister and factored it into his fantasy story, which is wildly depressing. Mike is at least somewhat aware of his surroundings, because he could hear people talking around him, but couldn't wake up. I wasn't joking with that Tony Soprano joke, now was I? Some of the gibberish Heather says throughout the chapter even translates into some very interesting phrases when you unscramble them. Heather's face being okay at the end of next chapter might symbolize Heather's face being okay in the real world, but she still has the bandages on in the arts, so maybe Mike is just making a wild assumption and hopes his sister will be okay, but she might actually be part disfigured. Now, let's explain the Raposas. Mike got these dolls presumably at the fair he was at, and decided to create a fantasy race based off of them. Things get very interesting when you start analyzing the characters. Given Mike's young age, there are only going to be so many people in his life to base these characters off of. I'm going to make an assumption that Mary might be older than Joey. In the first game, she's treated more seriously, while Joey's viewed much more childishly. Joey's a lot more reckless and adventurous, something that comes quite naturally to younger boys. But Joey had to grow up very quickly and assume a lot of responsibility. Mary is almost definitely at least somewhat based on Heather personality-wise. As the older sibling, Heather would assume protection and guidance of the younger one, not dissimilar to how Mary has to babysit Joey for the first game. It's curious that Mary is sanctimoniously based off of Heather, but Heather is also there as a character. Mike seems to like including multiple interpretations of the same character, like he's Nomura playing Kingdom Hearts. Mike interpreting Heather's role in the house as the sibling in charge could easily translate into Mary's role as becoming mayor. He does take a lot of dramatic turns with this character, however. Mary really fumbles the ball at the end and messes everything up, and links up with the guy who killed her dad. So either this was purely his creative decision in the fantasy world, or he might have some underlying feelings about Heather. I should establish a line in the sand where these characters are based off of himself and his family and the characters themselves. Taking traits from people in the real world and making characters is how you're supposed to make characters. but it's not always going to mean this is how he feels exactly about this person. These are characters based off the people and not just the people themselves. Because I'm not suggesting that because Mary and Joey are based off him and his sister, do I mean Mike has incestual feelings for his sister. Yoko Taro did not make this game. And speaking of Joey, I absolutely believe he is a form of self-insert from Mike once again. Joey is very boyish and stubborn, wears his heart on his sleeve and feels like he's stuck in the shadow of the hero and Mary. But by the second game, he's matured so much that he's almost an entirely different Raposa. Not that much time passes between each game, but Joey growing up could represent a shift in Mike's comatose mind. That he might have discarded some part of his boyish traits and become a different person while he was asleep. I mean, think about it. Would you be the same person out of a coma that killed your parents? Would you have the same personality when you woke up? I want to talk more about the relationships of child and parent. There aren't a lot of parents featured in the game, and this is almost for sure because Mike knows in some part that his folks are dead. Joey's family is never mentioned, Mary's father is killed, Rose almost dies in self-sacrifice, and if we apply him relating to people in his life, you see this motif everywhere. The NPCs are likely people Mike's met throughout his life inserted into the story. The police officer, the chef could be the cook serving his sister food in the hospital, etc. It's interesting that Rosa was saved from dying, while the mayor wasn't. Rosa got a direct intervention from the creator, but with the mayor's time was up when Wilfred confronted him. Perhaps Mike just couldn't handle the idea of a mother sacrificing herself and intervened. But the creator isn't Mike. I'll explain. There are some holes with this theory, mainly regarding Heather. Why is she a Raposa and Mike a human if they're actual siblings? Well, the twist might not have been fully thought out in the first game. Slaska admits as much, that they was only really cemented by next chapter, so Heather and Mike's connection isn't fully established until later. But knowing that, things are warped and interpreted in the imagination of a young boy does sort of explain that discrepancy. So a lot of elements from the first game had to be a little bit more fitted to the second game's story twist, but it doesn't break anything established outright. The entire drawing motif and gameplay mechanic is rationalized because Mike is like 11. Of course he likes to draw in color. The player using the touchscreen and the character speaking to the creator isn't them calling out to Mike, however, it's calling out to God. Let me explain. Mike is embodied by his obvious self-insert, but also as Joey, as Miles, other characters who embody the recurring motif of a young man trying to go up against fate and prove himself worthy of attention, leadership, and love. I think it says a lot about Mike's psychology that this is a recurring character trait for a specific type of character, but the creator is a split, separate entity than these inserts. Perhaps Mike isn't viewing himself as the creator, but either decided to factor in God to a story, or bear with me, God is doing it himself. We have to question how much Mike is aware of what's going on. I've been speaking about him like he's actively world building and plotting, but he's in a coma. His brain is on standby mode. He has enough awareness to make out some speech from the outside world, his sister's bandages somehow, but he doesn't know he's a coma, nor do any of the characters, except for Wilfrey. I have reason to believe that God himself exists in the real world of this game. The entire series is basically one big Christian metaphor, with all the biblical metaphors and terminology to prove it. Mike might not necessarily be Christian himself, but given how Heather is at his bedside praying to God for his recovery, it shouldn't be a big assumption to surmise that their family is Christian, or at least attends church, or simply that God just heard their prayers. If we run with the idea that God exists in this world and he is trying to save Mike's life, then the Raposa's relationship with the creator is them following capital G God. His interactions with the world are him trying to save Mike, and he sends a hero to stop Wilfred and complete all the steps to wake Mike up. Our hero, the player character. This is why our hero, the player character, isn't just a Raposa that can look however it wants. It's a creation by God sent to save him, like an imaginary, crudely drawn Jesus Christ sent to his brain. But there's one character that requires a lot more explaining, Wilfrey. We all know he's the devil, right? But there's so much more to him. Wilfrey's backstory is taken from Lucifer, the fallen angel. He coats himself in shadow because he isn't taken from a figure in Mike's life, he's the literal devil. His plan is to suck up all the color from the world, which would result in Mike's death. which would ultimately lead to the death of the Reposes. Many people say that Wilfrey was not a villain for being correct about the world ending, but the world would end regardless under his plan. Taking the color was gonna kill Mike, so the theory that God or the player being the villain is kinda ridiculous. Wilfrey's Satan, the devil trying to take and corrupt Mike's soul by giving in to his demands. It's not a coincidence that every character who is faithful to the creator is rewarded in a way. Even the mayor, who dies by Wilfrey's own hand, is rewarded by having his children rise up and be the ones to defeat Wilfrey for good. His loyalty and faith would earn him a high place in heaven, seated with the saints and perhaps Christ himself. Wilfrey is Satan who wants Mike to die in the coma, and we know this because Wilfrey was the only one who knew the truth about the world of the Reposes, about who Mike actually is. Even if you want to eliminate the supernatural explanations entirely, Wilfrey could just as easily be the dying cells of Mike's body, his heart and soul breaking down and dying under the stress of a coma. After all, Wilfrey is free will. He hardly ever comes to people with his horns. He comes to them as everything they've ever wanted. Wilfrey tells everyone at the end that their fate is to die, to be erased so that Mike, the real boy, can live once again. But the Reposes accept that. Through faith, they all martyr themselves for Mike's sake, and it's a beautiful, tragic ending. Wilfrey's wasteland is the remains of Mike's shattered mind. Assets and characters pulled from other worlds don't belong there, but it's all in his mind is able to process, because at that point in the story, Mike is barely alive. That's why the color is fading so fast. You can analyze the story under the lens of real spiritual entities fighting for and against Mike, or purely scientific, or both, because things are left open-ended and are dying to be analyzed. Your interpretations may differ or be completely different from my own, but Fifth Cell crafted that story with that in mind, to keep people guessing and talking about it years after the game was made, and it worked. You simply cannot mention this game series without talking about its ending. You know, kind of like The Sopranos. I have to remind people that this is an E for everyone game, which makes it all the more impressive and surprising it goes so in depth about religion and faith and having such a bleak ending. Not everyone was a fan of the ending, however. I know a lot of people who played this as kids and were horrified by it and wanted a simpler, happier ending, which I do understand. The characters have been so faithful to God, but their reward is dying? I can see how someone would be upset with that, especially if they don't have a positive view on religion to begin with. But you know who really hated the ending? The parents of the kids who freaked out about it. So many people complained and gave Fifth Cell backlash that in later printed copies of the game and in the collection edition that launched sometime later, they outright removed the ending and made an alternate one that is much less heavy. In the revised ending, Mike just falls from a tree, gets knocked out for like 20 minutes, and wakes up okay. It's not that it destroys the narrative or anything, but it's so much more tepid and not at all satisfying. Don't worry, it's not at all canon. Parents have the right to be upset with a piece of media that upsets their child, especially since it was advertised as E for everyone, but I feel that this game does kind of rip off the band-aid of your child learning about death. I don't know, I'm not a parent yet, so perhaps my perspective will change when I have to talk about this with my child, and therein lies the beauty of this franchise to me. Drawn to life, to me and many others, is something that will follow us into our adult lives. It's something we played as children that's always been floating around in our minds, if only as a vague recollection and memories, but it's never left us. I played this game as a child, and I made a joke about being very repressed, but it's the truth. I wasn't good at expressing myself emotionally, and it's something I've only been slowly getting better at. I was fighting with my own Wilfrey, in a way. As of this video, I'm a 22-year-old man, and I only now feel like I understand this game more. This is a game I plan on playing again in my next stage of life, when I'm a father, and beyond that, will I play it again as an old man? Will I pass it on to my firstborn? Will I be lucky enough to experience it with them, or will the cartridge just rot away before I get the chance? Will I die before any of this? Drawn to Life forces me to get inside my own head and question the nature of my existence in a way. This game is not a masterpiece, because there are several points I feel like were definitely rushed as a result of its busy development cycle, but this is something I almost can't put into proper words. I'm so glad the stars aligned for everyone to come together to make this series. It's a well-made, creative, decent platforming game series with a fun drawing mechanic, but its story transcends all of that to me. It just hits people in a place they're used to locking away and never showing. But if I were afraid of showing that, I wouldn't have uploaded the video, now would I? There were a couple points where I was writing the script, empty energy drinks surrounding me. I just had to stand up and take it all in. Remind myself I'm alive. This isn't just a game I'm nostalgic over. This is a series that will follow me for the rest of my life. I'm thinking not just of my memories of the past, but towards the future and what it has in store for me. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble. The exact sales of Next Chapter are difficult to pinpoint, but I have a lot of confidence that it sold at least around the same figures as the original. I knew a lot of people who only ever played Next Chapter, like myself, and there was a re-release with the altered ending, and a collection with both games dropped in 2010, so the series was still raking in a lot of money for 5th Cell. But after Next Chapter, the series was, for lack of better words, done. Where else could they possibly go with this? All the reposes died. Do you recall the other game 5th Cell was developing alongside Next Chapter? Well, it was an obscure, teeny tiny, insignificant puzzle game called Scribblenauts. Yeah, remember that series? I hope so, because Scribblenauts was an insane, massive release that got all sorts of love and praise. Scribblenauts is a puzzle series where you have to solve puzzles with a magic notebook that can create virtually anything within reason. Scribblenauts to Drawn to Life was what Dark Souls was to Demon Souls, you hear? Okay, picture this. You're raising a dragon to become evil, and you need to summon something to teach it to be evil. So I wrote down lawyer, and the dragon ate the lawyer, which solved the puzzle. I spent so much time creating the most disgusting things possible and adding the writable adjective so I can mount it. These games even have workshop support on Steam. Scribblenauts Unlimited was actually the very first Steam game I ever owned. I had an old account with TF2 on my very first laptop, but then I forgot the password when I was 12. And the charm of the series is having a near infinite ways to solve the same puzzle, so it's mostly limited by your imagination and its E for everyone rating. You'll have to see gameplay of it or play it yourself to really understand. Scribblenauts became way more famous than Drawn to Life, and became the main focus of 5th Cell since its inception. Scribblenauts launched in 2009, 1 month before Next Chapter, shortly followed by Super Scribblenauts in 2010. Warner Bros., the series publisher, was very pleased with the sales, and started giving far more modest budgets, which allowed Scribblenauts Unlimited in 2012 and Unmasked in 2013 to become multi-platform for the first time. In the same year Unmasked came out, THQ kinda died, so it was a good timing that 5th Cell linked up so hard with Warner Bros., right? Right? 5th Cell was on top of the world, a household name by this point, making this ultra-popular series that, while super fun and creative, definitely put story in the background, if it was there at all. However, all good things must come to an end, and 5th Cell started to run into some problems. Right at the height of their apex, they began to fall. In 2014, they were set to release another Scribblenauts game called Scribblenauts Worlds. Information about this title is scarce, but we do know it was planned to be a 3D beat-em-up, an ambitious idea. There are a couple videos out there showing how far they got into the development, but Warner Bros. Decided to pull the plug, as they tend to do. It's a real shame, but hardly worth ending such a powerful studio, right? 5th Cell decided to make their own game, unconnected from Warner Bros. Do you remember Fate, the initial project that Slaska & Co. were making with their first company, Epix? They revisited the idea of an online RPG with a title called Anchors in the Drift, which popped up on a crowdfunding website and was asking for $500,000. As Slaskas tend to do, there was already a lot of world building penned down, but unfortunately, they just didn't get a lot of people to pledge. It raised less than a quarter of its asking price, so all the work the team had put into proof of concepts and trailers and whatnot was for naught. Things were really starting to get bad really quickly. The year is 2016, and they haven't released a game in 3 years already. While they were still collecting residuals from Scribblenauts Unlimited and Unmasked, a huge portion of their back catalog was stuck on Nintendo DS, and by 2016, we were a year off from the Nintendo Switch being announced. 5th Cell was losing money at a tremendous rate due to no games being made, so they had to revisit an old platform they had mostly left behind, mobile development. Warner Bros. Had greenlit a project in 2014 called Scribblenauts Fighting Words, which was a puzzle RPG spin-off. It was always in development, but now that their last 2 projects had fizzled out, they had to put everything into this one. Sorry, this cutie's lost media now. More info has been leaked about this one than the others, but Warner Bros. Did what they did best and pulled the plug on it. Again, Fifth Cell could not cope with the cancellation of this title, and had to lay off 45 employees immediately afterwards. Fifth Cell at most had about 200 employees, so about a quarter of them being laid off right away was a harsh blow, and it would ultimately lead to the sad fate Fifth Cell to this day faces. They were unable to produce a game in 3 years. So much of their funds and staff had bled out, so they had to panic and essentially operate on standby mode. Interviews with Slaska at the time claimed only a tiny amount of people were still employed at the company. Many prominent team members like Joseph Tringali were either let go or quit of their own accord. So, this video is coming out in 2024. What has Fifth Cell done since then? Well, they released a self-published game called Castlehold in 2021, a free-to-play 3D deck-building game. They haven't shut down, but they entered an even worse fate, potentially becoming an auxiliary company for Warner Bros. Whatever garbage Warner Bros. Was vomiting, it wasn't unrealistic to assume that Fifth Cell had to provide some help. After all, how else would they stay afloat? This is a terrible fate for any company to fall under, and continue to toil in. I've already called a fatwa against Warner Bros. For what they did to Fear, but the fact they would cancel 2 of their projects and be responsible for the destruction of such a promising and creative studio is just terrible. All for what? So they get to release Kill the Justice League so it could bomb horribly? So Warner Bros. Was uninterested in letting Fifth Cell make any new Scribblenauts game, because there was another game in the franchise in 2020, but made by another studio. And many of Fifth Cell's other titles were stuck to a THQ publisher deal, and THQ did the classic party trick of exploding and dying at the time, so things were really going bad for literally everyone involved. It seemed like Fifth Cell was in a fate worse than death, unable to make any new games in the franchises that made them famous, or create something original and new with the budget they deserved. But what of the other employees that were let go from Fifth Cell? Well, they founded their own company. Much like how Fifth Cell was founded hot off the heels of Epic shutting down, Digital Continue was funded in 2016 by ex-members of Fifth Cell. They made an original game called Next Up Hero that launched multi-platform and is one of the games of all time. Somehow scored a deal with Valve to put some of their characters in the game, which is neat. I still don't want to play this though. People almost universally agreed that the game was mid and had some pretty wild technical issues. I'm taking people's word because, to be honest, their other projects are far more interesting. THQ was split up and rights were remanaged, and THQ Nordic, the false god claiming to be THQ, handed publishing rights of Lock's Quest over to Handy Games, who contacted Digital Continue to remake the game, a daring choice, considering they were missing the guy who directed the project and wrote the story. But did it work out? No. I don't really want to play this game, and I think by judging the Steam user rating for it, I don't think everyone else who did play it did either. People cited really wonky controls, especially compared to the DS original, and yet more outlandish bugs as the reason why this game sucked. But THQ had the publishing rights for Drawn to Life. You know, remember the actual topic of the video? What happened to that? Well, apparently in 2014, 505 Games somehow got the right to it. I don't know if they bought it, or they just obtained it by having an open hand ready to catch the debris in the explosion of THQ, but they got it. They got Way Forward of all companies to make a mobile port of the first game that got delisted within 1 year. So I guess they just sat on it for years and years until they caught wind of Digital Continue. They're compromised of people who made this game. Yeah, it's missing the guy who wrote the story and made the concept and led the team and did a lot of the work himself, but surely no one would notice, right? In October of 2020, it would leak from a Taiwanese rating site that another Drawn to Life game was ready to be released. And in November, 505's French YouTube channel accidentally leaked the entire trailer, so people now knew this game was coming out. The fanbase was small, but very passionate. After the franchise was dead in the water since 2008, this was huge news. But remember, Slaska had zero involvement with this game whatsoever, and I think you'll be able to tell. So on December 7th of 2020, Drawn to Life 2 Realms was released for PC, Nintendo Switch, and mobile devices. Let's see how they could explain the series coming back. So you know how I've been playing and analyzing these games play by play, going through it in a linear fashion, expressing myself throughout. 2 Realms will not work like this because it isn't worth spending that much time on. Digital Continue had such a rocky start, and nearly every reoccurring problem the studio faced is brought to the forefront here. When a series gets a new entry with zero involvement from its original creator and or writer, it usually doesn't end up being a good thing. And 2 Realms proves this by giving us a cold open to the fact that not only are the Raposas all completely fine, but there's an entirely separate human realm that mirrors it. So let me calmly explain why this makes me so mad without shouting. You know how the entire series was Mike's coma dreams? Yeah, that was just retconned. No big deal, right? Just the entire story of the series thrown in the garbage. Surely they have a reason why this is the case, right? No, there isn't. As far as I played, at least, you just have to accept the reality that the coma does not matter to this game, and just follow with the new explanation. That the 2 first games happened, but next chapter's ending didn't happen as well? Raposas remember and know who Mike is, but Mike doesn't remember us. So I guess a dream or mental version of him was in the Raposa realm? Then when he did wake up from the coma, that version left and shared none of his memories. How does that explain the ending? It doesn't. There's taking a new creative turn with an old series, and then just tearing it down. And what Digital Continue chose to do was tear it down so viciously that it's almost unrecognizable. Everything about this game feels like a shambling zombie of a franchise that I feel quite strongly about, and a lot of other people do too. There's no attempt to placate people who were excited for this game, to refire the nostalgia and bank on what a successful series this used to be. And nowhere stronger than this than the actual gameplay. Drawn to Life is a platformer series that strongly emphasized using the touchscreen to interact with the game world, mainly by drawing. 2 Realms is a puzzle platformer with extremely light combat. Each level is really 3 levels bundled together. The objective is to just get to the end, and each level is as big as 1 screen. It can be as simple as just make it to the end, or kill all foes before you make it to the end, or interact with this sluggish and uninteresting Mario Maker style puzzle that requires you to place 3 enemies at a time to make it to the end. Drawn to Life was never an outstanding platformer, but all of these new styles fail in exceedingly original ways. Firstly, why are levels just 1 screen? It doesn't help that you get like 1 pit of spikes and maybe 2 enemies per encounter. But do they have to be so short? They feel like WarioWare microgame parodies of a real game that weren't meant to be taken seriously. But they are. The Mario Maker stages don't seem like a bad idea, but trust me, these guys aren't Nintendo. There really isn't a lot of creative strategies because you get the same 3 objects to place each time, so you aren't going to find multiple ways to execute the same challenge, rather just place the enemies before you interact with a boring and hardtack flavored level. The levels were already underwhelming, but having to design them first feels like such a leap back. Nowhere near as creative and invigorating as the action platforming in Next Chapter. Why did they decide to do this? It doesn't really feel like an adventure because you aren't just playing levels, each set has to be achieved by talking to NPCs. There's this book called The Book of Imagination that allows you to travel between the human and Raposa realm, but also enter people's minds to solve problems. So every level is wrapped with the context of having to solve a dispute between characters. It's a really weird narrative framework because characters will often get into arguments with each other, and it doesn't matter what personal grievance they have, you beat the level and then they back down from whatever's bothering them. You're basically gaslighting them. You know what's crazy? There are no boss fights, and not a lot of ramping challenge. It's just a straight shot of mediocrity for more time than I cared to play. I could see this entertaining children, but how many people are still interested in Drawn to Life? This is a series where the children who played it growing up are now young adults. It came out during 2020. During a lockdown. Do you know how amazing it would have been for a 19-year-old me to find out a series I kept so close to me is returned for a new entry? What a disaster! Shut it down! Because everything here just isn't good enough. Children are fine with basically anything, not because they're stupid, but because they have no standards and adults do. This is below the standards of the series we were accustomed with, even for mobile games. Who is this meant for? To bring in new kids to the franchise? Neither original games were on mobile. Well, originally, one was up for 1 year, or even Switch. I guess they didn't feel like bringing the actual good games first, then seeing if people wanted another one. So you threw out the fun gameplay for really tepid puzzle platforming that could barely keep a child entertained. Cool, awesome, thanks. You throw out the narrative for next chapter for what? Oh, I'll tell you what. There is a story in Two Realms. It's just the most boring, flavorless, and tripe experience I've ever had in a long, long time. We have so many reoccurring characters, Mary, Joey, Mike, but they're not here. I don't care if the text box says them. These aren't the characters I knew and loved. So little of their personalities are present here, you might as well be interacting with faceless people the entire game. It's like all the character development was forgotten, but the narrative events kept the same, even if they're basically never talked about. The hero returning after an unknown amount of time and meeting Mary and Joey again feels like nothing. Did everything we worked towards together mean nothing? Even the village feels at odds. It's nice to see the NPCs who were left out of next chapter return. Even the other villagers are back from other locations, having moved into Rapoville afterwards. Hey, remember us from that better game? We're here too. I really didn't want to play this game. I'll be honest, I grabbed some cutscenes from YouTube. I'll link the brave soul who recorded these because damn! Playing this is kind of like twisting a knife deeper and deeper into my gut. So let me break down the story more. There are some positives, but just hidden like hay in a needle stack. So we need to cope with the concept that the coma endings didn't happen, I guess, but the car crash that killed Mike and Heather's family still happened. After that, the town of humans, Belleville, I think, something like that, went crazy and people started to really distrust each other, start scrapping, which set the stage perfectly for a new villain to step in. Alldark, a robe-clad shadowy figure that messes with people's minds for the nookie, I guess? What's his deal? Well, there's this hooded figure that's silently helping Mary throughout the entire game. He's unnamed, but if you were to look into the game's files, you will find out that this is actually Wilfrey, once again resurrected. How? I don't know. But I guess Wilfrey's shadow form split from his original Raposa form and became Alldark. It's kind of interesting, but only kind of. Doesn't really go anywhere or lead to anything. I've been harshly critical and very pessimistic, but there is something I really enjoy about this game. In foregoing the coma twist, we learn more about the separate realms. Each human and Raposa has a direct counterpart that mirror each other. Take the doctor character, there's Curie, the Raposa, and Cure, the human doctor. Most of the human NPCs have a Raposa resemblance for this reason. But we get introduced to a new character in this game, Allie, a childhood friend and love interest for Mike. Even from the first glance, Allie is so obviously Mary's counterpart it's not even funny. I like Allie, she's a decent character with some story importance and works well to complement Mike. So if I retroactively explain next chapter via Two Realms, we have to revise Mary's inspiration that she is instead Allie, instead of an entirely inspired by Heather. I would argue Joey and Mike are each other's counterparts, but it gets even more loosey-goosey with Heather. Only her human form is here, no Raposa, I think. If they had totally committed to the Two Realms, wouldn't it be cool to see Raposa and human characters interact? The Two Realms barely share much interaction aside from the player character. The series did so much stuff that 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim did way later. Might as well go all the way. Oh yeah, this game is kind of bugged too. I didn't encounter game-breaking glitches myself, but there are a lot of things that don't work as intended for many people on PC, like achievements. One of them is so bugged, you straight up cannot obtain it without modifying your save. How did it launch like this? How has this not been patched for 4 years? I guess they just don't care. But you know what the most damning thing of all is? Because there's only one thing I've been hiding. So, you know how the title of the game is Drawn to Life? How you draw stuff and it comes to life in a gameplay format? You draw one thing in this game, the avatar. It's a pretty good system with a lot of refinements due to being on modern hardware like an actual color picker, but that's it. You don't draw a single other thing. At least as far as I got, you don't draw anything else. So the title of the game feels like mockery. You barely draw, and nothing here feels alive. The story is just sauntering around helping people's boring problems by completing dookie levels. So I ask again, who is this game for? There are very obvious nods and hints to people who've played the games, the older ones, so older fans are still in mind, but the actual gameplay present is beyond baby mode. What happened? This isn't Digital Continue's first game. They know how to make games, allegedly. Like mobile games. And you know what really chaps my ass? After this entire sloppy, boring, unfinished, rushed, delusional, miserable, and generally all-around terrible, no good, bad experience, Joey and Mary meet on the secret beach. And not only do they finally get together, Joey just pops the question. He and Mary get married for good, and it's such a tender, sweet moment. I've been following and thinking about these characters for over a decade, almost 2 at this point. Mary's struggles with confidence and leadership and doing the right thing for her people, for God, really spoke to me. And Joey's life being stacked against him, but still choosing to give his life to the Lord and never giving up is downright inspirational. It means so much to me, and seeing something so tender and beautiful in such a soulless, palpably abandoned game isn't a twist of the knife in my gut. It just broke my heart. It's not this game is some kind of travesty against man or came out just to ruin something, but I can't entirely assume best intentions. I know I'm being a bit unreasonable, but I can't really find a single person who likes this game, let alone defend it. It appeals to no one. The top-rated Steam guide is a guide telling you how not to freak out over the game. This is such a low point, such a disappointing personal failure to me. It's the kind of experience that doesn't even lead me to being upset at the game, but for myself for even believing I was gonna have fun or be rewarded for being a patient fan. All these years waiting, and for what? To have my heart broken? It's not even like this game is just outrageously bad, some kind of 0 out of 10, this game will brick your computer. No, it's just boring. And that's the most unforgivable part of all. A lot of games are considered bad, but it takes something truly exceptional to not only be boring, but to make something boring out of such an incredible framework. Fifth Cell worked themselves sick, making a compelling experience for all ages. Something children loved and adults could come back to fondly. Slazka worked tirelessly for this, managing multiple projects because he believed in himself and his team so strongly. And where did it take us? That all of their IPs are pimped out to teams that either aren't able to match them or don't care to. You can't even use the touchscreen on the Switch version of Two Realms. It's a drawing game and you can't even use the touchscreen? If you like this game, more power to you. Really, I mean that. I am so happy you were able to enjoy yourself. But I can't. In retrospect, it just pains me more and more the more I type out. It's hard to explain, but the sauce is not there. For every positive, like the excellent soundtrack by legendary David J. Franco, to the new art style that I do like a lot, there's 10 things I hate that completely prevent me from embracing this game. And according to the studio, this was to gauge people's interest in the franchise, and if it sold well enough, then other games or remakes of the first 2 games are on the table. This is how you bring back the franchise? Not by embracing the creative, loving energy of the first 2, but by a broken, token, lazy effort. It's been 4 years since that statement, and once again, Drawn to Life is dead in the water. Sales figures are unknown, just not published, and who knows if Digital Continue felt it's worth putting effort into do anything else with the franchise. Tringali has done interviews talking about the potential direction of the series if people like this game enough, but again, notice how many people are rushing to Two Realms' defense? It didn't dare to be different, it dared to be boring. And for that, I don't think I want any more games to come out. At least not by the current ability Digital Continue has. I'm sorry for the harsh words, but what Fifth Cell accomplished emboldened and gave me enough passion to express myself like this, and what Digital Continue did only inspired paranoia and cynicism. The best thing this game did was not market itself, so people couldn't be more disappointed. But there's nothing to gain about being pessimistic. If Drawn to Life has taught me anything, it's that at the darkest moments, you have to be at your most hopeful and faithful. And I want to take that message to heart by instead choosing to be positive and constructive. So what's in store for the future of Drawn to Life, Fifth Cell, and Jeremiah Slaska? It's been years since we've really heard from them. They still have that Castlehold game, which was self-published, so they aren't entirely tethered to Warner Bros., which is a good thing. Because with hope, Warner Bros. Will shut down within 10 years. So the solution is simple on paper. Just make a new hit game. Obviously easier said than done, but I don't know what to tell you. Slaska has very clearly demonstrated the ability to lead teams to wonderful heights, and is clearly a passionate and skilled writer with a wonderful creative mind. Drawn to Life occupied a really specific niche of something meant for children, but was written so well and proved to be so memorable that there's still a dedicated following even all these years later. The use of the unique DS technology is definitely there, but with how video game consoles are as of now, there's basically nothing distinguishing them aside from their plastic shells. The best possible choice of console would be the Switch if you wanted to capitalize on the very proprietary hardware, but perhaps the smartest move would be multi-platform. He can make whatever he wants, but maybe the keys to getting back his previous Henry Hill status would be to finally try and make that MMORPG he's always wanted. But I think a brand new series inspired by Drawn to Life might be his golden ticket. He doesn't have any control over Drawn to Life as a franchise, but that wouldn't stop him from making a new spiritual successor. I can only hope this hypothetical series would be the Bioshock to Drawn to Life System Shock. Slaska can do what he wants, he's a grown man. But I really want to see this guy back in the games industry as a big name, because creatives like him are hard to come by, and he made two of the biggest kids franchises in the DS back in the late 2000s, so he's more than just a fluke. As for Drawn to Life itself, that's entirely in the hands of Digital Continue, the shaking, unsteady, broken hands of Digital Continue. I'll be frank, and I apologize for saying something disparaging, but I do not trust this company to make a video game worth my time. And unless they are able to release something that would prove me wrong, my stance is final. I do not want a continuation, sequel, or even a remake of the first two games if our bar for quality is what we have now. There's always the slight possibility they're able to rapidly improve, but I don't know, maybe? So outside of outsourcing it to another company, what is there to do? 505 Games owns the IP, I think, so maybe they can get people who have their hearts in the game more. But if remakes of the first two games bundled together won't do, I do have another suggestion. Tringali did mention that more than just games could be in store for Drawn to Life's future. So I suggest perhaps instead of a remake of the old adventures, maybe we can do an animated show. The drawing aspect would be a bit hard to replicate, but a one-season show would honestly blow up on social media. People wouldn't be used to seeing such an outward Christian-themed show, especially in a positive context. So I think it has a real shot as something meant for young audiences that adults would enjoy. Just go get the Bluey audience, they'll love it. I have no intention of ending this video on a downer, but I don't think I need to give a grand mission statement saying my feelings on the franchise because we're like 3 hours into this video. It's a series that I don't think I'll ever really give up on. If it's taught me anything, it's to have faith, even in the darkest moments. I can't tell you what's going to happen next to the franchise, but I can tell you what I have for it. Hope. I have hope that we can get an entry that will prove me wrong and be a beloved title, or we get amazing remakes of the original games on PC to draw new life in the series. Pun not intended. There is an audience for this series. Just look at the view count of this video. Everyone who's played this has a story with this franchise, and I want to hear them in the comments below. Did this game make you feel existential or give you a sense of dread that has never been cured? Please, let me know. That's all for now. Have a lovely rest of your day. Space Funeral is weird, quirky, a bunch of other synonyms for wacky. What exactly defines weird is up to your interpretation, but most would agree it's a real 3-meat treat of surrealism, a heavy dose of unconventional storytelling, and a certain swagger or aura to it that makes it a delectable pizza pie for any gamer interested in going off the charted path. There are only so many things you can get away with for regular developers who need studio backing to make a game for a console. You need a team, and mo people, mo problems. It may seem like you could publish anything on the PS2 back in the day, but even Sony at their edgiest wouldn't let Manhunt 2 be printed unmolested. There were restrictions and limits and copyright, so many entangling webs to get caught in and laws to obey. Therein lies the beauty of indie developers. If you're one man making a game entirely on your own using something like RPG Maker, something so creatively enabled and freeform, there are basically no limits to what you can create outside of technicality. And we've seen time and time again how small RPG Maker games have radically shifted video games as a medium, and none are more obviously off-color than Space Funeral. This isn't a game you should describe with adjectives you obtain from a thesaurus like I just did, but by example. This is a game where you can catch a wild steak to give to a talking lion, a game where you can get into a fight with the crowned king of crime, and a game where you leave your comfy home of Scum Village with your friend made entirely out of severed legs to find out why society's become so putrid and ugly. Just as strange as the game itself is its developer, known as The Catamite, who has been around the internet for some time now and has created several games under his Longwear umbrella. Trying to decipher meaning from his games might be impossible, but it seems like everyone who's ever tried to has come out inspired, because Space Funeral is one of the most influential RPG Maker games ever made, an impressive feat for a free game. What this video aims to do is try and explain Space Funeral, as fruitless as it might seem, and to shed some light on what Space Funeral later inspired, and also document what the Catamites has been up to for all these years. It's kind of intimidating to give this game the analytical spotlight it deserves, but it's all the more reasons to like this video and sub to the channel for this preposterous task. Especially if you like the coverage of these fun little RPG Maker games, or more obscure horror or atmospheric titles, some lesser loved RPGs, or if you just want to throw me a dime on Patreon. Huge thanks if you're part of the Jawcoin supporter tier. You get your name in the video. There is no better way to show both what kind of game Space Funeral is and who the Catamites is as a creator than the title screen of the game. Okay, let's try to make some sense of whatever's going on here. All of our options are blood. This, whatever this is the face we're greeted with, and we get an earful of the music. It's part of the default RPG Maker 2003 sound pack, but it's common practice to avoid using default assets or sounds in order to not seem like you put no effort into your project, to stand out from the crowd. Space Funeral has no interest in standing out or not, but rather performing a bunch of bizarre interpretive movements and not caring if you look too deeply into it or not. 3 separate blood options are more complicated than it seems. It's just your standard options for new game, load game, and quit. To ask why these options are all labeled blood might miss the point, whatever that point may be. Now, let's load into the game and... Okay. Every single one of your senses has just been brutally assaulted with a hideous blitzkrieg. Just look at this game. There is some dastardly pixel art going on here, the likes of which I have not seen replicated in any shape or form. There's no shading, hardly any composition, every pixel feels rogue and out of place. It's hard to even tell what you're looking at half the time. Nothing is colored as it should be, the waters are red, your player character changes color from his overworld sprite to his battle sprite, character models blend into the foreground carelessly. The entire world has this outwardly garish horror aesthetic that makes playing it feel like an interactable nightmare. A dartboard of random objects thrown in with no rhyme or reason. Giant severed heads, blood everywhere. Blood is a very reoccurring thing, as you will see. As for your other senses, you might have found it hard to focus on what I'm saying because of this song playing in the background. The opposite of what your starting town theme should be. Instead of being warm and inviting and comfortable, Scum Village, our hometown, is paired with this dissonant, spacey song that can only theoretically be categorized as rock? Maybe? The song is called White Walking by a Japanese experimental band called Les Rallyes Dénudés. I think that's how you say it? A name that sort of refers to being high while also being naked. A name coined when the band members would wander the streets of Tokyo high on pills. A very appropriate name because this song makes me feel like doing the same. The song perfectly encapsulates a feeling of being in a haze, wandering in an unfamiliar place with a persistent feeling of ennui and mystery. but not the dramatic kind, more of a just got off work and my feet hurt but I need to shop for dinner kind of mystery. I always felt this song was like showing up to high school after you stayed up all night from insomnia, puking after first period, and then having to leave early. That might just be me though. Any video with this song in it has people giving such unique descriptions of a similar uncomfortable, drowsy feeling upon listening to it. It's such an evocative, unique vibe and feeling for our starting area, but why is the case? As I've mentioned, Scum Village is where we start off. This boy, or man, we don't actually know, is named Philip, and he is perpetually crying, 1 year before Isaac did it. Not much else to do in our house than talk to our parents, at least I think they're our parents, collect 25 rubles, and restore health here. Coffins with our own body in it. You feel better, but not by much. Thanks. Scum Village feels like the Koopa Kingdom put through a creepypasta filter. There are giant skulls, spikes, blocks with skulls on them, zombies, and of course, more blood. The entire area screams final boss location, but if your game cartridge was haunted with your dead girlfriend for some reason. Oh, and as for smell, this whole game kind of smelled like that one piece of moldy cheese in Diary of a Wimpy Kid. All of the NPCs speak vaguely in an overtly threatening way, but there is some logic to them. This isn't total chaos with no point. Even these muscle guys tell us some useful info about special items in battle, which should gracefully transition us into the battle system, something we encounter as soon as we leave town. The battle system is deceptively simple. Actually, that's a lie. It is simple. Despite how cryptic and abstract everything else is, the combat is very straightforward, but not to a fault. Our commands are attack, skills, mystery, and item. Attack is exactly what it sounds like, and skills are all of our special abilities, ranging from light health restoration to slightly stronger attacks, or attacks that can hit multiple foes at once. Items are exactly what it sounds like, but some items can be used to deal massive damage, like throwing old movies at ghost enemies, because ghosts are sentimental and tear up to that one song and it happened at the World's Fair. Me too. Or criminals being beaten by throwing Bibles at them. We also have some status effects to play around with. Poison deals damage over time during battles in the overworld, and is one of at least 4 different effects that all deal damage over time to you. There's effects that increase or decrease stats, and do these effects have normal names? Of course not. Blood Rage, Gouge, Brain, all crazy names that still kind of clue us into what they do, but feel distinct and quirky. Moral makes either you or your foe unable to attack, or Spooked makes them slow and lower defenses. Many status effects do the similar things, so the world's your oyster when it comes to planning out battles. We gotta talk about the mystery command. It can only be used once per battle, and it activates as a completely random effect, ranging from a minor buff in status to outright one-shotting an enemy. It's a complete gamble what you're gonna get, but I find it's heavily skewed in your favor, with the negative effects being very uncommon in my multiple playthroughs. Can it sometimes totally kill the tension during boss fights when you one-shot them? Yeah. Is it still really funny and worth doing? Absolutely. It's like the prayer mechanic in Earthbound, which is funny because the Catamites claimed he didn't play Earthbound until it was, and I quote, too late to take effect. What was outright copied was the active time battle system, ripped straight from Final Fantasy. Each attack makes the bar go down before you get to attack again, different attacks take longer or shorter, and your enemy works the same way. This is a default feature of RPG Maker 2003 though, and not something manually added into Space Funeral. Your max level cap is only 20, which is very meager. You should learn all your useful spells and attacks by then, but you can easily just grind for less than an hour to max everything out and never sweat a fight, but the game's easy enough to not require that. Knowing all this, I'm delighted to tell you that despite how simplistic this all sounds, battling is very, very simple and still fun. Enemies don't have much health, and you always have a chance to exploit a weakness, so losing is not something you will be accustomed to, if you ever do it at all. There are levels and experience points in learning new skills, but it's all very tertiary. Battles are more of an exhibit to see what absurd and hilarious enemy you encounter next, like the Land Shark, or dog versions of the kamikazes from Serious Sam. I would argue your armor and weaponry are far more important to battle, but I'll talk more about that later. Why are we even leaving the village in the first place? Well, If you talk to our local wizard, he explains that our village has been corrupted because the perfect city, which all things are derived from, has also been corrupted. We have to find another wizard in an area called the Blood Caverns, but that path is filled with beasts, so we need to arm ourselves and grind just a teeny bit. So our village has been corrupted because this other location has been corrupted, strongly implying that this isn't how things are meant to be. Which shouldn't be surprising. I mean, look at this place. But we're off to go find the Blood Caverns, after I grind for some rubles to buy a knife and some armored pajamas from a very rude shopkeep. Not even a few seconds venturing into the wilderness, we do meet, this thing? Okay, this game has no voice acting, but I do like to add some voices into RPG Maker characters. Let's continue that pattern from Hilux.
You worms! You slime! Your barbaric ways are no match for the leg horse! You cringing pus! Join me or die! There is no other way!
This bundle of severed legs forming a horse shape, vaguely, is named Leghorse, and he's our second and final party member. Leghorse doesn't function too differently from Philip himself, but he can't use the mystery command. He's more so just a second attacker and potential heal bot when needed, so his presence isn't ever unneeded.
Perhaps I underestimated you. Your name is Philip. I am Leghorse. From now on, you shall obey my every command.
He decides to accompany us. Rather, he thinks we're accompanying him on a mutual journey. Whatever, we take him along to jam to this wacky music. It's not a sound I think I would ever hear in a video game, but Space Funeral is nothing if not unconventional. And perhaps nowhere more strongly is it pronounced than its soundtrack. We got a lot of 70s tracks, as well as very frequent additions from Ruth White, a very obscure artist who produced what I can only describe as dark synth. And you'll be hearing a lot from her later on, because the Catamites wasn't so much inspired by her, but rather just took a 5-finger discount in her Flowers of Evil album. You can either make it to the raft straight away from the northern path of Scum Village, or go east to buy a boat to explore an optional dungeon and fight some kind of horrible DeviantArt dragon creature to obtain powerful weapons early on. Nearly every area in the game has an optional side path that allows you to obtain very powerful weapons and items without buying them, which kind of renders money, and therefore grinding, completely worthless. It's not that the game's systems are unbalanced or broken, but more so optional. You can grind, or explore, or neither if you want a challenge. We finally head north to the raft to get to Blood Cavern. Along the way on the raft, with some very rude people, we see, that.
What is it you say? I heard an old man once refer to it as an error. No one knows what they were originally. Something which broke or which couldn't be translated during the Great Change. In the world we're in now, we cannot even imagine what it might once have been. That shape no longer exists.
It seems there's more than one type of corruption going on in this land. The entire world seems to be all bloody and warped, but some things are so far gone that their true forms are lost to reality, instead being rendered as random glitching textures and tiles pulled from the game's files, which is an amazing concept that really takes advantage of the medium. Think about it, losing your form, which is probably what happened to Leghorse himself. The Great Change is what this event is dubbed, the day the world lost its form. Next stop, Blood Cavern.
When the low, heavy sky weighs like a lid on the spirit, aching for the light.
Instead of a song, we get a spoken poem, once again taken from Flowers of Evil. It's a poem written by this guy named Charles Baudelaire sometime in the 1800s. What the poem actually means, I'm not sure, because my education system failed me and did not have poetry as a part of our mandatory English classes, but nevertheless, I find this entire segment disturbing, or maybe perhaps just unnerving. Something about the incredibly harsh and limited palette of black and red, and the distorted, ghoulish voice narrating a poem talking about the decay of the planet and mankind being morally relinquished just bugs me. It's not so much that it's outright disturbing, but entirely unexpected. It's nothing someone could ever really predict or be accustomed to. Space Funeral is so predicated on being entirely unique without having to adhere to traditional game designer influences, and I think the Blood Caverns is the most overt example of that, even beyond Scum Village. It's not that this game takes no inspiration from other games. It's more like it uses those games as templates, and then gets inspiration by learning how to translate fly buzzing and writing the game's story based on what a group of flies surrounding a pile of trash have to say. There aren't any encounters here. We just have to make it to see a wizard to ask some questions about heading to the City of Forms to figure out why the world is the way it is now. We have to let him drink some of our blood though, but only some of our blood, because if you let him do it 3 times, you die, but once or twice is safe. In-game choices are what I like to call stylistically inconsistent, in that some of them might get you killed, while others have a very small change, and sometimes the game likes to troll you. More interesting than the wizard is what we find at the end of the Blood Caverns.
I have reasons of my own for wanting to go there, so we may as well travel together. Besides, I sense a great evil in this cavern.
This monster, like a red and black Gen 1 Haunter sprite, something that would have terrified me at 4 years old. I would have loved to say this encounter terrified me today, but my mystery command made Philip beg for mercy, which instantly killed it. Oops. We enter a desert town called Malice. It's quite the diverse nation, with evil cacti, an army of thieves with names like Break the Bone and Hurl the Stone with motives unknown. We got pig salesmen, mummies who eat flesh, and a knight so rusted he can't move. Malice is quite the diverse area, but it's also home to a ton of future information about later areas, and even some light world building. The town was almost overrun with mummies, until the so-called King of Crime, Rip the Blood, took over and brought his legion of criminals with him to drive it out, but also effectively installing himself as a dictator. All this what now? Good day. Space Funeral likes to use poor sentence construction and outright typos as stylistic choices, and it's never not funny. Most NPCs tend to be very rude and blunt, with these moyai heads saying stuff like doom and hate and like the video. The shopkeepers here sell all the best armor and weapons in the game, but do not buy anything from here, because a guy will take you to an optional pyramid if you so ask to load your characters up with some of the best healing items, incredible weapons, and armors for free. Philip typically uses knives, but his ultimate weapon is the Zorg cannon. You can usually find Leghorse's boot weapons just kind of lying around. We can also find sentient floating emails that all tell us various unpleasant things, like trust no one, enter the void, and remember to like and subscribe. All very disturbing things to hear. If you ever change your form, inquire the wizard Yorm. Hold on to this for later. Oh, hello, me. We head left to the steak farm, where for 50 rubles we can pick out our own steak, each one with a different personality, like picking a puppy from a mill. Hold on to this for later. We hear some strange rumors about a guy roaming the mysterious forest named 20th Century Boy, but don't worry about that for now. Malice is easily the largest location in the game with the most to do, so you'll be spending an astronomical 10 whole minutes getting everything here, which is quite a long time by Space Funeral standards. I thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it though. We head north to Rip the Blood's castle and... Is that the battle medley from Pokemon? What is it doing here? The word crime is spelled out from the thieves' cigarette smoke. That's ridiculous. We can either rush through the front door of the castle and get accosted by enemies or these heads that do damage upon contact, but they do so little damage that it's totally realistic to just bum rush past them. Or you could go around the side to a secret entrance to release mummies that will storm the fortress and kill everyone. Are you hearing this funky swing theme? I can't get enough of this. We get to Rip the Blood after looting his castle, and he tells us that we can't have the gin lamp he found. He explains the story of the first man he killed. He sets up the location, then it immediately cuts to a battle without him actually telling the story. Just throw a Bible or two at the King of Crime, and he is no more. We enter the cave and find the Jin's lamp, and he tells us that he can't do squat for Leghorse's creepy new form, because that can only be fixed at the City of Forms.
You know, I look just like Buddy Holly.
But he can grant one of Philip's wishes, which we get to choose. If you try being altruistic and wish for happiness, you are gifted a crappy self-help book and then turned into a fish for your arrogance. To make it worse, that book isn't even a real item. It doesn't show up in your inventory, you just get gypped. Choosing a desire for power gives you the Zorg cannon, Philip's ultimate weapon, and your lust for power disgusts Jin so much he turns you into a fish. If you desire money, you get 1,000 rubles on the spot, but because of your greed, yeah, you get it. All 3 options turn you into a fish, but I highly recommend getting the Zorg cannon here. 1,000 rubles can be grinded quite easily, so getting the strongest weapon just aids in grinding faster to get that money. We have to meet the wizard, Yorm, who can instantly change you back, axing that part in RPGs where your party has a major change going on mid throughout the game. Strokes beard discreetly. Heading to the east leads us to the mysterious forest, with a suitably haunting and beautiful melody following us throughout. With such unconventional choices, one would think the music of this game doesn't fit, but since this game is so abstract and surreal, our brains kind of fill in that meaning on their own. So despite how there isn't a consistent genre or tone, it all just works. We can enter Lion Village. It's where all the lions are from. Remember that steak? Dogbone Village. There's not much to do here, unfortunately. Lion hospitality only goes so far. If you stop to collect some elves on the way, we can meet the Elf King, who gives us some new armor, as well as an item that inflicts poison on an enemy that cannot be healed. Pretty good for a 5-second optional task. Up ahead, we get an actual scene of character development.
This was my home. I was not always Leghorse. Before the change, I was Prince Horus. I ruled over the land with my brother, Dag. I like to think I was just a prince. And then, in one terrible day, our peaceful kingdom was turned into a nightmare world, and I into the shape you see now. As for Dag, I never... Wait, did you hear that?
In the moonlight, fighting with the night. It's a ripoff.
What? What? An insult? At my ancestral home? This must be avenged. On guard!
Here is 20th century boy, the wild man of the forest, and he's not too happy with this. He's the hardest fight so far, which just means he deals about 50-60 damage per attack, but he doesn't have much health.
Don't tell me you don't recognize your own brother. Yes, Horus, after the Great Change, the ruin of our kingdom, my new form, I just couldn't take it. I lost my mind, obsessively protecting the house for your return. Parentheses, cough, parentheses. Horus, don't blame yourself. I can see things so clearly now. Continue your quest, Horus. Destroy the cancer at the heart of our kingdom, and avenge me.
I will. Dag, come now, Philip. The northern wastes await.
It feels so strange to see genuine character development and plot progression in this game, but it does have it, even if it's only small hints of it. So, this Great Change event rewrote reality, which affected the Prince brothers Horus and Dag. Horus became Leghorus, and Dag became Mark Bolan. I mean, the song's riff is in the game, so it's as blatant and obvious as one can get with a reference before it becomes actual imitation. So we've heard quite a lot about the City of Forms and the Great Change, but what does that actually mean? Well, the City of Forms is interesting because it's based on real philosophy. You've heard of Plato, right? You don't need to know anything else about him other than the fact he had a theory called the theory of forms, which is easily explained if I asked you to picture a triangle. Can you just picture a triangle in your head? Not a specific triangular object, but just the base or platonic triangle. It's probably gonna look something like this, right? The triangle is a platonic form because it isn't a specific object, but humans just know how to picture a shape that looks like this. There's a lot more to this theory that I can go into, but I've only covered a footnote in it, and I didn't spend enough time in college to sound educated. But I think most of us can understand how humans can picture something without thinking of an exact object in our house to base it off of. Well, Space Funeral makes this theory into a physical, tangible city where all forms and original shapes originated from, essentially making it the genesis, the alpha of life. Something called the Great Change happened, which warped the platonic forms of the city, which affected the entire world of Space Funeral, making it look so warped and evil and deliberately ugly. It's a fun reveal that shows us there was some real thought put into the artistic style, that isn't entirely just for a gag, it's only mostly for a gag. But for now, we enter the frozen wastes. Most ice or snow levels in worlds or games are usually just soft sounding, like they use some kind of harps or flute or whatever to make you feel a little comfortable in the cold. Hearthy. Here, we're in a frozen wasteland filled with giant monsters. Of course, you're gonna feel both lonely and threatened, and there's no better instrument than a musical saw to do that. The theme is as bitter and despondent as the wasteland itself. It's excellent. But despite the cold, I feel like I got to know Leghorse, or Horus, that much better, and his companionship helps keep me warm. What is that? If you get too cold, don't fear, because you can stop by this mansion and meet Dracula. I did not misspeak, I said Dracula. You can engage with a dialogue tree with him, but with only one option each time, just to troll you. So instead of asking him separate questions about objects in his home or about him, you have to do it linearly. Oh, sick. Drakchuff's fat darts? That's awesome. Just a moment ago we were discussing Plato's philosophy, and now we're talking about Dracula passing out from doing poppers in southern Ontario. What other game is like that? There aren't any item shops by this point, because once we entered the Waste, there was no going back. Most people were ready to go back in Malice, or the Lion Village if it's the first time they're playing. So this really isn't an issue. Just talk to Outcast O'Bones, the Sea Dwarf Hunter, to get to the City of Forms. Remember what I said about platonic forms and whatnot? Knowing that this city was the apex for the worldly corruption, PB glitches, if you were born in 2012, it makes sense that the city looks like this. It looks as hard to interpret and as messy as technically possible, with colors deliberately clashing, random tile sets bleeding into each other, and the theme being so appropriately chaotic. There's not much else to do than observe all the warped, ugly forms of the people here and confront the creator of this disaster, Moon.
Greetings, my friends. Welcome to the City of Forms. Now formless.
What? Who are you? Can you be?
Yes, I am Moon. It is I who have corrupted the city many years ago. Time passes so queerly in here. I was an artist. I sought perfection in all things. So, seeking to be inspired, I traveled to this city, a place of pure form. It was perfect. It destroyed me. Nothing could be created which was not a pathetic mockery of the objects of the city. The finest works paled in comparison. In the face of such beauty, I felt corrupted. An animal. Our world meant nothing. We were all graceless creatures of slime. I was practically comatose for months when I realized what I had to do.
So you turned the city and world into a grotesque mockery of itself.
Don't you see? The perfection of the city left us impotent. We have to destroy so that we can build again. It's still not enough, you know. Even now, I can feel echoes of that perfect world in the chance permutations of our broken copy. Perhaps another great change, yes, and more until it becomes self-perpetuating, a ceaseless chaos of forms. Perhaps we've had this conversation many times, you and I, with places exchanged.
Perhaps. But it stops here.
Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, motherfucker.
Well, what else is there to say? They explained it quite sufficiently. Moon is a delusional artist who somehow corrupted this place out of jealousy because her art was imperfect, which ended up warping the world. She ends it with paraphrasing Paradise Lost by John Milton, then getting really mad at us and cursing. Moon is a far more frightening looking enemy than everyone else. She's got this NES Godzilla creepypasta design going on, a bloody, almost draconian monster, and, well, she's still pretty easy. Not a lot else to say other than she deals a lot of damage, but you deal a lot more, so taking care of her is sweet. I do wish we got actual final boss music for her though. I know this game isn't trying to be traditional, but using the same stock and counter theme for her is still pretty deflating for tension. But once she's down, we get her ending. Oh, that's cute. Get it? So before the world was corrupted, it was all RPG Maker 2003 default assets. Then after corruption, it looked like this. How Moon was able to exactly do this isn't important, but I would be remiss if I didn't try and break down her motivation. She was an artist, but felt so invalidated and insecure about her art not comparing to the platonic ideals of the city that not only her art felt lacking, but the entire world did as well. She succeeded, but perhaps she's done this more than once because an ugly, corrupted zombie head still exists. So because of her own insecurities about her own work, she decided to ruin everything for everyone. It might seem strange to claim that Space Funeral has some subtlety to it, but I think there's something very clearly being said here. But to understand that, we need a complete look at the game as a whole. Space Funeral is a wickedly short, surreal experience that always leaves you guessing, and manages to be subversive and original in many ways I have yet to see replicated from any other game trying to subvert or deconstruct a genre, even comedically. Space Funeral still has one foot set in reality, so to speak. The visuals, dialogue, character designs are also outlandish and stylistically hideous, but despite the quirky names and effects, the battle system is very straightforward and does little to subvert anything. Buying items is very standard, and NPCs still give hints and dialogue that world builds at least a little bit. This isn't complete anarchy and total nonsense chaos like it might try and present itself. It's not Revenge of the Sunfish, there's a method to the madness, and I think that's what I like most about it. It knows what to change and what not to twist, but also what to keep the same, or at least similar enough to not make the game more frustrating to play. It's like eating freshly baked cookies. It might seem a simple concoction when you eat them, but if you were to observe someone extremely skilled at their craft mix and prepare the ingredients in the exact way they knew and love, you gain serious appreciation for the craft. And brothers and sisters, I thoroughly enjoy the Catamites' tasty treat. The game pulls so many things from evil video game villain layers and puts them almost randomly. The whole world feels threatening, but in that charming Bowser kind of way. I mean, there's evil cacti. How could you not love that? I can't tell if the game is begging to be analyzed, or if there's any deeper meaning at all with most of the decisions. You're just along for the ride. The visceral experience of not knowing what to expect, to explore the environments and getting an unfiltered view into someone's creative palette makes Space Funeral arguably one of the best successors to Yume Nikki out there, which is funny, because the Catamites says he's never played it. The deliberate use of copyrighted music, choosing random monsters, and having ideas so vaguely interested in the time put in here, deciding to make everyone a dick, everything just works. But it isn't without its flaws. It is a very short game. It only took me an hour to see and do everything, and there isn't a lot of variety of things to do, so replay value is a little diminished here. I did feel like the battle system was far too easy, but there were attempts to give opponents specific weaknesses and strategies, and even ignoring the mystery command, which will often just win encounters for you, no one has enough health to last more than 3 minutes in a battle against Philip and Leghorse. I'm not saying to make the game hard, the battles being there as a formality is charming, but maybe just move the needle a little bit more to make them more memorable, you know? But hey, it's free. Doesn't cost me a penny to play this game, and freeware has a way of traveling around. There's still a massive, bloody elephant in the room we need to address. In order to really understand Space Funeral, if there is such a thing, we need to ask the questions, who is the Catamite, and why did he make this game?
It's kind of awkward. It's like you're a musical artist pitching Diddy right now.
Independent video game development has never been easier or more accessible than it is at our current date of recording, 2024. Just about anybody with even cursory knowledge of how computers work can make a video game. Some of the most beloved video games of our current decade are made by indie studios, fueled by passion more than money. And undoubtedly, there is no software more famous for its ability to make one-man teams iconic overnight than RPG Maker. Games like Yume Nikki, Ao Oni, games that make people take indie game development seriously. One of these people who helped contribute to this was Stephen Gilmurphy, otherwise known as the Catamites, an Irish indie game developer who felt frustrated with an especially common belief both in the real world and online, that video games had largely peaked in the 90s and early 2000s. This is something you still hear today. How many diehard PS1 or PS2 or Super Nintendo people do you still hear complaining about modern games? I mean, I also think games peaked in that time period because of output. I mean, all you have to do is post the 2001 PS2 holiday catalog to melt Gen Alpha's brain, but that's neither here nor there. The Catamites felt like people were sticking far too rigidly to this idea, and that many games were all becoming too similar, that no one was really pushing the envelope or even trying to stand out anymore. He was no stranger to making short, abstract, free games simply for the thrill and experience, but he decided to one-up himself and released his most influential and important work, Space Funeral. It was a huge success and became a darling amongst the RPG Maker horror community, even if it wasn't a horror game. It just shared a lot of DNA with Yume Nikki and others, both because they were made on the same engine, but also because both were extremely strong abstractions of their single author's thoughts on the screen. They felt breathtakingly individualistic and fresh, felt inspired by nothing on Earth. People rushed to try and interpret Space Funeral, but that wasn't entirely the intention in mind. There was an interview with him about 11 years ago, and I think I'll just recite it because he says it better than I ever could. How do you feel about people's interpretations, if you've seen them, of Space Funeral? Most people see it as a commentary on RPG Maker's perfect sprites and how most artists who jump into RPG Maker cannot match the perfection. Therefore, it's extremely relatable to anyone who has used RPG Maker and to most artists trying to find their place in art as general. Do you think people are digging too deeply into it, or was that your intention? I haven't really seen many of them. Most of the ones I have assume a level of intention that I didn't really have in mind at the time, like the battles being trivial to make a point about something rather than just being kind of vestigial framework to hang funny stuff on and give the illusion of extra content. But that's okay too. It wasn't so much about the sprites or art in particular of RPG Maker so much as a kind of classist way of dealing with that stuff, which is like the idea that video games reached their peak of output in a few large companies in the 90s, and ever since, it's all anyone can do to ape those things as closely as possible. I think it's probably similar to how people felt in the Middle Ages felt about ancient Greece, but I don't know history, so maybe not. Most of what I like about RPG Maker games comes from the breaks from the tradition, usually in some small way, like somebody using their favorite metal song for a battle theme or something. So I guess part of the intent was to show that these kind of slips and distortions and misinterpretations can be more interesting than the formula itself. Like the cockatoo quote that originality is trying to behave like everyone else without succeeding, although it's semi-purposely not a very original game. Well, you heard it there. The Catamites felt that games simply weren't trying to stand out, so he made Space Funeral as a playful way to protest that, to leave an irrefutable thumbprint on the face of gaming. It wasn't so much that he had a 100% coherent message or theme to say, though there certainly are core ideas being expressed, like how Moon being insecure about her art led to her thrashing the entire Foundation, which I interpret as being commentary on people being afraid to stand out and just let their art be messy, be individualistic. Even the odd music choices are recontextualized because of this reasoning. He wanted to simply stand out and challenge convention, but not in a focused, targeted way, but in a why not way. That's the key to Space Funeral. It isn't bitter or outrageously critical. It's more interested in doing things on its own way because of convention, rather than trying to warp them and outright reject them, something we see quite plainly with characters like Moon. A lot of what makes up Space Funeral was done purely for jokes, but he was inspired by other games. He cites Monster Party on the NES as a visual inspiration for all the blood and violent imagery. Even a casual glance makes me go,
yeah, kinda.
I'll leave the full interview in the description. Space Funeral came out in 2010, and I talked endlessly about what it inspired, but let me tell you exactly what. It inspired a lot of fan sequels, because imitation is the highest form of flattery. Some of these, like the so-called Space Funeral Part 2 or Legend of the Earthbirth, were liked so much by the Catamites he had declared them canon, but what exactly constitutes as canon to this game is kind of debatable. It's inspired plenty of other games directly, like Hylics, but it also influenced many others in subtle ways. I mean, come on now, look at Undertale. You can't not convince me at least a little bit Toby Fox didn't have his ear to the ground a little teeny tiny bit. Too bad he forgot to make Undertale fun in that process. Space Funeral is something that stood the test of time not only because it's a free game and bleeds charm, but because it exists in that quirky, Earthbound-like RPG sphere with games like Lisa and Not. This genre of wacky, surreal RPGs is a lot bigger than it was in 2010, and Space Funeral beating it to the punch did pave way for future creators to make their own games, because inspiration doesn't always come from imitation or directly lifting an idea or concept, but to put the wind in someone else's sail. The Catamites has done far more than just Space Funeral. He's more than a one-trick developer, because a couple years afterwards, he made this wickedly out-there title called Goblet Grotto, and to sell you on it a very short time, most of the game's text is written in a fictional language you have to decipher from the digital manual, one section which has 200 different decipherable paragraphs to learn the lore, if you want to call it that. It also looks and sounds amazing. There's also Anthology of the Killer, a visual novel of sorts composed of 9 separate games following the adventures of Pibby doing I Don't really know actually. You might need to play it yourself to find out, because it's being released on Steam this October. It's been on itch.io for some time now, but come on. If your games aren't on Steam, you aren't going to get that much attention. But I don't think that's what the Catamites really cares about. He doesn't make games for a monetary career, but for the love of the game, pun not intended. Anthology of the Killer is the first time anything he's ever made has costed money for once, that I know of. He's not so much interested in going against the grain to be edgy, but because he just isn't interested in it. And that's something I have undying respect for. Space Funeral may be his most popular game, but he's got a lot to offer for a solo developer. And his ability to stick to his surreal guns really inspires me, and I know I'm not alone in that, because Philip's exploits are still talked to this day. Even if it isn't as bustling as it once was, RPG Maker games aren't going anywhere, which is good because I plan on covering a lot more, and Space Funeral is partly the reason why. That's all for tonight. Hood Night, Street Dreams. On January 12, 2024, an anonymous user would post a zip folder on a forum board with the ominous message, "Climb the Green Mountain Trail." Inside said folder was a .exe file containing a fan-made Sonic the Hedgehog game, but even a cursory glance would tell you it was a much darker game with a palpable atmosphere and a hidden story dark enough to make the most grizzled of fans shudder. All of this and more. This is Green Mountain, the darkest Sonic game ever made. Hi, my name's Peter, and I talk about strange, obscure, and underrated video games all the time on my channel. So go ahead and subscribe, leave a thumbs up on the video, and check out my Patreon page for exclusive bonus content, private insights, or if you just want to support me. Because the Jockcoin tier patrons get their names featured in the video, because they're the ones who support me the most. Sonic is no stranger to horror content, and arguably the most famous example is sonic.exe, a creepypasta written in the early 2010s by someone who shall not be named. The fan game, based on the story made by Mist Crimson, sparked a gargantuan interest in Sonic as a brand's love affair with horror. You've certainly seen at least one of these spooky Sonic images before. Sonic.exe's influence has reached so far that it's inspired innumerable sequel stories and fan games, ranging from ROM hacks with original Genesis titles to original games made in proprietary engines with custom assets. Many of these games have some serious effort put into them, featuring voice acting, multiple endings, even difficulty options. A far cry from the humble origins of Miss Crimson's inspired title. But, at least to me, there's a major problem I have with these .exe games, as they are dubbed. They're all kind of the same. The basic structure of the original Sonic.exe story and the game is that Sonic gets possessed by some kind of evil entity and kills all of his friends in the game. You sequentially play as characters from the games, usually Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman in that order, with each character dying at Sonic's hand in some way. Basic gameplay is just run to the right and wait for the scary moments to happen, with very few games having any trace of the platforming or fun that the original Sonic games had. There's a lot more to it than that, I'm oversimplifying, and different creators have their own unique flares, and the medium has evolved in some very impressive ways, but there are far more boring, uninteresting games filled with very tepid jump scares that just aren't scary. I don't intend to trample on anyone's enjoyment for the genre or anyone's creations. There are exceptions and value to find here, but there's only so many times I can stomach seeing a spooky Sonic with black eyes killing all of his friends. If you like this, then I'm glad. It's just not interesting for me. I massively prefer the kind of horror where you can get inside your own head. Something more skewed towards atmosphere, mystery, something that can get under your skin. My prayers went unanswered. Until... Climb the Green Mountain Trail. Sonic Fan Game Headquarters is a website that is entirely defined by its name. There are countless different games hosted here of varying quality, but in early January of this year, the bustling community of SFGH was floored. User _Gurn Mound Sonic with... Gurn Mound Sonic uploaded a zip file to the project section with the simple tagline, and has left no other comments or had no further activity since then. I thought about contacting him, but many others have tried and failed, so I'll leave them alone for now. The created thread was filled with users asking many questions about the eerie nature of the game, but as expected, there weren't any replies, so I'll have to download the game for myself and see. Normally, I wouldn't recommend you downloading .exe files online like this, but I can handle it. It's what I do to provide you all with a good video to watch. No title screen, no introduction, nothing like that. We're just a very strange looking Sonic in a very strange looking modification of Green Hill Zone. Everything is so overexposed, creating this wildly bright, hazy environment that's hard to look at. If there are no enemies present, no loops to run through, those fun little secrets in the original game have all been removed, making this Green Hill Zone a very, very lonely and ominous place to be in, amplified by this blood-curdling, distorted, warped track. I don't know if it's an original composition or a deep-fried version of a Sonic tune, but whatever it is, it kept me on edge the entire time. Every step I took to the right, I was expecting something to pop out, some kind of twist or shocking moment. But I did find this out. There's fall damage in this game. If there was any sign there's something wrong with Sonic, it's taking fall damage. Traversing forward would force you to see that Green Hill Zone has become far more vertical than before. We gradually begin to scale up and up, the jumps becoming more challenging and death-defying, with some outright leaps of faith needed to continue upwards. It's so alien to have an actual platforming challenge in a Sonic horror game, when they're so often devoid of that main gameplay style that made Sonic a popular franchise to begin with. I have a lot of respect for these fan game creators, but a lot of the time, you just get a single straight path with no deviations whatsoever. It's refreshing to play this game and be reminded of what actual Sonic games are like. Once we get to the very top of the mountain, we meet this. A heavily disfigured Sonic missing his entire face is standing there. Until he isn't when he attacks you for a true blue boss fight. How cool is that? Despite kind of looking like you, his sprites are largely custom. His jumping is entirely distinct from your player Sonics. The fight here kind of plays out like a mirror match, where you have all the same moves, but it's impossible for you to lose. This corrupted Sonic deals damage, but you seem to have infinite health. All you need to do is run to the edge of the screen and jump a couple times to beat him. And when you do, your reward is nothing. You're stuck on the screen with nowhere to go, seemingly soft-locked. Let's get acquainted with our new surroundings, since we're stuck here forever. See these statues over here? They seem similar enough to the traditional Sonic totems featured in Green Hill Zone, but different enough to stand out. Some people online, mainly Lemon Blues on Twitter, pointed out that these totems resemble Haniwa, ancient Japanese clay statues that were popular around the 3rd century to mark burial sites in honor of the fallen, which adds some potential symbolism to this scene. Many would be inclined to reset or outright turn off the game after a whole 2 minutes of complete silence and nothing new happening, but the patient are rewarded by Sonic's jaw falling off, as well as the world slowly becoming darker and darker. The ground is gone, the sky dims, until it's just you. More and more of Sonic rots away until he resembles the boss fight we just had. So, what the hell was that all about? Let's try and piece together what's happening. Sonic has to climb the Green Mountain, an area greatly resembling Green Hill Zone, for an unknown reason. He fights a creature that looks like a rotten, disfigured version of himself, and when he wins, he seemingly turns into that thing he just fought. What does that mean? Well, aside from it being just a spooky visual, it could hint at something cyclical, some kind of in-game repetition of time. Every time Sonic defeats this creature, he somehow becomes it, and then comes back to deal with himself. But really, the atmosphere was the star of the show. Super chilling, lonely, and laid back. Something I'm a lot more receptive to than the typical blood-soaked landscapes of sonic.exe fame. It is a very brief game, lasting around 10 minutes at most. But its length is not unearned, and its stay is never taxing. Except for that part where you have to run out the timer and wait for the game to be over. That was unnecessary. I could have used those 2 minutes to check an eBay listing or something. It absolutely takes inspiration from another unnerving horror game, but more on that later. But what did others think of it? Naturally, this game being shadow dropped one day in January is quite the shock, and people acted quite appropriately. It came out in 2024, when people have become very accustomed to these types of games being more than meets the eye. So when they start digging into the files, as they should, they found some interesting stuff. People discovered that the entire game was made on GameMaker, which really shocked me. The physics and level design fooled me thoroughly, and I thought this was a ROM hack, until I remembered you played this game via exe file. Then I felt like an idiot. People began to use a tool to open up Undertale to open up this game, since it's on the same software. The contents inside might disturb you. Some of the names for sprites and tile sets are unusual, to say the least. We left it in the car. Have you talked to her? Green Mountain is not far. No, but I need to mark something. Did you bring the shovel? None of these names match their associated images, but that's because it has an entirely different focus. It's trying to tell a story through in-game files. Bashybush has attempted to sew all these into a coherent paragraph. We've been trekking this route for Couldn't you do it now? You will get there sooner than later. Yep, speaking of, how far is it? Green Mountain is not far. Okay, you're here. Did you bring the shovel? No, we left it in the car. It's in the pack. Have you talked to her? Not really. Why not? I don't want to talk. Why? I'm exhausted as it is. I'll set stuff at the clearing. Do you already need to go? No, but I need to mark something. Trying to stitch the names together, we can piece together a story. It clearly follows two people, identities unknown, heading to the Green Mountain, either describing the exact place in-game, like they're inside this twisted version of Sonic, or Green Mountain is a representation of a physical location elsewhere. They have to scale this mountain, mark a clearing, do something with a shovel, and talk to her. If you remember the Haniwa totems from earlier, the scenario should sound familiar to you. People traveling somewhere with a shovel. What exactly does all of this mean? Well, we've hit a bit of a wall. But what about analyzing the music? Analyzing the in-game soundtrack, Dusky Y pointed out that the track that plays over the Game Over section has something called DTMF, or Dual Tone Multi-Frequency inside, which is the sounds each number makes when you press them on your phone, and they generate very specific hertz. What can be deciphered from the Game Over theme are DTMF's 811. This is critically important because 811 has a very specific meaning. It's a number you call before you dig in the ground in America. What that means is when you plan to dig, you need to call that number to talk to someone who can tell you if you're about to dig into an area with a power line so you don't knock out someone's power, or a gas line so you don't explode. But knowing that, we can really start to piece together what's going on. The two characters mentioned in the file names are evidently going to be digging something, since there are so many references to it, but we might finally know what they plan to dig for: burying a body. Think about it. Is there any more classic symbol of this than two guys bringing a shovel to mark a location from other people than to bury a body? But whose body's being buried? Is it this she character mentioned? Probably not, since they mentioned talking to her, and I have reason to suspect the person being buried is dead. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not burying a live person, at least. It is kind of odd that a number you're meant to call before digging in the ground is being mentioned in a story that might feature someone burying a dead body, something you wouldn't want people to know about. But they do talk about having to mark a place specifically, so I'm not entirely convinced these two guys are digging someone up. Mind you, everything is so ambiguous that you can easily interpret events entirely differently. But there's one more thing I haven't told you yet. There's an image file hidden in here, and it's called Returnal. What it actually depicts, I don't even know. I tried to alter the exposure in Photoshop, but even that was inconclusive. Some kind of vague blue shape surrounded by total blackness and gray. It almost looks JPEG compressed. Corrupted, not of this world. It gives me serious Mario image vibes. There's something uniquely macabre and uncanny about this vague shape. It feels threatening, even though I can't describe why. Feels like I caught something that doesn't belong on this plane of existence on a nature trail cam. It's probably my favorite thing about this entire project, which feels strange to say, but it's a seriously evocative photo, or illustration. I don't even know what it is, honestly. Well, people have tried to interpret what it is, and most people agree that it's Sonic. A very mutilated and dilapidated Sonic, but Sonic. Maybe, just maybe, this Sonic is the representation of the body being buried. These two people doing the task could perhaps be Sonic himself in the beginning, the one you play as. Though I'm not sure if it would be right to assume that these two people are meant to be just Sonic. Like, symbolically, they're already trekking the Green Mountain, but I don't know. But Sonic's journey to trek the Green Mountain does match quite well with the two guys going to the same mountain. So we know why Sonic is climbing the Green Mountain. It's what the guys did to bury the body. It's pretty impressive, actually, platforming a mountain while hauling a body and tools. Good for them. But the warped Sonic at the top is a problem. Well, the image is called Returnal, and it's hard to see, but I think it does resemble the rotting Sonic quite a lot. So I theorize that the body being buried has come back to life. There are a lot of routes the story can take, but it's only started this year. People have been quite active trying to decipher the meaning, since the creator of this game has been very tight-lipped. There were several videos talking about this game and the deeper alternate reality game elements it clearly has, but people quickly hit a dead end. There was only so much we can theorize and talk about, and we weren't given any new material. It seemed like Green Mountain was fated to be forgotten in the sands of time, but I haven't been entirely truthful with everyone. I said that the creator went completely radio silent, but that was a lie. They were actually active on the website on August 11th, 2024. Not that long ago from this upload date. In their activity, they posted the sequel to Green Mountain. This is news to you, then it's for a good reason. I believe this was posted on the same forum as the original, but it was taken down. I'm not sure if the author took it down, or the websites, or the mods, but all that matters is that people were able to download it in time and mirror it. So I've got the files right here, safe and sound. Booting it up, we see the scariest thing so far. Marble Zone. I hate that damn stage. The music is especially minimal. Kind of sounds like the ocean. Instead of progressing to the right and up a mountain, we have to travel down, down, down. What was that? Something that greatly resembles Sonic, but coated in black, sometimes pops up around the screen, but never long enough for us to get a proper view of him. What's up with this blackboard? I don't know if there's any meaning to be deciphered from this, like if they're coordinates to somewhere or not, but this is a custom asset. It was deliberately placed here. Just above is an invisible goalpost where we can actually move on to another level, which feels very alien for a game like this. We skip straight from Marble Zone to what looks like a sun-spotted scrap brain zone, with a far greater emphasis on platforming. There are a lot of sections where you need to build momentum to progress, but it's Sonic 1 momentum, so we can't spin dash, which really sucks on ice. There's moving platforms and... damn it! I hate these things. There's a lot of ways you can instantly die in this level. I guess we know who made this game. It was Dimps. This level, called Leave, the first level is called Route, forgot to mention that, is kind of non-linear in a way, because there are actually some enemies to defeat, but not in the way anyone would expect. They can't really fight back, just helplessly stumble as you stomp them into scrap, with more DTMF tones, presumably the 811 number. There are 3 to 4 of these enemies, and I think you have to take at least some of them out in any order. Coverage of the sequel game is kind of limited because of how little buzz it has comparatively, so some more experimentation with this is in order. Taking down these badniks feels morbid. Like we're committing a crime and genuinely killing these creatures in front of structures that look like houses. Is Sonic killing these things supposed to represent some kind of spree killing? This level is honestly kind of a pain in the ass. There are a lot of seeming dead ends and full stops and backtracking moments, It doesn't really feel fun to puzzle together where to go. But there is an endpoint to reach. Good luck finding it, though. Once we reach this, object, Sonic stops and we can't control him. Something that looks like a bus stop pole appears by it. We're in a white void, and then we get another game over. I've seen some people suggest that this scene could represent a hospital, like the lamppost is an IV unit and this thing is a bed, but it could honestly be anything since it's so vague. Perhaps the files will tell us more. These file names are especially vague. There are a lot of names that make it sound like a character is on the look for someone very specific, like an investigation. There are a lot of descriptions given from seemingly multiple different people. Phrases like, not the correct height, and his hair was a mess. Kind of feel like a police investigation asking bystanders or even potential suspects in a case. Someone named David is mentioned, with someone saying he should apparently know better. If we follow up from the previous game, featuring 2 characters burying a body, perhaps David is one of the people responsible, and there's an ongoing investigation surrounding him. No traces at scene is definitely evocative. Cardigan could be a witness description of one of the perpetrator's attire. The other walked with a limp is most likely a description of David's accomplice. What really surprised me is this phrase, he turned 9 yesterday. I highly doubt David or his accomplice were burying bodies at 9 years old, and you wouldn't say a dead body would turn 9 since they're dead. So perhaps this 9-year-old boy is a new character, we just don't know how he fits into everything. Turns out, these are actually labeled houses in the files, with some of the names indicating someone asked about her, likely the same her as mentioned before. Perhaps the badniks represent people being questioned by police? I don't know if Sonic killing them means anything for the story, though. We still don't know who the victim really was. We don't know the sex, the age. Everything is just so abstract. We're getting a clearer picture of the 2 guys who buried the body in the Green Mountain, though. But again, we don't know why, or even if they're responsible for killing that person before they buried them. The hypothetical police and witnesses seem to assume so, because that would explain this David character being expected to know better. Knowing better as in not killing someone and getting caught by a witness, I guess. What is this inky Sonic following us? Is it a witness to the Green Mountain incident? Is David some kind of murderer? We're only just now beginning to see the story unfold. But I've hit something of a dead end here again, and the creator hasn't had any activity, this time for real. Given how long it took for another game to come out with more info, we're going to have to wait for more info to come out, if any does at all. I would be remiss not to mention the huge inspirations behind this project. The infamous Mario game, The/Coronation Day, was very evidently an inspiration, because it follows a lot of similar beats. The game world missing enemies and being very empty and atmospheric, the way the game was just dropped in a fan game thread with no explanation, the hidden stuff in the files, it's all there. I would argue the disfigured version of the characters even match what was going on with Peach, but there's also some Mario DNA in it, like the old ARG that I covered and kind of helped solve, sorta. The creepy image you find in the files definitely does give the same vibes as this image, and I can only hope it gets solved like this one did. Fans have been stuck since this moment, and since its initial boom of interest early this year, activity and theorizing has been quiet. It seems like we might have to wait for a new discovery to be found by a dedicated fan, or until the creator reveals his hand with more info. Green Mountain, as fans have dubbed it, is one of the most promising Sonic ARGs, horror projects, creepypastas, whatever you want to call it. It's captured mine and many others' imagination with its intriguing premise, chilling presentation. It stands head and shoulders above so many of its compatriots for taking notes from the most famous Mario horror projects online and standing out from the .exe crowd. There's a focus on platforming, but also an exploration and digging deep into the files to find out the true narrative at play, something we can interact with and perhaps even influence. Knowing me, I definitely missed a clue or two, but for now, most people have run with the idea that there's 2 guys out there killing people and burying them, and if we take this image's name literally, one of these victims might have come back. But for what purpose? Well, we might just have to wait and find out. But perhaps the very answer was staring us in the face the whole time. from the .exe icon itself. Let me know if you're interested in having me cover more information as it comes out. But until then, have a lovely rest of your day. Every time you've ever felt alone, felt like someone was watching you, Silent Hill has been there. More than any other survival horror series before or after, Silent Hill has been decorated as a masterwork of psychological horror, first class in atmosphere, and unrivaled in immersion. You will never see a fanbase more ravenously passionate about horror than Konami's foray into the genre. Inarguably the most famous game in the franchise is Silent Hill 2, which recently received a remake that has been showered in praise and has rehydrated the fanbase, as well as introducing a whole new generation to the franchise past just watching video essays. These two versions of the same game are easily the most recommended entries for newcomers, and while I fully understand why, people who start with 2 miss the chance to experience the dread and atmosphere of the first entry in the series, Silent Hill 1. The PlayStation 1 had never seen a game like this before, and not until the PlayStation 2 did it ever again. The first Silent Hill has been almost left in the dust, which is a crying shame, because in a lot of ways, 1's scares and atmosphere might be the best in the series. While the franchise continues to hit new heights, it's important to remind people of its origins, because Silent Hill 1 is crucial to understanding the franchise, but it's a game you have to call Silent Hill 1, rather than just Silent Hill, due to its far more famous sister games. This video will be a dissection of the gameplay, story, and history of Silent Hill 1's development, all things crucial to understanding it, but also why it's so forgotten compared to its sister games. Hi, my name is Peter, and I create videos on strange, obscure, and underrated games all the time. So leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more videos like these. Perhaps consider joining my Patreon, full of exclusive videos and early previews. In order to achieve anything, you have to stand on the shoulders of giants. And that's just what the infamous Japanese company Konami planned on doing. Capcom's Resident Evil was an outrageous success, and pushed the envelope for what horror games could truly achieve. Beforehand, they were often methodical, point-and-click games that leaned more on mystery and dialogue with pre-rendered environments and 2D sprites. Using the newfound power of the PlayStation, a fully 3D game with voiced characters, intricate combat, multiple characters, was not only possible, it quickly became the standard. Countless companies were throwing their hats into the ring with their own horror franchises, and Konami was no different. They saw Capcom's success, and in the same year as Resident Evil 1 was released, they began to work on a competitor franchise, but not in the way you would expect. Since 3D technology was so new and scarcely understood, the old guard of the company decided to conduct an experiment. With a purportedly minuscule shoestring budget, they would recruit largely fresh-faced developers, even college students, to create this game. You would think such an inexperienced team trying to follow in the footsteps of such a monumental release like Resident Evil would end up in disaster. But even if Konami didn't know it, this ragtag group of developers, dubbed Team Silent overseas, were some of the most dedicated and talented creators the PlayStation had ever seen. The world just didn't know it yet. Despite Team Silent being composed of less than 20 people, some of which didn't even have previous video game experience, they had some incredibly strong ideas on the project. They admired the Western inspirations Resident Evil took, and they brought their own American examples. The works of David Lynch and Stephen King were especially foundational. Team Silent kept the fear of being chased by unearthly monsters and having to carefully manage ammunition for guns, but took a couple steps in a different direction. By focusing far more on ambience, the fear of the unknown, feeling just wrong, watched, peered, an aura of unease and malevolence. The exact timeline of development is murky, but I highly recommend the Gaming Muses documentary series on Team Silent and their exploits. It's easily the best breakdown of the topic online, and I heavily drew from it for research. I had to explain the makeup for Team Silent to illustrate the circumstances of how this game came to be. A group of inexperienced, new developers were given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove themselves. And prove themselves they did. Oh dear. I was a good little boy and purchased a copy for way more than I cared to admit, but the secondhand market has not treated this franchise too well, so you might need to sail the 7 seas for this one. We awaken after crashing our car. We can't make a few steps without realizing our daughter, Cheryl, is nowhere to be found. So we have to go look for her. First thing you'll notice is... Oh, no, no, no! What are these controls? What's going on? Why can't I move properly? Why am I backing up? So, anyone who isn't familiar with late 90s 3D games is going to come to the same realization that I did. This game has tank controls. To people who owned a PS1 and played the game back in 1999, this is of no concern. But Silent Hill as a franchise has enormous staying power and continues to be relevant to this day. So the players who weren't 90s kids, like me, have to come to terms that 3D games were just different back then. People now are used to free controlling cameras and analog sticks, but creating a game of this magnitude in the 90s required for the controls to be constructed in a very particular way, and that's why we walk around like we have stool in our jeans. You move in the direction the character faces and have to manually steer them, like a tank, hence the name. This makes moving left or right, or forbid going backwards, very cumbersome to people not used to this. Think of controlling the character like driving a car. You need to focus on steering and acceleration, in a way. We're in a generation of re-releases, and nearly every old game that previously had tank controls either removed them entirely or have made them alternative control schemes. But Silent Hill 1 remains undaunted, which proves to be easily one of the biggest filters for new players. And man, get over it. Yeah, the tank controls really aren't that bad. I was very confused my first time playing, since I'm used to the PlayStation 2 onwards, but this opening sequence gives you infinite time to figure out how this guy controls. It may look unorthodox and clunky, but for the most part, the control scheme is fine, and works for this game just fine. If tank controls are where you draw the line for old games, then you're really missing out on one of the greatest horror games ever made, and you're going to have a huge blind spot for such an influential avenue of the medium that people are still taking inspiration from. Just take your time and adjust your expectations. If you're really stuck, maybe look at a PDF print of the manual the game came with. You can find out a lot of interesting info here that really isn't stated in-game. Rather than hawking about the controls, let's settle in the atmosphere. As soon as you step out of the car, it's quiet. Too quiet. The town doesn't have anyone else in it, and you can hardly see a foot in front of you since the fog is almost supernaturally strong here. Snowflakes drift down gently as dark ambience hums and drones. We weave through an alleyway that seems to last forever, the buildings only revealing themselves the closer you get to it. It isn't long until things become unhinged. If the shredded corpse of an unknown creature wasn't enough of a hint that things aren't as they should be, there's a growing siren howling in the background. The camera shifts and twists at awkward angles, the sky darkens, and blood begins to pool and rain from the sky. The sirens get louder, louder as we approach twisted and gnarled fences and hit a dead end, and it isn't too long until we're surrounded. Let me explain why this opening stands head and shoulders above its comrades. Consider how PlayStation games started back in the 90s. You had to balance introducing the story and characters, but also showcase the technology at hand, to impress you while slowly introducing you to everything. Instead, it is solely dedicated to the careful tuning of the Devil's Lyric, throwing you headfirst into a spine-chilling atmosphere. Just compare the opening of this game that inspired Silent Hill.
Barry! Where's Barry?
Well, I'm sorry, but he's probably
I don't mean to disrespect or downplay how impressive Resident Evil was at the time, because it absolutely was mind-blowing to 90s kids, but compared to Silent Hill, there's such a careful construction of ambience and raw, uncut soul, a dedication to feeling cinematic, a guiding presence through America's most twisted town. The presentation is unbelievably beyond its means, something only matched by industry giants like Squaresoft during its peak, which makes Silent Hill's micro-budget and team even more shocking. That with the fraction of the money, Konami's team of relative newbies, they were able to create one of the best openings on the console, if not the genre. I can't sing its praises enough. It's perfectly eerie, uncomfortable, you don't get a good view on anything here, so you're never really sure what you're looking at, playing perfectly into the fear of the unknown, something established by the very fog the town is drowned in. But we need to move on. We meet up with the police officer. We get some very important exposition. This is Harry Mason, a writer looking for a vacation with his 7-year-old daughter, Cheryl, the one who went missing. And this is Sybil Bennett, voiced by Suzanne Papa, a cop from the next town over, investigating for unclear reasons. They find out the phones and radios all over town are dead, but Harry is still determined to find his daughter, no matter what. Despite these two characters being on the same page, the entire conversation feels hazy and uncomfortable. The music is spaced out and dissonant, but not to the point of being outright macabre, just tense. The characters are far apart from each other, their body language is closed off, making what would be just a regular exchange feel like an endeavor.
Where is everybody?
Harry, before he can rush off into the mist, receives a gun from Sybil, warning him to be careful with it before she leaves before him to try and find help, or at least just someone who could explain what's going on in town and where everyone is. We find a red notepad of sorts on the counter, brightly contrasted against everything else as very earthy tones, and perhaps motivated by his profession, Harry decides to write down notes every time he sees one of these, which introduces us to the very diegetic save point system. Just interact with these pads whenever you see them to save, you get multiple save slots, and you're done. These are especially generously placed. They are sometimes 2 to 3 in each landmark area, and plenty of far-flung locations across the map have them, so there's never a moment you'll be losing a lot of progress by fault of no save point. The last things we can take are a town map, a flashlight, and a suspiciously broken radio that doesn't seem to play. Oh, it does?
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Oh god damn it, man, again? What am I supposed to do when I can't hit this thing? What the hell is going on? I don't mean to do a second freak out, but wow, is this any way to introduce players to the shooting mechanic? You're given so little time to figure out what to do that anyone who hasn't played this game before is probably just gonna die right away. It's an effective scare, but at the cost of being a really botched tutorial. There was thought put into this segment. Sybil's dialogue isn't exactly subtle, but was this really the best way to teach people? I'm not asking for Harry to get intrusive prompts that you have to manually hold a button to clear off the screen, but this is a rough filter for newbies. So many people are likely to quit right here, because if you aren't used to this kind of game, hell, I died more times than I care to count on my first run. So I had to force myself to keep going to try and clear this part. But shooting works like this. The right trigger puts Harry into a shooting stance. So you just point him in the direction of the foe, then hit X. You sometimes have to swivel him around left or right, or back up with the down button, but it's all about your position. Harry will lock onto a single enemy with no problem following this. So just hammer bullets into this thing, and we're clear. Jeez, man. What a rude awakening. I understand they wanted a quick and frenetic tutorial on combat, but when that involves such a slim margin for error that has you often restarting from the title screen, to the loading screen, to a potential cutscene, to getting all that again, you run into some frustration, no? Regardless, after we take down whatever that is, we get to explore the town of Silent Hill, and our only clue on where Cheryl might be is the alleyway we were just at. This is the point where nearly everything the game has to offer is laid bare, made accessible to you. So we can really jump into any topic at this point, but which one do we choose? It's inescapable, this fog. It's so thick that it envelops absolutely everything until you're right next to it. It's not just careful consideration for atmosphere, take a shot every time I say that word, but a clever tool for disguising technical limitations. You've probably heard this story before. Naoto Oshima, the game's primary programmer, made the fog so overwhelming to hide the game's rather egregious pop-ups to ensure smooth performance and immersion. Most games of their time had pre-rendered backgrounds, but I believe Silent Hill's aren't, which would make the game chug like Drakengard 3 otherwise. It's a well-known fact at this point, so I won't dwell on it, but it's such a crucial part in illustrating how clever and talented Team Silent was. It goes the extra mile in making the player feel uneasy, because your surroundings are never entirely prompted, so as you navigate the town, you're never quite sure what's just ahead of you. So many warped creatures lie ahead, but it never feels like a jump scare when you encounter them. Because you remember the radio you picked up? It rings whenever there's an enemy nearby. But that sound also attracts them closer to you, so you can choose to turn it off manually, which I highly recommend you do. Otherwise you put yourself in a lot of danger. If you haven't noticed it already, the lack of a HUD in any form is another exercise in total player immersion. It gives you an uncropped view of your surroundings. No distractions. The vibe of the unknowable is something Silent Hill deals with like playing cards. It's raw, palpable, you can feel it in the back of your throat. Despite Konami being a Japanese studio, the decision to set the game in small-town America was a masterstroke on their behalf, because it connected with Western players tremendously, depending where you're from. You see, I have a curse to bear. I'm Canadian. The morning fog, the gentle snowfall of winter's arrival. This is all familiar to me, far too much so. This is my life. Many a day have I tread in the dim early hours of the morning during winter's first breath, where the snow is here, but it's still not quite cold enough to stick on the ground, melting away on the road instead. There's a spectrum between something uncanny and nostalgic, and Silent Hill's environments hit a balance between the two, a perfect 50%. It reminds me of the days where I would walk to college at 6:30 a.m. in late October and early November, the exact time frame I wrote this script and released this video. The actual layout of Silent Hill is critically important. If the town's design makes no sense, then how are players supposed to have fun? Well, Silent Hill takes an old school approach. Instead of objective markers and mini-maps, we get an actual map. Triangle brings up the map of each location you're in, as long as you've collected it, which is something you can miss, and which I have missed in the past. Do not recommend skipping the maps. Your location is marked by the green arrow, and some context-sensitive locations are marked in red. Landmarks and street names are highlighted, but you can also use the road signs to remember your location. I'm part of the Google Maps generation, so I had to constantly check the map every minute or so. But the main town of Silent Hill is very well put together. It only takes a few minutes to cross a road, so the town gives the illusion of appearing larger than it really is. I have a lot of things to say about the map of this game, especially in the interiors, but for now, know that the main area of Silent Hill, Old Silent Hill, is well constructed and never feels like you're totally lost. I do kind of wish we were able to set our own markers, but maybe that's asking too much. Our only objective for now is to find the alleyway where we're just at, something we've marked down. Upon revisiting, the location doesn't give us any of the viscera we saw previously, but we do find Cheryl's sketchbook with a note saying that she went to the school in the bottom left corner of the map. We try to go there, but each and every street that could possibly lead to the school has collapsed, which is a problem. On the collapse road by Matheson, we can find some notes telling us to search for a doghouse on Levin Street, right around the corner. That doghouse contains a key that allows you to enter this guy's house and stockpile unuseful items, save, and a back door. But it has several locks on it. But the map here points out several spots on the map to investigate. Not exactly a subtle way to tell the player where to go, but there was some serious legwork involved to go here, you'll see later. The X's on the map are roughly where you should be, but specific areas have high concentration of enemies on the map, so take that as your pointer, not to get lost. We see all kind of locales. A small wooden beam to walk across, a basketball course where someone used a severed dog head to shoot hoops, and a crashed cop car. There aren't any signs of her, but we just have to hope that Sybil wasn't driving off into the inky abyss. The small design of the town leads you to create landmarks in specific locations in order to tell where to go. Or you could just open up the map 400 times. Even using the map feels natural. It's literally a town map Harry picks up to navigate, and you'll find these maps all over the game in various interiors that make sense. Town bulletin boards on top of desks. They're in smart locations at the very start of each area. You can't even look at the map in dark areas without your flashlight. It's fantastically immersive for something so simple. Harry just feels like a man trying to find out where to go, the exact sense of being lost Team Silent wanted to embark. There's a lot more to the maps in the game, but the beginning introduction to the town of Silent Hill feels carefully constructed and intelligent. It never steps into being too absurd or convoluted or non-Euclidean. The town is abandoned, not alien. What's Harry's deal, anyways? In his own words, Harry is a father who went to go on for a vacation with his daughter Cheryl, who has gone missing. The manual of the game tells a larger story, however. Harry is 32 years old and a writer, a very cliché but expected occupation for a horror protagonist. Harry lost his wife to a disease, which cast a shadow over his soul, as the manual puts it, making him a single father to Cheryl. If just finding his kid wasn't enough of a motivation, the fact he's a widow steals his bravery even more. Harry is not a macho action hero or special with any supernatural powers, like the police officers of Resident Evil, the psychics of Galarians, or whatever Aya from Parasite Eve was supposed to be. Harry is just a man, and not a very athletic one. He doesn't have a stamina bar, but he heaves and pants heavily when you stop sprinting. He's clumsy and he runs into walls and objects at full force. He isn't very good with guns, and missing his shots is programmed into the game to drive that point home. You can miss point-blank shots. While it's frustrating at times, it's too cool not to mention. So much work was done into making this guy feel like, well, just a guy. If I was stuck in Silent Hill, I would probably perform about the same as Harry. It doesn't highlight any faults in other games to have more physical or even supernatural protagonists. Those characters work for their respective stories, but Harry is such an everyman that his only exceptional trait is his bravery, which led him to places most people wouldn't even go with a gun. I will say Harry's appearance is interesting. PS1 character models get a lot of flack now for looking really weird, which they do, but it was still the days of early 3D. This was incredible for the time, or so I'm told. Plus, this was all supposed to be played on a CRT. It's hard to capture, but it looks so much better being played on a TV that displays it as it was meant to. OBS just didn't do it justice. Even his name and appearance evoke no strong reactions. He lacks outward distinction, but a deeper investigation reveals more. Blazer, jeans, short brown hair. You could lose him in a crowd of wasps anywhere in America. Even his name, Harry Mason, is as common as it gets. Harry can often mean ruler of the home, reflecting his status as male patriarch, and Mason refers to masonry, as in building structure out of stone or bricks. A humble English surname. Harry's name reflects the hearth of home, but also his status as a provider to his family, something that has been shaken with his dead wife and missing daughter, Cheryl. Cheryl even means darling or beloved in French, another reminder of how immensely Harry cares for her. All of this reinforces Harry's status as an everyman, but also a devoted father and widowed husband. You can easily fill the blanks of a greater backstory with this information. I've touched on it a couple times, but combat in this game is a little, weird. Gunplay is simple, and I've explained it already. Just get into position and slam down X. You can switch between multiple targets via analog stick, but I don't think I ever encountered more than 2 enemies coming at you at once, ever. Always remember to double tap. Reloading happens promptly after you empty a clip or magazine, so you can manually reload in the menu. This screen is very cool. It tracks all of your items, obviously, but the portrait in the top left is your health meter, green for healthy, yellow or brown for depleted, and red for near death. We have several items dedicated to healing you, usually taking the form of health drinks or first aid kits, which are found inside buildings and around the map. It is cumbersome to have to pause the game every time to heal, however, because Harry won't indicate if he's near death outside of his health bar on that menu, so pausing is something you will unfortunately become very acquainted with. In melee weapons, oh buddy, that I'm going to save for another time. Obviously, they rely on no ammo, but just trust me, they suck. I think I mentioned already, but this radio makes a loud ringing noise when enemies are approaching, but that also alerts them to you. You can turn this off in the menu to avoid this entirely, which is what I did. You can choose to take down everything in sight to make a safe path, or risk being attacked and saving ammunition. This mostly applies for the town, however. Trying to run past enemies in the building is a pretty tall task, so you best engage with the combat now to learn how it works. Though I have heard some reports that it wasn't entirely an intended feature, that people running away from the encounters was just something you could do, but it wasn't meant. It's kind of a topic of debate, but having to sort all of these Japanese interviews, I don't know, don't worry about it. If it wasn't glaringly, screamingly obvious by now, Team Silent took heavy inspiration from American films and novels, and you can see it literally everywhere. Half the names of Silent Hill's streets come from different horror authors. It all just screams Westaboo. Even Silent Hill's most iconic aspect, the ever-present fog, was something lifted from Stephen King's novella, The Fog, made famous by its movie adaptation. I think at one point Konami wanted to make a straight-up game adaptation about the novella. They were putting plans to travel to America and ask King about it, but there just wasn't the magic. So they made their own original work. Silent Hill is even set in Maine, which is such a common location for King to set his stories that it's a running gag. Another piece of Western entertainment that served as a crucial inspiration for the entire franchise is Jacob's Ladder. And just by looking at basically any of the scary scenes, it's proof enough visually. But there are a lot more specific references you will see in certain dungeons or story parts. The setting feels American. An uninformed player could easily be convinced an American team made this game. Harry's occupation as a writer, the small-town America setting, some of the commentary on organized religion, it's all there. There are so many little references to Western entertainment and literature that I highly recommend you just surf a wiki page, because trying to name all of them would be a nightmare and bloat the already excessive video runtime. One of the funnier ones I have to mention is that the school we're heading to, Midwich, is very clearly modeled after the school from Kindergarten Cop, which is a very strange creative choice, but it reflects how much Team Silent had to consume to immerse themselves in this Western world, to create a believable setting, and it worked quite well, even if some of these references are unorthodox. I should finally mention the director of this game, Keiichiro Toyama. He was the director that steered this crazy ship, and through scant interviews transcribed across the net, he confirms all the things I've mentioned thus far. Toyama is a very interesting figure. He loosely worked with Hideo Kojima very early on in his career as a character designer for Snatcher, so it's incredible that he's given the chance to be a director for such a wild project. Toyama's childhood of trying to investigate ghosts and reading horror novels, his fear of the dark inspired so much of his work, and Silent Hill is the most obvious result of that. He grew up in the outskirts of a city called Miyakanajo, which, from its limited images, looks comfy and easygoing. Toyama's taste ranges much more on the thriller side than outright horror, exchanging the buckets of blood for an atmosphere of unease. If I may, there are a lot of connections I feel between the grand US of A and the small island country of Japan, because it seems like the experience of a small, sleepy town as the battlegrounds for a supernatural showdown seem almost universal amongst modern human culture, a recurring location from someone deeply entrenched in the mind as someone like Joseph Campbell could orate far more tantalizingly than I. Team Silent and Toyama's life in Japan did more to inform his sense of dread and familiarity with the trope of a haunted town, even under the guise of trying to replicate American novels. Maybe I've just spent too much time inside and my brain is leaking through my ears, but I feel a certain kinship, a connection across the sea with the land of the rising sun. Even if Silent Hill is American, so much of this game's cultural background, so to speak, speaks clearly to me as a Canadian. Just look at this place. It looks like Hamilton, Ontario. Both Canada and Japan are so closely connected to their larger, more famous sister countries, perhaps in spite of them, but they are still quite distinct. The circumstances of our existences are similar, and what Silent Hill communicates transcended language barriers and into something that speaks with the softness of a butterfly and the firmness of a bullet. I got their letter, and now they've got my song. Getting kind of ahead of myself, sorry. Don't lie, you were looking at this one the entire time when this thing came up, weren't you? Well, there's good reason for that. Nearly every other topic I've thus talked about is paramount. It squeals in comparison to this one, because for most people, frustration will be the first experience they have with this game's opening. I've spent a lot of time praising the map and how it feels to navigate, but here comes the rug pull. I've been writing this section from my perspective as someone playing this game for a second and even third time. Did I feel this way about the game my first playthrough? No, not at all. Playing Silent Hill 1 for the first time, in the beginning, was an incredibly tedious and painful process for a lot of reasons. I've talked about the controls, but as a zoomer, it still took me time to figure out how this game worked, since its scheme seemed so ancient by comparison. I'm just taking baby steps on controlling Harry by this point, yet I'm expected to do so much heavy lifting. Finding the alleyway is pretty easy, but the crumbled roads are a pretty rude awakening. This means you have to run around literally everywhere in this western part of town, only to find no entrances to the school. Remember the notes telling you to find the doghouse, to find the key, to lead you to the door you need to go to? I ran past and rummaged through that doghouse several times, but that key does not appear until you find that note for whatever reason. It's right there, but it just doesn't work until you progress linearly. Why? It would have been so much easier if you had the freedom to explore and solve the puzzles without funding the specific notes in that one part of town, that you might even find at the very end of your search, spending how much time going to every single location, then finding it, and then smacking yourself on the forehead because you went through that doghouse 3 times beforehand. You can find the other keys needed without this, but the doghouse key is mysteriously exempt. Well, finding that process annoying might depend on the person and how they feel about being left to their own devices. I am glad there isn't any annoying pop-up tutorials that a modern game would have, so Twitch streamers can play it, but the notes still tell you exactly where to go, and many of these locations are outright marked for you, so it's a mix of being left up to your own devices and being told where to go. But you know what isn't left up to the player's opinion? The melee system. Oh god, the melee system. So, gum combat is functional, if clunky. It's fine. But the melee combat is outrageously terrible, to an objective point. So you get 2 melee weapons by this point. A knife found in the diner and the pipe found by Cheryl's note. They are both so clunky, so unwieldy and difficult to use. Harry takes a lifetime to swing any weapon, which makes timing something incredibly important to master very quickly. And by master, I mean keep dying to the dinosaurs and dogs roaming around Silent Hill, because it's a real tough ask to have hits connect with them, let alone do that before you get attacked. You know, don't give me that it's bad on purpose to make it scarier nonsense. The gunplay is functional, but melee weapons are not. Why do the half measure? You have to be so specific and careful just to hit a dog with a pipe. Don't even bother using the knife. It does not work. I don't care what anyone says, that thing does not work. But the dinosaurs are just out of the question for melee. Don't even bother. So you get worse range, tricky timing, and worse damage. For what? Not requiring ammo? Give me a break. That doesn't work too well for us because ammo is extremely common on the map. So common that I had nearly maxed out my inventory for pistol rounds before I even entered the school. At least I did on this recording. During my first playthrough on PlayStation Vita, that was not the case. I was figuring out the map system first, so finding ammo reserves wasn't something I was even thinking of. So the little bullets I had were very quickly depleted and I was stuck with the lead pipe, which is basically certain death in the main town if you don't know exactly what you're doing and have practice, which led me to die, find a key, then die. There is nuance to the melee weapons, There are different button combos to press for different attacks, but they're all bumbleclat. Maybe it just got filtered at the start. I'm not trying to say how this is objectively how it's going to go for everyone, but I'm not alone in thinking this game has a tough opening, which proves to be another hurdle for people trying to play this game, at least without a guide. I know some of you PSX purists might scoff at that statement, but how many people who have finished playing the remake of Silent Hill 2 are interested in playing the first? No, you hear that it's too primitive, too ugly looking, too much of this and too much of that, and part of the reason why many people are hesitant to even try the game. Some of these might be matter of opinion, like getting lost in the map might have been a me thing, but combat being so clunky is a serious issue this game has. For people like me, it required about a solid hour of legwork of reloading saves and working through all the clashing elements the game throws at you, but I began to start remembering locations and started ignoring enemies outright to save ammo and just avoid melee combat together. If you didn't like the first hour of gameplay here, then I wouldn't recommend continuing. For all its faults, this vertical slice is emblematic of nearly everything you will experience in Silent Hill, good and bad, minus some of the dedicated puzzles and storyline, but its presentation, combat, exploration, and ambience are established immediately. It's just a tough ask where you say, well, you'll learn how to actually navigate, and you'll find that things that you thought were bad were good, but some things that are bad, like the melee combat, just kind of stay bad, and you shouldn't do it at all, and then just avoid all enemies. Like, it's a bit of a tougher ask, you know what I mean? It's harder to convince a friend to play this. But anyways, I got the keys I needed to unlock the Eclipse door. The Woodman key, the Scarecrow key, and the Lion key. A reference to the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Wait, Woodman? I know he's called the Tin Woodman, but literally everyone who isn't 120 years old calls him the Tin Man. Why is he the Woodman? Anyways, we get back to the doghouse house, and we use all the keys to unlock the back door. The entire town has suddenly dipped into darkness, which allows our flashlight to flex the incredibly dynamic lighting system, easily one of the best on the console. This leads us to a back alley that actually takes us to Midwich to find Cheryl. Midwich serves as our first dungeon or interior location, and it makes tremendous first impression. The school's quiet as a mouse, our footsteps the only noise around. We're given all we need right at the start, a map, a save point, and even some blood-written riddles that will surely lead to future puzzles. Check out this gnarly painting of a grimy door with strung-up bodies on it. Seeing the Jacob's Ladder parallels now? It isn't long before we meet our main enemies of the school, the Grey Children. They stalk halls and classrooms and slowly make their way over to you and stab you with their little knives. Or just grab onto your legs. God damn, they do that a lot. These things are annoying. For once, you can actually use your pipe weapon. Since these things are so slow, hitting them with the pipe isn't entirely unreasonable, and avoiding enemies in the cramped hallways is a lot more demanding. Remember to double tap. Also, fun fact, the European version doesn't have the Grey Children enemy, probably because they didn't like the idea of Harry stomping on little kids' heads and killing them. It's an interesting cultural difference, because Americans are presumably fine with this. Wait, why are there kid enemies in this game? Why are there dinosaurs and ghosts? I had never even thought about that. What are these things doing in Silent Hill exactly? I highly recommend you turn on the radio here, since it's so dark and the Grey Children tend to blend into it. But the game decides to outright troll you in specific rooms and activates the radio when there's no danger, just to put you on edge. It's used so sparingly that it never feels cheap, but more like a cruel practical joke, a joke that I love. Let me explain how the maps and interiors work. Each major room is labeled, including which doors connect to different rooms and corridors. Many of these doors are locked, but there's a two-tier system to lock doors. First is just locked doors, and these can be unlocked by finding the other side. These act as methods to connect the dungeons together. Whenever you progress further, you unlock a door to head back to useful areas for puzzle requirements or a save point. The second kind of lock will say the door is jammed or broken, which means don't bother, because you're not getting in. Pressing up and down will reveal any additional floors the map has. So the school has a first floor, second, a roof, and a basement. You can flip through these at will, and your position is always tracked. It's all cohesive, but there is a flaw here. Specific rooms are only really labeled on the map and not in the building itself. which is a huge shame because there's basically no way to tell doors apart when not using the map, and constantly opening up the map to track which room you're in slows down progress to a screaming halt. Maybe some people can memorize all this, but not me. I'm too weak. What sets apart this door from this door? The second floor is where things get interesting. We see a hand clutching some kind of object firmly, too firmly to move. But do you remember some of those bloody writings by the entrance? 10 o'clock, gold in an old man's palm, exchange for sage's water. Doesn't even rhyme. This means explore the science lab to find a chemical bottle to pour on the hand to dissolve it and pick up a gold medallion. The other verse mentioned something about silver at noon, so we go to another room to find... Oh god, it's a piano puzzle. I hate these, man. Nearly every one of these goddamn survival horror games has one of these stupid puzzles because there's one in Resi, and they all suck. This puzzle is quite simple in retrospect, actually. It's a big stupid poem about how birds swooping up and down, all the birds are black or white. So that matches the colors of the piano keys, so you memorize the order of the birds and the matching keys, and you get the silver medallion. Or do you? You actually can't do this puzzle until you interact with a clock tower in the main courtyard with the 2 spots for said medallions. But you can do the gold one just fine. Why do you need to check this? I did a lot of things out of order because I just solved them as I found them, but with inconsistent results. Man, I know what I'm doing second time around, just let me finish the damn puzzles. It sucks when you know exactly what you're doing, but the game forces you to occasionally play by its means strictly, but sometimes lets you do whatever you want. It's inconsistent and it bothers me. We place the silver and gold medallions, but there's one more part to the poem. Something about boiling heat. Now where would that be? Oh, the boiler room, the basement, of course. We go all the way downstairs and flick on the switch to activate the clock tower, which we can enter only to come out the same courtyard, but different. The snow is replaced by rain. There's a mysterious mark that I'm positive wasn't there before. The map even confirms it. We're not in the same school as before. Welcome to the Nightmare School, a flipped, inverse version of the school we were just at, but much more gruesome to behold. The floors become metal grates, everything is stained with rust and blood, human bodies are strung up carelessly, there's death and decay everywhere, but also a unique sort of industrial look that makes this place seem like a nightmare factory. And of course, the music changes from a gentle, slow ambient sound to a violent, aggressive track that plays like a metal pipe being banged against a piano, which will help me transition into talking about the game's music. I've played many of the haunting, slow tracks before this, and they all teeter the line between ominous and off-putting. But the other world segments, as they are called, are the total opposite. Loud, bloody, in your face. We get a taste of it in the opening, and now we have an entire dungeon. Akira Yamaoka is the game's musical composer, and easily the most famous member of Team Silent. It's not hard to see why. Unlike most of his colleagues, Yamaoka had a much more decorated career by comparison, even from the beginning. Was a prodigal talent for the genre mixing and sampling ability. Just take a listen of how Yamaoka was able to take ordinary sounding samples of electronic noise and turn it into something horrifying, thanks to the efforts of Gilliam-san for compiling this. Some of the more relaxing tracks used when things are calm and safe have a very faint rock and roll tune to them, still in the realm of dark melodies, but you can softly headbang to them. Many other tracks lack a traditional melody, instead featuring harsh, dissonant noises, because Yamaoka would slam objects into the ground for sampling, to create a lived-in and chaotic OST that would follow Harry throughout. It's experimental, it's haphazard, but it fits like a glove. It speaks for itself, really. We can find some items in this nightmare school, like a rubber ball and a picture card of a familiar-looking door that can be unlocked another door. If you enter the boys' bathroom on the first floor, you find a strung-up body and blood on the wall that spells out, "The monster lurks," as well as our second firearm, the shotgun. Much less range than our handgun, but packs a serious punch. But there is much less ammo for it around the map, so use it wisely. The girls' bathroom. If you enter, there's nothing inside. But when you leave, you get teleported to the second floor to find ammunition for it. But you only know that if you check your map, another subtle way of throwing off the player. But the long loading time does kind of give it away. All the phones here don't work. Or do they?
Cheryl!
In the original classroom, there was a bulging locker with a cat inside. Just a tease. But in the other world, that locker is returned. And inside is nothing. Well, let's move on and... Oh, there's our library reserve key. We can access totally different rooms compared to the original school, so it feels fresh to explore this nightmare world. We can find some books scattered around, telling the tale of the monster that lurks. This specific book is referencing manifestations coming from people's psyche affecting the world outside, but particularly from young girls. So our horrific surroundings are strongly implied to be a psychic manifestation, but not coming from Harry, but perhaps from Cheryl. Seems like a very disturbing series of thoughts for a 7-year-old girl. The second book describes a children's fable about a giant lizard that's impervious to damage, except for when it opens its mouth. Wonder what that could mean. After obtaining our final key with help from that rubber ball, we reach this stupid-ass, annoying valve puzzle that can suck my dick. There's no real strategy, just keep spinning valves until the path is clear. What a waste of time. Here's a trick. Turn the left valve right once, and the right valve left twice. It will always open up for you. God, that sucked, I hated it. We get to our first boss battle, and it's a boss battle of all time. All you need to do is just shoot him until he opens his mouth, then just shoot his exposed mouth, and you win. Anyone who's ever fought a boss fight before should pretty easily understand that from the get-go. So I feel like the book outright telling you how to win this fight was just not needed. The hand was revealed far too early for such a basic fight. Backing up and firing at the same time is very awkward, but this lizard is so slow that it won't even touch you if you keep moving regularly.
Huh? What was that?
After the lizard is defeated, we see a young girl, older than Cheryl, but shares a remarkable resemblance to her. The nightmare world is faded, and we're back to the regular school. Silent Hill's snow is returned, and we hear the ringing of church bells. Welcome to the second half of the game. Getting to the town's Balkan church is a very easy effort compared to finding the school. The town's layout seems to have changed while we were away. Roads previously closed off are now open, and vice versa. You'll meet this little slice of heaven, voiced by Liz Mamarski, who gives a hammy but delightfully chilling performance.
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
She's very obviously out of her mind, but she seems to know about Cheryl and wants to help us. With no time to waste, she instructs us to head to the Alchemilla Hospital before it's too late, implying something devious will come in the future. But not before leaving some parting gifts, a key to the town's drawbridge, and an item called the Flauros, some kind of pyramid that gives some serious Hellraiser vibes. Despite how brief this meeting is, there's a lot to analyze here. Despite this being a House of the Lord, there are far more references to occultism. The exact denomination of this church doesn't seem important, but the state would likely indicate Protestant or perhaps Orthodox, given the Balkan name. The woman here references gyromancy to predict Harry entering the church, which is a divination method performed by forming a circle and placing a letter of the alphabet on a piece of paper all around it, and then you just spin around a lot, and then whatever letters you land on spell out some kind of word to predict the future. So she was playing Drunken Sailor until she got the name Harry, which is a ridiculous visual. The Path of the Hermit refers to tarot cards, which are far more mainstream. The hermit being a figure meant to represent someone isolated from society, either soul-searching for a higher purpose, or they're withdrawn from people emotionally or physically, which could have some interesting implications about Harry. Finally, Flaros is the name of a demon depicted in several books on demonology, the study of demons. If the circle in the courtroom in the nightmare world wasn't enough, there are some screaming supernatural things affecting Silent Hill, and Harry has to suffer through them to find Cheryl. We run westward of Silent Hill, shooting or avoiding the same enemies as usual, sometimes saving and sometimes gradually lowering the drawbridge with the key we obtain to get into central Silent Hill. This wing of town is a lot more open-ended, featuring little to no roadblocks at all, so naturally a curious player will be encouraged to explore for items. There unfortunately isn't a whole lot to do with this part of town, so I did spend a lot of time aimlessly wandering. The game has taught you, perhaps unkindly, to explore and how navigation generally works, and you should have a grip on how combat works by now. So exploring here takes a fraction of the time it did in old Silent Hill, which is a sign that the game can effectively teach even the most sheltered and knuckle-headed zoomer how to play, but it also doesn't leave a whole lot of breathing room between the next interior dungeon. All there really is to do, you can visit the police station, where you can find the shotgun if you missed it in the school previously, yet there's still no Sybil. There is some extra stockpiles of items and save points all around, but you really don't need most of these, trust me. I'm glad the game does give you so many things to experiment and stockpile with, in case you're really bad at the game, but even a casual player will have plenty to play with by this point. Even on my first playthrough, I was feeling okay. Oh, actually, there is one more thing to the police station. On the blackboards, something about a flower called White Claudia, potentially being used for drug trafficking. Keep that in mind for later. Right after obtaining our map of the place, we're introduced to another character, a doctor who works at this hospital, Michael Kaufman, voiced by Jerrion Monroe.
Thank God, another human being.
He explains he was sleeping in the break room, and then the hospital just kinda looked like this. Which is interesting, because we've yet to really understand the perspective of someone more familiar with the town. I don't think that the old bat in the church looked trustworthy enough to take her word on anything, but this guy seems pretty normal. So Silent Hill appeared normal, and suddenly wasn't. What caused everyone to abandon town? How did this guy sleep through it? The cutscene direction is truly interesting. It might seem stiff and awkward, and kind of is, but for 1999, it was some seriously hot work. Final Fantasy VIII came out the same year, and I think Silent Hill is one of the PlayStation's most cinematic experiences. Not quite the level of Vagrant Story, but absolutely in the running. That's because they had Takayoshi Sato, the cutscene director for the CGI segments. Everything about Sato's past in the industry sounds brutal and nothing short of a hellish time, so the literal thousands of hours spent rendering dynamic scenes that felt intentionally uncomfortable, eerie, and puzzling were worth it. Kaufman doesn't stick around long enough to answer questions and minds his own business, so we're on our own again. The hospital's dungeon design is similar enough to the school's, so I don't need to repeat myself, but there is something interesting we can collect. There's a plastic bottle item, and you can find some spilled red liquid on the ground here, which we can put into the bottle and make an item for later. Perhaps for a puzzle. All we need to do is activate the generator downstairs to make the elevator work, which can take us anywhere to the bottom floor or to the third floor, but the second floor is locked off, so we've hit a dead end. But going back inside the elevator, a fourth floor has mysteriously appeared, despite not being on the map or elevator buttons at all. An excellent move. There's that girl again, and now the hospital can really start. What were once almost cozy hallways have been replaced with rusted and bloody, narrow floor grates. We get new enemies, slumped over nurses and doctors. I thought they were just monsters that happened to look like nurses at first, but supplementary material for the game calls these parasites, with some kind of worm creature sticking out of their backs to take over their minds and bodies completely, which weren't exactly clear in the 1999 graphics. These nurses and doctors take a hell of a lot more abuse. They eat multiple shotgun blasts. You will have very quickly chewed through most of your handgun ammunition on these guys, so you're gonna need a better weapon, and the basement has our answer. The hammer. The hammer is a melee weapon that works like the pipe, but deals much more damage, but renders you entirely stationary. It has the longest range of any melee weapon in standard runs, and can hit multiple enemies at once. So I highly recommend you just force yourself to engage with the very awkward melee combat for the Nightmare Hospital, if just to save ammo for later fights. We need to unlock the door by finding various plates around the warped 3 floors: Turtle, Cat, Queen, and Hatter. Clear reference to Alice in Wonderland. Navigating is a lot easier because the elevators in the Nightmare Hospital is turned on from the start. The plate puzzle is quite easy, because we have another poem just to go off of. Take note of what colored plates are already there and match them up with the poem's order. Most of the puzzles I've noticed are very simple, just follow out written instructions or use basic intuition. Like here, there are vines covering this grate we need to get into, and you should have picked up a lighter by this point. Using just the lighter isn't enough, however. But if you douse the vines in rubbing alcohol prior, another item we found, then it works. Using both of these items is far from a demanding task to figure out because it's very straightforward. You got your 2 styles of puzzles. Wordplay puzzles, where you need to follow instructions or a poem or read between the lines to get a metaphor that ranges from clever to that's BS, or it tells you to find an item. The other one is a very simple use X to get Y, like throwing a blood pack at a whatever that is. He's feasting on a puddle of blood, and naturally a hospital is going to have something like that, so throwing this item to the monster to distract it makes sense in setting and makes the player feel clever for doing something that, while basic, wasn't spelled out for them. We can find a VHS tape in the Nightmare Hospital's 2nd floor, and a TV in the 3rd room, where we can play the tape. It's too garbled to properly understand, but we can make out what sounds like a doctor talking about a patient with a fever. Something going on about their skin, and apparently this patient is a child. We learn nothing past this, but this tape does bring up a question. What year does Silent Hill take place in? That question might not seem important, but fast forwarding a little bit, there are games placed before and after this game chronologically. I think it at least deserves a mention. It's all but confirmed that this game takes place in the mid-1980s. Given the lack of computers around the normal hospital, analog technology, perhaps even the Jeep Harry drives in the intro, this would all coincide well with some of the more popular horror films and novels of all time, because the late 70s and 80s introduced a lot of classic stories that are still being adapted to this day. It's kind of funny to imagine Harry slaving over a typewriter for his novels. I wish we got to know more about his writing career. He's like a straight-laced and non-alcoholic version of Alan Wake. Regardless, we can finally enter the basement after jumping through the grate, where we can find a bed, a key to the exam room, and a photo of a girl named Alessa. And she's a dead ringer to the girl that we saw in the intro, and perhaps the one causing the nightmare locations. The bed here is warm, implying someone was recently laying here. Hello, nurse. Yet another new character is introduced at this hospital, and this is Lisa Garland, voiced by Thalasi Lerner.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody?
A very scared nurse who has no clue what's going on. Harry tries to describe what's really going on in the basement, but an alarm siren makes him wake up in the normal hospital? So he just wakes up like the nightmare part was a nightmare. Stranger still, we meet the crazy woman from before, who reveals her name, Dahlia Gillespie. I can summarize this entire conversation in one word.
Darkness.
She tells us that Silent Hill is in immediate, grave danger, and the only way to stop it is to find the other church, which can be accessed with another key she hands us. I'm beginning to see a pattern. She used the crests we see on the ground, now named the Mark of Samael, as evidence for a potential demonic invasion. Samael is an extremely specific name, because he does not appear in the Bible, at least not in the King James Version, New International, or English Standard, but rather in much later Talmudic texts or works like the Book of Enoch. He's described as an angel of destruction, an adversary of mankind who tempts them into misdeeds. It all sounds very demonic, but his name means venom of God, a trend following all the recognized angel names. They point to the Lord himself, so Samael might still be an angel of God, making his crest appearing all over town that much worrisome. But you know what worries me even more? Getting to that stupid antique shop. You just throw it into the wild and expect to find it. Good luck, asshole. Unless you check the phone book in the hospital reception. Yes, a phone book carries a map location, and I've played this game 3 times and it still trips me up. Maybe it was more natural for 90s kids, but phone books are just so uncommon now that I don't even think about looking at them. It's like Gen Alpha kids not understanding Cinderella's name being a play on words showing how much of a laborer she was under her stepmother. It's a funny detail, it's just lost the unyielding sands of time. I eventually found the antique shop, well after having my hair stand on end hearing this particular soundtrack. I know exactly what Yamoka sampled to make this sound, but it still makes me so anxious and on edge, like something is ready to just blindside me and wipe my game, like the freezer is waiting around the corner. The town's ambient themes changing with your progress throughout the game was an incredible maneuver for making Silent Hill feel alive and breathing. There's also these new enemies. They work kind of like the dogs do, just faster and tankier. The creature design of this game is done by Masahiro Ito. Yes, that Masahiro Ito. His role expanded a lot more with the further series entries. While his skill is very clearly present here, I wasn't exactly blown away with the designs of the monsters here. Silent Hill's reputation is that every monster is ultra symbolic and too deep 5U. And while Silent Hill 1 isn't at fault for not having this, it simply just wasn't a thing, I wouldn't write home about what you have to shoot down, even knowing the context of what these things actually mean later on. Anyways, I found the antique shop, no thanks to me missing the map. Sybil's back! She didn't die, apparently, rather she spent a lot of time wandering around, even seeing Cheryl. But apparently she was walking on thin air, so perhaps she just saw an apparition. She doesn't know anything about this Dahlia woman, but she suggests she might be under the effect of some kind of drug, because the local police from the towns nearby were investigating a mass trafficking ring in the area, something you could find out for yourself if you revisit the police station after the hospital. Silent Hill is a fent crisis, huh? Told you it's Canadian. I know this is abrupt, but I have to get something off my chest. You've almost definitely heard this game has bad voice acting, something that was a staple of late 90s games. But I'm here to rebuke that. The voice acting of Silent Hill 1 is often jarring, and perhaps even a little hammy, but it's actually quite good, especially compared to its compatriots.
I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. Oh, Barry!
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right. Barry, thanks for saving my life.
I don't know how this game got a reputation for bad voice acting, to be honest. There was very clear vocal direction with the English dub. I can't speak for the Japanese original, though. The odd timing and space between character dialogue even enhances how surreal and off-center this situation is, an intentional awkwardness that sticks out like a sore thumb. I would say Silent Hill has aged tremendously in the vocal department, actually. You may have noticed that while I keep bringing up each character's voice actor, I never brought up Harry's, and that's for good reason. His voice actor was unknown for decades, technically making it Silent Hill's longest unsolved mystery. It might seem silly, right? Just check the credits. But Harry's voice was credited as Michael G., which, that could be anyone. It wasn't until 2018 until we got confirmation it was Michael Gwynn. Oh, you know, the guy who voiced Dracula in Symphony of the Night.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
It might seem absurd that the man who spoke one of the most famous lines in video game history went basically unaccredited for decades as the protagonist to one of the most iconic horror games ever made. But many 90s games and even 2000s games had outrageously bad habits of not properly crediting people, or crediting under a very hard to find pseudonym, and Konami was no different. We just found out who voice acted the boss in Metal Gear Solid 3 this year. It doesn't really have to do much with the video, but I feel like it's an incredibly interesting fact how Harry's voice was properly given a name and face years after it came out. Gwyn did an excellent job at sounding bewildered and a little naive, but brave and compassionate.
It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
Sybil wants to check out a crawl space recently revealed, but Harry tells her to stay the hell back, which she does. Despite being a cop, she can't help but let some random guy she met 2 hours ago tell her what to do. That crawl space revealed the other church, a small altar dedicated to something that definitely isn't Jesus. The most interesting thing here is the axe, our last melee weapon, but don't even bother. It's better than the pipe, but still totally outclassed by the hammer. When we try to leave, the candles flicker on, and Harry vanishes from the other church, and back to the Nightmare Hospital with Lisa. Lisa doesn't seem able to leave her hiding spot from the Nightmare Hospital, but she can illuminate some details for us, since she worked at the hospital when it was normal. She reveals that Dahlia Gillespie has a reputation as a nut job in town, not surprising, because her child was killed in a fire. Lisa explains that the older residents of town were often into occultism, which caused the younger people to flee, and the elders to double down, until people from away relocated to Silent Hill, which caused a split of occult original inhabitants and naive newcomers, explaining why some town residents like Dahlia are cuckoo, while others like Lisa and Michael seem pretty normal. When these newcomers tried to develop more infrastructure, a series of accidents prevented this, which led to a reputation that the town itself was outright cursed. We don't even get time to think about it because Harry takes another nap and ends up back in the antique shop, but entirely submerged in the nightmare world. There's been some in-universe debate that the nightmare world is something unique to Harry, Lisa, and that strange girl that looks like Cheryl, because Sybil has no idea what Harry is talking about when he mentions it. Most likely Michael wouldn't either, but we can think about it later, because the entire town has been plunged into darkness, and we need to find a way back to the original hospital. The only way through is through a department mall.
Where are you?
Cheryl!
Cheryl's whereabouts have become much more disturbing, because she's begging and pleading for her dad to help, but given that the Mark of Samael is there, we have a likely answer to who her captors are. We're on to our next boss encounter, and I hate to break it to you, but it's an even easier version of the split lizard from the school. Say it with me. You awkwardly run around a small arena and take pot shots when you have the chance. It's the exact same format every single time. But when you win this fight, don't just leave yet. Tucked away in the corner is our final firearm, the hunting rifle. It has the longest range and deals the most damage, but renders you stationary. Ammo is incredibly scarce, and the firepower is honestly just unnecessary for all the enemies you're going to encounter by this point. It's not that it's a bad weapon, but I can only recommend it for 2 points in the entire game, and you'll see why. We get to the hospital and Lisa tells us the only way to get to the lake, where we need to go next, is blocked. So we have to run up this set of stairs to fight a giant moth creature, our third boss. Less than 10 minutes after our second. And say it with me now, you run awkwardly around a small arena and take pot shots when you have the chance. It's the exact same format every single time, but the arena is smaller. It's kind of strange pacing to have two similar bosses like within 10 minutes of each other. I don't mind it, it's just a bit weird. Just unload the hunting rifle. This is one of two places you'd even want to use that thing. You're fine. Silent Hill is back to normal, or as normal as it can possibly get, and we have to find a shortcut to the lake, which involves taking the sewers. I hate this part. Just flat out hate it. I don't think there's anything remotely enjoyable about the sewer section of this game. It's far and away the most tedious and outright boring stretch of the campaign. It's a sewer. Of course you're going to hear water dropping and it's going to be dark. There is no interesting scenery, no fun encounters. It's just this stretched out, miserable, linear, dank experience that feels like padding. The second playthrough in easy mode for footage only lasted like 20 minutes, but I easily spent over an hour here on my first time wasting it. Especially if you're low on health on ammo, like I was the first time. Getting to the stockpiles here is a pain in the dick because you have to run all the way in the opposite direction of where you need to be and get jump scared by giant praying mantises? What, no sewer croc enemies? It just feels like such an uninteresting slog, where no other point in the game felt like it. Once we exit, we get to our final part of Silent Hill, the resort area. And boy does it feel like it. It's extremely open-ended and rife to explore. It's the smallest part of Silent Hill, but also has the smallest amount of roadblocks. And many buildings are fully open with all the items you could ever want. That's how I find Michael Kaufman getting attacked by whatever this was in the diner. You need to head to the lighthouse, but the town becomes the nightmare version right in front of your eyes, which seems to deconfirm that the nightmare town is a part of Harry's mind, or whatever, when he passes out, and that reality itself warps at seemingly random points. I love that we're offered different in-universe explanations for the events happening from different characters' viewpoints. It really aids you in immersing you with the character's struggles as you play. We meet up with Sybil and eventually Dahlia instead of a safehold, and Dahlia tells us the only way to save the town is to find Cheryl, because she's going to be used as a sacrifice for the demon taking the child's form, strongly implying that this Alessa figure we've been seeing is in fact Samael. But I'm a little concerned that since Alessa and Cheryl look so similar... No, that's ridiculous. Harry and Sybil have to split up to the lighthouse and the amusement park to do something. Sybil heads to the amusement park while Harry to the lighthouse. I'm loving this little ragtag team we've got here. Harry is our unlikely hero, an ordinary man and father thrown into circumstances beyond his understanding for his daughter. Sybil is an officer of the law dragged into all this but willing to lay her life on the line for Harry's daughter. Lisa as a meek but helpful ally to Harry. Dahlia is out of her mind, but clearly knows a little bit of what's going on, and Dr. Kaufman being a lone wolf of sorts and looking for something on his own. Though Dahlia doesn't seem to like Sybil very much, because it's strongly implied that Sybil's being sent out to her death. The entire town has become metal grates once again, which makes our trek to the lighthouse extremely laggy. At least it was for me. Silent Hill wasn't exactly the most stable game out there, but these segments do get a little bit crunchy, especially by the amusement park. Oh my. Speaking of the amusement park, something's wrong with Sybil, because she's opening fire. She's being controlled by something, and we have to crossroad here. We could shoot her down, which takes forever because she has an absurd amount of health and does a lot of damage very quickly. So you could unload shotgun shots wantonly and guzzle health drinks, but she takes an almost suspicious amount of bullets. Like, we're not supposed to kill her. But is there anything else we can do? The Floros does nothing, but what about the liquid we picked up at the hospital? It turns out that red liquid can save people from the parasites infecting them. We get a very illuminating, but also touching moment between Harry and Sybil, with some excellent cinematography.
Harry, what happened?
Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, Why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
there might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what.
There's so much profound camera shots here. It's such a gentle but powerful use of the medium to make you feel uneasy, but totally engrossed in the moment. Cheryl actually isn't Harry's biological daughter. She was adopted. Off the side of the highway? Oh my goodness! Who would leave a baby there? Harry's wife, Jody, couldn't conceive because of her illness. But they chose to adopt Cheryl, and they had a happy family life. But Harry has long realized that Cheryl may have connections to Silent Hill. But he doesn't care. She's his daughter, and he's going to save her. End of story. What a good dad. That speech seems to attract Alessa, or Samael, whoever she is. Despite whatever supernatural powers she has, the Flaros activates on her own and stuns her, which makes way for the true mastermind behind everything, Dahlia. Alessa is Dahlia's child and has been pulling the strings this whole time, manipulating both her daughter and Harry for some insidious plan involving Cheryl. Every location she told us to go to was to aid her goal. Lisa told us Dahlia's child, Alessa, died in a fire, so her phantasm has been haunting Silent Hill ever since, but only now has she become fully controlled by her mother. Before we have a chance to follow them, Harry passed out, and ends up back in the hospital with Lisa. Well, not exactly. Welcome to nowhere. Silent Hill's final dungeon and area. Once you've reached this point, there's no going back. You're stuck here. So I'm going to address the elephant in the room. There's no map for this area. I looked everywhere, high and low, but it simply isn't there. And I hate it. Mind you, nowhere is laid out exceptionally similarly to the Nightmare Hospital, which wasn't that long ago. So most people would have some memory of that layout. But there are enough new elements to make navigating this place extremely frustrating without the aid of a map. It feels like such a cheap way to enhance difficulty, like if your flashlight just stopped working at this point. Would that really be fun? This is an extremely puzzle-dense area, so I don't really want to describe where you get every single item and how to use it, because some work exactly like how you'd expect them. Like you find a pair of pliers here, get the key here from it. Simple stuff. Doesn't really mesh well with my linear format to explain everything in exhaustive detail unless it presents new information, or I have something substantial to say about it, or gag. But I will say I feel incredibly mixed about the puzzle here. I do like some of them. There's a puzzle that requires you to assign numbers to specific symbols here, but it's the zodiac, and there are examples of what other symbols are with a corresponding number, so you just fill in the blanks from there. And in case you didn't know, I know my zodiac. I read a Homestuck as a teenager. Pfeffery was my favorite. However, I know a lot of other people who feel like this puzzle is some cheeky nonsense, which is kind of how I feel about the Reaper's List, where you have to decipher that you need to list people from youngest to oldest, but you have to enter the first letter of their names in the password screen. Wow, you like a puzzle you could easily solve and hate the ones that take more brain power, huh? This light puzzle can suck my... You have to memorize a basic shape by using a camera you find early on to snap a photo of these paintings and enter it here on these pads. but I swear, they are so sensitive when it comes to recognizing the shape you need to enter. I felt like such an idiot, having to look at that separate sketch I made to remember those shapes, and kicking myself because one button is off from making an acute triangle. I will say that even the puzzles I felt weren't fun to figure out at least gave me the feeling of, oh my god, I'm an idiot, instead of blinding rage like it's a Q-team puzzle in Zero Time Dilemma. Seriously, that Biolab puzzle's cheeky is how I would describe the puzzles in this game, and a lot of the series' future entries as well. It's never too obscure or asking huge leaps of logic, which was very common for 90s game puzzles. Seriously, play almost any point and click and take in the breadth of the moon logic. But there is something to be said about how so many of these puzzles are front-loaded here. Every other dungeon has a healthy mix of puzzle solving, exploration, combat, story revelations. And I think Nowhere's pacing of these crucial elements is very mishandled. You get a lot of puzzles right at the start, which means you're going to be bouncing between them a lot if you get stuck. Exploration is a bit spotty as well. So much of Nowhere is made up of the Nightmare Hospital, so it all feels seen this before, but there are occasionally new locations to feast on, like a suspended classroom instead of with only one desk, with insults carved directly into the desk. There's also this kitchen area with a big fridge that stands out. If you leave the room, well, you have to use this ring item you obtain to lock the fridge and prevent an instant death from whatever's in there. Is it total dick move and feels like almost you're designed to fail? Kinda. I don't care. It's Kino. There's also a room in the basement covered in scribbles and drawings, with a younger, ghostly version of Alessa sobbing in the corner. Combat is really uninteresting because it's the same nurse and doctor foes as before. I honestly don't know if you can take more bullets than the ones previously, but it just makes this whole area feel recycled, repetitive. Other negative words that start with R. However, there's more to the story coming up real soon. Lisa has something to share. She says she's as the same as them. She's figured out why she's here, but starts to bleed from her skull as she pleads with Harry for help, but it's too late. As this melancholic, somber tome plays, her diary is left behind for us to read, letting us know that Lisa's been sick for a while, and addicted to some kind of drug, which seemed to take its effect just now. Lisa's death is one of the most famous moments not only of the game, but in the entire franchise. But to be honest, I don't really feel the same. Lisa as a character is fine, I don't feel strongly about her, but when I saw her kind of just randomly die out of nowhere for no reason, I laughed out loud because of how sudden and ridiculous it was. I thought she was gonna turn into a zombie because Harry leaves her ass and keeps her locked in the room. Then her corpse just vanishes. Regardless of how I feel, Lisa's kind of an icon for this game. Especially for women. Women are obsessed with this character, and I just don't get it. I'm missing something, clearly. Please explain to me in the comments what I'm not getting here. What they were getting at with this is that Lisa has always been dead, but she only realized it just now, because the nightmare version of Silent Hill has exceptional qualities, and we know that ghosts can linger, but there is more to the story. Remember the tape. Well, you've actually kept the tape with you the whole time, and you can find another TV further in that lets us see what's being said with other distortions. It's Lisa speaking, and she's describing the same patient, describing someone charred, burnt, and disfigured, with confirmation that it's a child. A child burnt, but still alive. Lisa's story feels kind of but the stuff about Alessa and Dahlia is phenomenal. We get a ghostly apparition as a flashback of Dahlia and a bunch of doctors, one of which is clearly Dr. Kaufman, explaining the process of the ritual it's been hinted at since the beginning. Alessa is to give birth to something terrible and evil, but a complication has arrived. Alessa's soul has somehow been split, and they need to find it. Kaufman doesn't seem interested in what's going on. He's more concerned about Dahlia holding up some end of a deal they made together, more than he cares about Alessa. The answers are so close, I can almost taste them. We're almost there. We reach our final save point, Alessa's bedroom. Photographs of butterflies and moths are framed, children's books like The Wizard of Oz on the bookshelf, drawings on the ground depicting colorful monsters. but it looks small, cramped, without love. It looks like a child's room, but there's no affection from a doting parent here. It feels like a residential school room. Even without the other cutscenes outright showing it, we can tell exactly what kind of mother Dahlia was to Alessa. Completely heartless, and viewed her baby like a tool. It reminds me of real-life cases of neglectful parents and how their bedrooms looked. There's a locked door with 5 keys, but these aren't traditional keys, but rather symbols. The Amulet of Solomon, Crest of Mercury, an Ankh, Dagger of Melchior, and a Disc of Ouroboros. Each of these containing deep symbolism for real religions and cult practices. The Amulet of Solomon is just the Star of David, a hexagram representing Jewish faith and identity, the biblical King Solomon, who can control demons to do his bidding in many apocryphal texts. Hexagram is a classic symbol of ritualism and magic because so much of that field originates from biblical practices. Next is the Crest of Mercury, representing the Roman god of traveling and messengers. Though the dev team made a mistake, because this is the wrong symbol. The single snake represents an entirely different god, Asclepius. The dual snakes is for Mercury. Remember, the dev team is Japanese, so much of this information still comes from foreign nations, so errors creeping in is understandable, just as Westerners would make errors about aspects of the Asian world. The Dagger of Melchior is a lot more obscure. Melchior is the name of one of the 3 biblical magi, better known as the 3 wise men. What is a magi? Well, that's a complicated answer. We actually don't know a whole lot about the 3 wise men, but many scholars are comfortable dubbing them as Persian mages. Mage in that context referring to Zoroastrianism, and often as an advisor or magician for a ruler or emperor. You know those 2 guys from the Prince of Egypt? Different religion, but that's kind of what they do. So, the Dagger of Melchior under this definition is a Zoroastrian relic of sorts. The Ankh is quite a common symbol for ancient Egypt, but what does it mean? It's a hieroglyphic that means life, both in the literal sense and the symbolic sense of power, child rearing, etc. Ancient Egyptian religion is very complicated, but just picture Horus, because he used the Ankh like a red pill. Finally, we have the Disc of Ouroboros. Almost everyone knows what this is and what it means. It symbolizes cycles, like the cycle of the seasons, life, etc., wholeness and unity. Its exact cultural origins are kind of spotty to nail down as one definitive thing, but it's become so widespread that it almost breaks that, becoming a symbol for anything pagan, or just life itself with no religious connotations. But all of these things together being used as locks rumble some deep implications. Most of these symbols have history of being used in general occultism and alchemy, which makes sense given that a ritual is being performed. But they call out so many different groups of faith to try and conduct their unholy deed. Ancient Jewish Kabbalah, the pagan faith of the Romans and Egyptians, the ancient faith of Zoroastrianism, and the Ouroboros, a recurring symbol throughout history. This cult Dahlia belongs to fashions itself as outwardly Christian, having control of the churches in Silent Hill. But the practice is the exact opposite, choosing black magic and demonic worship, no matter how much they want to call it God. Using these symbols, we can unlock the door. Just before the final battle, we get a ghostly flashback of Dahlia demanding Alessa lend her some of her power for a previous ritual. We get a small snippet into the home life of the Gillespie family, and it's about as tragic as you can possibly imagine. Nothing about this home feels lived in, no love here. The final battle is ahead of us. There's a lot of dialogue, so I'll summarize. Dahlia has the ghostly Alessa and an unknown figure wheelchair-bound, wrapped in bandages. Well, that's what you're led to believe. This isn't Alessa. It's been 7 years since a horrible accident happened to Alessa, but she didn't die. No. She's been alive this whole time, her entire body wrapped and burnt in a fire, unable to move. In her grief, in her rage, she used her supernatural powers to somehow split her soul into a little baby on the side of the road, Cheryl. And Cheryl has returned to her proper form, but it's too late. Cheryl and the charred Alessa fuse, because the ritual Dahlia made was to have Alessa be the Mother of God, and she transforms into an almost divine, heavenly figure, a mockery of the Virgin Mary. Alessa, or as she's now known, the Incubator, shows off her new form by electrocuting Dahlia to death, rendering her to a flaming corpse, and now we need to fight her. Unlike every other boss, the incubator is completely stationary, but has a force field that pushes you back if you get too close. Its only attack is to throw lightning bolts at you, so you're given two choices: run in aggressive circles to try and dodge the bolts, or just stand there and eat hits and gobble all of your health items. Since you won't be needing them anymore, this is why you should save all your hunting rifle ammo, completely unload every bullet you didn't use against the moth, and, well, man, this boss just sucks, just like every other boss. The lightning hits really hard and you will die in like 3 hits, so I hope you stockpiled health. But what if you run out of bullets? I think you can still win. You just don't have ammo in your inventory. There should be a check that the boss will just kill itself shortly after. No matter how you look at it, this encounter is just clumsy. Never has gunning down your own child felt this unsatisfying. With her dying breath, Cheryl thanks Harry for finally putting her down, taking away all of her pain, and she dies.
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
With the game ending right then and there, Sybil has to snap Harry out of his grief, but the camera just pans away from the crumbling ritual site, the fates of the two completely unknown, and the game kind of just ends. Is that it? Really? That sucked! What? The revelation that Cheryl was a reincarnation of Alessa just flies by like a bullet, with a booty final boss and an ending that leaves so many breadcrumbs you can use it to coat chicken. I don't want to sugarcoat it. I hated this ending. This is awful. This is genuinely a pain in the ass. This sucks. I hate it. I'm almost shocked Team Silent said this was okay. When I beat this game for the first time, at first I was fuming. I felt rage, shortly followed by so much hollowness and despair and ennui. Like my journey meant nothing, because I got such a boring, worthless ending that leaves way too much on the table. Does one of the most iconic horror games of all time really just have such a tepid and trash ending? Well, you're gonna want to stick around past the credit scene. You get a scoreboard ranking your performance, showing how often you saved, how long it took you to beat the game, but also your ending and game clears. I got the bad plus ending, and I've cleared the game once. What does this mean? Well, that means not only are there multiple endings, you aren't meant to beat the game once. You're meant to play it multiple times. Well, our journey hasn't ended here. It's only begun, truly. Out of every experimental option and tactic Team Silent implemented for this game, the second playthrough is perhaps the most daring and bold, and here's why. When you start Next Fear, the game starts as normal, no differences. But you notice things that you might have missed. When Harry grabs the map at the start, you can actually see the monster that breaks through the window flash for a few times. It's always been there. Things you may have glanced over or paid no mind to or not even noticed become all the rage as the beginning chapters blaze by. You have no trouble finding the alleyway, remembering where all the keys are in no time, finding the school in 30 minutes. The frustration I described in the initial chapters of this video melt away, revealing a much more condensed, satisfying experience that you personally achieved. This was the intended effect, to throw you to the wolves on your first run, and have you leading them the next. My runtime for the second run of this game was half of what it was the first time around, and shorter still the third time. Figuring out where to go and how to solve the puzzles is the majority of the runtime. So when you come around that information after a first run, you become far more equipped to handle whatever threats are in your way, and the game accounts for all of this. The difficulty is bumped up a notch, meaning enemies will always take more hits and you can take less. There are a lot of specifics to Next Fear, but one of the more entertaining ones is that additional weapons can be found. If you clear certain requirements, the doghouse can reveal a hidden room with a katana, far and away the best melee weapon in the game, only available after you beat it. This prevents each playthrough from being the same, unless you played the game close to 5-6 times to see everything. Yes, 5 to 6 times, because there are 5 dedicated endings. And some things are only obtainable if you get a certain number of items or endings beforehand. Only in Next Fear, as a dedicated side quest where Harry can find an item and get abducted by aliens for a hidden gag ending, which is kind of out there. But how do you achieve each ending exactly? Well, this is where the ultimate gambit of time is revealed. The biggest ask the developers have of the player, playing the game fully multiple times, and it's achieved with varying results. I got the bad plus ending, with Cheryl and Alessa fusing, then dying, with Sybil at her side. If it felt rushed and unsatisfying, well, it's kinda supposed to. I got a bad ending after all. If you didn't use the liquid to save Sybil, then you have to kill her and you get the outright bad ending, revealing that the entire game was merely a figment of Harry's imagination as he crashed his car in the intro and died, the implications of which I will bring up later. But how do we get the good ending? Well, do you remember when we found Dr. Kaufman in the diner during the resort area? Well, turns out I missed his dropped wallet on the ground, which gives us a note on a specific location to check out, the motel area, including a key of the room Kaufman was staying in at some point. Through some light puzzle solving, we can find another vial of that red liquid we got from the hospital that saves Sybil. Kaufman catches us and takes the liquid for his own purpose. Incredibly suspicious. With this, we've hit all the required points to get the good ending. But how would you know to do this? You don't. And that's the part that sucks. If you didn't go completely out of your way to follow the breadcrumb trail of a side quest, your ending is guaranteed to be bad. Which is just a sliver above a daring task from Team Silent. That's almost infuriating. It's not that you're being asked to do something unconventional, but the fact that the bad endings just suck ass don't help. Not everyone is gonna finish this game, period, but being asked to do it twice is demanding. I mean, it's not hard. It's not that hard. But you do know how many secondaries this series has, right? People who say they love it and have never actually played it. Silent Hill was one of the all-time OG platinum, triple platinum in fake fans, especially the first game. It demands a lot of attention and dedication. Silent Hill usually rewards you for all that, but I can't help but feel it kind of punishes you at the same time, if only slightly, for a casual playthrough without a guide in any form. Do you think some random Jub the Nub is gonna know this? This is the ultimate gambit, and the scales are so tightly balanced that my opinion frequently jumps between too deep 5U Kino and esoteric nonsense. I would honestly argue a blind playthrough of this game can just be a genuinely rough experience, depending on your tolerance for getting domed and lost. But this is the biggest filter Silent Hill 1 has in its gameplay. End of story, and it frustrates me. I don't even know if there's like a real hint. You just have to kind of stumble across Kaufman there, notice that teeny tiny wallet, and then just figure it out from there. The side quest isn't hard to really do. It's almost spelled out, but like just finding it is kind of crazy. It's a huge assumption. But what happens now that we've saved Sybil and Dr. Kaufman? The gameplay is exactly the same, and Alessa and Cheryl have fused together. But as soon as the incubator is formed, Dr. Kaufman walks in the scene, shoots Dahlia in the chest, and uses the red liquid to force the monster inside Alessa to crawl out and reveal itself. The Incubus, the male counterpart to the infamous Succubus. And its first act of life is to roast Dahlia alive in thunder and lightning. The fight is very similar to the Incubus fight, with you needing to unload the hunting rifle inside of him. The squealing you hear is the radio going crazy, the demonic presence being as overwhelming as it is. But what exactly is an incubus? It's the child Alessa was carrying, because the ritual was meant to impregnate her and birth the dark god Dahlia worships. So its name is most likely Samael, the angel of death, revealed to be a demon. It takes on the form of a Baphomet, a monster that mixes human and animal, male and female, a symbol inextricably tied with occultism, alchemy, and demonic influence. But eventually, we take it down. This fight kinda sucks too. Alessa still dies, but she hands Harry something new. A baby. A regular, living baby. Without exchanging a single word, Harry says goodbye to his daughter, the spirit of Alessa, but his daughter nonetheless, and takes the new child in his arms, escaping Silent Hill with Sybil at his side. Dr. Kaufman tries to run, but the ghost of Lisa appears to drag him down to his fate in eternal flame. The ending is quick, quiet, but so damn artsy and tasteful that I felt completely satisfied from it. It's heartbreaking watching Harry accept that the woman he raised will no longer be with him, but the child he takes with him has infinite possibilities. Will it be a regular child? Will it contain some kind of demonic influence? A mysterious third thing? Now this is how you do an ambiguous ending. It's sublime. However, there was still a thing that bothered me. Actually, a few things that bothered me. I described the story well enough, I think. But what exactly is the story here? So many of the details I shared felt natural because I was combining my first and second runs information-wise. I had almost no clue what was happening the first time around. A lot of the more subtle details only became known the second or even third time around, which is another effect of the gambit of having to play the game multiple times. The core story of Alessa is understandable, but a lot of the finer details are a little scattershot. What was that red liquid? What was Dr. Kaufman's problem? Why did Lisa do that? What the game asks you to do is spend a lot of time either with yourself or others discussing the random events and details shared with you to piece things together to understand the full story, and only then will the true heart of Silent Hill reveal itself. And that's exactly what I plan to do. Brace yourself, because I will be explaining everything from the story to just how many small details there are to cover that are easily missed. It's deeper than hell. Alessa Gillespie. It all goes back to Alessa Gillespie. Alessa was born to Dahlia Gillespie and an unknown father in the late 1970s. Even in its earliest days, the town of Silent Hill, Maine, has been occupied by a mysterious cult that pretends to be outwardly Christian, but its true desires are as insidious and evil as they are obscured. Dahlia was a high-ranking member of this cult, and when she found out her daughter Alessa had special psychic powers, she took every opportunity to abuse and manipulate her into becoming a vessel for the cult's deity of worship, God, though the name is intentionally misleading and vague. Why is Dahlia in the cult? I don't know, she just is. She's evil, brother. Alessa's life was nothing short of heartbreaking. Her powers, likely psychic in nature, made her a target for the cult, but her quiet and broken demeanor made her a target for intense bullying from her peers, with her desk having horrible insults carved into it telling her to die. Think of her life like Carrie and her mother from the Stephen King novel of the same name. It's so similar that it's clearly intentional. Things heated to a boiling point when Dahlia attempted to conduct a ritual with her at age 7. Things seemed to go horribly wrong, and Alessa ended up with 4th-degree burns over her entire body, so severe that she was rendered immobile. Realizing this error, Dahlia took her to the hospital, where she met Lisa Garland and Michael Kaufman. Kaufman was no resolute doctor. He was as corrupt as they come. He and Dahlia struck a deal. Kaufman would create and distribute a drug, PTV, made from White Claudia, a flower in the area. The drug causes intense hallucinations for the users, and in exchange, Dahlia... Actually, I don't know. There isn't a lot we know about Kaufman's exact relationship with the cult in this game, but it seems transactional, because he's more focused on profits rather than caring about Alessa or anyone else's well-being. So maybe Dahlia gave him money or head, we don't know. But there's a second substance Kaufman brews, this mysterious red liquid. We don't really know what it is, but keep it in mind. What we do know is that Lisa Garland became a very heavy user of PTV, as explained by her diary. Kaufman blackmailed her into nursing Alessa in secret, never letting the world know of her fate, but taking constant care of her. Alessa was trapped, unable to move, traumatized, and mutilated, but she still fought back. Somehow, her soul split from her body, which completely barred the ritual to birth God from happening. Then the soul manifested as a newborn baby on the side of the road for a young couple, Harry and Jody Mason. They took the babe in as their own, since Jody's unspecified illness rendered her infertile, and they named her Cheryl. They loved her as their own, but their happy family life broke when Jody passed away, crushing Harry and leaving him with only his daughter for comfort. The two decided to take a vacation when she was 7 years old, and while passing through, they see a ghostly apparition, the spirit of Alessa, which causes them to crash into Silent Hill. The state of Silent Hill is something left ambiguous. Silent Hill has, or at least had, a community, because there were so many characters we knew about who were living in the town, and the neighboring towns next over know of it as a creepy, but still habitable place. Sybil is just as shocked to see Silent Hill like this as Harry is, but that answer will come later. The cult seems to have abducted Cheryl, or perhaps Cheryl, even at the tender age of 7, the same as Alessa when she was burned, realized who she was, and began to reunite with her other half. Harry's journey leads him all over town, but Dahlia manipulates him and Sybil so she can complete the ritual. The two reunite and become the Incubator, an adult figure pregnant with God. Kaufman, sick of Dahlia's nonsense, double-crosses her, mostly just to save his own skin, throwing that red liquid at the fused Alessa and Cheryl, which caused the baby, perhaps malformed and unrealized, to crawl out of her back as the Incubus, most likely named Samael. But we don't know entirely if this is the god being worshipped by the cult or some kind of emissary. Given that Samael is a name that still points to God, my money's on this not being the primary entity of worship. The Incubus kills Dahlia, probably because she thought it was funny. Once Harry shoots down the Incubus, Alessa seems to finally die in peace, but not before she hands her father, the man who loved her unconditionally, a child. Perhaps another split of her soul like Cheryl was, which lets the spell over Silent Hill end, allowing Harry and Sybil to escape. Kaufman tries to run, but Lisa catches up with him. Lisa only appears in the nightmare version of the hospital, and I finally understand why she suddenly died. She's been dead the whole time, but only now realized it. At some point during the game's events, she realized she overdosed on PTV, causing her to bleed profusely and die on the spot. Kaufman was the one who administered it to her, so as a final act of revenge, her ghost came back to drag him down to hell with her. Alessa's powers manifested as the so-called fog world of Silent Hill, and here's how. Look at the enemies. The very first thing that attacks us, the Air Screamer, is a dinosaur from one of her favorite novels, The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes series. The dogs are called Groaners. The bugs, these are all based off of Alessa's fear of them. The Grey Children and Rompers are her fear of other children and people who would harm her, physically or emotionally. The giant moth is seen on the wall of Alessa's room. The 3 keys you collect at the beginning are from The Wizard of Oz, another children's book. The Splithead, the first boss, is a fairy tale creature brought to life by Alessa's imagination. The puppet doctors and nurses are her fear of the hospital staff who kept her alive. She sees them as puppets of her mother and not living people. The state of Silent Hill, from the calm and foreboding fog world to the violent, shocking, and depraved otherworld, were all manifestations of Alessa, endlessly dreaming in her charred state, only kept alive by the doctors under Dahlia's control, only kept alive to birth God. Her imagination came to life in the most violent forms possible, but there's a bittersweet light at the end of the tunnel. She was able to be loved by someone for the first time, Harry. She felt peace as Harry finally had to kill the Incubus. She could give Harry the best gift any child could give their parent, a grandchild. Alessa's life was almost nothing but heart-wrenching and full of abuse and neglect, but Harry showed her another way, and she used that experience to let the righteous escape Silent Hill. I told you Silent Hill was deeper than hell. So much symbolism and references are jam-packed everywhere. It completely recontextualizes the entire game. Though I wish we got to fight some enemy meant to represent Dahlia, since Alessa hates her so much, but Alessa is the manifestation of Silent Hill. She's everywhere. That's why the final dungeon is nowhere, because for most of her life, she's only seen that warped, broken hospital like the Nightmare Hospital. She only knows of the school. All of the main dungeons are just places Alessa frequented as a child. The story of Silent Hill is something that must be pieced together on multiple playthroughs, but it's more than worth it. While it's very simple, the hidden background details, or lore as people call it, is fascinating beyond measure. So many obscure and tucked away references from different horror films, books, actors, writers, even some funnier connections, like the hospital being named after a flower, the thing Kaufman gets his drug from. There are plenty of 2 deep 5U theories you can craft from this framework. Like, look at how similar Jody Mason is to Alessa. Coincidence? or has Alessa been pulling more strings in Harry's life than we know of? Despite there not being a lot of dialogue, characters like Harry and Alessa feel fleshed out and dynamic despite their simplicity. A lot of the other characters feel kind of along for the ride, but that's okay. Not much explanation is needed for "I need to find my kid." Harry is a simple man, contrast with the much more troubled leads of future Silent Hill games. But while some find him one-dimensional, I think it's alright. Start small and see where things take you. And there is so much experimentation with the game already, we need some familiar ground to bring us back to reality. It's a big ask, but very rewarding to piece together all the pieces of the narrative. There's probably something cool I've missed, if not a lot of things that people in the comments will remind me of, but that's the fun part of Silent Hill. Each person could submit an idea and debate about it, and given how ambiguous some things are, there are only so many wrong ideas here. But just as interesting as the story in-game is the story of the developers, Team Silent. What happened to this game upon release? Silent Hill was an incredible success immediately, selling over 2 million copies. It earned a greatest hits variant in North America, and pleasantly surprised Konami, who spent very little money on the project. Reviews range from overwhelming praise to its distinct art style, despite how much inspiration it took from Resident Evil, to those criticizing its combat and navigation, which are both valid opinions. But in 1999, no one truly knew what Silent Hill would go on to create. How did the development team, Team Silent, react? The project lead, Toyama, celebrated by leaving the company immediately. In an interview in 2013, he stated that he felt he got in the way of other talented members of the team, mainly Yamoka, Sato, and Ito. He left Konami and went to Sony, where he joined Japan's studio, where he would co-direct and write another horror game, Siren, or Forbidden Siren. The rest of the figures I've mentioned stuck with Konami to immediately start work on a sequel, but Silent Hill 2 is another story for another day. A lot of stuff was left on the cutting room floor since development took a while, and there was only so many people assigned to the project. Some members even reported feeling disappointed with the final project upon release, since so much had to be cut due to hardware limitations or time. You could easily make a feature-length video about all the cut content, but again, time and place. Silent Hill, I would argue, is the most legendary horror video game franchise in existence, and it's not hard to see why. Not the best-selling or most popular, but in terms of praise and iconography, it's second to none. It spawned sequels, remakes, sort of films, novels, a huge franchise that Konami still publishes games for to this day. Despite this legendary status, why is Silent Hill 1 so snubbed? I can give you one good reason now: accessibility. Silent Hill 1 was only ever released on PlayStation 1 in 1999. And then digitally on PS3 and PS Vita stores. Legally playing this game either requires a PlayStation 3 or an original copy, which is a Herculean task, because Silent Hill is absurdly expensive, and because nobody wants to go back to the PS3. Second, the common sentiment that it's outdated. Nearly every discussion about where to start with Silent Hill as a franchise recommends the second game on PlayStation 2. Partly because it's such a famous game, but also because it controls in a way that's more graceful to transition from a modern game than Silent Hill 1. And really, it's hard to argue against that. Silent Hill 1's camera, controls, and combat are sluggish and unwieldy, and are absolutely a barrier to entry for a lot of people. The more ambiguous way of piecing together the story is another roadblock. Most of the other Silent Hill games are much more straightforward narratives with clearer character definitions and story arcs. While the first game is very light on Harry's characterization and outright development until the end, you kind of just bounce from place to place with some new details peppered throughout. This is not a bad thing. I love this aspect a lot, but it still filters people. So combine a game that's hard to get your hands on legally, that requires much more understanding and time for its wonky controls with a much more ambiguous story, and you get a concoction that filters out secondaries like a bug net. A lot of people just get a synopsis for the story, or just watch a playthrough, but this does you no justice other than understanding the bullet points. You need to be there for yourself, to breathe and live in Silent Hill's atmosphere. Besides, if you don't play Silent Hill 1, your enjoyment of most of the franchise is severely diminished. Going forward in time a bit, playing Silent Hill 2 as your first game won't be as satisfying, because you just wouldn't understand how far the team developed their skills. And there's so many little ways that James' journey reflects Harry's. Without going into spoilers, even without a narrative connection, Silent Hill 2 is only strengthened by playing 1. Because Team Silent made Silent Hill 2 as a sequel that is very aware of what Silent Hill 1 was, if that makes sense. Silent Hill 3 is a direct narrative sequel, so that's out of the picture. Silent Hill Origins is a prequel, so again, no. Shattered Memories is... we'll get to that. Homecoming has less character connections to 1, but a lot of its plot is based off of info and events from the first game, so I wouldn't recommend it. The only 2 I could recommend you playing first without spoiling some or all the experience of the franchise is Silent Hill 4 The Room and Silent Hill Downpour. 4 is very self-contained and doesn't step on any other game's toes, and Downpour is also self-contained to an extent, but you would miss a lot of the references that aren't super important, but are at least cute. So many of these games have direct connections to 1, or work off of 1 being played first, but it's not like you should be put on the cross if you played 2 first. Most people are gonna play 2 first, and it's fine. I just can't recommend it. Konami seemed a little aware of this in 1999, and decided to make 1's story a little more accessible, and in 2001, they released Silent Hill Play Novel, a visual novel version of the game, on the Game Boy Advance. I can't see why it didn't catch on. It never left Japan, but it's very easy to find ROMs floating around for it. I don't know if I would recommend playing the game, but if the controls were just that frustrating to you, then you can at least grasp the story here. It even has a second route where you can play as Sybil. It's actually pretty cool. Silent Hill Shattered Memories is a reimagining of Silent Hill 1 that's so extensive it might as well be its own game. Harry, Cheryl, Sybil, and others are all here, but radically different characters, and there's a completely different story at hand. The gameplay is like nothing else. It's really its own beast. Its own strange, confusing, but underrated Kino beast. Not even the much-hated HD collection has Silent Hill 1. They may or may not have lost the source code for this game, but who knows. But if somehow you don't want to play a video game version, there is a novelization that came out in the early 2000s that, for the most part, is a decent retelling of the game's events. Some small details conflict with in-game info, but it does have a lot to do with fleshing out some of the characters, like how Harry is a true crime writer, and constantly thinks about these cases when out with Cheryl. The illustrations that accompany this book are fantastic, and really stand out as some stellar art. Its status as canon or not is debatable though. Actually, what ending for this game is canon? Well, considering there's a sequel that follows the Good Plus ending, I think we have our answer. But for 1999, any ending was canon. But there's clearly some that are better than others, at least to me. Good Plus is easily the best one, with standard good being the same, but Sybil dies. Both very well written, paced, it just feels right. Bad Plus is booty cheeks, and the outright bad ending is basically a coma theory, like Harry was playing Drawn to Life. It's interesting and I don't hate it. I don't know how I'd feel about it if I got it after 10 hours of playtime though. As for 2024, Silent Hill 1 is untouched and unsupported. Many people crossed their arms when the remake for Silent Hill 2 came out, because they wanted Silent Hill 1 to be remade instead. But if we're engaging in this hypothetical, how much of identity will be kept for a remake? Silent Hill 2 Remake did away with a fixed camera and has a lot of quality of life features not in the previous game. The game's length was basically doubled. There are a lot of changes, both big and small. If Silent Hill 1's fixed camera isn't there, can we even call it Silent Hill 1? Is it really okay to just leave the original version in the dust like that? If a hypothetical remake of this game was made, does it mean people will jump to that from the 2 remake, and then 3 on PS2, or forbid the HD PS3 versions? Maybe the entire franchise will be remade, but considering how long it takes for AAA video games to come out, do you want to wait 20 years to play a remade version of 1 to a remade version of Downpour? That's long enough to get a Silent Hill 2 remake. And then even then, going from a remake to the sequel which hasn't been remade is an awkward experience. It messes with expectations. I've sort of veered off point, but there has to be a better solution than requiring a full, expensive remake for this game, rather than Konami just putting this digitally on the PS4 and PS5 store. The absolute biggest reason why Silent Hill 1 has been omitted is not entirely because of its stranger gameplay, kind of weird pacing, and sometimes annoying puzzles, weird spaces between bosses, clunky melee combat, strange ambiguous story, weird cutscene direction, strange character interactions, it's because Konami isn't supporting it. They aren't keeping it relevant. They aren't supporting it in the way it needs. This game is responsible for so many sales for Konami, for the entire franchise to exist, but it's left in the dust, destined to sit beside ugly plastic cases for people who weren't smart enough to invest in crypto, so they invest in children's toys to make their fortunes. Silent Hill 1 needs to be more relevant. It needs a port, depending on who you ask, even a remake. It just needs to be relevant in the culture, and not a nigh-forgotten classic piece of horror that's always praised, but never played. The best possible solution is to have the original game easily, if not freely available, and an HD remake. Just do what Running with Scissors did for Postal 1. Have both versions as easy as possible to access, and everyone's happy. If you disagreed with something I said for Silent Hill 1, good! It means you've played it. And if you haven't, well, I kind of spoiled the whole game for you, but go ahead and play it now. If you have to, download an ISO and use DuckStation. This game deserves to be played. Even if you don't enjoy your time with this game, it's critical to understanding Silent Hill as a whole. I hope this video did a good enough job to convince you if you were feeling otherwise. And for the rest of the franchise, their days will come, but I'm not entirely sure in what order to review them, because my opinions on the rest of the franchise kind of veer off, but I would like to categorize the story of Team Silent, the developers, and just what happened to this franchise, its rise, its fall, and its rise again. But that is something for the long, distant future. Thanks again for tuning in, brothers and sisters. Have a lovely rest of your day. Something I've noticed with many indie games is that people are exceptionally drawn to the ones featuring horror and misery, but not in the ways you might expect. There are plenty of games being released now that hit the sweet spots of the PS1 era and beyond with fixed cameras and tank controls, but the more abstracted interpersonal projects like Yume Nikki have created an outcry of people interested in a different kind of horror, a kind defined by isolation, surrealism, being left to your own devices. If you throw a rock at almost any horror indie game, there's a strong chance you will hit something inspired by Off or Undertale. These games aren't exactly scary, so much as they are introspective and dreamlike. Buckets of blood exchanged for a sixth sense of unease and paranoia. The macabre set pieces of Yume Nikki, the peering horror of I'm Scared, the isolation of being left alone in an MMO world meant to populate thousands, Alone in Gary's mod. These feelings persist and have forged a genre all on their own. But where did they come from? What game can be considered the allfather of this phenomenon? There's a game called Funnypizzaland, a game you may have heard of since huge YouTubers like PewDiePie and Odd Header shone light on its eccentricities. But despite all this, the story of its creation and distribution is shrouded in mystery. People can't even decide when this game came out, let alone who created it. Popular online evidence of its existence only indicated a 2011 or 2012 release, but all the in-game files claim it was released back in 2002, 2 years before Yume Nikki, making Funnypizzaland a contender to predate the kind of isolating exploration genre made popular through RPG Maker horror games of old, the more cryptic aspects of its existence bordering on lost media. The game is as cryptic and mysterious as they come, and no one can fully explain what this game is trying to say or when it was made, but I can. If you stick with me to the end, I will give you all the answers to any questions you could ever have about this game, many of which will probably shock you, if you weren't already shocked, because this rabbit hole goes deeper than anyone could have ever predicted. Hey, my name is Peter. I make videos on strange, obscure, and underrated games like this all the time, so consider liking the video and subscribing for more videos like these. Perhaps even joining my Patreon to get early access to videos, exclusive videos not available anywhere else, and to get your name in the video with the Jawcoin tier. Embrace yourselves, brothers and sisters. This rabbit hole is deeper than hell.
Hey, yo, the pizza here. Oh, nigga! Ah! My ears burn!
If you're confused by the mere existence of a game like this, Don't worry, that's natural. It seems like a game that only exists in the background of a television show, a nightmare brought to life by Blender and Adderall. How does one even go about explaining a game like this? Well, it's complicated. Let me take you back all the way to August 16th, 2011. A channel called Roman uploaded a video called Funnypizzaland 3D Game 2002, with a link to an itch.io page containing the titular Funnypizzaland 3D game, as well as a link to the creator's website. This is the game's creator, Roman, a very mysterious figure in his own right. His website, gobogos.com, doesn't reveal much, or anything at all really. We'll circle back to it later. As it stands, this video has nearly 100,000 views after 13 years since uploaded, but the game didn't exactly make waves in the indie game community, or horror game community, or any community. It was a very low-key release, only being discussed on forums and eventually Reddit. The game didn't pick up much traction until PewDiePie and then Vinny Vinesauce played it in 2015. Normally I would use the itch.io link, but the game was actually uploaded to Steam in 2022. Quite the kind of courtesy of Roman to put on a real platform. Sorry, I just hate downloading stuff from anywhere that isn't Steam. Even from the title of the trailer, there's a weird emphasis on the year 2002. Perhaps a method of marketing, a way to sell the fact that it's meant to look like a game from 2002? Only one way to find out. Oh. It doesn't work. Funnypizzaland is infamous for not working well on modern machines, so I highly recommend you run the game in Windows XP compatibility mode. It was also a nightmare to try and record, so please excuse the hideous resolution. So the intro movie is really something, alright. One could generously call it multimedia because of its mix of traditional drawings, some really interesting 3D animation, and live action footage. Looks like this ghoulish monstrosity is our main character, Pedro, and he's upset because he's broke as a joke. To obtain some cash, he finds a 100,000 euro bounty for someone or something called the Global Media Monster, some kind of TV head monster on legs. We're dropped into this incredibly rudimentary 3D environment with our hero, I use that word lightly, in this empty, lonely world. Primitive, simple, there are a lot of ways to describe the visuals of Funnypizzaland, but I think it conveys an emotion that doesn't exist. I mean, just look at Pedro. What do you want me to say? The texture work is brutish, the animation's wonky and jarring. This is on its face a repugnant looking game, but it's dripping in atmosphere in a way I can't describe. Every location and environment is claustrophobic, dark, gloomy, generally upsetting and unpleasant. The skyboxes are so squashed and dreary that it's difficult to navigate without feeling like you're being watched. Something about this game screams, roars even, dead MMO, like the crude environments were designed to house 1,000 players, but you're the only one left. There's so much empty space, it leaves room for contemplation and reflection. It feels like a tech demo that was abandoned early in development, which would certainly explain why Pedro walks at the rate of corpse decomposition in A poses the entire time. I'm making it look easy, but the controls of this game are outrageous. It has tank controls, and WASD controls the camera, not your movement. At one click at a time, one disorienting click at a time, you have to use the arrow keys to move and to jump? Guess. No, seriously guess. It's the home key. Yes, the home key. I don't even think I've ever used this key in my life for anything ever. Why would you make that the jump button? You can't even rebind it. So you're playing this game with both hands in the same area of your keyboard. Better get used to it because there will be platforming. I've avoided the elephant in the room for far too long. We need to talk about this music track. It's simply called Hall, and it's as eerie as it is somehow whimsical. It makes me feel a mix of disturbance, but also a little euphoria. The soundtrack to a Brothers Grimm fable, something macabre and unsettling, but still makes you feel like you're going on an adventure. There's joy and wanderlust mixed in with terror, an impressive blend of feelings. We eventually make it to this gate, which you have to open by touching this gear and then pressing spacebar to interact with the gate. Something you will very quickly notice is that basically every single track in this game is a loop lasting only a couple seconds. Hall at least had the decency to be 20 seconds, but we don't get that luxury here. This farty trombone, whatever instrument is being played, is something you should probably get used to. Here's our pizza shop, Pedro's Pizza, home of Pedro's Pizza and Pedro's Pizza pizza truck, which we can't access. This specific environment is disgusting and has the color palette of an abandoned truck stop toilet bowl with the sounds to go with it. But where do we go from here? You aren't gonna like this map. It's Looks like we're here? Very bold choice to not have an indicator of where you are on this map, making it next to useless. The UI choices are brash as they are trash. The text goes off the border of these pizza platters, almost blending into outright with the color. It's like something out of Cruelty Squad decades before Cruelty Squad. So you just have to take a chance on one of those winding roads to end up in a stone maze you have to navigate, all while avoiding these golem-like creatures. The crickets overpower the music playing, and combined with the fact you take no damage from these monsters, I feel like I've been totally abandoned in this world, with incomplete game mechanics and music. The absence of God. The camera is not a pleasant thing to fiddle with. Having to hammer down WASD to move it is bad enough, but it only moves in short increments. It makes me almost sick to rotate it where I want to be. I will say it's cleverly used in this section with the dungeon or castle, which is entirely submerged in darkness, Pedro only visible through the windows. But rotating it the other way gives you an entirely new dimension to feast on. The lighting in this game is shockingly dynamic, even when engulfed in shadow. Pedro is still visible. Things that need to be emphasized are lit like a diorama or stage play. They hog the light, which makes everything feel kind of false and manufactured in a way. Like we're inside of a sketchy Latin American pizza restaurant commercial instead of a piece of commercial software meant to be played. We meet this character named Morak Mum in a cutscene, who explains that the global media monster character won some kind of war 5 years ago, resulting in her son being kidnapped and tortured, which means we have to go save him, since we're aiming for the global media monster anyways. That's such a specific name, Global Media Monster, like something you would hear on Alex Jones. The cutscenes are especially gruesome to behold. Characters twist and morph at the slightest provocation, like their models are about to combust at any point. Pedro himself looks like a mixture of Philip from Space Funeral and the hamburger lady from that one throbbing Gristle song. Maybe Curly. Unnerving doesn't do it justice. These are CGI monstrosities that got rejected from Courage the Cowardly Dog and thrown into an indie game for further use. Regardless, we get our van key, and with that we can drive our Hellcat to the next section here, which requires platforming. I didn't mention it until now, but you can b-hop with Pedro. But the truck is somehow better at b-hopping than Pedro is, which means you have to tap the home button as you control the arrow keys to steer across this gap. But if you press right mouse click, it disables the cursor, and you can sort of steer yourself without the arrow keys for an alternative control scheme. Was it intentional? I don't know if anything in this game was intentional or not. We can find a catacomb with a plate of sausages we can snag if we just steer the whip directly into a pool, which does not affect its ability to drive whatsoever. It's like there was planned game mechanics that just never made it past the conceptual stage, stuck here for our enjoyment? Returning the truck to the store, we venture to the only place unexplored, a farmland where we can find a chicken and a cow, the most normal parts of this entire game. Inside, we can meet this little slice of heaven, Duty Free. Yes, that is her name, Duty Free. She explains where to find Morak Mum and... Wait, was I supposed to go here first? Yeah, Funnypizzaland is technically non-linear. I found the sausages we need to give this freak of nature and Morak Mum well before I went here. But you don't actually need to visit Duty Free at all, as far as I know. Also, the land you inhabit is literally called Funnypizzaland, like that's its name. What would you call it, citizens? A pizza lander? Once we obtain the bratwursts, we can enter what looks like a medieval village, complete with what I believe to be a Mozart piece. Weirdly fitting, somehow. We're floating in this black void, totally enclosed in darkness. There's an intentional disregard for player immersion in this game. It wants to look jarring and unconvincing as humanly possible, to be intentionally missing skyboxes and convincing textures, to look haphazard and disgusting, to feel weird about the fact that you can stand on water and not die. I don't even know if there's a name of this aesthetic, but Funnypizzaland is seriously the only example of it out there. Platforming might seem like a great challenge, and it certainly can be with the frustrating camera, but if you just take baby steps up the stairs and jump across the platforms, you will be fine. It's not too demanding, just unnecessarily stressful with this Thulian control style. The home key just puts a text cursor at the start of a page in a Word doc. Why does this key even exist on a keyboard, let alone be used as the jump key? What were you thinking, Roman? Making it across the chasm and meeting... I don't know what that is. We have to lower a drawbridge, But for the love of Jaw, hammer this button down several times, because the drawbridge has a nasty trait of getting stuck and halting progress for no reason at all. This game kind of has the Postal 2 and Stalker situation, where most of the bugs and jank featured is really funny and kind of adds to the experience in a way, but some of them are outright frustrating and not funny at all. Like, all three of these games being a pain in the ass to record with OBS is really not that entertaining. It actually kind of pisses me off. The torture chamber is brought to life with Morak Mum's son's screams by this monk figure, which we can stop if we scale to the top of the dungeon, getting a good look at the global media monster in the tube, and reading some interesting graffiti. We free the son, Spencer, this is a really funny name, Spencer, and obtain extra pizza power. Whatever that means. I don't think I've seen this man deliver a single pizza once in this game. Why doesn't he just deliver pizzas if he wants money? Is he stupid? But we're on to the final conflict with the global media monster, and I think I'll let the final battle speak for itself. So, I guess extra pizza power was just a gun to blow up the monster's brains. If it works, it works. Pedro presumably collects the bounty, marries duty-free, and they live happily ever after. I think. The game ends with Pedro in a room by himself with a TV, with no way to get out. What do I even say about this game? Reactions vary. Some people write it off as a sloppy, but somewhat charming game made to resemble an early 2000s project, while others are genuinely deeply disturbed by the ambience, the loneliness, the surrealism. And I can see where both sides are coming from. It is a very short game, lasting around 30 minutes if you're sharp, and I don't see a lot of replay value, but this is a visual feast for the eyes in the most revolting way possible. There is not another game on Earth that looks like this, feels like this, the slapdash mixture of a classic hero's tale in the late 90s PlayStation demo that never came out. You're left to question how much of whatever emotion this game makes you feel is an intentional artistic design or a result of being potentially unfinished and broken. Like you have to decipher the meaning of an ancient lost tablet. There doesn't seem to be any sun, you can walk on water. The logic of this game is broken, at least aesthetically. Humans are naturally fearful of things that don't make sense, and this is a particularly nonsensical adventure, a horrifying pizza pie. It gives off that kind of wet, dry world vibe, a feeling of being lost and confused in a very crude environment with mangled, unintelligible skyboxes, or a Kingfields 1 dreamlike wonderland feeling. Nothing about Funnypizzaland feels real. I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention that a lot of people don't find this game scary, but quite the opposite, they find it funny. Something about the uncanny valley is that just as many people are likely to find something human-like entertaining instead of terrifying. Your brain has to be wired a certain way. Think of it like this. Are you afraid of xenomorphs? Or are you a Dead by Daylight player? There was an intentionally designed spectrum of fear, but also getting a little hard with the aliens. The only game I could even remotely compare Funnypizzaland to at the moment is Garage Bad Dream Adventure. Both are computer games focusing on eerie and surreal exploration, very underground indie projects. But Funnypizzaland never saw a huge resurgence of fans like Garage did. But there is an underlying mystery to the game that is yet to be fully explained. When was this game made? Part of this game's appeal, I use that word very lightly, and marketing is that the game was created in 2002. But what evidence do we have for that? Well, it was created in 3D Game Studio, a 3D game development software that you can use to create your own games. naturally, and it uses the A5 version, which was released in the year 2000. Going into the game files, we can find various pieces of traditional art from Roman, the creator, as well as a video file called Roman.1999. Not exactly a subtle implication of when it was made, unless the creator titled it that to really sell the fact he wants people to think it was made in 2002. But why do so many people question its authenticity? Well, I've mentioned the public online records of this game only popped up in 2011 and 2012, much later than 2002. The itch.io page cropped up around that time frame, providing some credence to that theory. When the game was first getting quote-unquote mainstream exposure, it was discussed on Reddit, most often on the subreddit r/creepygames, which doesn't discuss outright horror games, but myths, creepypastas, obscure games. It's more about the culture of the games and the products themselves. Many people in this thread, which was referenced heavily in the Odd Header video that came out years later, doubted the authenticity of the 2002 claim, claiming it was just a tagline aesthetic meant to sell the game, but I take some issues with that theory. Think about it. When games try and market themselves as being made in a certain era, how do the creators go about that? Usually it's a visual callback, like how all these PS1 style horror games are all the rage now, but they're made with modern software just emulating that feel. But Roman clearly used a piece of 2000 software and was able to almost perfectly replicate the visual style of a crude early 3D modeling game, which would have been one hell of a job well done if this was merely emulating an era instead of being developed in it. But there's always a stink about games made to resemble another era of games, something that always gives it away as an inspirational piece. You can tell all these new PSX horror games are made in the 2020s because almost all of them use a Resi door opening animation or try and be Silent Hill. These games wear their inspirations on their sleeves, which is not a bad thing at all, just indicative of the mindset of the developers. They wanted to emulate a style they admire, but I can't see anything like that for Funnypizzaland. The game is so confusing and abstract that even if Roman was inspired by a particular 2000s product creating it, would you even be able to tell? A lot of people are genuinely disturbed by this game. I asked my subscribers through a community post how they felt about it. What I found didn't entirely surprise me, but further steeled my conviction. People reported that it didn't really seem scary, but unnerving. A powerful icon in the uncanny valley. Especially this specific screenshot I provided. There's something definitely unsettling about the makeup of this game, down to its code. It feels like a living, breathing creepypasta. I want to highlight a specific comment here. Guckfugel, great name, explains how the third screenshot reminds him of a highly specific nightmare he had in first grade being eaten by zombies. It's the lighting that got me. It's the same colors as the streetlights in the dream. There's something specific Funnypizzaland touches on. Something primal, psychological, the vast dark expanse of the human mind in its grasp. And Pedro is molding it into a delicious pizza pie. Well, maybe not that delicious. This is all becoming hearsay and opinions. No one seems to fully know if this game was actually created in 2002 like Roman claims. But if it was, then we could be looking at something light years ahead of its time. Something so ahead of the curve that this game genre of disturbing exploration kind of games might owe part of their existence to Pedro. But recall the itch.io site. It links to the Gabogo's website, and in 2012, when the site was created, it linked to another one of Roman's games, called Gabogo's Adventures, which eventually got a Steam release in 2023. Perhaps we can find our answers here.
Pizza time.
Gabogo's Adventures retains some of Roman's disturbing 3D modeling abilities, but takes a far departure from being a puzzle platformer in a post-industrial comic style. Instead, it's an isometric puzzle game entirely controlled with the mouse. I believe it was at least partially browser-based on that website. But what is Gabo about? Actually, I don't know. You just dropped in and left to pick up the clues. Literally pick them up. This game is entirely controlled by mouse clicks, so you have to click around the map to move Gabo around, as well as pick up objects to interact with the various puzzles. This becomes an issue right away because sometimes you need to bring objects from one side of the map to the other, but also walk there, and that's the same button. so I keep dragging it across the screen, then stopping to walk, and vice versa. Doesn't seem like there's any inventory system either. I really don't know why the game was designed like this, but it's immensely frustrating. I will say the game's visuals are super intriguing. Gobbo is a 3D model, but everything else is hand-drawn. I'm surprised at how well Roman's cubism and ugly style translates into video games. Pizzaland had almost none of that because of how primitive the models were, but now with 2012 software, whatever software this game was made with, Roman was far more gracefully able to translate his art style, and I think it's as brutishly charming as it is distinctive. The sky reflecting off the ground is a very captivating sight. Everything feels glossy, if that makes sense. Something you need to understand about this game is that there are no verbal instructions whatsoever on where to go. You're just thrown into the screen, you need to find your way out. There are a couple items you can grab around to no effect, but this thing here turns into a balloon-shaped globe when you bring it over this pipe. How are you supposed to know that? Great question. We can choose our locations from this globe, which leads us to different areas with a single puzzle to solve each. And I'm just gonna cut to the chase here, I don't like this game very much. Take this Poo-Poo Land for example. There's a part where you get trapped in this section and have to time this bug creature to sting the flying devil to free you, with this flower able to sort of delay the bug's attack pattern. However, actually pulling this off is almost impossible. I wasn't recording the first time around when I did it, and I honestly was not able to replicate it on camera in 10 minutes of trying. This puzzle is a prime example of what's going on with this game. Moon logic. Some of the tasks you expect to figure out are outrageous, and not in a funny way whatsoever. Some are easy, like putting an oil into a chainsaw and using that chainsaw to cut down a wire hanger to force open a lock. But then there's this stupid quest where you have to get a robot cat down from a pole. So naturally we attach a stick to its tail, find a nuclear waste bin to dunk inside of a water bucket and put inside a robot to kill the cat, then use a mouse trap to kill a mouse off to the side and stuff the trapped mouse into a mailbox, which also includes some kind of poisonous item to bring the cat back to life to complete the quest. How are you supposed to know this other than just blowing way too much time on total guesswork experimentation? The entire game operates on logic like this. Just wild assumptions and expectations that no sane person would ever be able to make, with zero guidance whatsoever. These items are scattered all over the map, so you have to painstakingly drag them around with you in that tedious method I described earlier, and then just experiment with them for an unsatisfying reward. Whatever way you look at it, it's unintuitive and just not fun. Also, most areas don't even have music, just the sound of wind blowing and what I think is a typewriter? Funnypizzaland, for how short its tracks were, at least aided the atmosphere and general ambience. Here, it just felt like audio was a guilt-tripped inclusion, secondary. I understand the appeal is that there is no dialogue and you have to figure out everything yourself, but there's so little reward that I have to confess, I didn't finish this game myself. I don't even know if anyone has before. There are like 4 videos about this game on the English-speaking internet, and the only indication that there is indeed an ending is this one, where the screen just kind of goes red and the game stops. I'm sorry, I just can't play this anymore. There's so little documentation on this game that I really don't feel compelled to continue. You really need to play it for yourself to understand how dry it all is. It has 1 Steam review. 1. More interesting than the game itself is its page description. Apparently this game is about climate change? There are a lot of factories present here, so I suppose that's what Roman was going for? There are connections to Funnypizzaland, however. You can see an advert for Pedro's Pizza Restaurant, and a newspaper that reveals the game takes place on either the 2nd of January or 1st of February 2421, when the world apparently collapses. Then who printed this paper? Overall, Gobbo just isn't interesting or fascinating, it simply is. And what it is, isn't it? At least to me. I hate being harsh in indie games, but I must not tell a lie. I did simply not enjoy Gobbo. There are connections, or at least references to Funnypizzaland, but Roman himself describes this game as a spiritual sequel more than anything else, so unless given reasons to prove otherwise, Gobbo Goes is not what we're looking for to explain Funnypizzaland. It's just another game Roman released. Now, the year is still 2012. Roman uploaded Funnypizzaland and Gobbo Goes Adventures to itch.io. Funnypizzaland has gotten some obscure coverage, but nothing major later on. People discuss the unknowable vibes and freakishness of FPL, debating if it was truly made in 2002. Roman still claims it was for his YouTube channel and itch.io pages, but skeptics remain. Popular YouTubers play the game, attracting more and more attention to it. People debate if the game has meaning, if Pedro's hideous journey could be a metaphor for something. If everything here was solely made for the expression of art, what does global media monster even mean? People would ponder this for years. Roman's internet activity remained quiet, but not dead. Every so often, he would update his channel with a video, showcasing very short games he's made over the years. Some mobile games that I'm not sure if they ever came out, even a game where you feed Fat Princess until she dies that allegedly came out in 2004. The trail seemed to end there. Interest in Funnypizzaland seemed to fizzle and die, with Reddit and largely the world believing it was an indie game created in 2011, replicating an early 2000s CGI fever dream, until Roman uploaded another video on February 12th, 2021, simply called Funnypizzaland, showcasing a piece of art with a vastly different art style. While the video didn't gain a lot of buzz, the extremely small sect of people still following Roman's greasy masterpiece were rebaked. Okay, that's a stretch, even for me. On May 22nd, 2022, Funnypizzaland 2's trailer shadow dropped out of nowhere, aiming for an immediate Steam release on October 10th of the same year. After years of silence, Roman returned and decided to bring the first pizza game to Steam years after itch.io obscurity. What inspired this decision to not only port the first game, but to create a sequel 20 years after the original release, if he's to be believed? Well, only one way to find out.
Fools! Haven't you ever heard of sequels?
Now this is a title screen. A slice of pizza for the cursor, with visible stink lines, and the quit option being called "Let Me Outta Here." Funnypizzaland 2, The Last Supper, is a radically different sequel. It's instead a point-and-click game, much like Gabo. But unlike Gabo, it's much more traditional. You play as Pedro, but not that Pedro, but his ancestor, Pedro Jose Vasquez de la Corte, in the year 1632, which is around 400 years before the original game, meaning Funnypizzaland 1 takes place in at least the early 2000s, possibly in 2002. Why are we playing as Pedro again? Well, it turns out this Pedro is the royal cook of the King of Pizzaland, and he wants to cook his ultimate pizza invention, the veggie double cheese pizza. That might sound gross, but if that veggie's broccoli, then Pedro's cooking something delicious. Except if it's bell peppers. Bell peppers are disgusting, and any comments you leave below otherwise shall be resulting in your immediate swatting and death. But Pedro can't cook it because his pizza oven is dirty, so our journey to find the proper cleaning equipment begins. Let's discuss the two most important topics of the game right here and now: art and moon logic. The art feels much more restrained than Gabo. It's almost downright traditional. There are consistent roads and landmarks that actually make sense, but it has a kind of webcomic art style, if that makes any sense, with flat shading and washed out colors. It reminds me a lot of Crash Twinsanity's concept artist Keith Webb's art. Anatomy is secondary to swag here, and Pedro is the biggest example of that. He is disgusting, in a sense most literal, but in a charming way, like a mascot of an obscure pizza restaurant. The design of the 1600s Pizzaland is super intriguing. It's one part medieval village, but also post-apocalyptic. Broken churches and ruins are everywhere. Ancient temples sit undisturbed. There are undocumented wildland that even Pedro fears treading. The nation is an island surrounded by lonely water, its mountaintops peeking into the murky heavens. The land feels forgotten, like no one picked up a pizza left on a doorstep. The character designs are just as stylistically hideous as per tradition, so seeing a normally rendered woman feels alien. The exact location of Pizzaland is by far one of the stranger aspects of the game, if not the entire Pizzaland continuity. Pizzaland feels very time-locked. It has shades of European history, but also modern slang. Characters verbally say "lol." Pedro can somehow speak in emojis. Countries like El Salvador and China are mentioned casually, but there are even greater hints towards history being messed up at the very end of the game. This all aids in making Pizzaland feel very distinct and ripped across time, but visuals can only lift so much. What is this moon logic I was referring to? Well, Gabo is really good at being too confusing to actually enjoy playing, but where does Funnypizzaland 2 land on that radar? There is dialogue. A lot of it, actually. And it's usually pretty funny. Pedro feels just insane enough to fit in, but rational enough to lead a 90s point-and-click game. By the way some of these puzzles are structured and just generally how the game works can lead to a lot of confusion. There's finally an inventory system. You have your interaction options: use, pick up, talk to, and look at. All of these are self-explanatory. And just me saying point and click should conjure images of using various items to solve puzzles. But some of these puzzles are outrageous and make me think me go and take me own life. There's a section where you need to use some bolt cutters to obtain this oil canister, but this cardinal won't let you do it. So you need to distract him by walking past this garbage can and letting the rats that escape from it frighten him. But you have a 2-second window to cut the chain. 2 seconds to quickly press use with and then get the cursor to the item. It's not as easy as it sounds, and you have to pick it up manually in the same way right after. Why weren't these rats just programmed to create a fear state in this guy is beyond me, but there are so many puzzles that, while aren't mind-bending or even challenging, are just logistically baffling. Not all is woe, however, some are fun. Throwing a medicine ball at an old statue, missing the shot but still solving the puzzle is fun, and feeding the drunken gardener mosquito juice until he sobers up enough to tell us where a key is we need to find is fun and elicits a warm chuckle from me. Point and clicks are infamous for their moon logic, but I don't think Funnypizzaland 2 is the worst offender of that, certainly not. It's more just odd than anything else. Like, half the locations you need to be on are on roads that are kinda difficult to see. Playtime should only last you around a half hour if you know what you're doing, but in Roman's own words, a lifetime for bad players. This is not a demanding game, but you will be spending a lot of time wandering around, wondering where to go and what to do. But I think the omission of a memo or hints isn't an exact flaw. The game is very small scope, so there aren't a ton of areas to wander around in for too long, and those areas only last a single screen, so you won't be tearing your hair out like it's Darkseid. I don't really want to do a step-by-step walkthrough because it wouldn't be terribly interesting to tell you where every single item goes and where to find it, but I do want to highlight specific moments that detail the story and vibes. Easily my favorite parts. In the beginning of the game, you have to get into a cave to meet this guy, known as Box Guy. Sorry, apparently it's a gramophone. We need his mop to clean our oven, but he won't give it to us unless we obtain something called a morag mushroom. Sound familiar? This is our actual quest of the game, and it takes us everywhere. But this encounter with Boxman is downright eerie. This figure crushed into such a tiny box, and the music that plays is so sinister, downright terrifying. Roman's ability to make such simple, looping, but atmospheric music is perhaps the most underrated trait in an underrated creator. The music of this game perfectly sets the mood, even if it's unconventional, and it's a real shame there are no online rips of it. The cave area is just behind Pedro's pizza shop, basically his house. Pictures of monsters and a shrine dedicated to an old man lingering in the background, haunting us. It's not until the very end of the game are we able to figure out where the location of the morag mushroom is, inside of the Pizzaland catacombs. A location I'm 99% sure exists in the first game, but we must descend all the way down. We hear a familiar track, except it seems to be extended now, like we get to see a whole new dimension of it for the first time, just as we see the new dimensions of Funnypizzaland. We keep going down, darker, deeper. Our sprite gets smaller, as the truly unfathomable scope of the catacombs reveal themselves like a spool of string unraveling. Who built these catacombs? Was it the king of Pizzaland whom Pedro serves? Or perhaps was this structure here since the beginning of the world, and shall it remain till its end? We reach what seems like the very bottom, a room containing countless furnaces, but also a sign that says World Wide Web. In 1632, there are hints of the World Wide Web, the internet. But take a step back and remember our opening area. Something has been drawn to the wall of Pedro's restaurant, the global media monster, but no mention of him is explicit, so you would think that he simply didn't exist because the internet didn't exist, let alone television. But what is the sign in this catacombs? Was it just a throwaway gag? Or is it the game implying that the internet and television and mass electronic entertainment was alive in some form of the 1600s, or even before that, since it's stuffed away into the depths of the catacombs? Before we can think about it anymore, we make it out to the other side. But don't be fooled, the catacombs don't end there. but the roar of a completely unseen monster scares Pedro off from exploring any further. The catacombs are dripping with mystery, intrigue, and conspiracy. A literal pizza pie gate, if you will. When we get to the other side, we stumble across a game of poker, led by none other than the Boxman, as well as the CEO of cages, like metal cages in this universe. The other two guys' exact roles are unclear, but what's unfolding in front of our eyes is a card game between the absolute elite of the land, the rich and the powerful. While they play, they talk about their schemes for making money, their plans to steal the gold of Pizza Kingdom's king for themselves. Make no mistake, they're planning a coup. Pedro is pretty upset at Boxman, so we decide to rig the game. Going inside the shack, we make some preparations. We grab some red chili peppers, but we have to bring them to this flame to dry them out, then back to the shack to crush into chili powder. Why? Oh, you'll see. Yes, you do have to figure this out on your own. Then you grab a stack of playing cards from the cupboard, sneak back to the poker game, and you can shuffle the other two guys' decks. Not to make them lose, but to make them win, so that Boxman has to leave because the loser of the card game has to refill the wine bottle. Run after him and make sure to save, because this segment has no tolerance for failure. Use the wall to climb it and peer into the window. It turns out that Boxman has had the last Morag mushroom in existence, the very thing he sent us on our quest for, and he claims that it will somehow give him ultimate power over the universe. He leaves for a bathroom break, and you have to act fast. Sprinkle the chili powder on the mushroom within a 10-second window. If you don't, then he returns to the poker game, and you have to do that entire card setup all over again. Once we climb the roof, we find Boxman and the master he serves, called the Medicine Man. With one of the Medicine Man's cocktails on the mushroom, they might hold the power to take over Pizzaland, as according to ancient prophecy. But that same scripture clearly states you shouldn't mix it with chili pepper. So, the Medicine Man turns into some kind of monster, but electrocutes and kills the Boxman on the spot, then vanishes into thin air? It's unclear if that means he died or left or was teleported away, but he doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. Pedro can finally borrow the mop to clean his oven and cook his veggie double cheese pizza, ending the game. We get a little view of what it looks like an art museum, paintings depicting Pedro's journey, and a gramophone that we should know about already. So, this game is kind of a mouthful. I've explained my thoughts on it well enough, but discussion about this game is so sparse already, let alone knowledge of its existence. I think it's a totally fine, even fun experience, but I do feel like there's something lost with the transition from art style. There were scattered moments of disturbance in the raw ambience featured, but it doesn't entirely have the vibes, if you know what I mean. The first game just captured something raw, primitive, unearthly, and unexplored. Such a wildly specific genre of disturbance and creative freedom that almost can't be replicated. Funnypizzaland 2 adds a shocking amount of depth to Funnypizzaland's lore and continuity. 2 takes place 400 years before 1, and elements like Pedro's apparent family, the mysterious power of the Morak, which is either a shared name between creatures or somehow the mushroom became sentient in the 400 years since, the catacombs, the existence of the internet, and of course the global media monster, which was at least hinted at the very, very beginning, possibly by someone or something trying to bring about its existence through unknown means. Exactly what happened between those 400 years is a mystery, but 1 looks so much more desolate, destroyed, and lonely than 2. Pizzaland looked at least like a functioning state. 1's Pizzaland is a hellscape with almost no one in it. Perhaps that's a quirk of the art style more than entirely cohesive lore. These games were made 20 years apart, allegedly. That's still the most important question we still haven't answered to this day. When did Funnypizzaland even come out? It's absolutely central to the entire video. It defines and contextualizes everything we've seen this far. The sequel didn't bring much attention to the franchise, but it deepened its lore and depth, and made Roman's games just that more distinct and known. He came back in a major way in 2022 upon the sequel's release, putting his game on Steam, so fresh eyes were set upon his work. His website became consistently updated, but even still, we're no further to discovering the truth of these games. Their meaning, if they have meaning at all, is still completely unknown. The only thing left to do was to try and contact Roman himself to see if the man would respond. Things aren't looking super hopeful. It's currently 2024 and there's no sign of... Oh, sorry, I got an email. Let me check that. Oh! So, Roman responded. I can't say I was actually expecting that. Hi Peter, thanks for reaching out to me. You have a great channel and good taste regarding video games, really. Well, I'm grown up with the games from the 16 and even 8-bit era, and therefore I got my inspiration for my stuff mostly from these titles, where you can probably see them in Funnypizzaland 1 and 2. Yes, an interview would be great. For putting everything together, I suppose I will have it down via email is better. So yeah, ask me about whatever you want. Here's some info about me and my art. Maybe it's useful. And there's also a link to more classic art gallery, mostly showing and drawings, but the games too. Is it really that simple? For a game series with such mystery surrounding it, did no one else just ask the creator? I looked up and down for any kind of interview or exploration, but it seems like I might be the only man alive to just ask. And for this exclusive honor, I asked him a handful of questions. Roman is a much more interesting figure than anticipated. Born in 1978, Roman was raised in Munich, Germany. Ever since his childhood, Roman was already interested in the creative arts, pursuing graphic design right out of school. He began to make a name for himself as an artist doing portraits and commissioned works, heavily inspired by the graffiti he saw on the streets and surrealism. Much of his more traditional works are a result of being self-taught by studying the masters of old, Picasso, Michelangelo, and others. This was all happening in the late 90s, when home computers were really beginning to pick up and become mainstream. Roman began to experiment with the computer as a form of artistic expression, aware of and inspired by art projects, films, and video games. Knowing all of this, we can really start to assemble the true understanding of who Roman is as an artist and what Funnypizzaland is as a series. You won't hear this from any other video, so drop a like and sub if you didn't already. My first question, of course, was what everyone was wondering. Was the game truly made in 2002? Many people say it was only available online starting 2011-2012, but the year 2002 is mentioned many times. How did you go about creating Funnypizzaland in 2002? I'm so curious as to how a thing would be achieved by an independent creator back then. Roman's response was illuminating, to say the least. Yes, it definitely was. Check the date of the photos. 10 years later, I put it on itch.io, that's all. Back in the days, I was a video art and painted a lot, very Cubist and Picasso style, both you can see in the introduction of Funnypizzaland 1. I had no idea how to make a game nor any experience in this field, but I wanted to make one, in my own way of course. And this is what came out. I bought a book called Game Design from X Games. There was no tutorial out there for this job, no YouTube, no Unity, etc. Nothing. It was possible to order the game on CD via online form, and I did absolutely everything myself. The website, burning the discs, everything. We have our answer right here, folks. The debate is settled. The dust has been cleared, painted black and white, crystal clear. Funnypizzaland came out in 2002. Not 2011, not 2012, 2002. The reason why we haven't seen online mention of Funnypizzaland because 2011 is because it was only distributed through very limited means. You had to order the game and have it physically be sent to you. And lo and behold, the Internet Archive confirms this. There are screenshots of Roman's Funnypizzaland website that was launched in 2002. You can even see the remains of the ordering page. The website seemed to have been shut down in 2008, and the game was only uploaded online in 2012 on itch.io, right when it was discovered. I was not able to find any existing photographs or evidence or any kind of CD being shipped out, but this explanation makes a lot more sense in retrospect. In 2002, was it really possible to upload a game around a gigabyte to your personal website? I'm honestly not sure, and since most of my audience was born in 2008, we'll have to rely on the wisdom of a 90s baby to figure that one out. I highly doubt Roman intentionally created dozens of fake Internet Archive pages just to prop up the aesthetic of being made in 2002, as well as using several antiquated software even by 2011 standards. So, beyond a shadow of a doubt, to me, he was always telling the truth. Funnypizzaland was released in 2002. There was actually a demo called Funnypizzaland 2D released on the website, an extremely small snippet of the game. He even provided some pictures of the development process in his reply email, and they're fascinating. Conceptual work for the game began around late 1999 to early 2000. The very early mainstream internet was a very different place. There was no YouTube or any video tutorials on this. So Roman had to physically buy and read a book on game design and learn software the hard way. That's why the game looks the way it does. It was a beginner's 3D project coming to life. Inside his games are many 3D movies he composed himself before the creation of the game, likely as practice. I can't imagine how much time he would have had to spend to render all this on a 2000s computer. People really ran with the idea it came out in 2012 because of the itch.io page, and because stupid Redditors don't know how to do basic research. Type Funnypizzaland into the search bar and the old website will just come up. It's actually quite easy. Roman was being sincere the entire time, as far as I could tell. I highly doubt he's lying for any reason. People are just too cynical to believe an earnest explanation. And you know who got it right all the way in the very beginning? PewDiePie. He said it was from 2002, and he was correct. How did PewDiePie come out of this situation the cleanest?
This game is made in 2002.
But the fact this game is authentically from 2002 is absolutely staggering for a number of reasons. Firstly, it means Roman is outrageously dedicated to his craft, but this also means that Funnypizzaland predates the rise of mainstream indie games by 2 years. 2 full years before Yume Nikki was created. The game genre I loosely described at the start, the surreal, lonely exploration genre, I'm not really sure what to call it else, wasn't a thing by this game's release. Rather, it's an echo of an almost entirely lost age of homebrew computer games distributed for PC in Europe. A lot of early computer game enthusiasts would create these small experiences and locally distribute them, but Roman was forward-thinking and used the internet to his advantage. There are so many little Eurojank games that are destined to end up on abandonware sites, if they're preserved at all, but Funnypizzaland was saved from that fate by Roman putting it on itch.io, and later Steam. This wacky 3D game about a freaky pizza man didn't so much as inspire games like Yume Nikki, so much as it predated them entirely. In a lot of ways, Funnypizzaland was completely ahead of its time, and it absolutely deserves its flowers for that. My next question was, given the game's surreal and nightmarish visuals, did you have any other games or works of art that are on your mind while developing the visuals for this game? For about 1 year, I had my focus on that project only. I usually work on my stuff in this way. The characters are ugly as they are because I often made them in a technically rudimentary way. And if you have already these results as a developer on your screen, beautiful or not, you make the next step, that is working for the already existing parts. That's how it was born Funnypizzaland, for example. Step by step, it became darker and darker. There's one example I have, a variation of the intro from FPL. This confirms a lot of what we could already guess. The game looks the way it does, rudimentary, crude, etc., because Roman was just learning the software and making the game as he went along for the most part. I mean, how good could one man's 3D models be in the year 2001? It's interesting that the game became darker and darker, metaphorically and literally, as Roman went along. Possibly fascinated by the way his mind pictured this project, he decided to keep it this way. He linked me to a video on his channel showing an alternate version of the game's ending, showing an extended version of Pedro in Duty Free, wed and with child, another son in the Pedro line. My third question, what inspired you to create video games? Creating my games is entertaining myself. I make the games I can't find out there. Video games as forms of art from individuals are completely underrated in my opinion. The computer as tool itself is literally the game changer, because you can do with it so much more as an artist, creating entire games, the ultimate form of visual art in my opinion. Graphics, animation, story, sound, game design. Funnypizzaland is more of an artistic expression than a piece of entertainment, which I feel is something many viewers may have suspected already. What exactly is being expressed is a little beyond me, but it's a work ripe for interpretation. But I'm quite confident in my own interpretation. So that's why the game looks and plays like that. I'm not sure about the artistic decision to make the home key the jump button, but I don't know. Funnypizzaland isn't really fun in the sense that their fetch quests and puzzle solving and whatnot aren't going to make anyone giddy, but it's more about exploring the mind of the developer, seeing what unhinged creation pops up next. So it fulfills the purpose as a piece of surreal art masterfully well. What was your goal with Funnypizzaland, if you had one? Did you seek to frighten people, to create something entertaining, an artistic experience, or was it simply made out of passion? My goal with FPL was never to frighten people. It's not a horror game, only pretty expressive and surreal, and at the same time never serious, or maybe even funny instead. At the end of the day, it was nothing else, pure artistic passion behind the stage. My fourth question details this perfectly. It's not outright horror, it leans intentionally into the malformed and macabre, but it also has elements of outright humor. It's intentionally made to look funny, but also a little disturbing. I just found it odd that a Eurojank game from 2002 was able to have the same ambience of Drakengard and Galarians. I've talked a lot about how Roman's art style transitioned from his games. Funnypizzaland's OG's nature as a very primitive 3D game looks the least similar to his art style, but the character designs are the main standout. Gobbo and the Pizza sequel overcame this technological barrier and represent his artistic abilities much more accurately, even if I feel the crude 3D models have a charm that hasn't been replicated in his other games. What inspired you to make Funnypizzaland 2, a sequel made so many years after the first game? Funnypizzaland has always been a thing for me, and I never lost interest in making a sequel, long before it actually came out. It was just the right time for it. The market for classic point-and-click adventures was good, for example, and already technically had the knowledge to make one, and so on. Roman said he always had plans for a sequel, but he was just waiting for the right time, which he defines as a revival of point-and-click games. His skill as a game developer grew in that time, as well as the tools for development becoming significantly easier made the process far less painful. Most of the work for a point-and-click is just art assets. The basic programming is fairly simple compared to other games. The soundtrack to your games are very eerie and mysterious. How do you compose them? I was never a songwriter or something. It's only something that you need something for your game, you must have some tracks. A game without audio is like a car without wheels. That's how I learned to make simple looping melodies thanks to some standard programs. The most common working steps are copy, paste, cut, pitch, mix, fade, out, and echo. For sound effects files, it's the same story, by the way. The short, simple loops of music in Roman's games always vexed me. They were super short, sometimes only lasting literally 2 seconds. But despite that, they aided tremendously in creating atmosphere and mood. Yume Nikki did this to great effect, simple loops sort of letting you fill the blanks, if that makes sense. Roman says he isn't a musician, so he had to teach himself how to create very basic melodies, possibly in Fruity Loops, and he could stitch them together by copy-pasting and echoes, a very slapdash way of composition, but can you really argue against it? Hall, that one track that everyone knows comes from this game, is a genuinely fantastic piece of music, despite how brief and simple it is. How do you even describe this song? Eerie? Frightening? Mysterious? Beyond its composition, it has vibes on its side. How do you feel about people discussing Funnypizzaland and your other projects? Despite being obscure independent games, they are still being discussed in small circles by passionate fans, myself included. Well, looks like the global internet media monster has infected servers all over the world, and smart people like you are still struggling with it. Lol. Just kidding. I asked Roman if he had any future plans with the pizza franchise, or if he's gonna make any new games. And his answer? The new game is a 2D Metroidvania, and it's launching on Steam will probably be within the next 3 months. Then we will see. Sure enough, in the last weeks of this video's production, Roman launched a trailer for a new game, Homelessvania, a Metroid speedrunning game in the style of his other projects. He added a bunch of assets to his other games on Steam to build hype for it, or at least showcase it in a way. It doesn't really seem like it's a direct continuation of anything major in Pizzaland, but rather a spiritual sequel, or perhaps set in the same continuity like Gobbo. A Metroidvania is certainly more ambitious than a short platformer or point-and-click game, so I'm very excited to see what this game has in store for us. The interview was coming to an end, and I have begun running out of questions. I had only 2 left. You mentioned being inspired by some 8 and 16-bit video games. Could you tell me some of your favorite games? There are so many great games from this era, most probably for Amiga and DOS especially since I had those systems. games like LucasArts point-and-click adventures, games like Lure the Temptress, Lionheart, Turrican, Chuck Rock 2, and many others. It's generally the way they made games and applications in the 80s and early 90s. Roman explains that he was heavily inspired by the classic PC point-and-clicks in the 80s and 90s, and I think Funnypizzaland 2 was a pretty obvious indicator for this. PC games are, and still are, all the rage in Europe, so it's hardly surprising that the genre, infamous for wacky visuals and characters and moon logic, would imprint on Roman so strongly. Through this interview, we understand so much more about why and what Funnypizzaland is, the mindset of the developer, but there's still something that bothers me. A character with such an evocative name, super important in universe, but still in mystery. The global media monster. With my last question in this interview, I shot my shot. Hi Roman, thanks for getting back to me. This is an excellent insight on the process. This is all very insightful to understand the internet's most mysterious indie game. I just have one more question, and it's about the global media monster. What does he represent, if anything specific at all? What is he symbolizing? A name like that is very evocative. Thanks so much for providing me so much new info. I wish you good fortune on your next endeavors. All the best, Peter. The answer? Hi Peter. FPL was representing my own business plan at the time. I was about 23 years old, had no money, and then there was this new promising medium, the internet. I don't know how old you are, but this was the beginning of the modern internet, before with a completely useless modem 56K connection. No PayPal, no smartphones, eBay, Wi-Fi, or social networks. The planet was so much more relaxed, but in a technically Stone Age, of course. A completely unplugged world is, for very young people today, maybe something difficult to understand. But it was like this. First you made in the morning a ride with your skateboard before you later printed a graffiti near the bus stop tagged with your artist name with the indirect message, "Check this out, that's me." Then after playing some video games at home with your friends, you shut it down and went to bed. End of the day. And then in the beginning of the early 2000 years, there was this huge occasion to reach the whole world with your stuff. And you could even take money for it. It's exactly that, the movement that you play in Funnypizzaland. With no money in his pockets, Pedro has the chance to change his situation forever by getting the reward of the global media monster. The global media monster at this point represents this place to do so. Today I must say it became even the personalization of fake accounts, internet trolls, things like anonymous masks and endless shitstorms. Yeah, that's what it is, the global media monster. But at the end of the first game, it seems to be kind of a small Grinch and less angry. Roman. This response floored me for a couple reasons. The name Global Media Monster conjures images of some kind of cult taking over the world via television and internet, but the true meaning of this monster is a lot more intimate. The Global Media Monster represents the changing nature of the world, how the internet completely changed the way people connected to each other, how the medium allowed for your creative projects to be broadcast to a growing worldwide audience and make money for it. Roman designed Pedro, a figure representing himself in a lot of ways, with no money and an itch to express himself to make some money, so he goes after the global media monster, a character representing the changing world, the future of artistic expression, the slow death of an unplugged world. Pedro's pizza making is a funny shorthand for Roman's artwork. He took on the internet with a crazy dream, something that was almost never attempted, putting a fully 3D game made entirely by one person, distributed only, something only done small scale at local conventions and maybe on store shelves if you found a publisher. Roman is a trailblazer in every sense of the word, and while his games are still very obscure and are likely to remain as such given their unique approach, Funnypizzaland deserves to be cherished as one of the great grandfathers of these internet indie projects. Period. I was just joking about the comparisons to Garage Badroom Adventure, but they are more similar than different. But it's kind of like Cave Story, too. These indie projects, sometimes done entirely by the efforts of one person, are beyond fascinating. It's such an unmolested, exclusive view into the minds of a single person, totally unchained by an editor or conflicting creative viewpoints. These are your uncut gems. They aren't something you would display at a museum, but something you keep folded up in your wallet. You pull it out to admire it. I love to experience these games. I love them for their bugs and quirks and charms. As it stands in 2024, Roman also views the global media monster representing the darker side of the internet. Trolls, internet storms as he puts it, the infinite amount of angry people gnashing their teeth. However, Pedro still conquers the monster at the end of the day, living a light where there once was darkness. Despite everything, creative pursuit and endeavors will always triumph over rage and hate. And Funnypizzaland proves it by Roman's goal proving to be successful. His game became discussed, and even a little coveted, forming a small cult following. His art has eyes on it, and he got money for it, even if it deserves so much more than it currently has. My video is far from the first video on Funnypizzaland, and I hope it isn't the last, because more people should experience the horror and humor and heart of Funnypizzaland. The in-universe story is still unfolding. We don't know where it will go, if stories are even included at all, but all I know is that I'll be first in line for whatever Roman wants to do. Funnypizzaland is completely original. I don't think there's a single game out there like it, and I don't think there can ever exist one that fully replicates it. It really needs a full playthrough to be understood. All of Roman's games are super cheap and go on sale often. You're doing yourself dirty if you don't at least pick them up to try them out. The only real moral or lesson Funnypizzaland teaches us is that your artwork or games, whatever creative projects or ideas you have, can reach new heights and see successes and attention no matter what. Even something as abstract and absurd as Funnypizzaland can find an audience. So don't be afraid to publish that demo you've been sitting on since forever. We're at the best point in the history of indie games. If Pedro's wacky journey can get an audience, then why can't your game? I hope Funnypizzaland inspired you somehow. Thanks for tuning in, brothers and sisters. And until we meet again, have a lovely rest of your day.